And also another aspect, uh, which I always found much interesting, that there's something about COVID and the pandemic that creates isolation, distancing. Such a silly little nuanced thing, but maybe it's actually has a profound impact on the human being, the human mind of Vladimir Putin, that there is something called an in-person, not across the table that's far too large, but sort of the intimacy of one human to human in-person conversation, that there's something distinctly powerful about that reminder that, as Putin says in the narrative and the propaganda, that we're all one people. There is truth to that. That this entirety of humanity is one people, and you're kind of reminded by that when you're sitting together.
People who have sat across the table from him, whether at 30 yards or at 3, have remarked upon this feeling of isolation that has affected him, the pandemic. I think there must be something to that if several people who've been in the room with him are remarking. Everybody that I know and I've been able to talk to who's had a meeting with him in the past 10 years, including Henry Kissinger, the former Secretary of State, has said that Putin spends a lot of time enumerating his grievances. He goes through a monologue of his grievances. And then the West did this. And then the West lied to us about that. And then the West cheated us on this. And so it's not the conversation that you're encouraging of common humanity. It's that roiling resentment volcano that's just exploding in the throat of resentment. And by the time he gets through the monologue of the grievances, the time the meeting is expired or overtime.
That's a brilliant statement. That's where the skill of conversation comes in. Like when you're facing the bull with the red claw, you have to learn how to avoid the long list of grievances and get to the humanity. That's a really important
skill. It's a skill. For sure, it's a skill, and it's the highest level skill of a diplomat. To be able to reach some type of common understanding when interests and worldviews clash so much. But here's your challenge. Your challenge is Russia wants to impose a closed sphere of influence on its neighbors. It wants to dictate what its neighbors can and can't do. It wants to exert influence not by the power of its example, not by the freedom of its people, not by the dynamism of its diversified economy, but it wants to exert influence just because it deserves it, just because it's a great power, just because, and on and on, it's a civilization unto itself. And it wants that, and we can't give that. The reason that Russia was not integrated into the West was not for lack of trying. It was because Russia ultimately spurned the integration, because it was about what terms the integration would come. Would you come into the West and observe Western rules and be another country, meaning just another country? There's Poland, and there's Austria, and there's little tiny Monaco, and there's Russia. And you're just one of those countries. And Russia's answer to that was no. We're not just little. We need special rules. We need special conditions. We don't integrate, but only as a special country, meaning like at the UN, where all countries are sovereign, all countries are members, but Russia has a veto on what countries can and can't do. Those were the terms on which they were willing to integrate. And those were the terms that no leader of a Western country, or the United States, or the G7, or Poland can grant for Russia. It's very well known that Vladimir Putin was one of the first, maybe the first person, first leader, argued to call President Bush after the 9/11 tragedy. They didn't connect right away. President Bush was not in Washington, but eventually they did speak. He condemned the terrorist attack and Russian support, which he delivered on, the use of some Russian logistics for Afghanistan operations. And a lot of people point to that and say, there it is. Russia wanted to cooperate and did cooperate, and we spurned them, or we failed to appreciate Russia's cooperation. And so therefore, Russia was cheated, or Russia was lied to, or Russia's grievances are legitimate. But here's the problem with that argument. In exchange for that support, Vladimir Putin asked in return from President Bush for a free hand in the former Soviet space that closed hierarchical sphere of influence, where Russia would exert influence coercively over countries that were sovereign. And no American president could grant that, and President Bush was right. He said no. And so the attempted cooperation blew up. But who's at fault then? Should there be the non-voluntary sphere of influence? Should that be granted? Or should you face up to attempts to do that? Let's take a little detour here into China. China had this brilliant grand strategy, which was, sure, America is hostile because America is hegemonic, America wants to control the world, America will never let China rise, America will do everything it can to hold China down. So we're going to have hostility from America. We don't want to decouple because we need that high-end technology transfer. Either we buy it or we steal it, because America and the rest of the West has the technology that we need. We have some of it domestically, more than before by a lot, but we're still dependent, so we can't decouple. So we'll have the hostility, but there'll be a line with across just so that we don't lose the technology transfer. Till Made in China 2035 is accomplished, and we're self-sufficient domestically in AI and every other area that's critical. But hostility for them. But we have an ace in the hole. Our ace in the hole is Europe. Europe, it's conflict. They're all about trade. Doesn't matter how evil you are, they love to trade because Rothschild or changed the trade. They have this illusion that you're going to become a better country if they trade with you, and you won't have conflict or hostilities if you trade. And so we have this European issue. We're hostile with the Americans. We're still buying, we're stealing their technology. And better than that, even, the Europeans are not hostile to us at all. They love to trade with us, and they want to trade more, and they're our biggest trading partner already. And lo and behold, Xi Jinping sides with Vladimir Putin in the aggression in Ukraine. He doesn't side with him providing military equipment. He doesn't provide technology transfer, but he provides public support and massive pro-Russian propaganda to the whole Chinese population. And the Europeans say, wait a minute, this is an invasion of a sovereign country in Europe. What do you mean? You're not condemning Vladimir Putin's invasion. And so that wedge that the Chinese had, it was the basis of their grand strategy. That wedge between the US and Europe when it came to China policy, that wedge is gone. Xi Jinping destroyed it. And the Europeans and the Americans are coming close together on Ukraine and Russia policy for sure, but also more and more on China policy. And so that was a pretty big sacrifice for the Chinese leader to make. And what did he get in return? He gets hydrocarbons from Russia at reduced prices. And the Chinese get hydrocarbons from a lot of countries. They have a completely diverse supply chain for their energy.
So what do you think Xi Jinping is thinking now? Was it a mistake? Or
I'd like to know this. I'd like you to be able to sit down with him across from this table here on your podcast and pose that same question to him because we have no idea.
the language barrier is fascinating. By the way, you as a scholar of Stalin, do you think we would ever break through the language barrier to China? Not ever, I apologize, in the next few years, because there is a gigantic cultural and language barrier between the West and China.
China's a great civilization.
Mhm.
China predates the United States by millennia. China's accomplishments are breathtaking, but China's also led by, let's be honest, a Communist Party monopoly, which engages in a lot of criminal behavior. Yes, Tibet is Ukraine. Xinjiang is Ukraine. Hong Kong is Ukraine. Let alone support for Putin. This is before we even discuss Taiwan. And so now the Europeans are coming to see this, and the Americans are coming to understand this, that maybe trading with a regime like that, and morally, politically, criminally, Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, how is that different from what Putin is doing in Ukraine? I'd be hard pressed to differentiate that ultimately, even though the analogies are not exact. And so the Chinese, it's like that guy Leon, the author of Nicoletia, the great um, memoir of the late Soviet period, the end of the Soviet Union. You know that they spend all this time and all these resources blackening our image, but we supply them with endless material to blacken our image. That's where Xi Jinping's regime is right now. And so they have a big dilemma on their side. It's a Western world, and they've united the Western world and reawoken the rest of the world to the fact that China is a threat to the values, the institutions and values of the West. And that trade is not transforming China, quite the opposite. We'll see if this endures. Maybe it doesn't endure. Maybe it's a fleeting moment. Maybe this is not an inflection point. Maybe the war in Ukraine ends more quickly than we think. And maybe, like you said, the Chinese and the Indians and the rest of them, the leaders there, they get their wish and it ends. And the world moves on and forgets or says, let's try again to resume our mutual understanding, our mutually beneficial trade. Maybe it's a passing phase. We can't exclude that. I'm very for predicting the future. But the moment is not a good one for the Chinese regime, let alone the fact that he's trying to impose an unprecedented, in the modern era, third term for himself as president in the fall of the next party Congress, becoming president for life, de facto, a Mao figure. And he's now got to do that in this environment where he has damaged Chinese grand strategy and damaged the reputation of China and its relationships across the world. Maybe not permanently, but significantly. In addition to the problems they have at home, demography, as you know, the middle income trap, and then the regulatory insanity of Chinese communist rule that we've seen with the tech companies that you know well, where they've destroyed all that value, with the blow up of their property sector because it was a massive bubble, and that's still playing out. And this time it's the same, meaning this time it's not different. When it comes to a property blowout, it has enormous effects on middle class balance sheets and their ability to remain consumers and drive the economy, which is the model that they have to show. So he's got a litany of challenges, independent even of the fact that he sided with his pal, Vladimir Putin, and their bromance is costing China very, very significantly.
if you close your eyes
Yes.
and 100 years ago, 1922 and you think about the future, I wonder if you can hear the drums of war, predicting the 30s, predicting the Great Depression and the resentment that builds, the economic resentment, the cultural resentment, the geopolitical resentment that builds at least to World War II. It, at least to me, when I close my eyes, I can hear the drums of war that are still ahead of us. And it's possible that we're there. 2022 will materialize in a similar way as did 1922.
I have my eyes closed, but
Do you believe?
and it's a sure hope that that's not what happened. But I'm looking in 1922, it's an epoch I know well, and I don't see the future that unfolds. I would not have predicted it had I been alive then. I see the war behind us. I see a prosperity on the horizon. Yes, inflation in Germany and some many other difficult issues, but there are more democracies now than there were before the war, and the old empires are gone, and there's a cultural efflorescence, and there's modernism and arts, and there's women entering the public sphere, and there's all this fantastic new technology like automobiles, and I'm looking at the future from 1922, and I'm not seeing the Great Depression, and I'm not seeing World War II, and I'm not seeing the Holocaust, because I don't predict the future, and nobody in 1922 could see that future, although I guess there were some clairvoyants who predicted it, but
you're not one of them.
yeah, I'm not one of them, but this is what I know from studying history. What I know is stuff happens. In other words, Max, we're watching Ukraine war right now, and all of our attention is focused on it. And it's like the economists say in the textbooks, where powerful models are employed, and there's this line that says, all other factors held constant, comma, and then the model errors. And you get this really great result, this very powerful predictor and analysis. And the whole game is all other factors held constant. So the Russia-Ukraine war that we've been discussing, and this could happen, and that could happen, but you know what? Stuff could happen. For example, the Israeli government could decide this summer that it's going to bomb Iran, because no Israeli government will tolerate Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. And since President Trump unilaterally exited from the multi-power nuclear agreement, Iran is now much closer to the bomb than they were when they were still in, when the United States was still in the agreement. And you tell me the Israeli government says, sure, it's fine, it's okay, fine, get the bomb. And so maybe that happens. And maybe that happens as early as this summer, as Iran gets closer and closer and closer. Maybe that guy in North Korea decides it's his time, just like his grandfather, right, in 1950, decided it's time, we're going to quote, reunify on the Korean Peninsula. Maybe, I don't know, still in the blank. Something's going to happen. It's not going to be what I predict. It's not going to be what I'm watching. It's going to be obvious only after it happens, not before. And then it's going to upend the table. And all of a sudden, we're going to be in a different environment, different circumstances. And is Ukraine still as central at that point as it seems to be right now? I don't know the answer to that.
Let me ask two rapid fire questions. You're only allowed to have 1 minute and it's about predicting the future. Okay. Question one. Vladimir Putin, when will he no longer be in office? And will he step down or be overthrown? What's your prediction and a brief explanation of that prediction? Now, nobody can predict the future, but what's your sense now? Some people are saying depression is building. He's going to be overthrown or stepped down at the end of this year. And some people say, sure, he's going to outlast Stalin's rule of 30.
No evidence of a coup yet, none whatsoever, yet. He's pretty much at life expectancy for a Russian male. Those are bad numbers. He's 69, he's 70. So he's lived the life of a Russian male already, but he's got better doctors than the majority of the Russian males in that, let's say, comparison set. So he could live a very long time with good doctors. So there could be a coup at some point, but there's none today in evidence. He could go because he's reached the life expectancy, or he could stay for a long time. The thing to watch about this is an organization that nobody pays attention to, the FSO, which is the Praetorian Guard, the self-standing bodyguard directorate, the only one, the only organization in Russia that has any access to him. We've seen no disloyalty, no breaking of ranks, no defections, nothing in the public realm with no sources about any divisions or problems in the FSO, in the Praetorian Guard. So if you can't break that, change that, elicit defections there, you can't overcome. So authoritarian regimes like they're terrible. They fail at everything. They can't feed their people. They have trouble achieving any goals. They only have to be good, however, at one thing. They only have to be good at the complete suppression of political alternatives. If you can suppress political alternatives, you can fail at everything else, but you can survive as an authoritarian. So you watch Navalny.
That's question number one. Okay, that's my second rapid fire question. Is what happens to Navalny? What are the possible conclusions of when you said quite possibly the second most influential, powerful figure in Russia? Is he going to die in jail? Will he become the next president of Russia? Well, what are the possible?
I wish I knew, Lex. I've been surprised that he's still alive. I've been worried that he would be killed in prison in a staged fight. Some security officer, prison guard, puts on a prison outfit, takes a lead pipe, goes into the cell, they have a full fight, and Navalny's killed. I've been afraid of that, but he's still alive, even though he's serving a long sentence. So that leads me to guess that people inside the Putin regime, and maybe President Putin himself, understand that Navalny is their ticket to lift sanctions. That Navalny is even more popular outside of Russia than he is inside of Russia. He's the leader, in many ways, of the political opposition in the country, even though still in prison. His organization's been destroyed, but he doesn't have majority support in the population by any stretch of the imagination. But he's a big figure in the West, including here in the U.S. And so Navalny could be their ticket. They're kind of get out of jail card. Meaning they release him from prison, he gets appointed, I don't know, prime minister even by the Putin regime, if he were willing to accept such a position. I doubt so. And then that's how they lobby to remove the sanctions against him. So he's a card that President Putin could play. And so maybe that's the reason he's still alive, or maybe there are other reasons that we don't know. And so some alternative to Putin is more likely to arise inside his gang, Putin's Shaita, as they say, right inside his gang, where they tire of his mistakes, they tire of his self-defeating actions, and they say patriotically for Russia, we need to do something move against this guy, because he's hurting our country, and also because developed, really ambitious, as well as patriotic. But once again, the problem there, Lex, is Putin is surrounded by this cocoon known as the FSO. He meets on Zoom predominantly with the rest of the government, including with the defense and security officials. They don't have frequent access to this person. And as you were alluding earlier to the pandemic, they have to quarantine for 2 weeks before every meeting. And moreover, Lex, they don't know where he is. You see, when they're on Zoom with him, and it's the Valdai. His office in the Valdai region looks the same as his office in Sochi or his office outside of Moscow and November. They're made up to look very similar on Zoom. And sure, some signs they're looking, where is it, but maybe they don't know. And so you're going to move on him, and you're going to jump in his Kremlin, out his dacha, outside Moscow. And it turns out he's in Sochi, or vice versa. And it turns out the FSO is loyal to him and will let you anyway. So, Lex, we don't know, but we watched this FSO really closely, and we think that the elites, if not Putin, but maybe to understand Navalny as a really big potential political card that they could play.
And one last question, the biggest question. We study some of the darkest aspects of human history, human nature. We ask the why question. Which means, what are we doing? What's the meaning of our existence, our life here? What are we humans trying to get at?
I can't answer that question either, but I can say that having a purposeful life is actually not that hard. You can't. You're not Gandhi. You're not President Roosevelt. You're not going to transform a country or a civilization, become immortal because of your courage, your insight, your genius, critical minds. But you live in an environment, you're in a school, you're in a workplace, you're somewhere where you can affect other people in a positive way. It can be not just about yourself, but it can be about them. And you can have a positive impact on other people's lives through the work that you do, whether that's your employment, or your charity, or your spare time, work time. It can be by modeling proper behavior, right? Admitting your mistakes, hard to do but necessary. Remembering that you don't know everything, you can't predict the future, but you don't even know everything in your areas of expertise. Painfully reminded of that humility at times, but remind yourself too. So you can lead a life that can show others what good values are. And you can lead a life that dedicates yourself not only to your own material well-being, but to the well-being and to the development of others around you. And it can be on a humble scale. It can be in a small classroom or a small workplace, a small work team. But it can be done, and you can be reminded that having a positive impact, even on one other person, gives far greater meaning to your own life. And is profoundly satisfying, much more satisfying than the attention you might get, let's say, on social media, or awards you might receive. There's nothing wrong with pursuing those. People pursue them. It's a free society. But leading a purposeful life intentionally is possible.
Even just one person, I love the expression, save your life, save your life. It's never worth it. And the tiny little difference you can make in the world can be somehow worth it.
Every day. If you think about that every single day, right, you're a better person. You're a better society.
And maybe you get to add a bit of love to the world after all. Stephen, this is a huge honor for many reasons. One of which is I could just tell much care you put into this conversation, and how much, I use the word love a lot, but I just feel for them that just even the respect that you give me, which I can't tell you how energizing it is, how much that gives me strength for my own cellular pursuits. Um, Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for not just talking today, but giving me so much respect just with everything you're doing. I really appreciate that, and it makes me feel special. So thank you so much for sitting down and talking.
It's mutual, Lex. Thank you as well, and thank you for the respect that you've shown me. These are really difficult issues that don't have simple answers, but that doesn't mean we give up. We have to keep thinking and learning and trying and finding solutions in everything we do, including on these big global tragedies that we live through. And it's heartbreaking what's going on. It just breaks my heart every day. The person who studies this has been studying this for decades, and it keeps happening. And you think again, and yes, it is again, but we still have to keep trying. And we have to be inspired by those people who are more courageous than we are and sacrifice more than we sacrifice. For me, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, is experienced in my study at home, my office at Princeton, my coming office at Stanford when I moved full time to Stanford in September. Well, it's experienced far away, in safety and in comfort. And we have to remember that too when we talk about these things, when we answer your questions. Right? That as we speak and as we comment and think we're experts on these things from the comfort of our existence, that there are people in those tragedies right now
With no power, with no food, with full uncertainty about the future of the health of their children.
That's it.
And I've also seen, because my family in places, homes that were homes, for buildings that were homes for generations, now in rubble. So
Yes, Lex, it hurts, and it's Syria, where 350,000 at least by UN estimates died, and Russia participated in that, and it's Yemen, and it's so many other places that don't have the same degree of attention that a European country like Ukraine has. But yeah, we have to remember also that in addition to Ukraine, and then there's things right home here in New York City, where children are without food. It's just inexcusable in a country this rich.
so we shouldn't forget in our study of leaders and our study of geopolitics that ultimately it's about the humanity, it's about the human beings.
Okay, Lex.
Human suffering. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This amazing conversation. Talk to you again.
My pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Stephen podcast. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mahatma Gandhi. Let us bear, remember, that all through history, the way of truth and love always won. There have been tyrants and murderers, and for a time, it can seem invincible, but in the end, they always fall. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you.
And he made me think that, everything was going to be reversed and okay, and anybody that money was borrowed from, they would get it back, maybe tenfold. And so it was this weird situation of having like one foot in his reality and potentially believing the things he was saying, or even over time wanting to believe him more and more because the alternative was worse. The alternative was increasingly a bigger and bigger nightmare.
Following this conversation with Sama Elgawas, a chef and restaurateur who was the subject of the Netflix documentary Bad Deacon, Fame, Fraud, Fugitives that documents the rise and fall of vegan raw food restaurants in New York City that ended in what she called a road trip in hell, being arrested in Tennessee for pleading guilty for stealing over $2 million and serving 4 months at Rikers Island jail. Sarma disputes the veracity of the documentary and its conclusions, saying that she was misrepresented. So I wanted to talk to her to get the full story, to seek understanding of who she is as a human being, the good and the bad. This is the Let's Read This podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sama and Gauss. You said that you did a lot of reading when you were growing up, and you mentioned Fear and the movie in Las Vegas by Hunter S. Thompson. So, from the reading you've done in those early days, how did you see the world? Was it to you a beautiful place or a cruel place?
I don't think I thought about it.
Really? You were focused on family, just basic day-to-day life.
I think I was focused on day to day. I had an awareness of not fitting in, but I think back then it felt like something was wrong versus some people are just that way. And speaking of books, I read a book called Party of One by a woman named Nellie Lucas that somebody gave me and suggested I read, and that helped a lot. That was one book that made me feel like it made me understand things from the past that I hadn't understood before. Specifically, kind of feeling out of place, even in my family, which is really not supposed to be out of place.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I saw it, but I think you mentioned that you were a bit of a loner. And I also think I saw somewhere pictures of you with green hair in high school. And wow, haircut. Was that about? Was that real? Am I just imagining?
No, you're not imagining it. It's strange because I was kind of a loner, so it would be strange to do something that calls so much attention to yourself. Because back then, I mean, I grew up in the suburb of Boston, in Newton, and anybody that was there around that time probably, if you said, you know, that girl with green hair or blue hair, blue most of the time, they would remember like seeing me walking down the street because it stood out like crazy, especially back then. Now it wouldn't stand out so much, but back then it really stood out. So I was trying to think about why I did that when I was kind of shy, and on the one hand didn't want to bring attention to myself, but I did something that did. And it wasn't my family, to their credit, they were fine with it. So it wasn't a rebellion against them or anything like that. They were fine with it, and I think they loved it. But
Your dad was a physicist at MIT.
yes,
So, so he was cool with your green hair and your rebellion. That's just the way it went.
he was fine with the green hair, but I think in some ways maybe they had to be fine with it because I didn't cause problems otherwise. And I got good grades in school. It was a very low maintenance job.
But even with green hair. So Hunter S. Thompson wrote a lot of good stuff. He has a lot of just brilliant quotes, a lot of brilliant lines. So one of the ones I love is life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body, but rather to skidding broadside, a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up. Home now. Love with the cleaning. Wow, what a ride. What do you think about that? Is that good? Life advice? From Hunter S. Thompson?
I think so. I think he followed it right somewhere. Recently, what he consumed in a day,
Yeah.
and it was kind of astonishing. It's funny. When I was in college, they were always really interested in people coming through as speakers and whatnot, and I tended to not go to events and whatnot. But in the 4 years I was there, really interesting people came through and gave talks. You know, I don't know, just a lot of famous people. But then one day Hunter S. Thompson came to speak, and it was the only one I attended. It was the only interesting person who came to speak on the campus that I attended. Was Hunter S. Thompson, and he had a class of whatever it was, whiskey. I don't remember a whole lot about it, but it was entertaining.
And yeah, I mean, later in his life, he started making less and less sense. But he was still somehow like embodying the crazy that he represented throughout his life, the boldness, the fearlessness, the wildness, all that kind of stuff. And we'll talk about that definitely. But funny enough, there's like an echo. Obviously, he played or started in film. They hung out together. It just seemed to somehow, like the universe rhymes for these two individuals. They're both men in different kind of ways. So you also told me that Leon the Professional is one of your favorite films. It's also the reason you named your dog Leon.
Mhm.
So what do you find beautiful and powerful about this film?
I've watched it a number of times, but it's been a while since I've watched it.
So for people who haven't watched it, there's a guy named Leon played by Jean Reno. There's a young girl, 13, 14, Matilda, played by Natalie Portman, and she's abused. She has a really hard life. Her parents are, spoiler alert, murdered, and then she finds protection into this um, fella, uh, Leon, who also happens to be a professional assassin. And he is also kind of a Forrest Gump type character. He's really simple.
Yeah.
Uh, he seems to be like the immature one, or like rather the one who's young. She seems to have a wisdom far beyond her age because of the hard life she had to live through. And then they're here huddling together from the cruelty of the world and finding connection.
Yeah, I think it's one of those films where there's so many interesting things about it, but I'm sure one of them is just the contradiction of him being, a caring person and reluctant to get attached to her. He tries to. I think he knows he is very reluctant to get attached to her in the beginning, and so you see all of his humanity, but yet he's also an assassin that kills people. So um, that's interesting, and I think probably a psychoanalyst would have a field day with why I like him so much. I haven't gone there myself, but there's something I think about she, even in the brief part that depicts her in the beginning, it seems clear that she's sort of out of place in her family, um, and and then there's all kinds of interesting things about their relationship along the way.
What I like about this movie, and I have to think about it recently because I've read stuff about it that bothered me, or it bothered me the fact that I haven't really thought about it before. For people who haven't watched the movie, like here's a young underage girl who kind of comes on to him. First of all, I think she actually just doesn't know what like familiar love is. So this is the one way she knows how to express love. That's one. And two is, a lot of bad people in this world will take advantage of that, right? And the fact that uh, she finally married a human being who doesn't and is just there to protect her. That's a real sort of, I don't know, a powerful statement of what it means to be sort of like a father figure, I suppose, a protector. That to me, I love the idea of being sort of the protector. But there's something like something worthwhile in this world to protect amidst all the cruelty that's all around. That's a beautiful kind of. You're basically saving this young human's, or you're repairing this young human's path to love, to real love in life. Because if that idea of love is destroyed for her, just family, everything is sort of everything around is broken, and he's kind of repairing it by reestablishing what that kind of love can be. I don't know.
And the plant. There's like a question you need to say the plant also.
But there's also just the simplicity of the film, just from a cinematic perspective, is beautiful. The music, the way it looks, the minimalism.
Even the violence is beautiful.
Yeah, violence. It was over the top. and also the bad cop, played by Gary Oldman.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I think it was listening to Beethoven or something
Yeah.
like that, and taking some sort of pills and drugs at some time. So there's the kind of like I think it's part of the orchestra. Like the violence is part of the of some kind of musical creation.
Yeah, it's interesting because I turn away from violence or films usually that have violence or TV or anything that has that sort of element to it, except in certain cases um,
Where the violence is beautiful.
yeah, yeah. Or did you see the movie True Romance?
Yes,
That's my second favorite movie.
that's probably my favorite.
Oh, well, interesting. That's my second favorite movie.
That's a more simple kind of love, but also the violence is beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. And my favorite scene is the one with Patricia Arquette and James McAvoy.
Oh yeah, where she the shotgun involved.
Yeah,
And
it actually makes me cry every time I see it for some reason.
so for people who haven't seen the film, I think I think he's actually I think he's hitting or with his blood and violence because
Oh, yeah.
she's resisted
Oh,
being
there's
murdered.
yeah, there's a lot of violence, and then he throws her into the glass, the shower thing, and she's all cut up and beat up, and
Only she laughs.
there's just so much passion. And, she knows she's gonna, or in that moment, she knows because she knows that she's gonna die anyway. She knows he's gonna kill her, so she kind of gives it all she has, and
But she also just does. She loves.
she loves Clarence.
Yeah, the love comes through the violence. Yeah,
Yeah,
just like Clarence or Ella in that film has the same kind of thing when he visits.
so it's Gary Oldman again.
Just Gary Oldman again. That's right. With
Yeah.
him,
Looking very
Drexel.
yeah.
Yeah, and he's also fearless in that interaction, saying she's not mine.
Mhm.
It's interesting. That movie is so romantic, and the happy ending is very fun.
That's what I like about it too, because I feel like some movies should come. I don't want to watch a movie if it's going to be devastating, usually, unless it's worthwhile in some other way. But I'm kind of sensitive, and I don't want. I don't like movies that have a terrible ending. I mean, there's a book I read because it got so many good reviews, and the very last scene when you step into the train, it's like, so I'm partial to movies with happy endings.
Leon's was lost. Yeah, movie.
Right, but it's still inspiring.
Love is just some kind of fun.
Yeah, and the planet. The planet.
Okay, sure. True Romance does have fun. I mean, it's probably
That
unhealthy.
the ending scene is just amazing.
You're so cool. Where she is out the door and she just kind of looks at Clarence and her son, the child, or whatever, and she's saying, "You're so cool. You're so cool." Yeah, that's love.
I just that movie does so much in it. It's funny, and there's so many good actors in it.
And Brad Pitt plays in that film a pivotal role on the couch.
Yeah, they're all so good and funny, and Michael Rappaport and even Val Kilmer. People don't realize he's in the movie because he doesn't look like himself.
Wait, what is
Val Kilmer's in the very end. It's when there's like the Elvis sitting there.
Yeah.
In the end, that's Val Kilmer. Yeah, you don't notice it unless you somehow either very perceptive or noticed in the credits.
Yeah, and Quentin Tarantino wrote.
Yes.
Interesting. Wrote Tony Scott, and the music is beautiful too.
And Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper plays Clarence's
Dad.
Dad, and they have this very rich, the sounding scene, but the big aspect of that scene is it's a father willing to die to protect his son. There's so much beautiful violence.
There is. There is. I love it. Both so much.
And she's a prostitute, or not really, part time, short time,
No, it's the first time.
first time.
Yeah.
Okay. And he saved her. And
My third favorite film has no violence whatsoever. A Room with a View. I finished the second. It's I forget the author. It's a book, and I read the book much later. But it's Helena Bonham Carter and Daniel Day-Lewis is in it, and Julian Sands.
Daniel Day-Lewis is a fascinating.
He's amazing in this film. He's very funny. He sort of plays as a comic book character, which is unlike most of what he does, I think. I don't watch his kind of movies, so but yeah, his role is funny.
Well, that's a heck of a top three. You brought me some books, some bread and books,
Yeah.
some Russian bread, Russian inspired bread.
Yeah, I mean it's Latvian, but it's similar to what's made in Russia, and it's made at Russian bakery.
Or your dad is from, right?
My dad's from Latvia.
You got me some books, beautiful ruins.
Yeah, and if you never read them, who cares? That's totally fine. You know, people who read books and you feel like you just feel like
I see this as we're talking about this. This is part therapy session. I don't feel the need to satisfy people's happiness.
that's a good thing.
Okay, so but it could also be an opportunity to experience something you never otherwise would have. So beautiful ruins.
It's a book that made me laugh and cry, and it's just a happy story. And for some reason, I don't know exactly why, but for some reason, when you asked me to comment, it just I thought, oh, I'm going to bring a copy of the book.
That's you just felt became the voice told you.
Yeah,
There's others, Darkness Physical,
these are more.
Memoir of Madness, compelling, harrowing, vivid portrait of a debilitating disorder that offers the solace of shared experience. The real time.
This is just a little bit about this book that reminds me of the Carl Deiseroth book, because he writes about his own condition, and I mean he's an amazing writer, so he writes about it in this beautiful way, and oddly enough, in some ways it's kind of delightful. So it's not at all a depressing book. At least I didn't find it depressing at all. I don't think it is. But he writes about his own experience with depression in such a beautiful way. My own copy is full of underlines.
I would love that copy too. I would love to look into the underlines and then the books with notes, those little secrets that people leave.
That's part of why I like paper books, is because I tend to underline like crazy. The Carl Deiseroth book is full of underlines too.
Well, I do the same thing on Kindle, but and then you can actually more effectively go back to the things you've underlined because you highlight and so on. But in fact, we know underline on paper books, you sometimes never go back, which always makes you sad. To the things you've underlined.
In the paper books?
In paper.
Oh, I do. I go back. Yeah, I go back a lot.
Do you wonder what the heck you were thinking about when you were something?
No, well, sometimes I underline things that are, well, also what I do is I have a whole file in Evernote of transcribed quotes from books, ones that I want to say. So I might underline a lot of things in a book, and then maybe like a third of them, I want to write them down somewhere. So I write those down, and I think even the time it takes to transcribe it is somehow worthwhile. It's like searing it in your brain. And
you're reliving the memory, having read it the first time.
Yeah, and then sometimes I'll pick up books. And sometimes I just underline sentences that are, it's not the content of the sentence, it's more that it's just a beautifully written sentence with like a particularly apt metaphor or something that's really nice. And I like paper books too, because I bought Beautiful Ruins. I would have never heard of it, I would think, except one of my favorite things is to go to used bookstores Goodwill sometimes has really good big book selections, depending on the area where you go. Sometimes you find a lot of treasures there. And what ends up happening a lot is I end up buying books that I know, sometimes also because I lost them like one at one point, so I'll very often buy books that I've already read just to have them. And but then what always ends up happening is I'll find there'll be a couple of books that I buy that I've never heard of the author, I don't really know anything about. I don't know anything about the book at all, but something drew me to it. And what I like about that is you're buying used books that cost $1 or $2. So if you made a mistake, but no big deal. Who cares? So, but every time I come back with a book haul, there's usually at least one gem that I end up loving, and I'm so glad that I read it. And Beautiful Ruins was that book for me, and I was drawn to it because of the cover art. Like I just love the cover and the colors, and then I picked it up and and bought it. And I also feel bad sometimes buying these books when the author's still alive, because I feel like if you write a book, you should get the royalties. So,
but you get to live with that regret.
well, also, I mean, I'll usually end up putting a picture of Leon reading the book online, and then other people buy it and read it, and so I feel like I've made up for depriving him of the royalties.
I used to live in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And then I used to hang out at the pit in Harvard Square with my green and blue hair when I was way too young to be doing that for myself.
And there's a guy that I think has been there for a long time, so between Kendall and Central, that would just lay out these books inside them. And I always loved that guy. Whoever he was. He had a cool hat. He's an older gentleman. And you could just tell that he's seen some things. I don't know who he is. I always wanted to actually talk to him for a long time, but I was too afraid. Maybe because I would be able to handle what he had to tell me. Because I'm almost wanting to maintain my innocence and just, okay, here's this guy. But he was so. Every time you would ask him a question about a book, first of all, he's read it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which means he's traveled quite a few places inside these worlds. And then you would tell him, I would look at a book, right? And he would catch you being curious about it. And he would walk up to you and he would start talking about the book. And you would always forget that you were there. It's almost like he's not trying to tell you the books.
Or talking to himself.
Yeah. Like almost like an ex-girlfriend he's visited with his book or something. Yeah. But the experience of just
on the tongue
being
band.
there to raise them up, people actually watch and listen to this. You'll be able to tell me what his name is, because I'd love to find him. I'm sure he's still there.
Maybe he'll have him on the podcast.
I would 100% will. But it's almost terrifying. I'm not sure I can handle it. Because he's been through some things.
Oh,
I'm not sure
shit.
if he's homeless or just looks like it.
Yep. That's sometimes a thing.
And some of my favorite people either are homeless or. Okay, what's the third one? A Confession of a Sociopath by M.E. Thomas. A life spent hiding in its life.
It's a book I recommend a lot. Because I've read a lot about sociopathy, and I've read all the books by psychologists, and this one was written by a woman who understands herself that she is a sociopath, and so it's beautifully written. But I learned more from that book than from any other book, and I think I've thought about a long time. A lot of conversations you've talked a lot about good and evil, and whether everybody's really good or some people are not good. And I think sociopathy is something that I think the world needs to understand much better. And so that book helped me understand a lot. And it's beautifully written, and she tackles all the really interesting moral questions, like, like what if we were able to definitively diagnose people in some way, like you could immediately identify who's a full-blown sociopath, and then what as a society would you do with them? Because in those cases, they're just going to cause destruction and pain and harm, and or potentially rise to power and become president. Something. So I just found that fascinating.
And we'll return to this idea because it's fascinating. We'll return to human psychology and human nature. But let's go through. Let's go through the timeline of your life. Let's take a stroll. So you wrote the documentary about you called Bad Vegan, Fame, Fraud, Fugitive. It's not a documentary. You got some things right, some things wrong, some were quote disturbingly misleading. So let's go through and get things right today. Um, First, can I give you a worldly summary the way I understand it? Yes. So 2004, you, Matthew Kenny, and Jeffrey Chatteron opened Pure Foods and Wine in New York City. Did I say it correctly?
Pure food and
No,
oh, there's. He thought, yeah, Matthew Kenny.
yeah. So it's and I'll ask you what it takes to launch and run a restaurant in New York City. That's a fascinating story in itself. So it's an upscale raw food restaurant. All right, that's 2004. 2007, you opened One Lucky Duck, which is the takeaway, and second and third locations in 2009 and 14. All of those things closed in 2016, 15, 16, 15 or 16. Okay. All right, 2009. Jeffrey lends you $2.1 million to buy the business outright, and Matthew is out.
Matthew was out earlier than that, and then time passed, and I had, what was complicated is I had started the One Lucky Duck brand on my own.
First was a .com, everything delivery.
It was a .com where people could order ingredients and things and all of the products that we made and packaged. So we made a bunch of cookies and snacks and things that were, I think, different and, if I may say so myself, better than other
Strong words.
products
Talk
out there.
already.
Yeah, but I feel like I can brag about our food and products because I wasn't, a few recipes early on I came up with, but it was the people that worked with me that created really good recipes and products, and I was just kind of there curating it all or helping to get it out there.
What was your favorite thing that you created? Maybe yourself eat. Well, not you created, but this all of these efforts of created in terms of meal. Like you said, cookies. What are we talking
Oh, that's
about?
a hard question.
Which is okay, not the favorite, but like something that popped into memory that brought you joy.
The melon. Everybody loved the melon. It was so very often we made like raw vegan versions of things that people are familiar with. So it was I think it was pecans. It was like a salty cookie made with nuts and then covered in chocolate, and then there's a big blob of coconut cream.
Hey, let's talk about
taste coconut.
As
Our ice cream is made with
pretty
coconut. Also, it's like the meat from coconut pureed, and then there's some soaked cashews in there. But anyway, it's a blob of milk and cream, kind of like like a healthy natural version of fluff. If you're familiar with fluff.
Basically, every single word you say, I'm not familiar with. You should see my diet. I don't. It's like steak and vegetables.
A fluff is like a thing that I remember from my childhood, like peanut butter and fluff is a ridiculously delicious
Is
combination.
it fluffy or is it
It's
not?
like a marshmallow. It's basically like if you softened the marshmallows and made it into a luxurious, amazing,
Oh,
beautiful,
so it's like a
and
fancy.
then put it in a jar.
Okay.
And
So
then
it's
they
just
it's spreadable marshmallows, kind of.
Oh, it's
I think that's, yes. So,
spreadable marshmallows. Got it.
yeah. So there's a big blob
I
of
didn't know that existed. That's a thing. Fluff.
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 You know.
Does everyone, do people know about this?
Oh, yeah. Everybody. People, I think so. People know about fluff.
I think I went. I took the road less traveled by. I went the peanut butter and Nutella road in terms of spreadable things.
Nutella is like the chocolate version, and then fluff is like the vanilla equivalent, sort of. But I think commercial fluff that you buy in the store is just like sugar and whatever else they put in there. Anyway,
Not actually fluff.
It's kind of fluffy, but it's wet.
Tell us.
It's like, yeah, so it's like Nutella if you whipped it, and then kind of got it a little bit aerated. So it's a bit more fluffy.
So fluff was not part of the formula.
But so the coconut cream that we made was like a healthy version of fluff, kind of. Except it, you could make like a little scoop of it, and it would stay in that form. Mars were refrigerated, and then there's like chocolate. There's a little bit, so it had that like salty, sweet thing going on. That was probably my favorite.
That's dessert.
Yeah, it was like a dessert snack. It wasn't as you wouldn't order it on the restaurant menu, but in the takeaway you could get them, or sometimes some people would get them shipped on dry ice and pay a lot of money, like a lot of money, have them shipped on dry ice.
They were fun.
I know. I kind of want to like name drop because it was kind of cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, they were always shipped on ice to Boston.
Yeah. Continuing on, 2011, you meet Anthony Strangers on Twitter and in real life. Also around this time, I think before you got your rescue dog, had been named Leon.
Yeah.
2011 or 2010.
It was September 2010, so I think he was born roughly around March. I gave him a designated birthday of March 10th, 2010.
Why is that? March 10th.
I wrote about the story of adopting him on my website a long time ago, and then I reposted it here on my current website. And what happened, I got weirdly obsessed with Leon before he was Leon. He was a dog in the shelter named Twine. And I couldn't stop thinking about him. And
Him specifically.
him specifically.
You saw him, and there was something very special about him.
I was trying to convince somebody else to adopt the dog. So, and it didn't occur to me that I would.
Luckily, you didn't mean about him, but you made it for him.
So I was trying to convince him to get a dog because I thought, he should have a dog. I saw Leon's picture and just got weirdly obsessed with it in a way that I couldn't really explain. And I was laying in bed one night and thinking, I just couldn't stop thinking about him, the dog, and the paperwork or the description in the shelter bio said that he was roughly 5 months old, or however, whatever it gave us his age. I went back and it would have been March of that year that he was born. And I had a cat that I was particularly attached to. I had two cats, brother and sister, but the boy cat, we had sort of like something that felt like like we looked at each other and like there was something there. I don't know what it was, but and in fact, when he got sick, I knew it before he even had any symptoms. It was like something in the way that he looked at me. I knew something was wrong. And then
was it friendship? Was it like was there a power dynamic? Cats seem to not really
give a fuck.
Yeah, they seem to dismiss you.
Usually, yeah.
Your entire worth as a human being,
right?
In a single look. Was that there? Or?
He was more dog-like. He would occasionally fetch like this little styrofoam thing I had. He would fetch it and bring it back. And he was friendly, and if somebody came over, he would jump in their lap. He was less standoffish than most cats. But there was just something about the way he would look at me. I don't know. And maybe, probably, in his mind, he's just a cat. I give him food. Whereas in my mind, it's some kind of great soul connection.
Great,
but not
great long-running romance.
Not in his kitty mind. But either way, so he died of heart attack. So I sort of concocted this. I just thought, he died. He died on March 10th, and so I thought, well, maybe Leon was born that same day, and that's why I'm so drawn to him. I don't know.
That makes sense. But
it's
then you just found that, like,
sort of,
when you saw him, you just, like, there's something.
It was his picture, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the picture, and you were drawing something about the personality in your eyes.
it was something about this picture. I don't know what it was, and everybody at the time was like, "What are you thinking? Why would you get a dog? You can't, can't even take care of yourself. You're overworked and busy, and why would you get a five-month-old pit bull mix? Why not get an older dog that's easier to take care of?" And for me, it was like, I don't want any dog. I don't want. My intention isn't to get a dog, but there's something about this dog that I have to get, and so I went to see him, and then I had already filled out an application. It was just I went to see him, and then it was the afternoon, and I sort of decided in my head, like, all right, I'm coming back to get him. I have to. And so the next morning, I got on the subway and went back to get him. I was crying on the subway, and I remember thinking that people don't like crying in public. I cry a lot, but I don't like crying in front of other people. And
I love it.
I thought people on the train looking at me probably think that, somebody died or
So you're crying on the way there or the way back?
on the way there to get him. I don't know why I was crying. It's just something about it was overwhelming. So
tears of happiness or tears of something.
something. I think tears are overwhelming. I know I'm like jumping off, but there was some, I don't know if it was in the conversation of the book, Carl Dysart talks about tears of joy, trying to explain them. And he said something about how it was like, about, because tears of sadness could be understood in having like a evolutionary purpose. But why tears of joy? And I think he said there's something about like hope that could be like lost. So if you cried at a wedding, it might be like you're crying because their love is beautiful, and you're crying because they could get hit by a bus tomorrow or something. Where they had something to do with that. And I thought, but I thought to me it feels like overwhelmed, because then how would I explain music? Because music will make you cry a lot.
Because it's anything beautiful, like love. You realize it's gonna be over one day. So
Or it's just overwhelming.
it could be overwhelming.
I think it's just overwhelming.
But it could, like, if you had to explain, like, one way to explain it, as you're saying, is it's so awesome that it breaks your heart that it's going to be over. This feeling is going to be over. Either the song or the person going to lose them one day.
But even when you're just watching something, this is completely ridiculous. But I remember one time, I probably was hormonal or something, but it was like an episode of Family a few years ago, and Wheel of Fortune. It was Wheel of Fortune, and some family like won all this money, and they were so happy. They were so happy. They must have probably needed the money or something. And I started crying. And thinking, why am I crying? But I think it's just like an overwhelming. Like it's overwhelming. And like I'm
On the
crying.
surface.
It's crying as a relief. Like you feel better after you're crying.
But doesn't explain the cry. You feel better after you cry. And you're explaining it's overwhelmed. It's on the surface. The question is what's going on underneath. Unless you're in your shadow. Neither you are a question.
Right.
But there's something.
Right. There's probably something that touches you in some specific way.
You're crying.
So I was crying.
Oh, very New York.
Yeah, I got this one in New York. You can be weird and do strange things, and nobody's gonna look at you strangely.
The fascinating thing about New York is super crowded, and yet you can still feel super alone.
But also energized. There's a lot of other things and places that will make me feel depleted, but there's something about the energy of New York specifically that feels energizing.
Everybody's going out about their day, excited for the future they're building, and so on. That could be energy. Sure. It could be over.
It can be, yeah. I mean, also depending on the other.
That's right. Oh, I'm just talking about the subway.
Right. Yeah.
And then there's the musicians. I love New York. New York is a special place. I've never lived there. Every time I visit, it's so many characters, so many fascinating people.
Yeah,
and then there's a bunch of people always crying. And you're with.
I was one of those people one day. Yeah,
And so
I befriended some busking musicians, like the guys that just play out on the street. These two young guys playing guitar, and I felt like it was one of those moments where it was like candid camera because nobody was paying attention, and I thought it was so beautiful. I may have cried or almost cried. But anyway, I ended up becoming friends with them and helping them out in some ways. And I knew I was like, well, they're gonna do really well. And now they're like playing large places, and it's kind of fun to watch the Instagram. You know, they're going on tour in Europe, and there were these two scrappy guys. Well, now it's just one of the guys, and um, that they had like no money, nowhere to live, nothing, and now they're
and they didn't quit.
no,
Persisted. It's
yeah,
cool.
exactly. But I cried on the day, and I got there, and he was there, and I adopted him. But it just felt very profoundly like a force that was beyond me. Like I couldn't not get him.
So he was the same person as he was in the picture. Like, I mean, in terms of like something like pulling you towards something.
Yeah, when I first met him the day before, he was really distracted, which I think is, he is a puppy that spends most of his day in a cage, which is not natural. So when they let me take him for a walk, and he was kind of, distracted and all over the place. But then when we put him back in the cage, he sort of lay down and me, and I looked back at him. Of course, I imagined all kinds of. I just looked at him and I thought, all right, don't worry, I'm coming back to get you. Like I'll get you. So yeah, it felt like um, something that I had no choice that I had to do.
And that was the beginning of a 12-year journey together.
An ongoing one. But so I wrote about these things on my website, and I think it was among the many things that was later weaponized by Anthony Strangers. Just because I was so open about it. Yeah, and also and it's not like I believed that he was, that I was just expressing my feelings about how I felt going to get him. There was something about Leon specifically that I felt like I had to get him. So,
is there words you can put to your connection with Leon? Like, is it love? Is it friendship? Is it some kind of, like, what is it? Or are we getting to the crying and being overwhelmed? Something you just can't put words to.
yeah, it's probably something that's hard to put words to. Kind of like, I sort of feel like love being something that's hard to define is part of the definition.
Oh, no.
The fact that you can't define it, that
The moment you define it, you're no longer talking about love.
sort of something like that. So,
Well, my definition of love is whatever's going on in your life. I don't know. Let me fly through the timeline before we get to any interesting details. So, in 2011, we meet Anthony Strangis. Then in 2012, we get married. 2015, the staff walk out due for a pay from the two restaurants. It reopens in April 2015, and July of that year, there's another walkout. And so all this kind of stuff. That's not, I mean, that's not even. The point is, in 2015, there's chaos happening. Okay. 2016, spring, Whole Foods and line closes.
in 2015.
There's some factual stuff that's not, maybe correct me. I mean, to me, it's not that important to me, the spirit of the thing is important. Okay. May 12th, 2016, you and your then husband, Anthony Strangis, were arrested after he ordered pizza using his real name. Okay. In May 2017, he pleaded guilty to stealing more than $2 million from investors and scheming to defraud, as well as this is from Wikipedia.
Yeah,
Well, we just finished reading it. We talked about it. In May 2017, he pleaded guilty to stealing more than $2 million from investors and scheming to defraud, as well as criminal tax fraud charges. Why is Wikipedia wrong? And how dare you?
Well, I mean, I did plead guilty to those things, which I had to. I got a jury duty summons, and I had to fill out like what charges I pled guilty to. And I had to go online and look it up because I didn't really remember. I thought that was interesting. I had to go look it up. But
Actually, let me finish the time.
okay.
March 16th, 2022, Badge Vegan documentary comes out where you're interviewed. They tell the story.
Mm-hmm.
Some stuff is true, some is not, some is disturbing, misleading, as you said. Okay, time right over. Anyway, what's wrong with the? How would you elaborate onto you pleading guilty for $2 million stealing?
So a lot of people plead guilty when they're for reasons other than they're actually guilty. So it's even right now. If I knew that I was going to cut this in 4 months or 3.5 at Rikers, and I was thinking about this recently, and even if I knew that I'd be acquitted at the end of the trial, I very likely would have just taken the 4 months because, the stress of going through the trial, but in particular, it's incredibly stressful, not knowing the outcome. And then money and expense I didn't have. And so, people plead guilty all the time, even if they don't think that they should. And my situation was so complicated and hard to understand that it just was easier to do. But also, I just was kind of going in the advice of lawyers. And
so the choice, just so I understand, is to plead guilty or to go through a lengthy trial, and that trial would stretch a long time, but it would be extremely stressful
and extremely expensive,
which is yours.
right? And I didn't have anything.
Right. And so a lot of people in that situation might choose to plead guilty. And so that doesn't necessarily mean the full heaviness of that statement of guilt.
Right. And I think people plead guilty all the time in situations where they're being threatened with like a heavy sentence. And they sort of feel like but that's kind of part of a lot of things that are messed up about the system overall that didn't necessarily apply in my case. But
So we'll talk about to what degree you're guilty and what that even means.
yeah, because it depends on intention, I think.
Yeah. And the word intention also means a lot of things, like the word love.
That's true.
All right.
So the restaurant closed the first time when I was away and told to be off communication. And then yes. And then
He told you not to talk to you.
he told me not to like open email or look at my phone or whatever. And so when I came back and had to get it reopened, which seemed like an unbelievably difficult task, and I was kind of shocked that I was able to pull it off. I worked incredibly hard to get it reopened, and because that meant everything to me, and so I just had to get it reopened.
Were you surrounded by people that were ingrate you?
At that time, well,
Just the staff and all that.
yeah, but most of them came back. A lot of them came back. I think what was so unbelievably painful about that whole time was like not being able to tell anybody what was really going on, and in a sense, not really knowing what was going on myself, but not being able to, like, having to pretend all the time was like.
So you didn't really tell anybody
about him and what was really going on, in part because I didn't really understand what was going on. So what I did was I raised money to reopen the restaurant, and I think I raised something like maybe like 900 grand, and probably 90% of that went to reopen the restaurant, And I even made two sales tax payments right before we disappeared. So it just sort of logically seemed like, so I didn't like all of this money was taken and then he and I ran off together with a whole bunch of money. It was like I raised a bunch of money to reopen the restaurant, because I wanted the restaurant to exist again, and I wanted to, I wanted to run it. I wanted to reopen the restaurant, and most of that money went to reopen the restaurant, and then I disappeared. So, sort of the timeline gets a bit wonky. So it's this impression was created that we ran off with a bunch of money and we didn't. So if I wanted to be a criminal and steal a bunch of money, why would I have put it all back into the restaurant and then also made two $10,000 sales tax payments, and I also repaid $10,000 of another loan, and I was making other payments and stuff, and then boom, I disappeared.
So is your mind going through a roller coaster here? So could there have been multiple yous there? So one mind is like, I love this restaurant, I'm going to reopen it, I'm this chef, business owner, this person, and the other is a human that's in this complicated love affair.
It wasn't a love affair.
These are just words. How can I? Okay, I don't want to. I say that lightly, but also not, because a lot of people make us do dark things, and you can say that's not wrong. But okay, the thing that traps us, the things that pulls us into a connection with another human being, that's love. And it's abusive and dark and toxic and all those kinds of things.
In some cases, I think, like if it's voluntary, but in other cases, somebody pulls you in. So it's not like you're drawn towards them; they pull you in.
But just to clarify, even when it's not physical, when the pull is with words, so it's emotional.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is your mind when you raise $800,000 to $900,000 to open the restaurant? Working your ass off to open this thing, okay? Making payments, and then all of a sudden disappearing. Where was your mind? If you had a lengthy conversation with a common pastor in privacy, where would you be telling your therapist?
I would probably be asking him questions. Well, actually, I have more questions for investigate all of these things myself, like dissociation, and even there's a psychologist who believes that he must have used neuro-linguistic programming on me, which is something that Keith Raniere from the Nexium cult, he was known to have used that with people. And I think neuro-linguistic programming is kind of the same as like a sort of like hypnotism.
The only reason I know what NLP is because in what I do, there's something called natural language processing, artificial intelligence stuff, that has the same like 3 letters.
Right.
What was the other thing that NLP, neuro-linguistic programming? Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, we talked about Andrew, my friend Andrew offline. He definitely should do a podcast. He's a fascinating. He's such a brilliant and kind human being. Definitely worth talking to.
Yeah, I listened to a lot of his.
He said that you listen to a lot of his instructions on getting light in the morning or whatever during the day. It's very important for your mental. There's all these kinds of studies. It's good for your mind.
Oh, and also the other thing that he got me to do is to try to delay having coffee. So instead of having coffee right when I wake up, I always drink a lot of water first. But then instead of having coffee right away, if you wait an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours, then your body is able to naturally do something that drinking coffee too soon doesn't want that. So then you'll be more tired in the afternoon. So if you wait an hour and a half or 2 hours, or as much, before you have your first cup of coffee, then you won't be as tired in the afternoon.
Interesting.
There's a lot.
What?
Yes.
One coffee addict talking to another coffee addict.
Yes, it works. And so I try to get up and do other things first before I have coffee. Um, so, and the light thing also makes a lot of sense to me. Getting light early in the morning. I have one of those bright light boxes. And I would love to have an apartment that had a little deck or something where I could just step outside. Because when you live in an apartment, you kind of have to like go all the way outside, and there's people everywhere. And so to get that early morning light isn't that hard to do.
Are people good for you or bad for you? What's that you're going to say about that? I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Okay. Moving back to where's your mind? When did you disappear? To what you guys go to Vegas first and then to Tennessee?
No, I kind of refer to it as like the road trip from hell.
It's a very harsh way to describe it. It's bad, you're in bad, it's a bad country.
Maybe it was to country as Wisconsin, except without actual drugs. That was one of the first questions my father asked me was it drugs? And I wished that I could have said yes, because I didn't know how to explain what had happened. But
so
he took me away involuntarily, except, of course, he wasn't holding a gun in my head, but all along it was like a metaphorical gun.
Was there ever physical abuse?
No. What would qualify as sexual abuse, yes. But physically, no. A couple of times we would get into slightly physical fights, but he never, I mean, he was big and as large and blubbery as he was. He was also really strong. So sometimes he would like subdue me, but other than that, it wasn't physical violence. But a lot of people will say that the psychological violence is, I don't want to diminish physical violence, but some people say that the psychological and emotional violence is more destructive.
It's just that the physical violence is easier to identify.
It's easier to identify, and it seems kind of more straightforward. Whereas psychological, and you have a bruise on your face, you break a bone, and those things hopefully heal in a visible way. But psychological stuff, you can't easily identify or understand, or others can't easily identify it.
And then you find yourself crying for no reason at a beautiful song at some point.
Yes.
That has to do something happening in the depth of your mind. Okay, so took you away. But where was your mind that was doing both those things? Was able to be taken away, but also was pushing to the flourishing, the reopening and flourishing of the restaurant.
Well, I wouldn't have reopened the restaurant and then knowing I was going to all of a sudden be taken away from it and it was going to get closed again. It's like, why would I do that? Why would anybody do that? And one of the things that I tried to do towards the end was I was trying to get myself off the bank accounts because I didn't want him to be able to get money out of me. And so there was one time when I tried to get one of the investors, we went to the bank together to put her on as the signer and take me off. And because we didn't have an operating agreement, they wouldn't let us do it. So it was like this little snafu. And so all of these things are sort of the opposite of criminal intent.
But that's a legal thing. What's going on in your mind?
I don't know. I mean,
did you give yourself a chance to just think?
No, and I think that's part of one of the things that might have saved me or anybody that's pulled into a cult. One of the things that they do is they keep you exhausted, overwhelmed, confused, and afraid. And so you don't have any time to think. So you're just kind of constantly running and you're confused, and then things are happening. It's funny, there's some quotes in my book draft because I listen to a lot of podcasts. Like, I don't know what the logistics are of like trying to make a quote from a podcast in a book.
Yeah.
But I have a couple. I think it was Andrew Huberman on Joe Rogan said something about if a human or animal, I don't know, the human or animal is stressed, and they're phrasing this horribly, but they're much more easily prone to be put into, but forced into delusional thinking. And so that quote resonated for me because, he kept me in this incredibly stressed out, afraid, confused state. And then whatever he started planting in my mind, I'm going to be that much more likely to just kind of go along with it.
Well, we'll see how this whole journey ends. Well, let's actually just step back a little bit and just look at the people as restaurants. Do you have remorse for what happened, especially from the perspective of the employees and staff?
Yeah, hurting them was sort of the last thing that I would ever have wanted to do. And in part, it was financial harm, but I don't know whether it's more important or not, but, it was taking a place that was very much like a family to them. And it was as if I destroyed it. And so I think that because we were so much like a family, it was almost as if like mom went off the deep end and got together with some cuckoo abusive guy and sort of abandoned them. And they didn't know what was going on and what was happening.
Should you regret lying to them?
I regret lying to anybody in all of those circumstances, but I wasn't lying. He made me think that, everything was going to be reversed and okay, and anybody that money was borrowed from, they would get it back, maybe tenfold. And so it was this weird situation of having like one foot in his reality and potentially believing the things he was saying, or even over time wanting to believe him more and more because the alternative was so, the alternative was worse. The alternative was increasingly a bigger and bigger nightmare. So
There's this whole situation where you're constantly giving the money, constantly borrowing money, with this idea that it would be repaid like 100x fold.
right.
Kind of like,
So it's sort of like lying to somebody because you're planning their surprise party. You think like, well, I'm lying to somebody, but it's because there's a good reason.
yeah.
It's sort of, that's not a good example, but
No, but you could have not made it a surprise party and be like, pull them in onto the planning of the party and be honest about like everything that's happening. Not in a negative way, but like get them in on the fact that, okay, I just need to give money to this guy, but we'll get, he is a super rich person of some kind and he'll repay.
yeah,
Because you're holding on to
that's part of the torture is that you're isolated and unable to tell anybody.
but you're not unable, or he was telling you you're not allowed to say anything to anybody. You're choosing not to say anything. But it's because of the sort of weight of it. Because it's embarrassing to sort of, it's an embarrassing something. I mean, why do you not tell others? What is that? What's happening to the mind when you don't tell others?
Part of why the story is, everything that happened is hard to summarize and talk about in any concise way is that so much of it happens in this very slow way. People always use the whole like frog in boiling water example. So that by the time you realize you're fucked, it's too late. And it seems hard to believe or understand to other people because they see where you are or where you ended up, and they think, well, how did you let that happen? And, well, I don't know. Would I have willingly destroyed my life and hurt all the people I care about and allowed my mother to get hurt? And I would never have ever willingly done that. So something else must have happened, and that's the part that's difficult to understand.
Let me ask you about another hard question.
Yeah.
Do you deserve most or all of the blame for the failure of the business? Or are others at fault too?
Well, the business didn't fail. It was doing well. And so its closing is like it was destroyed.
Who deserves the blame for that? I'm asking from your perspective now to think about it. In the press, in your mind, are you angry at Anthony, never angry yourself.
But I think that in privacy of my own mind and to everybody listening, it's I feel responsible. I feel responsible in the same way that if you kind of did something, if you were driving and you did something stupid and caused an accident in which other people died, you would feel, I think, horrifically responsible, and you blame yourself because maybe you looked away or checked your phone or something. But you didn't intend to kill those people, of course. So for me, it's like I didn't intend to kill. Sometimes I say like my own child. I don't know if that's offensive to some people, but it's like as if I killed my oldest child. It was a business, but it was special. So I don't feel guilt. I feel responsibility, and then I'm angry at him, even though that anger is pointless.
Okay, because this has come up. Let's continue with the hard questions.
Mm-hmm. Are they going to be easier?
Okay. This is fun. We're having fun. You posted on Instagram. I'm going to cite Instagram like it's Shakespeare.
Okay.
The ending is disturbingly misleading, but still, I'm very grateful for this coverage. This talking about the documentary. The cooking towards documentary. I'm okay with the criticism and judgments, but would rather it be based on what's true. And then you say a couple more sentences. And then you say Leon Blue has his own Instagram account. And it's one lucky husky dog. Says hello. He loves you all, even if you call me a quote arrogant sociopath. It's all okay. So, the hard question: do you think you are in part a sociopath?
Hmm.
Would you know if you are?
Yes.
How does this work? So, what have you learned from reading this?
I had all these interesting thoughts about all these sort of questions and thoughts about it because the book I'm reading now, I'm only about a third of the way through, she talks about some of the things in the brain structure that are particular to sociopaths. And so then it makes you think, well, what if that could be tweaked in some way? Like, could you sociopath a sociopath?
As a nature.
I think it's both. I think it's genetic, and then it's like genes that are turned on by things like a particularly violent childhood or some sort of dysfunction. So I think somebody could have a gene that's not turned on, and then the sociopaths have a gene and it's turned on. So
the sociopath means that you're not able to be empathetic, or you're generally not empathetic to the suffering of others, to the emotions of others. I mean,
it's a hollowness, so it's like you don't have, just completely lacking the capacity. I mean, it's tragic because they wouldn't understand or feel love, but it's like a hollowness. And then something also about the wiring, and I think also because of that hollowness, they're able to incredibly quickly look at others and identify their insecurities and weak spots. So they're incredibly good at manipulation.
Is that because they're just able to objectively observe the situation? Or no?
Probably in part, but there was some other explanation related to the brain structure that I read somewhere that made sense to me, and I won't remember it because I don't usually.
You're not into that.
No, like I'll listen to
perfectly.
Yeah.
Single line from every book or paper he's ever read.
Right. I don't remember things in that. I try to usually remember the conclusions. So like I might remember that he might give a whole long explanation about why it's good to do this or to take this supplement. That's a bad habit. Sometimes I'll put a supplement, and then by the time they arrive, I forgot why. I hope we get to talk about food because I feel like you have a brain that should be fed only the best food. So we can talk about that later.
A lot of philosophies about that, but certainly fluff is not what they look best. We'll definitely talk about food. throughout what is best. Uh, that makes me think of Conan. And I just talked to Oliver Stone, who I didn't realize wrote Conan about me.
Do you know that in my head I pictured Conan O'Brien?
He's also
I was saying that by wait, why? I love him, but when you said that,
yeah, I love him so much. It's a brilliant human.
yeah, sociopathy.
Sociopathy.
Yeah.
So it's stuff about the brain, fine, but how do you know you're not a sociopath? Would you know? Am I a sociopath?
No.
How would I know? I
Well, have you listened to a lot?
Well, wouldn't I be able to be good at faking it? No, like,
Well,
there's a
looking
mask
there,
on the cover of this book.
I don't think you would be doing the work that you're doing. You'd probably be running for office or, a trader on Wall Street. Or one of the things about sociopaths is they kind of need like the stimulation of risk and danger.
Well,
But also,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
More than average.
I like but Wall Street is a fakeness. Like, I don't like the fakeness of the game.
Yeah, that's why I love it. It was a strange environment.
Okay, so you're not a quote defective, arrogant sociopath. What does defective even mean?
Well, I think that somebody had just called me that, and I think that, it's easy for people to say, like, don't read the comments, but it's hard not to because I'm not seeing this the beautiful ones. Or sometimes, like, you have to go on to check a private message, and you just stuff, it's there. People saying horrible things. So I try to, people say, don't pay attention to the comments. It's hard not to, but I try to.
Even with the documentary, you try to still kind of see to look for the good ones, for the kind ones.
So there were overwhelming kind of comments, and so that helped a lot better. But sometimes, sometimes the negative comments were based on, they're based on false information. So if somebody knew everything that happened and then wanted to judge me or say things like that's somehow, at least it's all right.
So you think
People saying these things based on things that are totally false is just it's hard. It's hard to just let that go. Yeah, but I know that people also say things, for their own personal reasons. I had a fascinating exchange with somebody who direct messaged me and called me trash.
you responded?
I responded because it was
Voice.
no, it was amazing.
Okay.
I would do
It's a
this
good
for a
offer.
while. It's sort of like I might be procrastinating, but I would scroll through because the private messages were overwhelming, and there's still just this massive backlog that I'll never probably get to read.
But the one that called you trash is a pickup, is an opener. You're like, this is
I
interesting.
just was in a mood,
Yeah.
and so I responded. And I wish I hadn't deleted it because I just deleted a bunch, and then I was like, well, why did I delete that one? So I was curious what exactly I said to him, but I responded to him in a nice way. And then he responded back, and then it started this whole back and forth conversation.
So he was kind.
Yeah, and then also like wanted to know me and I was in Pennsylvania. And I'm like, you realize, somehow this just turned into like you are having trash online.
That's a pretty good.
But he ended up having such an insightful comment. I just found it interesting, and I think he said, I've never had any reply, which is, it's a part of the whole thing with social media. Although this guy was not,
Was not.
no, he had a private account, but it's like his name and his face was there.
If people forget that you're a human being,
Exactly.
folks, you message me, I'm a human being.
So I told him that was, that I was hurtful, and I guess I wanted to understand why he said it. And it was surprisingly insightful, but he said something about, again, I shouldn't have deleted it, that he um, he was like, I guess I was just angry because like that guy. He said something like, I guess I was just angry because that guy got you, and I would have. So it made me think of the whole like sort of incel jealousy thing that can be very terrifying if you're female. Is that like if you reject a guy, they might turn around and be violent or angry at you. And so his
Well, to be fair, it was a dumb anger probably has. I
Yes.
believe there's the capacity for cruelty and anger and destruction of this. The host really likes to emphasize good stuff.
yeah
So it's not just an insult thing. It's true for men and women. Both
yeah
capable.
that is very true.
Like this one guy. So let me put on my therapist hat. Because we started where we started with. I already forgot. But we are. No, no, just maybe it's not the best idea to answer comments that start with that you're trash.
I don't do it all the time. It's just I happened upon that one, and I was just in a certain mood. I was just in a certain mood,
Well,
And-
let's
and I like
further offline
yeah.
discuss this mood that you're in because it might get you in trouble at some point in your future. Okay. Uh, can we just jump back? Speaking of guys saying as an open that you're trash, how did you and Anthony Strange's meet? Can we jump around and tell some of the details here? Because that I believe the documentary doesn't cover that. It's not clear. There's some Twitter interactions, and you've kind of assumed. By the way, I do think he's a social media coach on this because I think you know, uh, I have some books to read. I think some maintenance on these Twitter. Apparently, you kind of thought this person who turned out to be what's his name? He called himself Shane Fox, but he turned out to be Anthony Strange's that he was somehow friends with all of them because of their friendly interaction on Twitter.
Mhm.
So he started interacting with him, and then there was how did that escalate quickly to
It escalated slowly, and I think I'm sure it was intentional because had I met him right away, I would have probably thought, "Oh, good, he's not what I thought he was," and no thanks. But it was it was many weeks of back and forth conversation digitally one way or another. So it was, via Twitter and via direct message, and then we both played boards with friends back then, and then messaging with friends, and then eventually, we exchanged phone numbers.
how did Word with Friends? I know that's a popular game. Is that what Scrabble?
It's like Scrabble, and you're playing other people, and then there's like a chat function,
Yeah, and then you can chat with them.
right?
So you were this intellectual stimulating game, and you were like flirting and that kind of stuff. Thanks, witty banter,
Yes,
aka flirting.
yes, and all of that lasted a really long time, and he would give me like little tiny bits and pieces of information about himself that made him seem kind of mysterious.
He's a dark, mysterious man who was a Navy SEAL, strong.
Yeah, and he would always imply things versus say them outright, so you're kind of always guessing and filling things in.
Clearly, he's with that character. He's not gonna say it outright.
He's what?
He's a Clint Eastwood type of character. He's not gonna say it outright. He's just gonna act like us.
Yeah.
Right. Because of what those are friends. That's the thing about it.
So I think it still exists. Yeah, but I feel like I started playing again. I was a little addicted. But one of the interesting things is that I used to think that he like used an app to look up things, but then he would do it in front of me. He could like look at. He was really good at it, and he could look at the board and just like come up with 100-point word that I'd never even heard of. So I think he had a little bit of something going on in his brain that was like, I don't know, a little brain manish or something in the way that he was able to recall. I think his recall is incredibly.
It's important if you lie a lot.
Yeah.
Good recall. Okay, so when it's okay. So how do you escalate slowly from like, you know what? I know it's not alone there. That said, when did you kind of buy the fall in love? Like the slow. Yeah, when did you fall in love?
It was a slow process. And I think he found me at a time when there was sort of a perfect storm of the right conditions for me to fall into whatever I fell into with him. Because that was heartbroken for the first time in my life. I had split with my boyfriend for 4 years. Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a relationship that I knew would end, even when I got into it in the first place. Because he's 15 years younger than me. And
surely that can't be the only the reason for you. I need to also give you a love.
What's it called?
I'm gonna write it.
Okay,
Just
because
that's
there's another
a joke.
didn't bring. Okay.
There's no book on Twitter. There's no book on a lot of people keep trying.
But I really like it.
Like love languages. That's not the read that.
No, it's called On Love.
I can't wait.
But,
I'm gonna read the clip notes. Bye.
it's short by this guy named Alan Decotton.
I don't trust him already.
No, it's funny and it's beautiful and shocking that he wrote it when he was very young. And I first heard him on a Crystal Tippett podcast. That's how I ended up reading a lot of books. It's like you hear somebody on a podcast.
So
Love,
heartbroken. You knew
yeah.
it was gonna work
I knew it was going to work
because of the age difference.
that's just because the age difference. Also, I just knew that eventually he'd want to move on and probably he'd find somebody younger and or was young enough that he still needed to go have a bunch of other experiences and probably wanted a family or whatnot eventually. So he was 21 and I was 34 when we first met. But then we ended up living together for 4 years, and it was the most drama-free. Like there's no drama, and I had just come off my prior relationship with Matthew Kenny, which was very dark in many ways and full of all kinds of and I just couldn't handle that. So
Let's do
yes, between us and
between us friends. Is there a part of you that's attracted to the drama and the chaos? No. Okay.
I feel like that happens a lot, and maybe there was at some point, but I don't think so because part of what made that relationship work with his name was Tobin was that there was no drama, none at all, and I don't think I could have handled it. And I feel that way now too. Like I just couldn't. I can't with fighting or any kind of like the people being passive aggressive. I can't handle that. So
you found that storm, right?
yes.
So you knew it wasn't work.
I knew it wasn't going to be forever.
Well, that could be just insecurity, but fair enough. And then the heart was broken.
Yes.
And now the heart was broken and fragile, and there to be manipulated in some sense.
Yes. There's another person that I heard like quoted my book saying that when you're heartbroken, you can't rely on your instincts. Somehow your instincts are compromised when you're heartbroken. And maybe I'm just like looking for excuses. I don't know why it happened, but I was heartbroken, and then
I like to see people that are broken because it's like shows how much they really want somebody. You know,
Yeah,
it's sad, but like sometimes love doesn't reveal itself as richly when you're in it versus when you lose it.
right.
Anyway, so your judgment was good. Great. So now you're lonely and you're super busy running the restaurant, but when you get home, then or like in between,
Yeah, and I was kind of overwhelmed, and
I'm sure you're getting a lot of positive attention from other guys to New York or
yeah,
not.
no, because it was a restaurant. There was constantly you're like constantly meeting people, and really interesting people. And New York is full of a lot of um, interesting people.
And you're attractive.
It's
So why are you connected to some uh, mysterious, distant man from somewhere else? Like what?
because, well, I think now looking back, I think it's because I felt like he understood me, and you know,
What was that feeling? Like, what? Why? Why does one feel that you're understood?
one thing that made me extra easy to target is that I'd written a lot of very personal blogs and things. So, in addition to him asking me questions and me probably just being insanely open and answering whatever he asked me, I had also written and posted a bunch of personal blogs. Some of them I reposted on my new website, and then some of them I haven't. But in one of them, I go into detail about my frustrations um, professionally in running the business. And having read that and being a very smart person, he would have known kind of precisely what to say to get me um, drawn in. So I think by waiting so long before we met in person, he'd already gotten me hooked in a way that was going to then make it possible for me to, see him, and even though he doesn't look like I thought he did, I'll make excuses for it. Or, I mean, it's a dangerous thing about um, when people, and I'm not saying I fell in love with him in this way, but I feel like there's another explanation for what felt like love. But when people fall in love quickly, there's like danger that um, because that's what happens first. But the more you learn about them, the sort of rationalize away things that might be red flags or things that you don't like. So I think it's safer to fall in love when you get to know somebody not in the context of dating them, like Jim and Pam in The Office. Did you watch The Office?
Yeah, but of course you watch Office. British Office is better. Strong words, but yes. So yeah, fine, true.
It might be
But I also look at yeah, I like the romantic, but yeah, it's fine. But just I think the better lesson is yes, that's one thing to say, but the other is that when you see the red flags, notice them, be a little better about noticing them,
But what if,
even amidst the passion.
what if like a brilliant woman kind of threw herself in your path, right? She having, because talking on the podcast is a little bit like having a blog where you overshare because people learn everything about you, what you like, what you don't like, your wants and dreams, and. So some woman like pretend to like throw herself in your path, seemingly accidentally, and then you meet, and
She has a Russian accent,
no,
and
and
probably works for FSB.
no, whatever she is who she is, and then she sort of slides into the conversation like a quote from an idiot, right?
Yep, yeah.
And you're like,
Yep.
right? But she's not who she. That's all pretending, and so you very quickly fall in love with her, and she's going to turn out to like enjoy the game of destroying your life.
Yep. That is the love of my life.
It could be, but not if she did all those things intentionally.
But you have to then pay attention to that's the dark aspect here. You mentioned the blog. Like I love when people have like stuff about themselves online. You get to really learn. I mean, I'm a fan of podcasts. I'm a fan of people. I love learning about that personal stuff and so on. Hopefully for good reasons. So the people you connect with, the good ones are the ones that are going to be very sort of empathetic, and the bad ones are the ones that are going to be fake. Like they're going to learn from you, use you to manipulate you, as opposed to learn everything about you, to fall deeper in love with you as a friend.
Or like genuine curiosity.
Yeah, genuine curiosity. Like there's something you're drawing. Like imagine your dog Leon has blood. Oh yeah, he does not. Yeah, that's true.
It kind of does.
Yeah, but we ask people when you met, right? Then you'd be like, "What is this? What is there that's pulling me towards this creature, this entity? What is there?" It'd be fascinating to learn more. And you fall in love with the details, not just with some kind of ethereal thing. Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, you have to pay attention to the red flags.
Yeah, I think one of them actually is somebody who doesn't have that kind of. I mean, plenty of people are private and they don't put stuff out about themselves online for all kinds of very valid reasons. But somebody who does share a lot about themselves personally is maybe there's examples, but there's probably not a sociopath, but they're sharing all kinds of.
Sure. But I mean, on the other side, when you meet people, yeah, I still like the phone because the red flags, whether you see them early or later, doesn't matter. I'd rather see red flags right away. I go in hard, intensely, like to clarify, go in hard. I mean, you know, no small talk. Just get to know quickly, get to know the person. Challenge traveling with them is a really positive. Like, road trip from hell or not. Go on a road trip and find out.
But you might, so there's somebody I was
This is also male perspective.
destructive relationship with where we had already fallen in love and then went for the first trip in a situation where we were like had to borrow. I guess he was still sharing his car with his ex-wife, so we had to go to the garage to pick up the car to go on this little trip. And
So you're literally baggage.
yes. So, but especially where the garage attendant was like wanted more identification and it was a pain in the ass. Anyway, this guy was so unbelievably rude to the garage attendant, like just nasty. And I was completely shocked and disturbed. And we got in the car, it was a long car ride. And I was like not saying anything and really shocked. And then he noticed that and was very concerned and I explained, like, I would never treat somebody that way. And then he pretended to get incredibly upset and to feel horrible and remorseful about it. And it was like all we talked about for the next few hours. And then I kind of thought like, well, okay, I can get over that. And then the relationship continued and it was a dark and destructive one. Whereas, had I seen him behave that way before we were in a relationship, I would have known to back away.
Okay, he's finding the lesson. He's still walking away. And
No, you can't. Well, I could have walked away at any point. Or I call him Mr. Fox because this would depersonalizes him. But I could have walked away from him at any point in time. But that's kind of the whole point of what they do, and the whole reason why people don't understand it. I mean, it's like being in a cult of one. So the people who've been in cults and gotten out, we understand each other very well because the same psychology was used, the same psychological tactics were used on us, and then we experience the same thing on the other side of it, which is it's hard for us to understand and it's hard for other people to understand, and everybody's saying that would never happen to me, or they're saying I don't get it, it's smart, why did you let that happen, why didn't you leave, why didn't you walk away, and on the other side of it, we don't have the answers, or it takes a really long time of self-reflection and reading and investigation to try and figure out how it is that it happened and why didn't you walk away.
No, it's definitely part of every level, and I just think that even for more subtle, so not outrageously toxic relationships, but like normal toxic, not like a little bit toxic
Because
relationships.
there are some people who thrive on
Yeah, but you just still just be self-aware. Like I think you've talked about giving yourself time to think about the red flags, and like I pride myself on to walk away. Let's think. Like, uh, is this the kind of thing I could live with? In friendship, in business partners, and because the little things that bother you turn out to be big things down the line. So
yeah, so it could be less romantic, but I feel like getting to know somebody slowly over time is
yeah, it's the smarter thing.
it's safer.
Fuck it though. But that's again my Russian slash Ukrainian male perspective. Anyway, so meeting Mr. Fox, Anthony,
That's a chapter title in the book, Meeting Mr. Fox.
meeting Mr. Fox. So you're working on a book about this.
I'm almost done. Taking a really long time.
Can you define it almost done? Because I've said that it's like this is when people say like they're leaving. Like I'm almost in the car,
Right.
and they actually they're not really they haven't even started the shower yet or something. So
Yeah. I think I probably need some like therapist to work with me on this.
are you usually late to things?
No. I'm usually I sent you a text message because I was early when I got here. And I said that I'm it's because of I think I said my crippling fear of being late. I'm like always early.
So I'm loitering outside with a weirdo that I have to come in if it's not too early. The crippling fear of being late makes me chronically early. Today is no exception. Yeah,
So
interesting.
I got here before I rang the bell. I was outside for a little while, like killing time, going I'm way too early. But it's really hot out.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, well, I always err. Like I was very early to the airport, and then I have this time to kill. But that's fine with me because that's actually time I appreciate because I can write things or I worked on my book draft in the airplane, mostly editing, which it needs a lot because it's really long. It's in word count.
So all the things are already completed, and you're just editing down.
No, I wish it's in 5 parts. And I've written 1 through 4, and part 5 is like the chapters are all there, but some of them are messy, some of them are just like a paragraph, some of them are just notes. Some of them are done. So I am kind of it's like 5 parts, and part 5 is not quite finished.
What are you?
But I've been editing along the way. So
this is gonna come out in 2023, I think you mentioned. So it won't come out for a bit. Or we'll figure it out. What have you learned about yourself from putting some of these things down on paper? What's like the darkest thing you realize about yourself from writing?
darkest. Well, one of the things that was fascinating is reading through all of the correspondence between him and me that I was able to find. He deleted all our emails, but he didn't. I think he thought he deleted all of our group chats, but he didn't.
Oh, so he had access to your email.
Yes.
So you have that side too.
And he had access to my email most of the time. And then at the end was also emailing people as me, which was incredibly mortifying to come home and then get back into my old email and find that. And I think he was also texting people as me, and those I'll never know unless somebody brings it to my attention. Just after a certain date in 2015, he had my phone, and he had exclusive access to my phone and email, so I wasn't looking at it until I got out, until after we were arrested. And I was out on bail at my sister's, and it took me a long time to get back into my Gmail because I had to verify who I am, and I never got my phone back as me after that time. But anyway, I was able to recover a lot of our G chats, which we used that. I don't know why people don't use it anymore, but it used to be a thing.
Yeah.
It was like if you work with people and you use Gmail, it's a really easy way to just message back and forth.
It's a chat client within Google, but I think Google should have done it.
I think it's still there.
And nobody, I used to talk to people, I mean, nobody talks to me anymore. So I'd rather, thank you. I don't, yeah. People don't love Google social products. The social network, they tried several times, Google Plus, it just has something about it. It's like when Microsoft tries to do stuff, it just doesn't feel right. And it is very annoying. Google chat when it makes total sense. Anyway, so that was still there. So you're reading through that.
So finding, being able to go back and then I kept finding like more layers of stuff, and including a journal that I didn't find that the DA, the prosecutor, found. Me, my journal that I thought he'd thrown away. I didn't know it existed. So somehow he still had it. They found my journal, which was for the year 2014, in the very beginning of 2015.
Is that you got? This is in the middle of it.
It was in the middle of it, yeah. So reading that was fascinating.
Yeah, what's some interesting things there? What was it? Was your mind completely detached?
It was weird because no,
Were you concerned? Were you in love? Were you
I
afraid?
was not in love. I was afraid. I definitely write repeatedly in there that I'm afraid of him. I also write repeatedly things like, I don't know what's going on, like, please let this be over, please let this be over, please let this be over. And then it sort of, if I try to remove myself and look at it as if I was a different person, it's sort of heartbreaking because I was trying so hard to be positive, and, and that didn't work out. I was trying to be positive. So, but when it turned out later in the process, and my lawyer at the time called or something and said, the DA has or the prosecutor, that they have your journal. I haven't read it yet, but as soon as I get a PDF copy, I'll send it to you. So that was sort of weird to think that everybody's reading a journal, which, you don't write it thinking people are going to read, unless you're like a historical person, and then later on you think people are going to print from it. But, nobody's writing.
I just imagine like a 14-year-old thinking they're going to be a historical person.
Right. Well, no, I mean presidents who keep journals and then they're later on.
Sure.
So you're right. You don't think anybody's going to read it, and so that was a weird feeling. And then also just not knowing, having not remembering what I wrote. So I think it was the next day. She sent me a PDF copy of it, and I read it really quickly because I could read now. It was a PDF, so it's like Xeroxes of the pages. It was in my own handwriting, which I could read really fast because even though it's messy, I wrote it so I could read it really fast. And I read the whole thing and was crying because I thought, okay, finally, surely nobody could read this and think that I intended to commit crimes. And so I thought that journal was just going to fully exonerate me, and they would if not drop the charges, just okay, well, some bad things happened, you're responsible, here's probation. But it didn't seem to make any difference, which was strange. But anyway, so the journal, and then also finding all of the correspondence between, not all of the correspondence between him and me, but the G-chat correspondence between him and me. To me, so, all of that is, I wish that everything could have been kind of put out there as evidence. Like, the more they turned up, the better for me, because I wanted them to see everything. And there's just so many examples in the correspondence between him and me where he's, threatening me and, lying to me and telling me that if I don't do what he says, my whole life will be destroyed and I'll lose everything I ever cared about, all kinds of things like that. But what I still don't quite understand, and what one of my lawyers of why all of that wasn't as useful as I thought it might be is because so much of that correspondence, I'm like sarcastically, angrily, I'm yelling at him, I'm mad at him, I'm like, fuck you, I'm making fun of him, I call him names. I'll say to him, like, you're lying, why should I believe you? You told me you'd pay me back before, but you didn't. So it seems like it doesn't make sense. Like, how is it that if I say to him, you're lying, you're a liar, that I still, but so then what would happen is I'm reading that correspondence and then it stops for a while, maybe because I was with him in person.
Yeah.
And then I'll look at like my timeline of things and I'll see like, oh, I sent him a wire for 80,000. Like,
Yeah, how do you explain your ability to still joke around and also to be like mean to him in a joking way?
Mhm.
Like, couples can do that. I guess, like, I mean, there's like cool ways of doing it, and then there's like humorous ways, just like you're talking shit, whatever. You're able to do that still, and yet you're sending over the money and are afraid. Like, how can you do those two things? Like, as opposed to completely shutting down.
well, I don't know. I mean, these are all interesting questions that I have as well. Like, how is it that I was functional,
Yeah.
and yet also doing these things? And so the year that we were gone is like a different level because I no longer was running the business. But the thing about dissociation is that you're functioning, but like your feelings and your thinking are detached in some way, so that like you're functioning and people wouldn't look at you and go, oh, that person's dissociating because you're functioning, you seem normal, but somehow in your head you're like disconnecting your feelings and your thinking. So
You still be able to be like, like the game of social interaction, like being witty at someone, and that kind of stuff. Still,
for me, I think it's like a coping mechanism too, because like if I haven't been to a funeral in a long time, but if I went, I'd probably like find absurd thing, or I'll tend to like either make jokes or want to make jokes at really inappropriate times, even in tragic times, because it's almost like a defense mechanism. I
like
think.
you said, you told me that doctor. Yeah, I my next door neighbor is Michael Malice.
Mhm.
He's a anarchist.
I have one of his books,
The hero,
Dear Reader.
hero, yeah, and he loves he embodies dark humor, trolling dark humor, and he's underneath it the sweetest movie. Because he's writing a book now, The Red Pill, that's really focused on Stalin and the Holodomor, which basically atrocities throughout the 20th century. And I think he needs the dark humor to release them out.
I think there's something about incredibly good, but the most offensive comedians tend to have the kindest hearts. I think this is my theory. People like Ricky Gervais, goes out and insults people and makes jokes that people find horribly offensive and crude, um, and and yet, he's a huge animal rights guy and appears to be an incredibly sweet and kind person and sensitive. And Howard Stern, people who are like incredibly crude, very often are, in my experience, to the extent that I've gotten either to know people personally, observe them, learn about them in other ways, but almost like the more crude and offensive the comedian or the person, they tend to have the kindest. Like
Yeah,
they,
I see what you mean.
well,
The ones who are stuff, he seems like not a good person.
oh no, he's such a good person.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah, such a good person.
He's just said so much. So I'm friends with Rogan. He says so many ignorant things about Rogan. I suppose that's
So I haven't listened to Howard Stern in a long time. And I also think that people who say bad things about Rogan don't listen to his podcast.
right.
Because if I've listened to his podcast and what people think of, I think people would assume that I don't like him because, or the whole like vegan thing and he's all about meat, and they would think that I would think, because I've listened to enough of his podcast, I've heard the one where he talked about why he hunts. And Whereas if I only knew him via his Instagram, I might think he's an asshole. But having listened to all of his, not all, I don't listen to all of them, there's a ton of them. But having listened to a lot of his podcasts, enough to know that, um, he's an extremely kind person with all the best intentions. And I think that a lot of that judgment comes from people who are just seeing little clips.
Yeah,
Because it's probably easy to take little clips from him that's fine.
yeah, the lesson there is just not make judgments on people without getting to know them, especially when you have no excuse when the content is out there. Like, don't be lazy.
Yeah, I try. I'm very careful when, a lot of these cases, like the Depp bird thing or
Johnny Depp and
Elizabeth Holmes and anything like controversial. And sometimes that makes me, I can't think of an example, but very often, like when somebody criticizes something or something becomes controversial, that's what gets me to want to understand it better. So then I'll go like the book that everybody's mad about.
Yeah, it's hard to know what's true though. So I try to have humility and always assume I don't really know the full story. Keep pulling at the string, keep learning more. But even then, like the more you learn, the more you realize things are complex. What do you think about as a small tangent? Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, trials going on. The good thoughts will resume next week.
So again, this is one of those situations where, I have very limited information. I'm also not sitting there watching the trial.
Have you watched any of it?
Little bits of it. It's like I know that if I go there, I'm going to want to watch it all.
It's good.
I know.
Because it's raw human relationships. It is most toxic and it's most deep also because you can tell there's love. Still there's love. Which is the interesting thing. They probably still love each other even though they hate each other. And like there's a lot of lying. It looks like it's Amber Heard lying to my foolish eyes. It seems like she's lying nonstop. But, I want to know the full story. We'll never get to know it. But you see this raw post-mortem on a relationship alone where there's clearly passionate. There's clearly something deep of a connection there. And it just, that's the sad thing about love. It can destroy you as much as it can uplift you. So
It can be also used to destroy people.
Yeah, to manipulate all that kind of stuff.
Right. So people who feel strongly are, I think, particularly vulnerable. It's hard because I've dipped into like a podcast or something where other people are discussing bad eating in like a pop culture way, and they're analyzing it, and it's so annoying to listen to. So I'm like, oh my god, that's totally wrong. That's totally wrong. Well, if they only knew this, well, nope, that's wrong. So listening to other people analyzing my situation or my psychology when they don't have all the information is really frustrating.
There's a difference.
There's
a difference because the world doesn't know much about you except through Netflix documentary.
Right.
There's a lot more information about both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and the trials revealing the real people. This was so interesting.
But I haven't watched it all.
Okay. But there's a difference between a documentary and like a raw human being.
Exactly.
Sitting, you can see the body language. It's so interesting that I think you could tell the difference between the person who's full of shit.
No.
I'm not sure.
No, it's about, I'm gonna.
And sorry to interrupt you, but on top of this, they're actors too, which is very annoying.
Right, exactly.
It's like I don't know if they're putting it. It sure as hell looks like Amber Heard is putting out like a soap opera. Soap opera meaning like really bad acting and lies. But
I would say all of these things are really hard. People would say about me, I don't look like a victim, and I don't mind you interrupting me because maybe it means that that means you're interested. You said it was a good thing, so you don't have to apologize.
I think
It's coming up, but I keep thinking of this.
That's one of the things that Andy told me. That I'm like, are you sure? Because this seems like an asshole thing to do.
I guess it depends on the context. If we're in a business meeting and somebody, talks over you to kind of make their point heard, but if it's a one-on-one situation, it's not Anyway, but so a long time ago, I listened to there was a audio call from an audio that was released, taped argument between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And I don't remember why, like which one of them had taped it and if they knew it was being taped, but it was like an hour and a half. And I listened to it almost like it was a podcast where I was doing other things, cleaning my apartment, and I was fascinated listening to it.
Good fun.
So, and it's interesting too because it's just the audio, so you're not looking at the body language, which can be completely misleading. And there's another podcast where they talk about how judges make the worst decisions on whether or not somebody deserves, parole or to be released on bail when you see the person in person versus if they're just looking at the information on paper. So I think body language and those kinds of things can actually be misleading. Or we think that like by looking someone in the eye, we know if they're lying or not. But the skilled liars are able to bypass that, or because I'm jumping all over the place, but one of the things about sociopaths is they're not going to have the same tell. So like if I was lying, somebody would know because I'm like stressed out, mortified. I'm probably doing all the things that we do when we lie because it's stressful for me, whereas they don't have those things. So I think that, they could, for example, I think they could pass a lie detector test. They also don't have like a startle response. So the activity in their brain, like if you and I watch something graphic and tragic on TV or watch something happen, like things would happen in our brains that don't happen in the brains of sociopaths. So they don't react to things in the same way that we do.
Yeah,
but that makes
you keep assuming I'm not a sociopath. I didn't say I'm not a sociopath. This assumption you keep making is very interesting. Then why did I murder all those people? Let's get back to the what were we talking about?
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So the audio that I heard made me, without knowing anything else, made me very inclined to be team Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Based on that audio.
Well, that's how the people are feeling about this whole attraction. By the way, I do think it's a very healthy thing to do in a relationship is to record each other for months at a time. Every time you fight, that just seems like a very good sarcasm. I don't understand how that, because they both record each other. I suppose you can look back at all human relations and be like, this was ridiculous. What was I doing? But when you're in it,
Right. I wondered that too. Like, who made the recording and why? And did they both know about it, that it was being recorded?
sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. All I know is just the poetry of Johnny Depp's speaking sort of movement about the whole thing. It's interesting. It makes you wonder what's real. Maybe this is for. Maybe they're both in love, and this is like a troll that they think real. I don't know. It makes me wonder what's real at all. Because you have to remember their actors too.
Yeah, I don't think he would have filed the lawsuit.
No, I'm joking.
No, I know, but no, I mean, my point is,
Yes, yeah.
if somebody was trying to make the argument that like he's the abuser and that he's lying and he's full of shit, it sort of doesn't make sense that he would have filed the lawsuit unless he's trying to have this all come out in the open because he believes he's in the right. Again, I
agree with you. As a fan of love and human nature, I appreciate the fact that they went through this. I know it's probably extremely painful, but it's fascinating to watch human relationships be presented in such a raw way, and to make you realize how rare it is to get a glimpse like that.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons I like that book, Confessions of a Sociopath, also it's female who's writing it, and I think statistically men are more likely to be sociopaths. Maybe not. I mean, these are all things where a lot of times there exist statistics that would be inherently hard to get. So who knows? But I think that people tend to think of sociopaths more as men, and then which probably gives female sociopaths the advantage in that people are less likely to, like the Elizabeth Holmes, like people who are really manipulative and really good at it. And part of how they're able to succeed is that people don't understand their motives. People will assume that people behave rationally, even if rational means it's like Anthony Strange's. You know, it would have made more sense if he had gotten all this money out of me and, you know, put it in an overseas account and then ditched me and got on a plane to Mexico. Like, everybody would understand that more. Whereas, you know, the way things happen and the dragging around the country and, like, what were we doing in Tennessee? And then why, like, nothing really makes any sense. But, and also all the things that he did to me and had me do, it was as if all of those things together only make sense if his primary goal was to maximally destroy me and also make it like have me burn all my bridges and make it so I'll never recover. And when you read a book like that, you understand that that's what he wanted. Like, that's his life.
So
It's a game.
like what do you think?
It's about power.
Do
It's games.
you think he understood the long-term goals he has, or was it the short-term game of it that he enjoyed, the ability to destroy you?
Well, yeah, it's the short-term game of it.
Controlling of you.
Yeah, and also I think for him, like, the motivations are just different. So, you know, he spent a year incarcerated because he never got out on bail. Then he got out.
He was out of prison.
He got out before I went in to serve my time, which was really, you know, like, psychologically, I had to try really hard not to be infuriated. And but anyway, so I think for him, you know, the consequence of spending time in jail is still like an inconvenience. You know, it's like this game. And so he wouldn't feel, if you're not capable of being emotionally hurt, then you're, you know, you have immense power because you can go around and do things and people can't hurt you. It's like a superpower.
And he did this for people who are not familiar. I guess he did this for other women.
Yes.
Yes, I think it was in the documentary that his, I guess, ex-wife from somewhere else.
Florida.
Florida.
Sorry.
Strong words.
Well, it's just like when there's the weirdest story about, you know, people eating Tide Pods and then doing crazy. It's like it's always a Florida. So I feel like whenever crazy. So to me, it makes sense that he would have spent time in Florida before, and that's where
Crazy.
and I mean that on insult on him. I also, like, he's an amazing person. So it's like it's him that I'm making her like Florida. It's weird.
Yes, he was the first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, jumping around, was one of the things he said that was disturbing was the ending of the documentary. And the ending has a phone call, I think,
Yeah.
of you and Anthony talking. So, what, high level, how many times have you talked with Anthony, this guy, the president, and what did you talk about? And why is that, consciously, that segment is all yours?
My issue with it also was that it was deliberately misleading because what was particularly infuriating about it. And then also it was like the thing, one major thing that was incorrect that I think helped allow people to make an incorrect conclusion at the end was in the film it talks about, I say something about how my accountant made a joke about if I married him, he could easily transfer me money without tax consequences. And then the film has me saying something like, you know, and then within 24 hours we got married. But that's like audio from here and audio from here spliced together.
So they made it seem like
Like I married him because it was like he could give me money, and that wasn't the case.
So you're part mastermind, some kind of scheme that involved money transfer. Yeah,
Right. If nothing else, I was trying to get money. That's why I married him. So which is absurd because again, you know, New York is full of legitimate people with loads of money. If I really wanted to marry somebody for money in New York, it wouldn't be that hard to do. anyway, it was just a deliberate making it seem like my intention was, to marry him for his fictitious money.
Okay, so that's one.
And either
Let's go to that ending thing because we're on the topic. Because when you got out of prison, what the film implies is that whatever, there's a small aspect of your mind that still wants to continue the relationship with Anthony.
yeah,
And not just that, but there's still flirtation, kind of body inside. Like, we got the world, like, at our fingertips. We're playing. So, I mean, one of the exciting things about being like a couple that's fucking with the world, that's getting away with something, is that there's all these powerful forces that want to catch you in a crime and you keep getting away with it. That's exciting.
in
So,
some
no,
world it could be, although
not in this case.
right. And also, I always have to keep reminding people that get away with it because I lost everything, and all these people lost other, people I cared about lost a lot. My mother lost a lot, but I lost everything too.
Yeah, your restaurant,
And all
your
my,
food.
yeah, my reputation, my stuff, my home, ending up with millions of dollars of debt. Like, it's not even like I lost it all and went to clean slate. It's like I lost it all and now I have this like giant boulder of, or like this wobbly, unclear how to, like, yeah. So when people say,
Well, it's just this whole thing.
wait, with something, I'm always like, oh, wait, with what?
I know.
Destroy my life and end up in debt? Because it's not even like, you can't even sort of point to like, as if I was trying to do something and then oops, that happened. It's like, there's nothing that logically makes sense if somebody was trying to decipher my, whatever motives I might have had.
Yeah, you didn't walk away from the explosion. You were inside the explosion. Okay. But that said, the movie implied, and so it's interesting to ask, not just in clarifying the movie, but just as a human being, you're out of prison, he's out of prison. There was, that toxic connection, but it was there. And there's a depth to it. So toxic connection can be pretty deep.
Yeah.
So, what was the conversation like, and how often did you talk?
Well, he doesn't speak anymore. And that call at the end was recorded. Was recorded on, like, I recorded the call and gave it to them. So I was like deliberately recording him. It's not like I was caught on a hot mic. Like, I made that call. I recorded it intentionally. I was trying to get him to repeat some of like weird things he would say about like his meat soup or some of the weird like the things about something not being real. The more like fantastical things. I was trying to get him to repeat those things. And it was probably like a 40-minute call, which it's actually on my phone. I still have it. I haven't gone back to listen to it. But
you ever think of publishing that call?
oh yeah. Oh, I think about publishing everything. My entire journal.
You should publish that call and then just publish it.
Yeah. No, I want to publish like a lot of stuff. He took all these videos of me also that they used a couple of clips of, and I would, they're also on my phone. I would publish them all. I would publish everything. In particular,
If you release that would be good.
Yeah, I'm probably going to do that eventually. If all of that material would be really useful to psychologists or people studying it. So, to the extent that it would help other people understand what happened.
Well, he's still out there.
Yeah, he's still out there doing weird shit with his clean slate. I get a little annoyed about that. He's got the clean slate.
Well, he didn't have a restaurant. Does he have any public persona or no? Oh, we don't know.
He got booted off. He put him back on.
What about the aggressive
And No, not at all. I find that whole conversation really interesting.
Whether to put somebody like Anthony on back on Twitter.
Well, no, I think, because I used to always think, like, if only everybody had to identify as themselves on Twitter, and you could have, like, a parody account,
Yeah.
or, like, Leon has an account, but it's very clear that it's me behind it, or sometimes there's, like, Devin, like, so people have parody accounts, but if we could identify who it is, then a lot of,
Why did he get booted off of Twitter?
I don't know. But I used to, so in the last 2 years, I would periodically, probably like once a month, maybe more, I would like look at his Twitter just to kind of see like where is he and, like just to see like what is he up to. And I figured out, I could tell from the photograph that he moved to California. And I think he might have told me one of the last times I spoke to him that he was going to move to California. But, and then I also screen grab a lot of stuff and put on Twitter. And he put these creepy videos of himself on Twitter at the beginning of COVID. I screen grabbed those. And then one day I went and like he was, account was suspended. And then I kept going back and it's like been suspended ever since. So he might have started a new account and I don't know what it is. Probably he is in California, I can clarify. Somebody who was going to have to interact with him in an official capacity was going to go meet him, and I said, I was nervous about it, and I said, he's going to be really likable. Like, you're going to like him. He's probably going to like figure out what you're interested in, talk sports, talk whatever it is that he figures out the day that you're interested in. He's going to be really nice. He's going to seem like a nice guy. And that person later got back to me and was like, you're exactly right.
So yeah, that's the sociopath thing, right?
Yeah.
It's extremely careful. But inside a relationship, that's even more dangerous. Like,
so I think that part of the reason I spoke to him was entirely self-serving and strategic after the fact. Well, even before I knew there was ever going to be a documentary, I spoke to him, and I knew how dangerous it was because I knew that in a situation like this, you're supposed to have more contact, which makes sense, and I understand why, which makes it extra tragic with kids with sociopath or in a narcissistic abusive relationship. If you have kids, then you're tethered, which is tragic. But
why are you supposed to avoid conversations? Because you can get pulled right back.
So there's no contact. Yeah, because they'll continue abuse or you'll be vulnerable to them being able to pull you back in. So I knew that to be the case.
But why was it self-serving? Why did you talk to anybody?
Because he was getting out. He was going to be out free out in the open while I was going to be locked up at Rikers for 3.5 months. And the one thing that, if his motivation was to destroy me, then what else could he do to really, like, hammer that last nail in the coffin? That would be Leon. And so he would have known that Leon would be staying with my mother. He knows where, he spent a lot of time at her house. He knows where she lives. It would be super easy for him to just drive up there, wait for her to let him out. And then, because out in the country, he'd be off leash. And all he had to do was kind of whistle, call him over, and he could take him away and do whatever. So I was completely, like, gripped with that fear.
It's not fear for yourself, but fear for me.
Well, I was going to be at least safe from him, but I was going to be locked away. So.
Oh yeah, right. Sure.
So.
I got it.
I would be powerless to do anything, and he would have free reign to go destroy me further by, taking or hurting me down. And then when he got out, I still, I had unfollowed him from my own account, but Leon had never unfollowed him. So I was looking at his account.
Can't just say because Joe has his dog, he doesn't talk for his dog too. I just love when people do that. It's so great because I actually pretend In my mind, for some reason, I do think Leon has a come. Like, I don't, you forget there's a human behind it. You're like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I know.
I love when we get to that. So, continue. So, Leon did not follow him, and what,
So I was able to go back and look at his Twitter, and it's not that quickly got a phone, but he very quickly started tweeting right after he got out, and I was kind of like fascinated because I didn't know what to expect or what he was going to be saying, and he started saying things that I could tell were directed at me. You know, like things that only I would know. You know, like random things, like things that were like the equivalent of like an inside joke that you have. Just so he was posting things like that, and there's so many things going on at once. So another thing that would have, twisted, but I think understandable way, in sort of a sick way that I was fully aware of, is that here I am having gone through this completely like messed up thing that now I'm in trouble for. Everybody's looking at and nobody understands, right? And so there was this unfortunate situation of the only person who understands what I went through is the person who put me through it, right? So
were you also just a little bit seeking closure at some time?
probably a lot, but also with the awareness that I probably wasn't going to get it, And I mean, I know for a fact I would never get it in the same way that, which is why I was able to later on, like in the context of recording those calls, I was able to talk to him in this detached way because I know he doesn't give a shit. Like, he doesn't give any shits about what he did to my mother or me or anybody or anything. Just doesn't care. So he's certainly not going to care if he's never going to say, like, I'm sorry, or I did a bad thing, or like, he's not going to be affected. Like, if I yelled and screamed at him, that would just be frustrating for me, and he would actually probably be gratified by that. So
that gave you, that empowered you of being cold and sort of
yes, and I had
distant.
a prior experience where I had to do the same thing. Where, like, if you're able to be very cold and not allow somebody to push your buttons, then you're taking away their power, and then that feels empowering. It feels like reclaiming a little bit of your power. So in my talking to him, I always had a reason. Like, it was always like I didn't want to hurt Leon, or I wanted information, or I wanted to know where he was. I'd rather let him think that, maybe he could still manipulate me one day or whatever. It was like safer to keep that there than to not know where he was, and if I was going to like be walking Leon and turn the corner and he's standing there. Yeah, like if there's a crazy murder out on the loose, you'd rather know where they are. I have no idea. So there are a lot of different reasons.
Why does it upset you? Why was it wrong to have the audio clip of you talking about it? Like, what did it?
Well, because it implied all kinds of things that were completely not true, and also just didn't make sense, and it confused people. And so,
if the people who haven't watched the spoiler alert, as they play the clip of, sorry, I don't even remember what was said, but it was kind of
that last what we spoke about.
Yeah, what was the?
Yeah, I only watched. Like, I still haven't watched it. I only watched the film once. While people were looking at me for my reaction, and I was crying. It was really weird and strange and surreal. And I haven't gone back to watch it again. I feel like I'm just going to get more annoyed. But I will eventually. But and when the ending happened, I immediately blurted out, I hate that. I hate that ending. But I sort of assumed a lot of people saw it for what it was. They saw that it was like the director doing a weird thing, and that it was kind of just weird and off, and like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
but
so it was basically you joking around, like flirting.
It made it seem like as if we're still friendly.
And there's more to come. It's almost like there's going to be a bad vegan too.
Right. and then also, I mean, it made it seem like, you know, if I was laughing with him, that I don't take anything seriously, you know, that I don't take what happened seriously, or that it's like,
don't feel any remorse.
exactly.
Yeah, and after that, he goes to credits with Wild War, which is a great song.
Yeah.
That was baby the Wild War.
I never got to hear that because the version I watched didn't have any credits, but I knew the famous that song at the end. And paid a lot for it.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, I got this song. Did you ever say what was the darkest thing about yourself that you discovered from the book?
Oh,
We
no,
took the tangent of
right. You started talking about, exactly, yeah, about the G chats. And I think it was, I guess it was trying to understand how I was able to be sarcastic and make jokes at his expense while all that stuff was going on.
So what's that? Does that have you figured out what that means about you?
No, it just was interesting to look at, and also I think, you know, I have a tendency sometimes to be sort of like jokingly hyperbolic or sarcastic, and it's gotten me into trouble. One time I got locked up in the Harlem psych ward for a day because of my hyperbole and sarcasm, and like was
Do you want to tell the story of
lost
that?
in translation errors.
That's a heck of a lost in translation error.
Yeah.
Did you say something funny to a therapist?
It was, yeah, I mean, I was sort of making jokes about how bad I was feeling, but in a hyperbolic way. And so then suddenly somebody told somebody, and then the lost in translation, and then they were worried that I might kill myself. And then did a wellness check, and then tried to call me, and I was in the shower, so I didn't see the phone. So then somebody called the police to do a wellness check on me.
Things just escalated.
And then not knowing that if I had handled it right, if I had immediately, if I'd sort of understood what was going on and handled it right immediately, I probably could have gotten out of it. But they err on the side of taking me to the hospital no matter what. And I didn't know that. And it also.
So you really leaned into the joke by going to the hospital?
I didn't. It's sort of one of those situations that was both comical and tragic because it would actually make a really good. It's weird how I do this sometimes. Like it would make a really good scene in a film version.
Who would play you?
I don't know. There's a thing being made with
Sharon Stone
because
have you cast the scene yet?
no, but there's a thing being made that I have nothing to do with, which is frustrating and weird.
A film about you?
About like somebody's making a fictionalized drama, and it's frustrating because for all kinds of obvious reasons, it's like annoying and
It could go anywhere.
it could go anyway.
If you like the bad guy.
And everybody does get a bajillion things wrong. And there are also a bunch of people like profiting off of it, and like, thanks guys. You know, so it's infuriating for all kinds of reasons.
Do you know who's playing for the actors?
You know, I don't even like. I just don't like. I'll inevitably know, but I don't want to know. I think it's just annoying. And also, I've always people ask me this all the time, and I just thought, because of the way everything that happened was such a kind of a slow build, and there was so much nuance, and it's kind of really hard to understand that it could only really be done well in like a Breaking Bad type of series, like a long series, where like you would be taken through these kind of gut-wrenching, icky, slow build things, and then that would make it all make sense. Like that, if it was done that way, it could be done accurately. But the reason why I think, so I made these stupid jokes, and then somebody did a wellness check, and asked the police to do it wrong. But when they knocked on my door and came in, it was like a repeat of getting arrested. So I sort of weirdly flashed back to that, and then burst into tears, which isn't the appropriate response if you're trying to diffuse if you're trying to discourage the people coming to do a wellness check from taking you to the hospital, starting to cry is not the right reaction.
Well, the thing is, I mean, there is, it's funny, but it could be also the joke. The joke, the best jokes are grounded in truth, and pain. In this case, pain.
Yeah.
Right? So, it's, have you ever, if I may ask, considered suicide?
Yes.
What?
Well, I'm kind of a wimp, so I'm afraid of all of the gruesome ways. But one of the things I remember doing is sort of hoarding medications, which I had when around the time and before he took me away, because I wanted the safety of like an out. And
But around that time, so that's the road trip, right before the road trip from hell.
around that time, yeah.
With the medication. And,
Like if I could get my hands on any sort of weird medication, I would kind of hold on to it. And
so all the chaos.
I think I knew that it would be hard to do it that way. So
You were
I didn't really
thinking,
thought about it, but I never.
in that really tough time, you're thinking about taking your own life. What gave you hope? What gave you sort of the business, the restaurant that you give so much of yourself to is lost. You're lying to everybody. You're in the hole financially. You're being psychologically trapped. And you're still there. Please don't.
See, I made a joke about it like this.
There you go. But it's always there. It's the Albert Camus, says you basically always have to be aggressively looking for a reason to live. Otherwise,
What's the point?
yeah. Otherwise, it's easy to go the other way. Because why live is a very good question. But anyways, it's by way of hope. By way, it's a dark time. It's a dark time. If you could sort of look back, what gave you just strength?
I think that just having like a sort of relentless optimism. And I think too that sometimes people assume that suicide is the result of circumstances, which maybe in some cases it is, but I think one of the things that book explains well is that very often it doesn't have anything to do with circumstances, it's just the pain,
Which book?
the darkness visible. Because people like to criticize. So when somebody commits suicide, people will very often criticize them like it was a selfish act. If they have a family, which most people do, but especially if they have kids. And I think that, everybody's quick to sort of call the person who killed themselves selfish. And I think that the type of pain that one's experiencing that leads to that is something that most people, and I don't, like people don't understand. But it's not the selfish thing. It's just like quite literally becomes intolerable, from what I understand.
And it can hit you. It can be slow, it can be fast.
Yes.
That pain.
Yes. So I think because for me it was more just my circumstances were so crappy, but also I had an awareness that even in Rikers I knew how wildly lucky I was to have, family support system, opportunities, and like I'll always be okay one way or another. So I felt lucky that I have that, but also I the shame of everything that happened, and will I there were certainly times where, especially when I would learn something new, like in the emails between Mr. Fox and my mother, I just wanted I wanted like a meteor to hit my particular spot on the earth right then and there, just because it was.
So he was manipulating your mom too, because your mom loved you and was willing to give money.
Yeah, and it was really very sad. So I mean, I feel like it's my fault.
What's your mom say about this whole situation? No, that.
We don't talk about it because we just really think that we would, because I feel sick enough, because I feel like it's my fault, and I think she also feels sick over it, and so we don't talk about it as much as one might think. But sometimes I have to ask questions in the process of writing the book, and then there are other things where like I could ask a question, but I just don't want to because I don't want to go through that, or it's not really necessary to ask the questions, but there are things that I'm sort of curious about. But
When you went on that road trip, wow, what was that like? Where'd you guys go first? Vegas. So you drove New York. Where?
it was a series of stops at like hotel, motel type places.
When I did a similar road trip, but from Boston, like I drove across the United States with no destination.
I had always wanted to do that, and now I guess that was one of those things that sort of like ruined for me. A lot of,
You can always be clean.
yeah, I could, but now, yeah. I did think about like how one day if I did some sort of a book tour or something, like I imagine this
Like
Leon and I in a car. And
it has to be different than and book tours. If you're not careful, can suck the soul out of a human being. I think you have to do like a Hunter S. Thompson style book tour where you miss a bunch of dates. So you got too drunk the night before. But anyway,
or I just what I worry about is that I just be feeling terrible in some way and not be up for it.
up for the trip or up for speaking.
Just for like a certain type of experience. I think I'm always afraid of that in committing to things like if it involves going to a big public event.
Yeah, I think you have to be very careful. Like podcasts is an industry, and I'm always surprised that people just jump on podcasts they don't really listen to, and just do a lot of podcasts for the book tour. First of all, financially, it doesn't make any sense. Like, especially going on a small podcast, like, what's the benefit? Like, really, you want to go on just a couple of big podcasts that you're actually a fan. Like, it's really, really, really important. People don't, like, they don't understand the power. I mean, maybe you just don't understand podcasts. For me, as a fan of podcasts, it's like the biggest thing I love listening to is when a guest is a fan, they understand the culture, the style, the sound, deal. They understand the podcast. They understand the other person. They feel the pain, the hopes of the other person, the weird quirk of the other person. It makes me feel much better listening. And ultimately, the appearance itself is not just enough to sell the book. You're selling yourself as a human being, and that requires some new chemistry and all this kind of things.
Yeah, I agree.
And podcast appearances are exhausting. Like you're giving a lot to yourself. It's intimate, it's deep, it's honest. Anyway, road trip. You don't remember the motels and the hotels along the way.
Well, there are a lot of things where like I'll remember the things that happened, but I don't remember where it was.
You just drove without an information. Really.
I assume he must have known ahead of time, but he made it seem like oh, funny we ended up in Vegas. Funny how that happened. But now when I see all the places that we stopped, they were all places where there were casinos. So there's a lot more casinos around the country than I knew. And they're so
He had a camera.
yes, but I think that it's not a. So I think that regular people have gambling addictions, and it's a horrible, tragic thing. You can destroy their lives, and I know people that regular people can have a gambling addiction, which is explained in a way that addictions are explained. really speaking, because he could win money and lose money and he didn't really care. Whereas somebody who has an actual addiction, and then all normal people with normal human emotions, would either be elated and relieved or devastated to lose a lot of money. And for him, he didn't really care. Again, I think he moves to the game.
Like what really would come to your mind? Like would you be on the run? Did you feel like you were on the run?
No,
Did you know you were on the run?
no. So I didn't know that. The other thing is the restaurant was operating, and he took me away, and then like people weren't paid, and it all sort of fell apart.
And you weren't checking your text. So.
No, and then you have to have my phone and my email. I did later on I got a brand new phone with an empty phone with no existing numbers and whatnot. And so that he and I could communicate. And I just went to the grocery store or something like that.
What was the reason he had the phone? Like, what was the narrative, the story that he was taking over your phone? Was it? I mean, like how did you allow that to happen? Or maybe a better way to ask is, how did he make that happen?
Well, I was conditioned to it before, because before he was always checking my phone, which was wildly infuriating, and I feel like
You fixed it by giving.
well, the conditions were different later on, but in some sense, I didn't want my phone because everything, like, I was in a state of shock, and it was just like, take it on, like, I'd give up, like, I guess I'd given up, and so, yeah, I'd given up. There was no, like, I wasn't going to fight back on anything. Before I would even take my phone and look for it, it was infuriating, and he sort of forced me to get used to it. And this is again something that like we've been in cultural understanding. It's like they condition you to not react negatively to things that you normally react negatively to. And like if I was in a relationship, like if somebody, I would never ever look in somebody's phone, and if somebody did that to me, I would be like, goodbye. So I'm pretty sensitive about that, and so it was very infuriating when you take the phone and look at it, and it got to the point where not only did I feel like everything I said or wrote or emailed digitally or whatnot would be read, but it got me to the point of feeling like I was being watched all the time in a non-explainable way.
Yeah, what were some of the, you didn't mention it, some people definitely touched on some of them. What are some of the fantastical stories? So you mentioned that he might help make the immortal. What?
All of that was always really vague. Intentionally, like a lot of what we talked about was always very vague. But a lot of that stuff was very vague, and again, like it
Convinces.
slowly over time. And a lot of those things too are things that conveniently you kind of can't disprove. So it's almost like people believe in God, or religious people believe certain things. And so one could argue, why is it that much crazier for me to have been open to the idea that maybe we do live forever in some way, when
So
a lot of religious people have similar beliefs.
So one of them, the other thing is she was, maybe you can correct me, but reincarnated or something like that, or like
He acted like he had lived many lifetimes and had all kinds of wisdom from having lived all these prior lifetimes and being aware of it.
so was that, and it was vague,
Mhm.
but it was somehow believable, or is it just like part of the charm? Like what? How do you not call bullshit?
I know.
But not necessarily bullshit. I understand when you're smitten, in whatever way. But like one or little more details could supposedly easy. Just, like put it off for later. Assume that more details will come later.
Right. I think he's a mentalist or a illusionist named Darren Brown. And it was on Joe Rogan podcast, I think Joe interviewed Darren Brown. I think Sam Harris interviewed him. I got really into it. And then I was looking for other podcasts, or maybe Joe interviewed him like right after. I may have gone looking for it. But anyway, it was in the conversation with Joe where Darren explains he's somebody I would love to meet, a mentalist and illusionist, because they understand a lot of the ways in which the mind can be manipulated. So I feel like if they looked at everything about my situation, they would be able to understand better how he was able to get me to believe things. His Darren Brown is pretty fascinating what he does. He really seems like a very kind person who's very open about it. And when he was talking to Joe, he said this thing that, and I use this quote in my book, and again, I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it in front of me, but it's like, he says something about how we want to believe the lie because we'd rather believe that it's something amazing than just that ugly and pathetic lie. And then, whatever he said was said in a much better way, but the point is, like, that's, so he was explaining in the context of the way that an illusionist or whatever they're called is able to pull off certain things, which is that there's sort of, somebody, it was about somebody who's watching and watch them possess that person, sort of leverage people's tendency to want to believe that something amazing and cool is about to happen versus like this is just a really ugly, pathetic lie. So I think that a lot of the things that Mr. Fox that he put forward, I couldn't understand it from the perspective of it being a lie because it just seemed too weird and crazy. So I think that this happens sometimes where you believe somebody because it seems so weird that they would lie about it. I think when somebody, or it's been said sometimes that like the more fantastical the lie, the more believable it is because you don't believe that somebody would tell that lie. And I think something also that Mr. Fox, people like him are people are doing is going out and lying in very brazen ways that even people would be terrified to do. So that kind of also makes it more believable. So if somebody could go out on the world stage and lie and not kind of feel weird about that, or even knowing that it's a lie that can be pointed out as being a lie. And then there's also the layer of to what extent is this person in some way also delusional themselves and sort of believing the lies. Just people have asked me that and I wonder the same thing. To what extent did he believe some of the stuff he was saying? And I think probably there was some sort of delusional aspect, almost like he was sort of halfway aware of playing his own sort of virtual reality game, like he was in some kind of metaverse in his brain.
You think he believed
In some way, yeah.
But
He wanted to. He wanted to be his own, like, he wanted to be a superhero. He never built anything, created anything, accomplished anything in his life. Yet, so in his own brain, he could turn himself into like a movie superhero.
That's short term.
Yeah.
What about the Navy SEAL thing? Did that ever get resolved? The lie that he said that
I don't know if he said he was a Navy SEAL or that he applied that he like worked with the CIA, or that it was like working with Black Ops that is by definition under the radar, right? So I mean that's obviously a huge red flag. Now going forward is like somebody. First of all, if somebody tells you that information pretty quickly, that's itself a red flag. But I mean,
right? Well, cross that off my list of different
but conveniently, if he say in some world he actually did work for like Blackwater and one of those places that I wouldn't be able to just call something to verify it. Anyway,
Yeah.
so I think that in some psychological way that I don't understand, he probably did in some way halfway exist in this world where he was this, like fighter, and he would say things like, "It's because of people like me who sleep at night," which is probably a line out of a movie that I've never seen. I feel like a lot of things are that's a good thing.
That is a good. Said that. That's a movie.
Is that really a line out of a movie?
It's not a movie. It's
What would happen at Rikers is when these things would happen where one of us can think of something and you're like, oh, who's that actor in that movie and that thing? No. And so what we do is like if somebody would be on the phone and you'd be like, hey, who are you talking to? Can you ask us to look up on their phone? Like so we'd ask people on the phone or somebody would go make a call and you have to call somebody and ask them to Google the cast of a movie or something like that. I think you would find jail. Don't ever get arrested or try not to, but I think you would find jail fascinating.
I always want prison because there's a lot of elements to it. And I don't have any questions about it, but I feel like I can get a lot of reading done. Yes. I remember that. People attribute this to George Orwell, but I'm not sure if George Orwell said it. But it's something like there's a lot of different variations. But we sleep safely at night because rough men stand ready to visit violence on those who would harm us. And there's a lot of variations of this. But basically, our entire society depends on bad motherfuckers who are willing to fight to protect our freedoms, to protect our well-being. And one of the things about the United States is because we're surrounded by water, we don't get to see the violence that's required in part to protect the sovereignty of nations. You mentioned that I would, not to go to prison, but that I may enjoy my time there. Let me ask you,
I think that
what was the
you find it fascinating. I don't, because it's like still kind of too soon. But
well, how was your time? You spent 3.5 months at Rikers. How was that? How was your experience? How's the food from the chef perspective?
not good. But Rikers was when I got to Rikers. So I was arrested. I spent I think about 10 days in the Tennessee, small town Tennessee jail. Agent Ford was also the weirdest place on earth.
Is that a town?
Yes, it's the town where I was arrested. It's
Why is it so weird?
in the film that I told them, you have to go to Pigeon Forge, you have to go there, you have to go there. And I think I was pushing them because it was going to potentially be the end of the season. It's like a summertime or it's a tourist destination. And it's so bizarre and weird and trippy that it doesn't even seem real.
The carnivals happening there nonstop.
Exactly. It's I think I say that in my intro that it's carnivalesque and trippy and weird.
You're like clown walking around.
Not necessarily clowns, but there is a video on YouTube that because I got to the chapter where we arrived at Pigeon Forge, and I'll never forget, although I have forgotten, but I remember being like weirdly, like felt like we had entered a different universe driving down the strip and just looking at everything on either side. And I was wishing that I could remember in more detail, like the names of the places and what was there, because I wanted to describe it in this chapter. And I was like, oh, I wish there was like a video of somebody going down the street, showing what's on one side and on the other side. And I was like, probably is, and there is on YouTube. Like I found it and I watched the whole thing.
How does this come up from prison exactly?
Okay. So that's the town that I went to jail in.
All of that.
In Tennessee. So the food there and some of the conditions, the food made, when I got to, then I was extradited and transferred to Rikers. And when I got to Rikers, I felt like it was like the Four Seasons in comparison. So, and I really kind of appreciated a lot of things about New York when I got to Rikers, even though there are a lot of things that are very scary about it.
Where's Rikers located? Is it close to New York City?
Yes, and in a very kind of almost poetically interesting way. The dorm room where I was when I was there for the 3.5 months was one of the ones based in Manhattan. So I could go across the room and look out the window and see the whole Manhattan skyline, which was.
I remember being shocked by the cost per person per year
Yes.
that New York pays. It's like $450,000.
I didn't think it was that much. I thought I wrote it down, but either way, it was.
No, I mean, it's elevated during COVID, just fascinating to that number I just said.
Yeah, during COVID, I felt sick to my stomach thinking about people stuck there. And again, so Rikers isn't like a long-term prison. It's most of the people at Rikers are awaiting trial, and they've been arrested but not convicted. And then if you're convicted and you're sentenced to less than a year, then you put on a different color uniform and you go upstairs to different dorms. If you're convicted and sentenced to more than a year, you're sent to one of the upstate prisons. So most of the people at Rikers are there in transition. They've been arrested, but not convicted or awaiting the trial. So you could be perfectly innocent and you're stuck there, and that happens to a lot of people. Or you could be arrested over some kind of comparatively petty thing or non-violent thing, and stuck there because you don't have as little as $500 to pay bail, which is completely messed up and unjust. And I think most reasonable people agree that it's unjust. But it's different when you're there and you see those people and you see kind of the anguish. And whether, I mean, I have no idea if they're guilty, but I usually don't know what people are there for. It's being watched. The sort of help is there. You have very little contact with the outside world. You have limited phone calls. And so for people who had kids and a job and an apartment, it's like one by one those things are lost, or their kids are now being looked after by their abusive ex-husband or something like that. And so watching that is just gut-wrenching. And then also knowing that the only reason they're unable to get out is because of, $1,000, $2,000, in some cases $500. There were people, so there's all of these tragic cases, but then there was also, while I was there, I mean, if I'd had any money, I would have been wanting to bail people out left and right. And then in some cases, if there was a woman there swore really loud, the bail was $500. And I was like, I wish I had bail. Just wanted to bail her out. So, because I'm pretty sensitive to sounds and being around 50 people inevitably.
You're in a large number of people.
Yeah, there are areas there with cells, but a lot of the areas there are rooms with 50 beds. So, and there are about 3 feet of cooking space. So during COVID, there was certainly no social distancing. And it just felt kind of sickening, especially because so many people are there for non-violent things or drug addiction related or mental health issues.
How did that, you personally, just having spent that time there for 3.5 months, how did that change you? Like, what did that have an effect on your mind?
On my mind, personally, I think I was surprised at how well I adapted, and then how I was able to, and then I think I sort of took it in the next level. And one of the books somebody sent me was The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer, and it's very much about like observing the mind, and that kind of helped take it to the next level. So
it was just like a meditation retreat for you?
Well, it's like it'd be like trying to meditate in the middle of a circus or in crazy circumstances, because you're never alone. There's nowhere to be alone, and there's
People
always
like talking, there's noises, there's.
fighting, noises, chaos. Um,
Do you feel in danger?
yes, but um, I never felt terrified there. One of my friends in the bathroom is the scary place because they don't have cameras um, in the bathroom, so that's the one has to watch out there. And I did one of my friends, one of the people I was friends with there, she did get beat up a bit in the bathroom one day. A lot of weird shit happened. But it was if you're interested in human behavior and psychology, and it can be fascinating to
So
just sit there and watch.
They're saying like you might enjoy prison for that perspective, like just to get to watch human nature. It's like at I don't want to say it's worse, but like the full variety that it can take.
Right, and there was a lot of beauty there as well. I mean,
So, yeah.
people being, well, again, it's the definition of love, but people being, incredibly generous and kind to each other. Sometimes people singing at night. There was just a lot of, there was a lot of, hilarious stuff. It's all there. There's tragic things, interesting things. A lot of people with mental health issues, which is can be difficult to witness.
So a very different experience. I should ask for this, but somebody that's currently in prison, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Mhm.
I believe she spent approximately 500 days in isolation. So it's a very different prison experience. But what do you think about her case? What do you think about her, Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh,
So her brother, her family, she says that she's a victim, not the monster.
I think this is an especially fascinating case because, and I have listened to podcasts about the Epstein situation, um, and there's one that was more focused on her by Vicky Ward that I would definitely listen to. Vicky Ward is a journalist. I think she'd written an article about Jeffrey Epstein having an affair, so she got to know Jeffrey Epstein, and then she knew Ghislaine Maxwell from being sort of part of the social circles in which they would have overlapped.
Have you, by the way, ever met her? This New York? Do you remember meeting this, Jeffrey or Glenn?
No, I never met them. They're also very much focused with upper East Side crowds. I did meet Harvey Weinstein once that made me have all kinds of interesting thoughts later.
At the restaurant or elsewhere?
No, it was weird. It was out on the street. And we had this really strange interaction. And knowing what I know now, it was eerie. And also, like, he contacted me after that and made it seem like he could have done something for me, like when I had been, say he said, oh, I'm going to finance your whole expansion or something, and like, come to my, come meet me at this hotel, and then I go to that hotel, and he's like, come up to the room, and then I would have been like,
I've been wondering what you would have done.
yes, and sadly, I think I would have, and so I felt a lot of compassion for those who, didn't yell at him and leave or didn't storm out. And because I think what happens in those situations is, there's all kinds of uncertainty in the moment, you just freeze. And if I'm probably one of those people that would sit there and somehow in the moment, without clarity, just instinctively feel like somehow I must have done something wrong and it's my fault, and like I led him on, and or just being afraid, and then you don't know how to deal with it, and so you freeze. So I think that if you're somebody that maybe was raised differently, or you have a lot of self-confidence, or you might have reacted differently and kind of pushed them away and stormed out. But I am probably not one of those people. But I did not ever meet Jeffrey Epstein. But he seems very straightforwardly, just a classic. The way he was able to charm people, the way he could step into these roles. He was teaching at Dalton, and then just kind of the way he would get himself into the academic crowd within Harvard, and I think that's for MIT, right? So he's playing a role, but he's doing it so well that he fools all these people. And the things that people would, in hindsight, say about him are just the same things that people say about. It's like you hear the same things over and over again. You hear the same things said about those people who were taken in by Elizabeth Holmes. Is that it was as if he was under a spell. It was as if I was under a spell. Is something you hear a lot. And so it's like they have this powerful charm that's almost it's overwhelming in that they overwhelm your better judgment, or they overwhelm your like normal otherwise normally functioning capacity for rational thought, and this would overwhelm that with their charm. So, you look at, I think it was like James Mattis invested a bunch of money in Elizabeth Holmes, and all these people who were involved with her, and nobody really did their due diligence, but they just sort of trusted her. And Jeffrey Epstein, I think it's still unclear where he got all of his money, but the guy Wexner, who had, an enormous amount of money and somehow very quickly turned over management of it to Jeffrey Epstein. And so people wonder, like, why would he do that? That's insane. And then other people have commented about that relationship. Like, it was as if he was under Jeffrey's spell. Observers would say, I couldn't understand it. It was as if he was under his spell. And so somebody observing me and Mr. Fox could have possibly said the same thing about me. But it's a bit different because it wasn't all charm. I think Epstein used his charm. He was probably very, very, very crafty in getting. Another thing that people like him do and cults do also is to get you somehow compromised, because then they've got you. So
Some cuts usually sex with.
yeah, and with Epstein, certainly, he was known to have cameras everywhere, and so if he got any of these people on camera doing something compromising, and all very powerful people, then he's got them. And I think he was also very smart to do that, to target people of both parties, so that politically, that he was able to maintain his power, like no matter, like nobody wanted him to be totally exposed, because then a lot of people would be exposed.
But with that part, that's all kind of conspiracy, right?
Right, we don't know that.
So a lot of people believe that, and, I tend to kind of naturally believe that because it makes sense, but it's also possible that straight up with charisma.
I mean, he did record people, and there were recordings. So I listened to an interview with a woman who was a girl back then. Maybe she was 15 or 16 back then. And subsequently, years later, was able to see some of the video of. I think it's a verifiable thing that there were video cameras all over his house.
Yeah, the degree to which it was used.
Right, we don't know that.
And to the degree of how many people were involved, so all kinds of cases on that. But the question of
her. So I only know what I know from the inputs, which are the Vicky board. It's one of the podcasts, a narrative podcast. So it's like an audio kind of a documentary or journalistic piece that she did and put out. I thought it was really, really well done. I think it's called Chasing the Lane. And I listened to that whole thing. I didn't intend to listen to it all because I didn't want to stretch. It was like a weekend, and I basically just, cleaning and doing other things and walking down and listening to it, and I got through it pretty quickly. But I got really fascinated by it because I don't know, but I feel like I find the whole situation gut-wrenching because I think Jeffrey Epstein is a straight up sociopath, like, no question. With her, everybody's calling her evil, and for her to enable and done a lot of the things that she did could potentially require, one might say that it could require a lack of empathy to be able to do those things knowingly. Um, but at the same time, I think the information that was conveyed in the keyword piece was fascinating to me because it's clear that at the very least, it's like all of these things could be true. She could maybe be not enough of a good person to have, horribly victimized these young girls and destroyed their lives. But she could have, I feel like I'm going to get better for saying this, but she could have in some way not quite known what she was doing or been a bit out of her line.
Like
Maybe
manipulate.
not. I'm just saying I would hope that people would be open to that, to exploring that as a possibility.
Well, her family and friends are making that case. They're painting a, a broad picture of who she is as a human being, and showing that she couldn't have done any of those things without being like systematically manipulated. That's their
Right. What I listened to in that podcast about her relationship with her father, how her father died, her things about her childhood, and then Epstein coming into her life and basically kind of pushing all those buttons and becoming like a father figure. And so she would be in a position of kind of always wanting his approval, and and just the way that things that are described about the way that she um, like was so subservient to him in this kind of astonishing way that seems really weird and abnormal. And yet, I think she had a lot of money and connections. And I think she lost the money but had all the connections. Either way, there was a lot a ton that Epstein gained via his relationship with her, like a ton. So it makes sense that he would have manipulated her. He manipulates everybody. So he, without question, I think one could argue he definitely manipulated her. And again, I want to be like careful not to be saying like that's an excuse for what she did. I just think that
that's one possibility.
it's important to like explore these things and be open to them as opposed to just like broad brush painting her as a horrible person. I mean, because people could say that based on things they've read or things that I did that like I'm a horrible person. And it's very different because what she did involve young girls whose lives were destroyed. But I think that people could be a bit open to understanding how somebody could be manipulated. There's a psychologist that I'm friends with that I got to know after I watched him on Leah Remini's show. So Leah Remini is the actress who was in Scientology, got out, and has really been speaking out about it and trying to expose what they're all about and how diabolical that organization is. And a lot of people are exposing them and, doing this type of work. And so she had this guy on her show who was in the movies. His name is Steve Hoffman. And so he was in a cult, and then he got out, again, by extreme circumstances. He got in a car accident and almost died, and that's what ended up getting him out of the cult that he was in. But really smart guy, was targeted when he was young, got pulled into the news. But watching the video from the show, he said, he's talking about his experience, and he said, if they had told me to kill somebody, I would have. And that in that moment made me cry, but I also felt like I understand that. And not that if Mr. Fox had told me to kill somebody, I don't think I would have. But again, I understand how it could get to that point. So that makes me feel like with her, like I'd be curious what Steve Hobson would think, kind of analyzing the entire situation. Because it's hard to understand that unless you've been in it. And I understand with him how he could have said that. If they had told me to kill somebody, I would have. That's pretty intense. I mean, that's pretty extreme.
And it's interesting how you can get into it, how far you can go just one day at a time, like gradually.
Right.
Just like the frog in the boiling water.
Yeah.
So
I
fascinating.
mean, all of these cases are fascinating. Like Patty first, that whole story.
Well, I just, the first a while ago, reread The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. I've been reading a lot about Hitler. I've been, for a long time, working on a series about Hitler and the Third Reich because for me, it's like returning. So much of my family was destroyed or impacted by this time of history that it is somehow a way to find out more about myself and going back to that time.
Have you ever thought about returning trauma?
This sounds not to mock people, but this sounds like a thing that like a wolf thing, yeah.
I don't mean it that way at all, but I get it. So sometimes now when I say, now I almost have to put air quotes when I say something's triggering. So I feel like I'm using the word that's now like overused or used in less serious. So now when I say something's triggering, it's like I use. So
Yeah, it's fine. It's good word to get taken up and get.
people are overusing gaslighting. And I worry that that would happen with sociopathy. Like, I think people need to understand sociopathy. I think it's critical for humanity that people understand it.
Yeah, so just because you're being asked, well, it doesn't.
Doesn't mean you're a sociopath, exactly. And I feel like it's going to be this thing where now everybody's going to start calling everybody else a sociopath. And it's like, you know, and right now everybody calls everything gaslighting. Somebody's lying, it's like gaslighting.
I have to talk. We start talking about lady got fluff. It's a fluff. It's fluff, right?
Fluff.
Yeah. Okay, so that was great. That's what we discovered from you. Let's talk about okay. You know what? Let's talk about restaurants first. That's fascinating part of the story before anything else, which is opening exceptionally successful restaurant in NYC, New York City. What's that take? What does it take to open up from the very beginning, from the idea stage, the launching it, or the finances and the skill of actually getting people super excited by it, then running it, all that chaos. I mean, to me, am I over-emphasizing, but it seems like New York City is a really tough place to launch a restaurant in.
Yes, very well. I think because it's extremely competitive and the standards are so high. So I think that's why there are so many good restaurants in New York because if they're not good, they're not going to survive. So even like you could walk into what looks like a hole in the wall and it's going to have amazing food. That happens a lot.
What was the venue? So was it raw? Was it vegan raw?
Yeah.
Beginning?
Yeah, it was.
A raw beans one.
Now I'm getting thrown back to all the interviews I did with people asking these questions. It was so long ago. At the time,
What's it like being vegan?
So nothing was cooked over roughly 118 degrees. It was this very like the world of there are people who are hardcore raw Buddhists and there's also people who are hardcore vegans, and I was never any of those things. So I think what we did.
You weren't the hardcore part,
Yeah.
or you weren't, but you like what parts of your life were you vegan? Are you still vegan? Do you eat meat? Are you a vegetarian? Are you raw?
Good question. I don't apply labels. So none of those
Me
labels
neither.
apply because it's
Male and female. Those I'm beyond those labels myself as well. but I'm carnivore. There you go. It's the opposite vegan, unfortunately. But no judgment. I think it's a beautiful thing to be.
likewise. I think that it's people who are very adamantly one way or the other. I think that after all my years in this world and in this world in general, and also consuming an enormous amount of inputs and podcasts about health. Like I love listening to different points of views, but I love when like somebody's arguing vegan and then somebody's arguing carnivore and like or even with other issues. I like listening to what other people, opposing sides, assuming that both, intelligent, interesting sources.
Especially when they're, I love it when they're sort of really testing that diet and athletes in some way really testing it. Not just like they can say it's healthy enough for you, but like really, what is life like on this particular diet?
Yeah, and I think that probably everybody's different, and so in the same way that some people tolerate, like some people can't tolerate nightshades, or some people can't tolerate certain spices, or some people can't tolerate gluten, or some people thrive off of this or that. And I've heard it said and discussed that there's a great deal to sort of what your body's used to, what your ancestors ate, where because it seems like the human body is pretty adaptable, so you can adapt to eating a certain type of food, and so that if if your family comes from a certain part of the world where certain things aren't grown, or more meat is eaten, or because there's people who are vegan their entire lives and they're incredibly healthy and they thrive, and there's athletes, and there's people like Rothschild, who I like, who's vegan and an athlete, but it might be something where that's working really well for him, but it wouldn't work well for somebody else. And I think there's also an element of people who try these things and then feel really good or feel really bad, and then make a conclusion based on that initial period of time, when it might be something where it makes you feel really good temporarily, but then over time you're going to be depleted for certain things. And then we also live in a world where like our soil is depleted, and there's a lot of processing that takes out of foods, a lot of things that we need. So I just think that there's no kind of one right answer. You look at it from just a health perspective, and then you can also look at it from like a morality and ethics perspective, and then also like the impact on the environment, and all of those things are important. And I think that I've watched a lot of films and things, and for a while right after that, I might think, oh my god, I can't believe I ate this thing last week, and now I'm going to go back to being 100% vegan because I just watched this thing and it's fresh in my mind, and now I'm thinking about it in a certain way. But then over time, it sort of fades, and then you start to get a bit more loose. And for me, I will end up eating a lot of things that aren't vegan, usually in a context where I'm not adding to the consumption of it. So, like at Rikers, there was most of the meat there was kind of weird and fake, but there was like a chicken every Thursday and Sunday. There's actual chicken, like the leg.
Was it the most exciting thing for people?
Oh yeah, and the most fights broke out on chicken legs. It was like
Thursday and Sunday?
yeah. So
that was the most real meat you get is the chicken.
Yeah.
And breast and dark. White or dark?
Dark is the leg and the thigh. And it was cooked surprisingly well. And so I would always eat it. I mean,
yeah,
it's there, and it's not, from a health perspective, one could say, well, that's probably the shittiest of the shitty chickens that are full of antibiotics and hormones and terrible things. And so it's not optimal from that point of view. But it's like if it's otherwise going to be thrown in the trash, then
yeah, you gotta add it to.
right. Or like I've been drunk at a party and eaten a bunch of stuff that one would think I would never eat.
Yeah.
But it's not like I ran to the store and bought it or went to a restaurant.
It was liquor makes me eat things I shouldn't eat.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe should.
Well,
life is as you wrote me in the email. Life is complicated and fascinating, and so is our decision to move our truck. I actually am a big fan of 7-Eleven. On things late at night to think about life. And I'll eat whatever the stuff they have.
I also think it's fascinating how our bodies intuitively know what, if you're like quiet you think about like what you're craving, as long as it's not like, if you're craving like some processed junky food, that's probably something that's not quite functional. But if you're craving, like, so sometimes I'll be like, I must have avocado, or like I want to eat the entire parsley salad. And then it's happened on like things where, I'm like, do those things out loud. I like to put things
And you're gonna say it.
where I was, I don't know, where I couldn't get enough. I don't know where it started, like whose house I was at or whatever, but grass-fed butter. I was like, I could tell that my body wanted whatever was there. And so I suppose I could have investigated it and thought, like, well, what's in there? Is it like vitamin K, vitamin D? What is it in the grass-fed butter? Because it wasn't regular, but like regular butter, ew, no. But like this grass-fed butter, like I felt like I just wanted it, I needed it. So there's probably something in there. Maybe I could have gone and just taken a lot of vitamin K and not eaten butter. But
But there is something that's fascinating. I had that last night actually when I went to the grocery store and I had a craving for tomatoes. I was like, what the hell is this? Like what? I don't,
right, so
like, weird.
you listen to that and then just get a bunch of tomatoes. There's probably something in there.
It was like, yeah, it felt right.
When I was little, I'm like, no, but that's exactly what I was saying, is that sometimes your body knows without you telling.
And today I have zero interest.
Yeah. Did you eat the tomatoes then? Okay, well then you probably,
I eat with, or maybe not enough. See how you feel about it.
anyway, I think these things like shift and change, and there's not like the right answer, and then there's something where it's like one person might do well on something, and another person doesn't. Or you might do well on something for, like, I might, maybe if I eat a bunch of liver, I feel better because I'm getting a bunch of vitamins that I'm lacking. But then once I get them, I'm fine and I don't need that anymore. And I could potentially get those from other sources. Or, but yeah, when I was little, I used to crave. My mother said I craved, not crave, but she said I would always eat sardines, but I would eat the pieces. I would eat the whole ones, which have the bones in them. And I used to chew on chicken bones and try to eat eggshells when I was like little. So I think all of those things have calcium and other minerals and vitamins. There's probably something there that I needed. Because you think as a little kid, I wouldn't be drawn to oily fish and bones and eggshells.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like you're saying, the explanation for the craving is probably the nutrients you're getting. But when you're imagining the craving, you're not obviously imagining the nutrients, you're imagining the texture, the taste, the feel, right? A lot of things that we actually experience as we're eating, that's our brain probably tricking us.
Right, but do you like tomatoes?
Uh, I think we determined that love is possible to define. So,
Are you extremely fond of, do you think tomatoes are like one of the most delicious foods?
no, but maybe
But yet you crave them.
maybe it's just generational enough because it's a big Russian thing with potatoes and tomatoes because it's good with vodka.
Right.
So, we were talking about the menu in the early days of the restaurant in New York. So what was on the menu? What kind of foods were you playing with? Do you remember? Was that one of the challenging things? Is putting together because you're like crafting a new thing in New York where it's extremely competitive.
Well, over time it got easier and easier now. So I had, I like coming up with new dishes. It was the people that work there. So I feel like if I could take credit for something, it would be recognizing talent. And, and when dishes were developed, this is when I was there on my own. So it was open with Matthew and Jeffrey, and then within a year, Matthew was out, and Jeffrey was still involved as like the corporate sort of side of it. But then over time, I separated from that infrastructure as well, and I was completely on my own. And part I did that because I was growing from Lucky Duck on the side, and that was growing and growing and growing, and I knew there was something there, and yet the two businesses were completely intertwined, and so potential investors would come at me and they would see this very messy situation where I own one Lucky Duck and Jeffrey Trotter owned the restaurant, and how do we work from there? And people would say I should shut down the restaurant and just go duck, and I wanted them all to be together under one umbrella and to move forward where everybody's incentives were aligned. And
What was the magic? Why was it so successful?
I want to half jokingly, but not joking, but sort of say that it was about the love and the food and the space.
Uh,
But it was something special. So people ask me about opening a restaurant, I say I don't want to get back to the restaurant business unless it's the same restaurant in the same space. Because there's something about that space that felt, I guess, felt magical, for lack of a better word, and the energy of a lot of the people there. And I think that if people really cared about it, and so for whatever reason, there was an energy about the place.
would you ever do it again?
Yes,
Ever
in
consider
the
it?
same space.
It's a good one. That's a tough thing in New York, but you're thinking, okay, well,
It's there.
it's there. Let me ask you this question. I've been searching for that myself, like asking myself this question. If the last meal question, like what's the best meal you've ever eaten in your life? Like if I had to murder you at the end of this and you get one meal, or you can travel anywhere in the world, what would you eat?
It's one of those questions where I feel like I should have an answer prepared.
No, it's too difficult to sort of pick favorites. But if somebody were forced to choose,
I was eating something once and I had the thought that if I was going to die, I would come here and order plate after plate of this and eat this.
Do you know what it was?
Yes.
Some diner in those.
No, it was Pure Food One was on Irving Place, and then the kitchen connected to the One Lucky Duck Juice Bar, which had an entrance on 17th Street. So it's kind of like this L shape, and then there's a huge garden in the back. On the corner was Casa Mario and Barcelona, which is Mario Catali and Joe Bastianich. Were behind that, and it was very focused on meat, but also like organ meats and strange, unusual meats.
Restaurant. That's a good reviews.
Yeah, it was really good. This is just so funny that we surrounded it, but Barcelona was like this tiny little bar, and I went in there with late, and I don't know why we ended up going there, but it was right before they closed, and drank red wine, and they had tomato bread, and it's just like a baguette, although it's a Spanish bread or whatever. It's like a bread like baguette, like a thin that they toast, and I think they rub it with garlic, and they don't even put tomato slices on it. It's like they rub it in like tomato juices all over it. It was just bread and tomato juice and probably some garlic flavor and really good salt and red wine. And we sat there and ordered a plate, ate it, ordered another one, ate it, ordered another one. I think we had like 6 plates. And I remember sitting there thinking, I could just eat this until my stomach bursts. And so if somebody was like, it's the last, I would just want to sit there and eat plate after plate.
I think if you went back there and did the same thing, you wouldn't taste the other food. Like, was there something magical about that night, about the way that bread was made on that night, the way you felt at that night, the wine, something? Or do you think, like, where's the power from that come from? Is it the food itself, or is it the emotions?
I'm sure it's both, but like if somebody brought a plate over here right now, it would be really delicious.
Yeah.
But it might not feel as kind of, not that it felt magical, but it was the whole warmth of the experience and the red wine and
How it in Texas right now, so it's different.
I keep forgetting thinking it's night.
Yeah, we were surrounded by this whole place entirely fueled with no light.
Well, it's pretty human if it's in the afternoon or evening, except for these bright lights. If they were lower down, if they were like down below, then they're hitting the tops of our eyes. But it's the light coming from above that's destructive at night because it's hitting the bottom of your eyes. So it's like mimicking the sun, which is signaling your body that it's time to be awake. So as much as possible. So I do this in the evenings. I shut off all the overhead lights. I try to dim the lights as much as I can, and
practicing the caffeine thing, like not consuming much caffeine right before bed.
Oh, I can. Yeah, I usually don't have caffeine late. I try not to have it. So
I
ideally,
drink it.
like 2 p.m. would be my last. Ideally, I wouldn't drink hot caffeine, but plenty of times I do. Especially if I haven't had midday coffee, then I worry I'm going to get a headache.
It's way more responsible than me. Let me return to life. What do you think makes for a good romantic relationship? Given your I mean this question.
I think a mutual respect is like,
Mutual respect. That's interesting.
well, and understanding it in a way that you want what's best for the other person, not in a way that you would sacrifice yourself for them necessarily, but in a very healthy way. So I think a healthy relationship is where you want what's best for the other person. So I always find it tragic. Like, say you started dating somebody who then would get jealous or upset if you spent too much time working on something, right? But that's like your life. So if you're working on some robotics thing and you're having some breakthrough, and so you just want to spend a lot of time wherever you spend a lot of time doing those things, and then that other person got all bent out of shape, and it became like a competition. That to me seems very unhealthy because if it was like a genuine, healthy love, she would want you to be doing those things.
Yeah, that's a good observation. But to me, I think the way to achieve that is actually, or the easiest way to achieve that, at least for me, is actually legitimately be excited by the things the other person is excited by. So, like, not in some generic sense, it's good for them to be doing robotics. Like, it's more like you become a fan of all the things that they're doing right now. So, like, I definitely have this. I really told me recently there's a term for this, but I love, like, watching other people, like, succeed, be excited about shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like celebrating other people. Like, it's fun for me to watch people do things that I like doing. So, like, in some sense, that's reinvigorating to me and exciting. So, one of the things for me, is you get excited by watching the person do the thing they're excited about. It's not like I intellectually know it's good for them to have their own thing. And, you know, it's like I need you to get excited about their own thing. Because otherwise,
That's what I mean. It's like that person would be excited because you're excited.
But they would, I think the easiest way to achieve that is actually like, what am I trying to say? It's like, it's not like saying that you should be excited. It's like I can't help yourself. So,
Right. But I think that's possible. But it's possible for that to be the case for somebody that like might have an appreciation for what you're doing, but isn't like that's not what that person's going to go spend their time on.
yeah, it's always like,
Right. So the other person might, be really good at a musical instrument that requires a lot of practice and I'm interested in musical instruments, but you appreciate the beauty of music and understand that that person is getting something out of it. So you would be excited when they get a chance to practice and whatnot. So it's that kind of a.
do you think love should be simple?
Well, it might be inherently complicated.
I may ask you the exact same question. I forget what he said.
I thought it was interesting when you asked Iman about love.
Yeah, like that's going to be conversation number like 7. If he actually answers that.
Well, what was interesting that I found out was this sort of like interesting to humanity. I think you asked about it not being about the person, but about the work. And so it was like to put all this energy to try to kind of like move things forward, knowing that he will probably die before it gets there. And you're talking about like something related to the science of
he's kind of a rock.
But whatever you were asking him about whether something could be accomplished, and he said yes, but not in his lifetime, but he's going to keep pushing forward anyway. So I felt like that was a really, to put so much of yourself into something and just to kind of move the baton forward for humanity was what struck me as an admirable thing. But there's no great reward in terms of you're going to see that invention happen, or you're going to see Mars colonized, or whatever it is. But you're going to put in all the work and brain power to try to push it along.
Like thinking about the biggest possible impact on the world. Just thinking about humanity. I think all of us really do good things are contributing to humanity. And it's good to think of it that way. You run a restaurant and make all the people happy. That's part of that. It's good to think big like that. We want those definitely. But when I ask them about I'm just knowing personally now, I'm asking about the personal question about life, but I'm giving him the freedom to escape it. She always does.
Very generous.
Because I want to travel. I understand it's difficult. So he's been solving engineering problems and talking about life. The other thing he's really good at is going to the joke. I am, for him, love and all those kinds of things, especially those kind of cliches on things, are the stuff of memes. It's the stuff. The easiest way you can talk about it is humor. The same with trauma, like personal trauma. The easiest stuff for him to talk about is laugh about it. It's been very tough, privately or on podcasts, to talk about personal, like difficult stuff. For me, obviously, that's often the most interesting stuff. Is humorous, like voice of darkness, but for him, it's tough. For a lot of people, it's tough. But it's important to go there. Maybe first the courage to give your own mind.
And I think, bringing it back to the relationship thing is wanting to, understand and accept those things about somebody else. I mean, it's so cliche to say that you can't change somebody. And you don't want to also, try to change yourself for somebody, but you can sort of figure things out and be willing to make adjustments and navigate for the sake of something that's working. And sometimes that comes from understanding, which might require a little bit of help. And
Yeah.
somebody's kind of very different from
Yeah. Being fragile yourself, revealing your flaws, and getting to learn about those, and getting to see the beauty in them. Because that's good stuff. Or if the flaws are too much of a red flag, then you walk away. That's the hard stuff. Either the red flags might be the thing that you actually get to love deeply because they're a flawed human, or it might be the reason to walk away quickly. And you don't know. It's a gamble.
But the red flag, by definition, is something that's telling you to walk away. If it was just something about their character that's challenging, you could appreciate that or understand it. But it's not something that they're intentionally trying to use to deceive you. I think red flags I guess it's more about manipulation and or somebody's kind of extreme dysfunction or something. Red flags. But I think those are the things that are quirky or weird or even dark about somebody that are acceptable.
Yeah, it might look like red flags. If there's someone crying on the subway, it's a red flag.
But she might be an emotional basket.
Yeah, this
crazy person. Yeah, that's true.
But it could also be a deeper story to it. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. All right. What advice would you give to young folks today if they want to launch a restaurant in New York City and then message somebody on Twitter?
Before you finish your sentence, I was about to say read a lot of books. But then because you said what advice would you give to young people today? And I was like, read a lot of books.
Yes.
And then you got to the restaurant part.
Yeah. I mean, I was joking about the restaurant. I said, yeah, but like, not just about career, as a restaurant tour, but just in life, how to be successful, how to live a life that can be fulfilling, and how to live a life that can be proud of. I read a lot of books.
It's complicated because
Have you figured it out yet?
but I think self-awareness is key, but I also think there's some of those things where like people kind of have to learn their own lessons. But I think in part because I never had kids and I never wanted kids, I feel like through my book I keep thinking that I want a lot of the lessons that I learned to be useful to other people, particularly younger people, and in many cases younger females, to maybe understand themselves a little better along the way. Because I think that, a lot of mistakes that I made, the things that happened, the things that I did that I'm embarrassed about, or things that I stepped into that I wouldn't have otherwise stepped into or allowed to happen, were a result of, in many cases, like insecurity, like a lack of confidence, and I think in the context of moving forward with relationships, being really careful to understand why you're there, or if you're repeating a pattern. That's something that is sort of cliche, but I feel like it's very part of the cliches are things that are true. They just repeat it a lot. But true. But anyway, the idea that people repeat patterns, right? So I think that's very true.
Right.
And so to be aware of that, to figure it out sooner rather than later, so not keep stepping into the same thing over and over again.
You mentioned sort of giving yourself time and space to think.
Yeah, which sometimes doesn't cause them.
All the momentum of life sort of carry you away.
Right. And I think for me, one of the things that has scared me about having kids is the chaos of it. And not being able to handle it. But I think that's just me, not most people.
You ran a restaurant.
I know. Which is probably why I go home at night and I'm going to cry.
Or how often do you do that?
Um,
Do you do like a good cry?
I do.
Music usually, or what's it? Can you paint a scene? Like,
In general,
yeah, so candles.
I
Like,
cried this morning.
okay.
Not intentionally, that's how I
Guinness, or just one.
It was like I looked a little bit at Instagram and saw very often they're like these little animal rescue stories or whatever. This was this guy Matt, who's been my trainer years ago, and did this little montage video to music. That was interesting. If there hadn't been music, I probably wouldn't have cried. But it was showing his life having their second child, not like showing it, but like sort of before and then the baby in the arms right afterwards, and then bringing the baby home. It was this very short little clip, but set to music, and I watched that and started crying. But like, I didn't sob or anything. So I think I cried easily. Interestingly, though, in actual horrifically tragic things, or when they apply to me, I like not cry, and then people find that unusual. Maybe that was in the film, but I don't know if it was my sister or my father who described, but when my parents got divorced, I didn't cry, and whereas my sister bawled her eyes out, and I didn't cry at all, ever, and just didn't say anything, I didn't want to talk about it. Like when I was sentenced to jail, I didn't cry. So a lot of times when something really big happens, I get a little bit weirdly. I don't know, but I very often.
Too much to feel it all directly. So you kind of cry it out later, slowly.
Right, maybe years later.
Maybe years later.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm really crying about when I cry at these videos or something. I don't know. But I'm glad for something like that always feels like kind of like
Well, let me ask this, because it's interesting what you would say. Do you have regrets about in your life? Like when you if there was a one day you could live again, which day would you pick? Like relive and make different choices.
Well, like one obvious thing could be the day that I let Anthony strangers in the door. If I had instead, you know, if at any time early on I instead just pushed him out, that my life would be wildly different. It's hard to.
So that's the biggest mistake of your life,
No.
was letting Anthony into your life.
I think one could argue that's the biggest mistake. But then at the same time, I don't know, because like when I was in a sort of dark relationship that then led to the restaurant and my having the One Lucky Duck brand. So I felt like that darkness. It's like if you married a horribly abusive person but you had a beautiful child, and you go on and you have this beautiful child, you think, well, if I hadn't been that horrible, the abusive person, I wouldn't have this beautiful child. So I wouldn't go under it. So I feel like a lot of things are like that. And I guess I could optimistically hope that there were good things down the road where I'll think, well, I'm here and I'm grateful for it, and therefore I'm grateful for the things that got me here, which include a lot of dark things. It's hard to say because a lot of people were hurt in my case, but I'm optimistic that I can make those things up. And there are also hurts that were, in some cases emotionally, but also very much financial. And I feel like those are numbers, and the employees were all paid back. So anybody else that is out money because of everything that happened isn't somebody that's like not able to, feed themselves. Most of those people have plenty of money, and it's like not a big deal, but I still want to repay all of it. And it's numbers. It's not, everybody died. And sometimes when I think about my own challenges, it feels sort of inconsequential in comparison to other things going on in the world. So, yes, it's hard being humiliated. It's hard to have people say nasty things about you on Twitter or Instagram, but really, who cares? Because it's just words and things, and I'm not like fleeing my home and watching these people get shot. So,
And there's still out of this darkness, out of this, you still have a lot of time to create something beautiful in the world.
yeah,
Maybe something even more beautiful than you've ever done before.
I am optimistic. And I also feel like, part of the reason I like having these conversations is because I feel like people will learn stuff from my shitty experiences to avoid going through their own shitty experience. And I've heard a ton of that from a lot of women and some men, writing to me saying that they went through something similar or they were interested and, my story helped them or, might help them get somebody else out of the situation. So making it useful for us good.
But through all of this, we with him. He recently had a birthday. March.
Yes. So, yeah, I made him a phenomenal meat cake, or a layered cake that involved a variety of animal foods.
He's not a vegetarian.
No, he's not. But I also give him like really high quality stuff. But yeah, he's not vegan or vegetarian.
Let me ask you a hard question. If you think about the tragic fact that dogs live with shorter lives than us humans, do you think about his mortality?
All the time. I kind of try not to, but all the time.
So you told me when traveling here to Austin, Texas, you're not in the habit of leaving Leon by himself.
Well, he's not by himself, but I haven't been away from him in certainly since before COVID. So I'm not used to it, and so people always say that dogs have that dogs have attachment issues or get separation anxiety, but in my case at least, it's like I think he's fine. I'm the one that is he's like fine. I'm the one that gets anxious about it, being away from him.
You're the one who acts like a dog when you come back and you're super excited to see him.
Yeah, like,
You have a form, like your tail, and all that kind of stuff. But do you think about, like, that you might lose Leo soon?
I do. I think about it all. I mean, I try not to think about it,
Are you scared of it?
but yeah, it's scary, but then I also just try to understand that it's inevitable. And I mean, yeah, assuming I'm still around, then that's I think one of the things about having adopting a dog or getting caring for an animal, unless it's one of those animals that lives a really long time. I just want to know that the parrots live an extraordinarily long time.
Yeah, you know. So you get a trade off. But what we love with your short time, when's that?
Right. So I just think it's one of those things that you just know what's going to happen and it's just part of life. And I think it's one of those pains it's painful, but you just kind of have to go through it. And what's the alternative? You're not going to. It's like saying you would never want to fall in love because of the heartbreak that's going to inevitably come. So people do that, but never.
You're saying, screw it, I'm dead and ready.
Yes.
There's all good for you. What about your own mortality? You think about yourself dying?
Less so than I was before. I think I wrote about that in October's letter, Dear Mr. Fox, online, which I never intended to do, but I did because of all of the misconceptions about the film and our relationship. So I put this thing online and I put it on my phone on my subway rides. And at the end of it, I talk about, especially then, like, it was the height of everything was gone, and, what do I have to live for? I sort of noticed and wrote about how differently I felt about things, whereas I used to be afraid. I used to have, like, a healthy fear of, being pushed in front of the train, because that happens, in New York or anywhere. Or, I had a healthy fear of, like, I don't know, walking down a dark street at night, but I noticed that at the time, I didn't really have those fears because I was like, what do I have to lose? Who cares? I don't have anything more to lose. So I certainly feel much less that way. But something about those feelings lingered there. I'm less afraid of it. Or more, just less afraid of it, but hoping it's not some sort of a gruesome way. I mean, some people are really afraid of flying, and I feel like, well, statistically, it's extremely safe. And if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. There's nothing you can do. Like, there's really nothing you can do unless you're going to, like, do what that guy in that small plane did the other day, and the plane over and was able to take control of the thing. But I mean, like a commercial plane. So it's like, you're going to die, you're going to die. It's just your time, and all you do is hope that I probably would put in some awareness about it as possible. It's like, you'd rather have somebody, if you're going to get shot, you'd rather have somebody see in the back of the head and you didn't see it coming and just boom, lights out, versus somebody holding a gun to your head and then you're going to feel all this fear and have to, like, feel all that. Which also made me think of, animals and animal suffering in a way that some people argue that because of the conditions and the fear that's like, and it's like even their body is in their clothing, which is interesting to think about. Yeah, I feel the stuff like with the ethics, but I think about it a lot about like our current food system, which involves a system that everybody has sort of accepted and normalized, where like say aliens did come down and looked at us and realized that we're a particularly good source of whatever fuel they need. So then they imprisoned us all in cages that were like equivalent of like sardines and jammed in an elevator. And then we were bred and we would get sick and we'd go crazy and we'd do the equivalent of like hacking and get abused, and then like grotesquely and brutally killed, and that was like our entire life. And so if like aliens came down and started did all of that, we would have to be okay with that, which is something that my was said to me after watching this movie called Our Daily Bread many years ago. But it's an interesting way to think about it because I mean we would have to be okay with it because that's kind of what we're doing now, right?
It was normalized ability.
And I don't. People think that like I would object to hunting. Hunting for sport, I think is grotesque. But if you're hunting and then you're going to eat the entire animal, and you're hunting in a way where it's kind of like, that animal like lived a free and happy life until that moment, in the same way that the animal lived a free and happy moment. I have to live a free and happy life, or whatever else we live, but they live a free life until like the lion came and took it down. So is a human shooting an animal who somehow you are attracted or than a lion attacking an elk.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of complexities to it on top of all of that. So one is like hunting for sport is bad, but there's this like complex ethical equation of the fact that hunting for sport is the thing that often funds the preservation of the species.
that's another complicated thing. There's like the Maui venison, all the deer in Hawaii, and I might have forgotten Maui venison. But they're hunting those deer is a way of preserving. So yeah, so I mean these things are complicated, but that's why I don't have somebody shooting out and bringing home and eating. Like my like a elk jerky and things like that. It's one of those situations where like I wouldn't morally have a problem with it. And for me, it's also I'm not those people who think like you I'm eating meat. It's more like I don't want to add to the consumption of it. And I wouldn't want to eat like a factory farm meat necessarily, unless I'm in prison and so it doesn't get in the way.
Hashtag.
A lot of things you make two things differently there, but so it's just these things are complicated, but so it's not about like I don't want that in my body. It's sort of like where did it come from and what's going on here. I think that like if you just follow Joe Rogan's Instagram, there's sort of a bit of a glorification of me that because I listened to enough that I heard the one talk. There was a recent one where talking about Anthony Bourdain, and in that conversation, I think it was that one, he explained that he sort of did it in summary, so I thought I talked about it in the past, but did all this research and came to the conclusion, based on all this research, came to the conclusion that he was either going to be vegetarian or shoot his own meat.
Yeah.
And so that's very admirable, I think. And he has the means to do it. But if you
Not only that, it does it with a bow.
right, even more so. So
It is a good question. It's a good question how we get out of this. That theory.
right, because I do I like meat. I think it's delicious.
And we're depending on not just on the nutrients and taste, but also depending on the cost. A lot of people have gotten used to a particular kind of cost that they pay for meat.
Right, but I think if you wipe out all of the government subsidies, it would be a completely different story. Because why are groceries so expensive? And all the subsidies.
Protesting. Why is salad so expensive?
Right, but now if you look at the subsidies that are given to all the inputs to the meat industry, like the grains, oil, and whatnot, and then the meat and dairy industries and all the subsidies that prop up those industries and allow those products to be cheap and sustainable from a business perspective, not environmental. It's government subsidies, so what if we took all that away? And then also what if we gave them to, the kale and half the fresh greens farmers, then and made those foods more affordable, and then have meat reflect its actual true cost, then then people would just eat more vegetables and less meat because of the cost.
You mentioned that you crossed off one item from your list. I forget what the item was, but
It was. I previously thought that I would want to go to Vegas one day just to cross that off my list. And it's not like I was like, one day I want to go to Vegas. It was just like I imagined I would want to go there once just to see it and then be done with it.
yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. But I still think you can do it because it's a particular Vegas experience that's worth having. And there's maybe a couple Vegas experiences that are worth having.
I find casinos horribly depressing. Because I think they're just predatory. Everything about them is predatory.
It's not the casinos that are important. This is the people.
The culture and the whole
The people.
crazy.
The people you meet. The people you meet in the chaos in these Las Vegas can create a memorable experience. You lose track of what is day, what is night. You can get drunk and make all the mistakes. It's somehow create a beautiful masterpiece at the end of it. That's kind of time. What else is on the bucket list? What items on the bucket list have you really like? You talked about mortality. That there's a finite deadline. What pops in your head is something you really still do.
What I want is to not die and for the money. So,
But whatever mistakes you made,
I want to live to write those things, and I also felt really strongly about my, what I and everybody in the business have built, and so a big part of me wants to resurrect the brand because when I felt really strongly about it, like I had that feeling that this was going to be a thing that I wanted to build and grow, have a really positive impact and outlast me. And
did you bring it back at the same thing?
yeah, well, I put the logo on my arm, and that's kind of how strongly I felt about it. And so when I did that, and around that time and all of that time, I felt really, really strongly about quietly, because it feels like a little bit bold, but quietly felt really almost with a certainty that it was going to be something really big and it was growing and growing. And after all signs were pointing towards there, I was just sort of stalled and couldn't figure out the logistics and then even surprise. So
The universe can be quite absurdly cool at times.
but yeah,
But that is something that's something worth reaching for because we're paying the debt from the past.
and then people have said to me that some kind of immortality video being documented. And then I don't understand this world at all, but I might do like an NFT thing related to Leon's image, which would be another way of kind of immortalizing his image at least. But it's potentially in progress. Kind of a crazy thing, but
And potentially relaunching the
possibly yes. And then there's a restaurant and there's one with us in that brand, and they're sort of separate but related. And they can each exist independently. I liked it better when they existed together. I felt like they were very complementary in a lot of ways and that they made sense together. But either one could be done separately without the other.
do you think you will find love again? Given the chaos that you go through?
I have never
You have found
Yes, but also in a kind of possibly doomed temporary way, which
You don't like it simple.
it's not that it's not simple, it's actually quite simple. It's just that, again, there's a large age gap. I'm the older one, which in itself is a problem because, again, I would want to, like, if somebody wanted kids in a family, I wouldn't want to hold them back from that. And so, if I sort of wanted to be with somebody who wanted those things, even if I was completely in love with somebody, I would have to kind of like, you know, hurt, endure the pain to be like, no, I'm going to keep you from those things, so you should go through those things.
So that's the source of the temporariness.
No, it's a bit related to like logistics and living in one place and having like extremely different lifestyles.
Is this princess before?
No,
Does he have a castle?
no, no, no.
You guys think you're with him?
I don't. On one hand, like I feel like it's protected for me to talk about it in some ways, but I also worry because very often I avoid saying things for a lot of reasons. One being that people freak out and just assume that I'm stuck into something horrible, and because I did step into something horribly destructive again after Mr. Fox, and what happened was I allowed something to happen, and so going back to that advice that I gave to people, I would tell people to be very careful, to be deliberate about who they're getting involved with, and thoughtful about it, and making sure that they're not just allowing something to happen. So it's like, you know, men can sometimes be as broken can be as well, but people can be very persistent. Sometimes it's a good thing, but it could also be a dangerous thing because sometimes somebody might just, this has happened to me a lot, where somebody just wears you down and you're like, oh, fine, you know. And no, I mean, it's shocking to me, like, the things that I've done in the spirit of, like, or not wanting to push somebody's feelings is another dangerous.
Let's get married.
That's another dangerous thing. And also,
Maybe you should
I feel like I'm like circling back to all these unanswered questions from before, but I didn't marry. I married him. He like convinced me to marry him in this very quick, annoying way, and as if it was like something I had to do, and I protected it, and all these weird reasons. And it was just like my response to my agreeing to marry him was like, oh, fine. And then I remember being embarrassed that it involved going to get the license. You know, people who are in love and wanting to get married aren't sitting in City Hall mortified and embarrassed. You know, so
Yeah, but
so I sort of cringe when people call him my ex-husband because I don't consider him that way. So it's, even though technically that's correct.
there's a powerful romantic notion to the thing, and to those words, and that had nothing to do with getting married.
It was just like another thing that he made me do.
Sure.
That just had, you know, unfortunate consequences of like then having to divorce.
Yeah, I think even weddings are romantic. Like the whole cheesy thing was, you know,
Yeah, they are.
those are cool. We don't get any present. Well, you know what? Let's keep it a mystery. Let's keep the person a mystery. To be continued. Season 2 on Conversations with Sadly.
Like a known person or anything, but I feel like people always worry that I'm stepping back into something and I don't have the energy to produce or
Should they be like
defend something. No,
no?
and also just remember that thing I was saying about how I get to know somebody really slowly over a long period of time. It's kind of one of those situations. So I feel very confident that I'm like certain that I'm not stepping into something where I'm going to be surprised and somebody turns out to be not who they presented themselves to be. So
It's that wise way to do it.
especially for me, yeah. and also again, it's like I would caution people to be careful about wanting to go into something deliberately versus kind of getting caught up in something or rushed or
That's it. I would suggest people take that cautionary advice, but sometimes you just fall in love.
yeah.
Love at first sight.
There are stories of sweet stories of older people that have been married for
You can get used to it too, but don't listen to your heart. This is an encouraging conversation. We talked for a little 4 hours.
We did.
And I didn't feel like I could talk to you. This was amazing. So thank you so much for being honest, for being fearless, and answering all the questions, all the difficult questions. And thank you for trying to create something special with your restaurant and maybe create something special still in the future.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. I kept thinking that like I was going to create a recipe stuff. So just kidding. I've listened to your podcast a lot, so I certainly felt very intimidated knowing who's set, not to just actually share in your location and maybe here. But very yes, and yeah, but at the same time also because I know the way that you speak and your style, I felt like it was going to really be a good natural conversation as opposed to sometimes you have conversations like that. Anyway, so I
felt
didn't
good.
feel nervous because like when I was walking into it, I felt nervous that I was going to, sound stupid and boring and everybody would be quiet.
It was exciting. You happy with it? How did you
Yeah, I think so. Very often after.
do? Yourself critical after this?
Yes.
What did you know about tonight? Are you happy with yourself?
I mean, I feel good. I don't feel like I can't think of anything that I said that I regret. Maybe there's things that, somebody's going to yell at me because I said something that I said like me to good or something. Or, I don't it was like being judgment. But I think it's more useful to be honest about the contradictions and conflicting feelings because I feel like that's what most of us have. And so if you want to help people shift a certain way.
Yeah, you were raw, honest. It was beautiful. It was beautiful to watch. Thank you for the looks. Your darkness today was visible. But the beauty too was an amazing conversation. I'm really happy with it. I'm honored.
I'm sure that you're honored and anything that you have said.
Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sama and Alex. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. And now, let me leave you with some words you can slay right to love this piece. Confront the dark parts of yourself. The work to banish them. The illumination of your goodness. The willingness to wrestle with your demons and cause your angels to sing. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you in future this time. If you could talk to Vladimir Putin once again, now, what kind of things would you talk about? What kind of questions would you ask? The following conversation is one of the greatest filmmakers of all time, with 3 Oscar wins and 11 Oscar nominations. His films are stories of war, fearlessly and often controversial, shining light on dark parts of American history. His films include Platoon, Wall Street, Born, 4th of July, Scarface, JFK, Nixon, Alexander, W, Snowden, and documentaries where he has interviewed some of the most powerful, consequential people in the world, including Fidel Castro, Hugo Chavez, and Vladimir Putin. in this conversation, Oliver and I mostly focus our discussion on Vladimir, Russia, and the war in Ukraine. My goal in these conversations is to understand the human being before me, to understand not just what they think, but how they think, to steel man their ideas, to steel man Dev's African, all in service of understanding, not derision. I have done this poorly in the past. I'm still struggling with this. I'm working hard to do better. I believe the moment we draw lines between good people and evil people, we lose our ability to see that we're all one people, the most fundamental ways, and lose track of the deep truth expressed by the old switching myths and lying that I return to time and time again. That the line good and evil runs to the heart of everything. Oliver Stone has a perspective that he extensively documents in his powerful, controversial series, The Untold History of the United States, that imperialism, the military-industrial complex, paved the path to absolute power, and thus corrupt the minds of the leaders and institutions that rule. From this perspective, the way out of the humanitarian crisis and human suffering in Ukraine, the way out from the cold of the beating drums of nuclear war is not simple to understand, but we must, because all of humanity hangs in the balance. I will talk to many people who seek to understand the way out of this global task, including to historians, to leaders, and perhaps most importantly, to people on the ground in Ukraine and Russia. It's not just about war and suffering, but about life, friendship, family, and love. This is the Let's People podcast. If you support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Oliver Stone. You're working on a documentary now on nuclear energy. So it's interesting to talk about this. Energy is such a big part of the world, about the geopolitics of the world, about the way the world is. What do you think is the role of nuclear energy in the 21st century? First of all, everyone's talking about floods. So here I wake up to that 2 years ago, and it clearly was concerned. I picked up a book by Josh Goldstein and his co-author, who's Swedish. Those two wrote a book called Bright Future. A Bright Future came out a few years ago, and I wrapped it up. It was a book fact-based, clear, not too long, not too technical, and it was very clear that they were in favor of all kinds of renewables, renewable energy, yes. They made it very clear, dates of oil and gas were, and they were very clear to the layman might be, and at the same time said that these renewables were so far, but the gap is enormous as to how much electricity this world is going to need in 2050 and beyond. 2, 3, 4 times we don't even know. We have India and China and Africa, Asia coming onto the scene, wanting more and more electricity. So we address the problem as a global one, not just physical. Often in the United States, you get the actors that the United States where we know we're doing well, well, we're not doing well. But we sell that as we're comfortable with respect for energy to save. It's not good for capital. We don't do anything. At the same time, we don't seem to understand the global picture. So that's what they do. So the only way to close that gap, the only way their mind is nuclear. I'm talking gap going to be a huge amount of reactors over the next 30 years. Starting now, they make that so obviously this country, the United States, is not going to it's incapable of having that kind of political growth. And fear is a huge factor. So a lot of each of us myths about nuclear energy that we have to confuse and we found the environmentalism played a huge role in helping victims, many victims, also confusing we found in our state, making accusations against nuclear to exaggerate. So taking all these things into consideration, we set about making this documentary, which is about finished now, almost finished. 3.5 hours to this something that manages well. Is it interviews? Is it interviews among others? Essentially, we went to Russia, we went to France, which is the most perhaps advanced locally with Russia. And the United States went to the IMF laboratory and talked to the scientists there, as well as the Department of Energy people that are handling this. Idaho is one of these 1 mile labs in the United States. It's one of the most advanced. They're doing a lot of advanced work here. We also we studied what Russia gave us a lot of insight. We're very confident because they have some of the most advanced nuclear, actually the probably the most advanced nuclear reactor in the world, with some of the ours, with the Ural Mountains. So we did an investigation there. And in France, they have some very advanced nuclear reactors. They're doing it's again. They have the Green Party came into power, just not into power, but became a factor in France, and there was a motion. When Hollande was president, they started to move away from him. Actually, it was beginning to just abandon him. They did not complete the other was that closed down some of the nuclear reactors he was talking about. But thank God France did not do that, and that whole thing recently reversed it. And they're building as fast as they can, especially with the Ukraine war. Nuclear knowledge is still an awareness that Russia will not be providing, not to prevent the energy Europeans. So, and then China is the other factor. It's probably not the big deals. They have doing tremendous work and fast, which is very helpful. But of course, China is building in all directions at once. The coal continues to be huge in China. And methane too. But basically, coal in India and China is used for coal. As you know, Germany put back coal 2 years ago. So all these factors, it's fascinating picture of global. So we try to achieve a consensus like where nuclear can win. And where we will be good compete, we can use more and more. The question is how much carbon dioxide China, Russia, France is the only one that's not doing that. The United States is not doing it. With all the talk, with all the nonsense about renewables and the new lifestyle and all this, it's great for your good concept, but it doesn't do anything for the atomic accumulation of carbon dioxide. Who's going to lead the way? You think? So Russia, France, China, the United States. Who's going to lead? I don't think that's going to be the United Nations committee because the world isn't so capable of it. We go to these conferences with Kyoto, we talk, we agree, but then we don't actually enforce. So I don't think it's going to happen that way. I think it's going to be an individual race with countries that will just do it for their own self-interest, like China is doing. China, the thing is, if it works on a frame that it will really work at big scale, China will back away from coal naturally. The same thing will be true of India. They will see the benefits because if you go to India, you see the cities, the pollution, you walk around and that stuff. It's not, there's no hope for this. So you sense that. So people move in this direction naturally because nuclear is clean energy. And the rather casualties of nuclear storms, the industrial scale for energy producing from coal down to the ground, really the lowest casualty is very, it's 0.002 or something. There's nothing. So nothing that people are dying from nuclear. Not that many. 50 people at Chernobyl, which was the worst accident. Nobody died at Fukushima. Nobody died at 2 Mile Island, and that's what you hear all over these accidents. Local environmentalists have told us that. And it's a lot of environments that God changing come off that routine. So this we are all we've done a lot of good work. Greenpeace are alive, whales, saving this, saving that. But they've met themselves, not they don't. People within the organization. So we were in 1952, we showed the article in the New York Times and things. The Rockefeller Foundation, which of course is a big with a study, which was weight. They took it to scale. I found it scale. It was a scientific expose of radiation. In the study that came out in the New York Times, because the New York Times published themselves with it, was on their board. One of the California. So they got a lot of strong publicity condemning radiation, which actually started the process of doubting nuclear radiation levels that they pointed out were very mild. And of course, if you go into scientific analysis of this now, what we know it's just not true. But it tilted the scale back in the 50s, 60s, and started to questioning the nuclear business. Do you think that was malevolent? No, I think it was competition. I don't think it was conspiracy as much as it was success. We don't know this nuclear energy is going to end with the dominance of oil. Absolutely. And it will anyway, because it's the only safe way for the world to proceed. But the world will have to learn through adversity. So in other words, the situation could get worse. Much worse. In certain countries are just going to have to adapt, like we always do. When things become too hard, you have to change your thinking. And humans are pretty good at that. Yes, talking about human nature, they're very adept at that. Germany, for example, they were, when the Fukushima happened, they went on to be a nuclear business. It was shocking to me. They just pulled out and they destroyed. They destructed several of them with the because they were still working. They put up the coal, put a coal in the road. And as a result, Germany drifted into this place next to France. Their electricity bills were up. France stayed the same. They don't have that. They have a different system in Europe, but more or less, no question that France was doing a lot better than Germany. Now, with this Ukraine issue, it's France just holding whether Germany is what direction they're going. How can they keep going with coal? They just can't. What's the connection between oil, coal, nuclear, and war? Sort of energy and conflict. When you look at the 21st century, when you were doing this documentary, were you thinking of nuclear as a way to power the world, but is it also to avoid conflict and resources? Is there some aspect to energy being a source of conflict that we're trying to avoid? It's important. I don't have the energy. History of energy my favorite text. It's a very long history. And I would say apparently not. It does seem that individually each country can answer its needs by building. And up until now, we haven't had conflict except in this issue with Russia. Obviously the pipeline, Nord Stream 2 is being closed. Nord Stream 1 is also going to be phased out. And the concept of Russia supplying gas to Europe is now opening. Who knows what's going to happen. I just don't see how Europe can get away from using Russian gas. Well, Russian gas is not the solution because it's methane too. It goes up the atmosphere. Methane in the short term is just worse than coal. Worse. There's all kinds of charts we show you, so I try not to be too over-factual, but methane is not the answer. It's a short-term answer. The countries that are doing the energy is a question. Trying to think of all the wars that happened. You could say Germany, of course, during World War II needed oil. It dictated their strategy. Romania, etc. It's getting oil fields. I don't really think I haven't thought that one through. I'd have to make a documentary on it to really understand how energy and war would be interfaced. It's always part of the calculation, but it's a question of how much. That's the question. I just have to ask, as you mentioned, your mom's from France. You've traveled for this documentary. You traveled in general throughout the world, in Russia, Ukraine. What are the defining characteristics of this culture. With Russia, so as I told you, I came from half Ukrainian, half Russian. I came from that part of the world. What are some interesting, beautiful aspects of the culture of Russia and Ukraine?
I can't really speak Russian, Ukraine. I was there only in 1983 when I visited the Soviet Union under the communism, and Kiev was beautiful. It was one of the nicer places I went, but they were very much stultified by the communist system. They all were. The best places to visit in Russia were always in the south, Georgia, or the Muslim countries. There's always a better culture in terms of comfort. But communism was rough, and that was the end of it. Brezhnev regime, and Gorbachev was 3 years in the future when I was there. So I can't talk about Ukraine, and they're not being friendly to me since ISIS. Of course, since I made the food interviews in Ukraine, banned they're very tough when people do are critical. I think in Russia, people are very special to me. Perhaps because I'm a European, but I enjoy talking to them. I find them very open, very generous, and they appreciate the support. They appreciate people saying, I understand why your government is doing this or this. I tried to stand by and listen to both sides. The thing that I have seen is that America is, of course, this American enmity towards Russia from the very beginning. I grew up in 1940, 1946, in the 50s, it was so anti-Russian. They were everywhere. They were in the schools, they were in the state, they were spying out, they were stealing the country from us. That was the way the Americans, the right wing, not even the right wing, let's say the Republican Party, pictured the Russians. They were actively engaged in infiltrating and changing our thinking. And our television shows were based on this. Very much the jail were the reality. That communism was even behind the student protests of the 1960s. This was the direction in which the FBI and the CIA were thinking. So I grew up with a prejudice. And it took me many years. My father was a Republican. And he was a stockbroker, and he was a very intelligent man. But even he, because he was a New York soldier, he was a co-op. In order to be successful in American business in the 1950s, you had to have a very strong anti-Soviet. She expressed any kind of, because I'm just told, any kind of Soviet that you really cast society as a paper or somebody who was not really on the board with the way to do business, which is capitalism works, communism.
And in particular, communism is embodied by the Soviet Union as the enemy. So hence really the narrative behind the Cold War.
That's correct. And it basically lasted. I mean, you saw the ups and downs of it. When Reagan came in, first of all, we had the crisis of 1962 in the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Kennedy proved himself to be a warrior for peace. He resolved that with Khrushchev. It was a big moment, huge moment. People don't give him credit enough for really saving us from the war that could have affected all of mankind.
But it still didn't avert.
No, because the moment he was killed, honestly, there was a lot of, you talk about that, because you're not made a film. JFK Revisited is a documentary released this year. The movie I made in 1991. But the moment he was killed, I would argue that Lyndon Johnson went back immediately to the old way of thinking, the old way of doing business, which was the Eisenhower Truman way, which we had adapted since World War II. That was an interim. You have to think about it. When Roosevelt dies in 1945, Roosevelt has an interim of 15 years where he has more of a democratic vision, more liberal. He recognizes the Soviet Union for the first time since the revolution, and he actually has a relationship with them. He sends ambassadors who are friendly. He has a relationship with Stalin, etc. And he also And but no, Tehran, it's a very happy relationship.
Do you think if JFK led, we would not have a country?
No, absolutely not. I really go into great depth on that in the film. I urge you to see it. It goes into all the issues around where Kennedy was being very much an anti-imperialist, it turns out. And many people just don't understand that. But you have to look at all these policies in the Middle East with Nasser, and had a relationship with Sukarno in Indonesia. With Latin America, he made a big effort in the Alliance for Progress. And when Africa, above all, with Lumumba, he was very shocked at his death and tried to defend the right, the integrity of the Belgian Congress with dichotomy of the UN. Made a big effort. Unfortunately, it didn't work out because the dichotomy was killed and then Kennedy was killed. And Congo descended into the chaos that goes with his dictatorship. But Kennedy was very active in terms of, as an Irishman, not as an Englishman, he was an Irishman. I say that because we'll come back to that. This Joe Biden is an Irishman, but he's a different kind of Irishman. He's no Catholic Irish, but Kennedy really made an effort to change the imperialist mindset. That he still was very strong in America and in Europe. Well, Lyndon Johnson changed back to the old policy, and we were never able to really keep the tug going with the Russians. Briefly had it with Carter, but then Zip he came in because he was this national security advisor. He was put there by Rockefeller. Brzezinski was a Pole. He got revenge from Poland. Poland has always been attacking Russia, as far as I remember, back to another century. The two world wars that occupied Russia so tragically. The entry points were always to Poland and Ukraine. So Brzezinski got his revenge, and Carter ended up being an enemy of the Soviet Union and creating the, as Brzezinski took pride in it, he created the atmosphere of a trap for the Soviets to go into Afghanistan in '79. That trap was set, he said, in '78. So there was little except for brief moments or periods of détente with the Soviets. And I grew up under that. I didn't really know anything of this going on because I was little. I was educated myself because I was both learning movies and trying to be a dramatist and this and that. So I wasn't thinking about this. Then when Reagan came in, I was worried because it was a beat for the old deep, which was the most evil empire. I mean, it goes on in American history. It doesn't end. Reagan got a lot of points for that. And of course, when Gorbachev came in, it was a beautiful moment for the world. It was great surprise. It was probably the best years for America, at least from my point of view, in terms of this relaxation. From 1986 to 1991, were great years of George Kennedy, up to believe once again that there could be a peace deal there. But the world changed again in 1991. It was an internal mechanism. Who knows? You could blame the United States, you could blame Russia for it. Gorbachev was perhaps not the right man to try to administer that country at that point. He had great patience. He was a man of peace. But it was very difficult to hold together such a huge empire.
So vision is not enough to hold together the Soviet Union.
But the details are interesting. I've followed up on that because I was recently in countries like Kazakhstan, talked about the negotiations that were going on and the breakup of the Soviet Union. It's really interesting story because it involves everything in Ukraine. Of course, everything is going on now. Some was it 30 million Russians were left outside of the Soviet Union when it collapsed. They had no holding or homes in other countries, such as in Ukraine. So it's an interesting story with the repercussions today. Kazakhstan is a good example of keeping a balance, keeping it neutral. Yeah, he played both sides. Because Yeltsin wanted him to join the Russian Confederation in a certain way where he'd be supporting against Gorbachev. There's a whole inward battle. And I think the Ukraine came along with Yeltsin as well as two other reasons. and it was a block that broke up the Soviet Union. It was Yeltsin. So, it was make the Russian Federation, and they did.
I would love to return back to JFK eventually because he's such a fascinating figure in the history of human civilization. But let me ask you, fast forward, in 2000, Yeltsin was no longer president and Vladimir Putin became president. You did a series of interviews with Vladimir Putin, as you mentioned, over a period of 2 years, from 2015 to 2017. Let me ask you a high-level question. What was your goal with that conversation?
Came out in 2017. I guess I started them in 2014. At that point, the Snowden affair had happened. I was working on a movie on Snowden. That happened in 13. Ukraine happened in 14. And one thing after another, by 14, hopefully he was enemy number one again. Because of the wanted man on the American list, he was enemy. He was certainly in the top 5. But the animosity toward Putin had been growing since 2007 in Munich. I remember that speech when he made it. It's in my documentary. It's a 4-hour documentary, 4 different conversations. I mean, we talked for about 2 years, 2.5 years. I remember that image of him at Munich making a very important speech about world harmony, about the balance necessary in the world. And I remember the sneer on John McCain's face. He was in Munich, obviously eyeballing Putin, hating. And it was so evident that McCain had no belief whatsoever that this, he was almost treating it as if the communists are bad. And we know that Putin was not a communist. We know that Putin was very much a market. And he made it very clear that he tried to keep an open climate, a new relationship with Europe. But the United States always, certain people in the United States always saw that as a threat, like Putin is trying to take Europe away from us, as if we own it, as if we have a right to it. But Putin was making a point very important about sovereignty. Sovereignty for countries is crucial for this new world to have that. That's sovereignty for China, sovereignty for Russia, sovereignty for Iran, sovereignty for Venezuela, sovereignty for Cuba. This is an idea that's crucial to the world, and I think the United States has never accepted that. Sovereignty is not an idea that they can allow. They have to be obedient to the United States idea of so-called democracy. But it's much more important is sovereignty for these countries, and the United States has not obeyed that. Has not even acknowledged it, and it never can do.
So, from the perspective of the United States, when power centers arise in the world,
Yes.
you start to oppose those, not because of the ideals, but because it's merely because they have power.
Isn't that at the heart of the doctrine of the neoconservatives? And then you go back to the New American Century, they wrote that in 1996-7. They said there shall be no emergence of a rival power. It was very clear it was about power. And they've stuck to that doctrine, which is if you start to get dangerous in any way, we're going to knock you out. Now, that won't work. I don't believe it can. And that is unfortunately a policy the United States has followed. And the neoconservatives group, which is very small, but it's very strong apparently, their idea has resonated. It was behind George Bush's invasion of Iraq. It was part, not only Iraq, but cleaning up the whole world, bringing the strong, going to Afghanistan first, and then although Iraq had nothing to do with other countries' attack, going into Iraq. And of course, 60 some other countries that were terrorism had some signs. Whoever it might be judged would be a dangerous country. We have the right, you're either with us or against us. That is a disastrous policy. And led to one thing I think out of the Iraq war, never learned the lesson. The neoconservatives were never fired, never thrown out of office. The people who prosecuted that war are still around. Many of them are still around. They're obviously guided in American law.
Let me return to this question of power. Don't forget,
sneer that I saw that emblemized the United States reaction. Also, there were several other American representatives who were laughing, kind of mocking Putin. It was very serious. I felt there was a divide there. So, in a sense that, in a certain sense, the Europe reaction to Putin is crucial, and they were more with him than with him. And this thing for America was always to keep NATO, to keep Europe in its pocket as a satellite. And with this recent war, of course, they succeeded in all beyond their dreams. The Russians have fulfilled the fantasy of the United States to finally be this aggressor that they have pictured for years. We can talk about that later.
But at that time, there was Europe had significant support for Putin.
Yes.
The United States was sneering at Putin. And then so there's this, uh, there was uncertainty as to the direction, as to the future of Russia. And that's exactly when you interviewed Vladimir Putin.
I wanted to know what they thought, because we couldn't get the information war that the United States was fighting against Russia was in evidence back then. It was full out. The condemnation of Russia on all fronts. I never saw a positive article about Putin. Although when I traveled in the world, and I traveled a lot in documentation, it was very clear in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, there was respect for him. That he was a man who was getting his job done in the interests of Russia. He was, as I said in the documentary, a son of Russia. Very much so. In the positive sense, a son of Russia. Not that he's out there trying to destroy the interests of other countries, no. That he was out there to promote the interests of Russia, but at the same time keep the balance, keep the world into harmony. This has always been his picture. Peace was always his idea. He always referred to the United States in all these interviews as our partners. And I said, "Would you stop using that word?" Well, he was a little bit slow in waking up to what the United States was doing.
But that said, he's one of the most powerful men in the world. He was at that time. And let me ask you the human question. As the old adage goes, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Did you see any corroding effects of power on the man? Forget the political leader. I'm just a human being that carries that power on his shoulders for so many years.
Keep in mind that he's been, unlike most modern leaders, he's been in office off and on, because there was a Medvedev was president, and he was literally in charge. He took it out at that point, but he was still very much involved. But for 20 years, more or less, he's been at the administrator of the state, protector of the state, and he's apparently done a good enough job that the Russian people have kept him. Because contrary to what many people think, I really believe that if the Russian people didn't want him, he would be out. I firmly believe. I don't think you can go against the other people. Now it expresses itself in many ways, like the ballot box and so forth, but also in other ways in Russia. There's a strong currents of opinion. So contrary to what the position of him as a dictator, he wouldn't last if he was unpopular. Number one. Number two, Russia is much more divided than people. There's other factors in Russia. There are always tensions around the Kremlin, who has power and who doesn't have power. That's been going on for 100 years. But the factions in Russia are very much there. So when people refer to Russia as Putin, they're mistaken. And they do this regularly in papers and all essays. Putin did this, Putin did that, Putin's doing it. But it's Russia that's doing it. And that's what, there's a distinction there that it's changed. In the old days, I would read about Khrushchev, but it was never Khrushchev. First time, it was about the Soviet Union. There was respect for a country. And now, when it started to get personal, it changed. And our thinking changed in a negative way. We no longer respected it as a country, we were seen it as a man. And the man being trashed repeatedly as a poisoner and as a murderer, none of which has ever proven. If always been repeated and repeated to the point at which it becomes like an Orwell mantra. It becomes like, he is, of course, the bad guy.
Can I just ask you, as a great filmmaker and as a human being, what was it like talking to you in this powerful man in the room?
Honestly, I'm not naive. I've talked to a lot of powerful people. In the movie business, there are powerful people. Yes, many of them are corrupt. I've talked to many people in my life. I've been in the military. I've had other jobs. I have to say, I found it to be a human being. Just found it to be reasonable, calm. I never saw him lose his temper. You have to understand that most people in the Western way of doing business get emotional. I don't see that. I saw him as a balanced man, as a man who had studied this like you have. He was accomplished to you. It comes from studying the world. He's having a rational response to it. It's interesting, his two daughters, one of them is very scientific, and the other one is doing very well in another profession. But they're thinking family. His wife, too, was. And I can't talk for the new wife, because I don't know. So he kept his family with great respect. He's raised his daughter's right. He served Yeltsin the way he looked at it. He served Yeltsin well. I mean, he never trashed Yeltsin. Certainly, a lot of people did. But, I asked him, was he an alcoholic, this and that? But he wouldn't even go that far. Just respect. And this man, Yeltsin, was in many ways ridiculed by the Russians. He turned over the power because he felt like he was overwhelmed. Turned over the power because why? How many people did he fired before him? Several prime ministers. Why did he turn power over to Mr. Putin? Because he respected him for his work ethic and his balance, his maturity. And that's what I can say is that's how I do. A poor person, a poor family, who worked his way up through the KGB, and Americans keep saying he's a KGB. It's like saying, George Bush was a CIA, but, he became a complete world before your eyes. And he went from the KGB to this technocratic position. He dealt with many problems, including the Chechen War, which is a very difficult situation, as well as the Russian submarine fire. Several things happened early in his power that gave him a lot of experience. And he handled them all pretty well. Do you think he was? I do. Well, of course, the question of money, the charges that he's the richest man in the world are ludicrous. It certainly doesn't live like it or act like it. If you're rich, I've been around a lot of rich people. You probably have too. In America, you run into so many of them are arrogant.
I'm actually with friends now with the richest man in the world.
Oh, I saw your review with Mr. Musk. Well, I appreciate it. At least he speaks really. I'm positive about him owning Twitter because Twitter has become censorship city, as has all major tech. The censorship that you're now seeing in the United States is so un-American and shocking to me.
And he's a resistance to that.
Yeah, I like him for that. Just for that, but I also appreciate him, his adventuresome, his nature, his desire to explore the world, to ask questions.
Yeah, there's certain ways you sound, you speak freely. There's certain ways you sound. Man sounds when he speaks freely. Yeah, he speaks freely, and it's refreshing. No matter whether you're rich or not, it doesn't matter. When you speak freely, it's a beautiful
Actually,
thing.
there must be a major point back to nuclear energy. He never believed in it at first. Apparently, he was going for batteries, right? And he put a lot of money into batteries to make bigger and bigger batteries. But it just, as Bill Gates has said, it's not going to get us there.
Yeah,
And now I think Musk is on another path. He understands the need for nuclear.
yeah, he's a supporter of nuclear.
We're jumping around. Never asked one thing. There's an interview. It's free flow. Ask anything you want. No restrictions, no rules. Yeah, that's what Castro found. Castro did the same thing as the Chavez. So I've got lucky with interviewing free range of subjects, people willing to express themselves. He's much more guarded than Castro or Chavez because, as you know, he's studying government policy when he speaks. Anything he says is going to be taken out of context.
But there was no restrictions on what to talk about, none of that.
Or any desire to see anything before the publish. Jerry needs to check it. It was completely.
Do you think he watched the final product?
Yes, I do. I don't think he made judgments on it. I think he was pleased. And he doesn't go either way. He's pleased. I mean, it went well. It was happy for us. And I don't think he had great enthusiasm. Expressed it to me. He trusted me, and you could see the way he dealt with me each time. He warmed up to me 4 times. The first time he might have been a little stiff. You're asking him. You don't know who you're dealing with. So I understand that. But he's used to it. He's done a lot of press. The worst press he's done, frankly, has been the American press. And not because of his fault, but because of the way they have treated him. If you look at the interviews, they're awful. First of all, I noticed one thing as a filmmaker right away, they use an overdub. They put a Russian speaker. Yeah, but everything he says is much harsher. He speaks Russian in much harsher manner than actually Putin does. He's very, if you translate it in his original language, to translate it, I think that's important because he expresses himself quite clearly and calmly. When you listen to the American broadcast, it's a belligerent person. He looks like he's about to bang his shoe on the table. And secondly, of course, it's fairly aggressive from the beginning. There's no sense of rapport. There's no sense of, well, it's why, Mr. Bloom, did you poison this person? Why, Mr. Bloom, did you kill this person? Why are you a murderer? It's blunt negative television.
Yeah, it's not just aggressive, but I just speak Russian, so I can appreciate the original and the translation. And it's not just aggressive, it's very shallow. They're not looking to understand. To me, aggression is okay. That's the way you want to approach it. But there should be underlying kind of empathy for another human being in order to be able to understand. And some of the worst interviews I've ever listened to is by American president. So NBC and all those kinds of organizations, it's very painful to watch.
And you saw the reception to the food interviews on there. He was hostile without seeing. So many people criticized my series without seeing it. Even I went on the show, a television show with this famous Colbert. He's very famous. And I was shocked on the show that when I got to the end, he was anything for 4 hours. He was just attacking Putin. And through me, I was complicit. Therefore, I was a Putin supporter. And the show was a disaster. It's one of my worst television shows. I had to just shut up and get off the air. I mean, at some point, it was embarrassing. Because the audience, too, was clapping for Colbert and anything he said.
Well, as an interviewer in that situation, because between you and Vladimir Putin, there was camaraderie, there was joking, there was. Are you worried? Do you put that into the calculation when you're making a film with somebody that could be lying to you, that could be evil? Because when you talk about Castro, talk about so are you worried about how charisma of a man across the table from you can
Don't take that into account. I absolutely take that into account. I mean, doing Castro, he's a wonderful speaker. He's charismatic. He's also look at those reviews. I took it into account. But Putin doesn't play that game. He doesn't charm you. He doesn't try to overwhelm you with his at all. He just sits and if you ask you questions, I'll give you my answer straight. And he analyzes it. This is the history of NATO. This is the history of our relationship with the United States. How many times have we tried to talk to them about such and such and such and such, and each time we get nowhere? In fact, it's a very, I would like to get along with the answer so much. He's saying it so clearly in all his words.
So to play devil's advocate,
but he's not making a big deal about it.
But there is a charisma in the moments.
Yes, there is.
So let's just calm everything down. Simple facts. That is, you can call. So there's like the Hitler thing, which is screaming, being very loud, charismatic, strong message, and so on. And then there's a food stuff I'm not comparing those two. There's the thin style communication of calmness, and that, at least to me, my personality, that is very captivating. Just bringing everything down. The facts are simple, but then when you say the facts are simple, you can now start a lie, and you don't know what's true and what's
Well,
wrong.
it behooves you to do some research.
Yes,
Frankly, when it comes to research, you don't have a problem because if you go to the Americanized versions of Russian history, you're going to learn it for profit. And that includes even Wikipedia. They will tell you things that are just not factually supported. So it was a problem in terms of, if you read all the books in the American library about Putin, there's nothing positive about it. They're awful. They're awful, and a lot of them. I had a good relationship with Professor Stephen Cohen, who's the most, I think, one of the most informed men on Russia and did a lot of research all his life, and knew Gorbachev very well, and he was very analytical about all these situations that happened before his death in 2019. I'm not quite sure when Stephen died, but I knew him well. And he gave me the best information I could get. I would go to Stephen and I'd say, I'm confused here. Tell me the history of this accusation of poisoning against this person and so forth. And he'd explain it to me in, I think, very clearest ways that I understood. And he said to me once, he said, most of these people who go to Russia and write this stuff about me are going with the internet. The internet is really the source of a lot of fractured facts. It's a pure analysis. You have to go back to the texts, all the documents, and to really fully understand. But he spoke Russian, and his wife and him married, Katerina Anu, who's the editor, publisher of The Nation magazine, would go to Russia several times a year, talk to their friend Gorbachev. Gorbachev's an interesting character. I talked to him not interviewed him, but talked to him. I like him very much. And I saw the divide, as you saw in the video, was between Gorbachev and Putin early on in the interviews. He says Putin doesn't really care for Gorbachev because in his point of view, he screwed up the administration of Russia and is responsible for so much of the disaster of leaving all those people outside the Soviet Union. So these are problems that continue in the future. But they see each other he knows he's there at the Mayday Parade. And his attitude is pretty frank. He's welcome. He's pensioned. He's a pensioner. He's done his duty. There's no animus towards him. Even when Gorbachev in the early days was ever criticized for his manners in terms of democracy, but I don't know that becomes a quarrel. But frankly, by the end of the situation, it's very clear that Gorbachev has now moved closer and closer to. Says that Russia is now really under attack. He sees it. He sees where the United States has made a concerted effort to undermine him. And he's repeated this several times about Ukraine. I think you've seen what he said. You can quote it. And Gorbachev we have no respect for Gorbachev. He even cut this juncture. When can you see Gorbachev's ideas printed in most American newspapers? Very rarely, and recently not at all. So Gorbachev, who was our hero the American hero back in the 1980s, has now been condemned to the garbage can, so to speak, of history.
well, in this complicated geopolitical picture you just outlined, can we talk about the recent invasion of Ukraine? So you wrote on Facebook pretty eloquent analysis. I think on March 3rd. Let me just read a small section of that, just to give context, and maybe we can talk a little bit more about both Russia and the man Putin. He wrote, although the United States has many wars of aggression on its conscience, it doesn't justify Mr. Putin's aggression in Ukraine. A dozen wrongs don't make a right. Russia was wrong to invade. It has made too many mistakes. 1. Underestimating Ukraine resistance. 2. Overestimating the military ability to achieve its objective. 3. Underestimating Europe's reaction, especially Germany, upping its military contribution to NATO which have resisted for some 20 years. Even Switzerland has joined the cause. Russia will be more isolated and have influence. 4. Underestimating the enhanced power of NATO, which will now put more pressure on Russia's borders. 5. Probably putting Ukraine into NATO. 6. Underestimating the damage to its own economy and certainly creating more internal resistance in Russia. 7. Creating a major readjustment of power in its oligarch class. 8. Putting cluster and vacuum bombs into play. 9. And underestimating the power of social media worldwide. And you go on for a while giving a much broader picture. The history and the geopolitics of all of this. So now, a little bit later, 2 months later, what are your thoughts about the invasion of Ukraine?
Well, it's very hard to be honest in this regard because the West has brought down a curtain here. Anyone who questions the invasion of Ukraine, its consequences is an enemy of the people. It's become so difficult. And I've never seen in my lifetime ever such a raw propaganda as I've seen in the West. And that includes France too, because I was here recently in England. England is, of course, really vociferous. It's shocking to me how quickly Europe moved in this direction. That includes Germany. I have German friends who expressed to me their shock over Ukraine. I have Italian friends, same thing. Italy, of course, has been perhaps the most understanding and compassionate country. So it's quite evident that there's a united people. And this attests to the power of the United States. And of course, you have Finland and Finland, which has generally been reasonably talking about joining NATO, and Sweden too. Generally, there's been some more restraint in Europe. That's what surprised me the most. Europe, how quickly they fell into this NATO basket, which is very dangerous for Europe. Very dangerous. This goes back to my idea what I was saying earlier about sovereignty. These countries don't really give me a sense that they have sovereignty over their own countries. They don't feel to European nations. I'm obviously intuition here is working. I just don't feel that they have freedom to say what they really think, and they're scared to say it. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2002, I remember with great sense of satisfaction that at least France, Chirac, who I had not really known much about, stood up and said to the United States, we're not going to join you in this expedition, basically into madness. Schroeder in Germany, the same thing. Of course, Putin condemned the invasion. And Putin had been an ally of the United States since 9/11, if you remember correctly. And he called Bush, and they were getting along. So even Putin said, don't go into Iraq. This is not the solution. He didn't oppose Afghanistan as he opposed. So Chirac and Schroeder stood for the old Europe. I remember de Gaulle. Charles de Gaulle, he was independent of the United States. Charles de Gaulle pulled France out of NATO because he saw the dangers of NATO, which is to say, you have to fight the American war when they slip. And they put nuclear weapons on your territory in England and France and Italy and Germany. When they do that, you're hitched to this superpower, and you have no say in what they're going to do. They declare war, and they use your territory. You're going to be involved in it in a major conflict. I'm talking about sovereignty. Where is that sovereignty? They don't have. And that has influenced their mindset for years now, since 1940s, since Dr. Gaulle was the 60s. He actually reversed the whole flow, and he was I think it was Sarkozy who put France back into NATO. And now it's Macron. I hope, because he was talking to Putin, they at least have an independent viewpoint that could be helpful. But he rolled it up. He may have told Putin something else, but within days he rolled it up and got along with the United States position, which was enforced by the United States in a very fierce way. the propaganda, as I say, I don't understand this in America, but it was vicious and everything was anti-Russian. Russia was killing all these people, shooting down civilians. Although there's no proof of it, there was just the accidents of war, and all of a sudden there was a campaign, criminality, and they were talking about bringing Putin to war crime trial. Well, why didn't they talk like that when Iraq was going on? Bush was doing far more people. Well, for that matter, why were they not talking about the killings in Donbass and Luhansk during that 2014 to 2022 period? That is what it's a crime. There's so many people killed, many of them innocent, many of them. So what would be the way for Vladimir Putin to stop the killing in Donbass without the invasion of Ukraine? That's a very good question, and I've asked that several times. And I have not talked to him since about 2 years now. It's a very good question.
What's the mistakes? What the human mistakes and the leadership mistakes means are very good.
You see, what the American press has not said, and the Western press has not said, is that on February 24, was it? That was on that day, the day before, if you check the logs of the European organization that was supervising, was in the field in Ukraine. These are neutral observers, and we're seeing heavier and heavier artillery fire going into Donbass from the Ukrainian side. So they had apparently Ukraine had 110,000 troops on the border. They were about to invade Donbass. That was the plan. That's what I think. Russia, because of the buildup on the border of Donbass, brought 130. They say 130,000 troops to the area near Donbass. Right? So you have buildup of forces on both sides, but you wouldn't know that reading the press in the West. You believe that the Russians suddenly put all these men into the situation with the idea of invading Ukraine, not only Donbass, but invading all of Ukraine and getting rid of the decapitating the government, which is all assumption. We don't know what they intended to do.
But you, at the time, and a lot of people thought that all the talk of the invasion, Russian invasion of Ukraine, is just propaganda. It's not going to happen.
I think many of us thought that the United States was building this up into an invasion. In other words, that is the nature of false flag operations, where you create this propaganda. They are going to invade, and then when they invaded, the United States was completely ready, and all their allies were completely ready for the invasion. Correct? So why did Putin do that? He fell theoretically into this trap set by the United States. Here you tell all your allies, of course, that they're going to invade. But
why do you think he did it? Is it madness or is it some strategic calculation?
perhaps this one I cannot answer you faithfully because, first of all, we don't know what he was told. If he was indeed getting the right intelligence estimates, from what I said earlier in that essay I wrote, you would think he was not well informed, perhaps, about the degree of cooperation he would get from the Ukrainian Russians in Ukraine. That would be one factor. Because he didn't assess the operation correctly. Remember this: Mr. Putin has had this cancer, and he's lived it, but he's also been isolated because of COVID. And some people would argue that isolation from normal activity, which he was meeting people face to face, but all of a sudden he was meeting people across the table 100 yards away or whatever, 10 yards away. It was very hard. Perhaps he lost touch with contact with people.
So it's not just follow, it's the very simple fact that you're just
I'm speculating. I don't know. I see that, and I also perhaps he thought in his mind that there would be a faster resolution that the Ukrainian, because the evidence had been that the Ukrainian Russians, that the Ukrainian army had folded so many times, and that they were only backed up, and they were stiffened by the resistance of the Nazi-oriented Azov battalions. That was a factor, of course. That is a big factor for the Russians because these people are very tough. They watch. See, what people don't understand is that Ukraine, since 2014, has been a terror state. They could run anytime a Ukrainian has expressed any understanding of the Russian-Ukrainian position, they've been threatened by the state. From 2014 to 2022, there's been a set of hideous murders that people don't even know about. Journalists, people who speak out, liberals, people who I interviewed Mr. Medvedev, who they make out to be some kind of horrible person. But Medvedev was a very important figure in the administration of Kushner, first Ukrainian prime minister in the 1990s, and he did a great job on the economy. He was very thoughtful now, and if you see my interview, it's called Ukraine Review. He's very thoughtful about the future of Ukraine. He doesn't want to go back and join Russia. He wants it to be an independent country. Ukraine is independent, and he wants it to be a functioning economic democracy, more or less a democracy, if you can get that, between that exists in a neutral state, which Ukraine used to be before 2014. It was neutral from 1991 to 2014. Neutral, very important. Under Poroshenko, it just immediately went into an anti-Soviet Cold War position as an ally of the United States. And my point was that it was a very dangerous place. People were being killed. Death squads were out there. Medvedev, they stripped him of his television stations. Very suddenly, he was speaking to the president. So Zelensky was elected on a peace platform. Remember that? 70% of the country was for him to make peace with Russia. He never had even tried to make peace with Russia. Did he attend any of the Minsk agreements? Did he visit? Did he pay any attention to who did he go to Russia? No. None of the moment he got it, I'm convinced that the militant sector of the right sector parties of the Ukraine let him know that you will not make a deal with Russia. There'll be no concessions to Russia. This is very good. This is where this attitude is very, very hostile to Russia has hurt us, the whole world. And no one calls them out. No one calls them out. So let's be backed off from his platform as running for president. And as president, he's been ineffective. Did nothing to promote. On the contrary, went the other way and seemed to support the Ukrainian aggression.
Well, he found his work in this war. You've revealed through your work some of the most honest, dark aspects of war. Nevertheless, this is a war, and there's a humanitarian crisis. Millions of people, refugees, escaping Ukraine. What do you think about the human cost of this war initiated by whoever, just as you write, whatever the conflict, whatever NATO, whatever pressure, as you wrote, Russia was wrong to invade.
Okay, yeah, we do. Let's get back to the original question. So what was he thinking at that time? Well, we never answered. Yeah. Now, by the way, among those people who've been ruined by this war, you have to include before 2014 to 2022, Ukrainian Russians, 14,000 were killed. Not necessarily by, some of them by maybe accident, this and that, but certainly a large number of them is responsible to the Ukrainians and the Nazi-related battalions who have done a good job of death squatting that whole area. Remember, I did a film about South. I know a little bit about death squads, but I know about paramilitaries because in South America they're all over the place. America supports, hates Venezuela, but goes on about Venezuela. They tell you anything about Colombia? It's next door to Cuba. Colombia for years has been plagued by paramilitaries that are right wing. In the United States, he said nothing about it, except occasionally there's a new big report. So this support of death squads by the United States is all over the world. It's not just in South America and Central America where we see plenty of evidence of it. It's here too. And this is what's horrible about this hypocrisy of America, that they support such evil, such evil. Now, going back to your larger question about it's a terrible refugee disaster, but again, I'm not sure at this point whether more civilians were killed before 2022 in Donbass than have been killed in this latest.
So we can't talk about this. We can't talk about the invasion of Ukraine without comparing this whole war between Russia and Ukraine since 2014.
That's correct. Absolutely. And take the toll on both sides, and you might be surprised by the result. I think the Russian military, of course, I'm not there, and I'm not. This is speculation. The Russian military has slowed down, and part of that reason is not to keep the civilian corridors open. And I think that the Ukrainian military has made it more difficult on purpose, especially some of these battalions that are death squad battalions, I'll talk about later, to keep the civilians locked into these cities in danger, because it's in their interest to do so. So there's no reason why the Ukrainian military, which would kill Ukrainian civilians for years, would change their policies. They would have no big conscience about wiping out, for example, people with white armbands in Bucha. Okay. As to what Putin was thinking at the time, I wondered this, and I still do. I said, okay, so Putin can say, let's say the Ukrainian government wants to now invade Donbass. This is on February 23, and they have artillery that captured the whole place. They're going to go in, and they're going to get Donbass back. What do you do? And you have Russian separatists who are Russian Ukrainians who are going to fight. How far do you go in supporting them? Can Russia at this point say, well, we can't help you? You have to get along. You have to be absorbed by the Kiev. You're going to be absorbed by them, and they're not going to give you autonomy, and you have to live with it. And there's going to be a price to it. You could do that, and you can also say, when we open our borders to Donbass, you can come into our country, you can leave, and we will help you to resettle. And that would be a reasonable approach. So you take it to the next stage, as previously. You take it to the next stage. You stall. It's harder for you. Of course, there's pressure on Putin from inside his own government to say, what are you going to do? I mean, you can't do this. There's a lot of nationalists in Russia. They would certainly be, he would need to they'd say Putin is weak. And that's the biggest rap you can ever give a Russian leader. Is you're weak, you can't get anything done. So there would have been some damage. But let's say he goes with that and he says, okay, we know what the United States intention is. It's to get rid of me, regime change, and to get another Yeltsin. That's what they want. And they will go to any ends and they destroy Ukraine, for instance, but they want regime change in Russia. And then after they do that, of course, they go after China. But that's the ultimate policy. This is a country that has no compulsions about going all the way. And it will use hypocrisy and all the news propaganda to get rid of us. This is the equivalent, frankly, of Germany's goals in World War II. No question in them, but we're going to die in all life as opposed to Hitler's life. So just to finish the thought, where do they go? What's stage two? Okay, let's say Ukraine takes back Donbass. Let's say people get killed in large communities. So we now to the next stage. We finished with the Minsk II agreements that we never adhered to. So what does Russia do? They wait for the next aggression, which is going to come in one form or another. Perhaps in Georgia, I don't know what the U.S. is thinking. But the U.S. cannot say Russia has done anything. They've not used violence to stop Donbass from going back to Ukraine, right? So you're in a new setup. It's the whole thing rearranged. Well, we still have nuclear weapons. We still have Russian nuclear weapons, serious weapons, very well designed, crude, but not as refined as the American nuclear force, but powerful. That becomes another game. Then you put another transport, and you still haven't been defended. Sanctions haven't been imposed. That's a new game. Could you have done? Could you have done? That's the question we ask ourselves.
So you see ultimately Ukraine today is a battleground for the proxy war between Russia and the United States.
The United States would have then NATOized Ukraine. Certainly put more weapons. The United States has already done a lot of Ukraine with intelligence, with training, advisors. The intelligence aspect of the Ukrainian budget raised enormously by the United States.
Is it possible for you to steal man, play devil's advocate against yourself, say that Rabbi Zelensky is fighting for the sovereignty of his nation, and in a way against Russia, but also against the United States. It just happens that for now, the United States is a useful ally. But ultimately, the man, the leader, is fighting for the sovereignty of his nation.
I would think he thinks so. Yes, I mean, he can say that, but he's not acknowledging that the sovereignty of his nation was stolen in 2014 with the coup d'état that brought this right sector to power, and they have control of the country since then. It's thuggery what they've done. The Medvedev cases, but they just take what they need. They go into a house and they have how many people have been killed? What serious people? Journalists killed by these battalions. That's what people don't realize. In other words, you can't speak out. You can't, a person like me was on the death list on day 5. There's no opposition to Zelensky. So he doesn't have a real sovereignty. It was a stolen sovereignty.
Do you think President Zelensky would accept an interview with you today?
Actually, since I made Ukraine on Fire documentary, which perhaps you've seen, which records of the incidents of 2014 and the Maidan demonstrations and shows you the dishonesty behind it. No, I think that they've been very negative, and they would kill me if I was in Ukraine. I mean, they don't have any. These people are very tough. These are as rough as they come, in my opinion. And I've seen rough in my life. I mean, these guys are not playing fair at all. These are desperate. No, I don't think Zelensky would have nothing to do with it, but of course, it would be dangerous for me. And they've been very hostile in their policies to any Ukrainians abroad are also threatened. In other words, you could be in Paris, but if you speak out too much, I think Iranians know that they're going to be targeted. And I think that's part of the reason they hope so. A lot of them have to take the anti-Russian war. I think a lot of them are divided.
Do you think he would be killed and Zelensky would even know about it? So there is,
Well, if I was killed, certainly abroad, no, I wouldn't kill me abroad. I think they'd try to figure out a way.
no. If you travel to Ukraine,
Especially I wouldn't get I wouldn't get except in Donbass. There are some Americans in Donbass who are reporting on it. I read their reports, actually. They're pretty interesting because they show you the cruelty of what's going on. But never mentioned in the West. Never. That's what's so strange about this. This is a modern world we're living in, and yet this information is not coming out to the West. And on the contrary, the United States has closed down all the RT, all the information centers that are possible alternative news getting to the American people. They've seriously made an effort, and the BBC, English, and France. I was shocked when France closed RT down because RT is actually pretty good. There are distortions, but you know as well as I do because you speak there, that RT has done a very brave job of putting correspondence into the field in very dangerous times, and they've done great footage of some of the violence that's going on.
well, given the wall of propaganda in the West, I also see the wall of propaganda in Russia, the wall of propaganda in China, the wall of propaganda in India. What do we do with these walls of propaganda?
Let's talk about Russia. You would know more about it, but in my last experience, newspapers, what's more interesting was, put it this way, when I went to Venezuela, the United States was saying back then that Chavez controlled the press. I get to Venezuela, and there's nothing but criticism of Chavez in the press. It was owned by the oligarchs of Venezuela who hated him. So it was across the board. That's why Chavez opened the state television to spend their money on advertisers through state television. But in Russia, there is, what I saw was criticism. I met with the publisher about the Nobel Prize of that famous newspaper. His point of view at that time, when I spoke to him a few years ago, was we're operating where there is criticism. We can't call for the overthrow of the government, nor in Venezuela, nor in the United States. If you call for the overthrow of the government of the United States, you're going to be in deep trouble.
Well, okay, so let's push back on that. It's interesting. It's so interesting because you mentioned Elon Musk, and there's a way that people sound when they speak freely. When I speak to, I have family in Ukraine. Ukraine, I have family in Russia. When I speak to people in Russia, let's put my family aside. When I speak to people in Russia, I think there's fear. I think they don't. Sometimes when you call for the overthrow of government, that's important, not because you necessarily believe for the overthrow of government, but you just need to test the power centers and make sure they're responsive to the people. And I feel like there's a mix of fear and apathy that it has a different texture than it does in the United States. And that worries me because I would like to see the flourishing of the people in all places.
As I said, my impression is that there's far more freedom in the press than was pictured by the West. And then you think of this, because the Russians are always arguing. I've never seen a country be so contentious. There's more intellectuals in Moscow and the cities than you can believe. And you know the Russians. They've been fighting government for years, back from the 1870s, Tsarist times. They're always plotting against the government. And the intelligentsia is known through history as being contentious and anti-government in many ways. And we see the same thing, educated people turning against Russia. I don't appreciate it because I think they're very spoiled and they don't understand some of the stuff that's going on in the West. But we had a lot of Russians in Europe and America that attack Russia and sometimes don't understand that they are under pressure from the United States and they don't understand the size of the pressure. And that's why Putin connects with the people because he represents more of the common man who's saying to you, your interests are threatened. Russia is threatened. We are representing only the interests of Russia. You're not an empire. He has no empire intentions over the West. Quite things of his empire. I see no evidence of it. Why didn't he do something in all these years? Nothing. He did nothing except defend the country in Georgia and in Chechnya.
So the imperialist imperative is coming more from the West.
It's the imperialist agenda. Going back to, I'm sorry, where we left our discussion off, I was going to go along with America not only being censored, but closed down now. Closed down, and you say it's not fear. Well, it is fear. I am scared because if you get your Facebook page suspended or your Twitter account thrown off, a lot of good people are getting there thrown off. You can't speak. It affects your business. It goes back to the 1950s when my father's world, when you could not express any sympathy for a Soviet Union without endangering your job, without basically being not trusted. You had to be part of the program to get along, to go along. Same thing when you came to the United Kingdom. I mean, for all their talk is Boris Johnson, but all their talk about, do you remember their policies with the IRA in Ireland, when Ireland was threatening? They cut off the IRA completely. Jerry Adams, who was a wonderful guy, was not allowed to even be heard during certain years. In France, all constantly through the Algerian War, the Algerians are not allowed to be heard. The Algerian War divided France greatly. You could not even show Cause of Glory, World War I, in France for 20 years after it came out. Censorship is a way of life. Democracies also feel threatened. They're much more fragile than they pretend to be. A healthy democracy will take all the criticism in the world and shrug it off and say, okay, that's what's good about our country. Well, I'd like to see that in America. There are times it's been like that, but it's so scary. So it is scary. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not unscary to me. In China, I would say to you, yes, it's much scarier because there is the internet wall that they cut off. And I got into problems in China too because I said something years ago about you have to discover your own history. You have to be honest about Mao. You have to go back into let's make a movie about Mao. That upset them, and it shows negative. So China has been much more sensitive than Russia about criticism, much more. And it is a source of problems. But on the other hand, China has a lot of grievances. A lot going back to the 19th century and the British imperialism and later and American imperialism.
If you could talk to design improvement once again, what kind of what kind of things would you talk about? What kind of questions would you ask?
I would wonder to ask is what you think of February 23. And then we asked him to reply to my question about what if you took this to phase two? You surrendered in Donbass, no ego about it, you just surrendered from the Syria into your country, and you invited all the refugees from Donbass into Russia as much as they can. What would you do now? What's the U.S. next move? And in your opinion, how are you going to, okay, where are we going to go? That's got to be the key question because it's, but he didn't go that way. He chose to take the sanctions and to go this way. Why he did that is a key question for our time. Perhaps it was a mistake. Perhaps it was his judgment. Perhaps, as I said, I don't. Knowing the man I did, I don't think so. I think it was calculated.
Now, this is projection and speculation, but there's something different about him in the past several months. It could be the COVID thing, the isolation you mentioned.
Yeah.
Right? You listen to a lot of interviews and speeches in Russian, and there's something about power over time that can change you, that can isolate you.
So when I was we've been in office for already 15 years. He had power. He didn't just use it in my opinion. He was very evil. I saw him go on television and talk to his fellows the same way he always talked. He grew with it. He grew in intelligence and knowledge because he had good dealings with the whole world. People would come to him. He was very well known in Africa and the Middle East, certainly Syria. And I just never saw misuse of his power. I saw humility in him, actually.
So perhaps there was a calculation and he calculated wrong in terms of what happens if he doesn't invade. Perhaps there was a calculation, perhaps he had a calm and clear mind and he calculated wrong.
But we also make the point that the talk that Zelensky saying for nuclear weapons were going to come into Ukraine. We was talking about that right before the invasion too. Certainly that would have set off alarms. The United States is already kind of doing that by not only putting its intelligence and its heavy weaponry into Ukraine, but you've got to deal with the next question that comes up, the most immediate question is the United States going to start, and I'm saying this, they're making a lot of noise in the United States press about Russia using nuclear weapons and chemical weapons. It's a lot of noise. Again, going back to my analogy, when the United States starts that, it starts the conversation going. It's in the interest of the United States for Russia to be pinned with any kind of chemical or nuclear incident. Is that, for example, would be very not simple, but it would be possible to explode a nuclear device in Donbass and kill thousands of people. And we would not know right away who did it, but of course the blame would go right to Russia, even if it didn't make sense. There was no motivation for it. It would just be blamed on Russia. The United States might well be the one who does that false flag operation. It would not be beyond it. It would be a very dramatic solution to sealing this war as a major victory for the United States.
It's terrifying.
Well, it can happen. It can happen. They want to kill its own device, low yield. It's possible.
So when you walk across that line, you potentially never walk back.
Well, I think the United States is calculating that it's a dangerous, yes, I agree. But I think the neoconservative arrogance is such that they really believe they can push their advantage to the max now because of all these propaganda successes up to now. The Ukrainian army could be wiped out for all we know because all that's left is a neo-Nazi brigades, but they're being advised very well by the U.S. And they're sending weapons, huge amounts of money. What about American budget? No one talks about how much money we're giving to Ukraine. We're getting $1 billion already in weaponry, and not most of it just poured in. What about the Russian budget is defense budget is $60-some billion a year. Nothing compared to the United States, 1/15. But yet we put so much weaponry into Ukraine. The money we've spent on Ukraine is equivalent almost to what we spent on COVID. It's astounding the distortion of our priorities. There's also chemicals. Don't forget chemicals play the easier way to go. But in Syria, there was far too many incidents of America in its quest to demonize Assad and the Russians, of all these chemical attacks that were happening that they were vowing came from Russia. And in spite of the fact that Russians pulled out of signed the agreement on chemical arms and apparently destroyed its stock several years ago. It's strange. The strangest incidents happened in Syria. You go back and trace everyone, good journalism and stuff. The White Helmets got a lot of fame, but they were corrupted. And many journalists tried to point out the inconsistencies in the American accusations. Robert Perry, among who's one of my mentors, a consortium for us. A lot of people, you'd have to go back and trace it. Like you would trace each time they made an accusation against Bruce murder. You need that same kind of Sherlock Holmes intensity investigation. But they don't do it because the United Nations and the chemical, not the United Nations as much as the chemical people, the organization has been tampered with. If you remember correctly, there was accusations that the chemical investigative unit, what was the name of it, was tampered with. And people quit. People who were working on that commission quit and said that this is not legit. So very interesting. That Syria story is a wacko. So the United States is willing to use chemical in Syria freely. Did it 3-4 times. You remember when Trump was challenged that he did not attack after a chemical incident in Syria. All these newscasters in the United States, the most heaviest of them will say, well, President Trump is now quietly acting like a real president when he drops missiles and stuff. They actually said that. When was it wanted Trump to go to war on Syria? He did chemical weapons and like nuclear is really tough.
Do you think, now, combine this with a fascinating choice in your interviews with Vladimir Putin to watch Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb? And given the fact that you did that, now looking at the fact that the word nuclear, and it feels like the world hangs on the brink of nuclear war. Do you think that that's overstating the case?
That's what worried me from the beginning. That's probably why I got involved with it. Because I go back to the 60s when I was when we were so close to it. I lived through that period. I thought, as many people did, that it was going to come now. So I lived through that, and I didn't sense the period in '83 when Reagan took us to the edge. If you remember correctly, Able Archer was exercised. Not almost paused because the Russians were really paranoid at that point. They were responding to our military exercise. There was also the Korean airliner that went down. There were numerous incidents in the 80s, but I never felt the fear. I thought Reagan was testing the limits. Perhaps if I'd been younger, I would have felt it. But anyway, no, we've come close. The United States has risked this several times. If I told you, it would be hard for you to believe. If I could set a scene for you in the trial in 1962, when Kennedy has a meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the CIA, and they talk about the plan, the military plan, to first strike the Soviet Union and China. Okay, it was called. There was an Eisenhower plan that put into potential operation in early 60 or 50, in the late 50s, SIO 62. This was an attack on the Soviet Union first strike, because that's why the United States has never given up the concept of first strike. It's interesting that the Russian nuclear policy posture is more defensive than the American one, which leaves options open. The same options that are open in neoconservative agreements that we see from the late 90s, where they say the emergence of a rival power that tolerate. That's a very broad statement, and it allows you to do a lot, including nuclear. So you have to understand the United States is always first of all, to break so many treaties, and we know that the Putin story about the anti-ballistic missile treaty in 2002, and then the INF treaty. They broke that one. That was the intermediate missile. It was 2000. I don't know when they broke it off. The United States has not been very faithful on its nuclear agreements. And so I don't know that we can even deal with the United States diplomatically. It seems to be impossible. Yeah, brings me to Biden.
Yes.
And this is
Another Irishman.
This is the opposite of Kennedy. Kennedy was a Catholic Irish anti-imperialist. Biden seems to be the opposite. He seems to be a go along guy who's been not only old, but he's also gone along with this program, which I voted for Biden because I feared Trump. But I thought Biden at a certain age was mellow. I really did. He's not mellow. Apparently, he's still listening to these people who believes it. And it seems that that horrible woman, Victoria Nuland, who was Undersecretary of State, he appointed her to this sector of the world. She's very important, and she's been one of the worst people on Ukraine. Obviously, he's behind the coup. She was the one who boasted that, we got our man in. Yes, that's it. And also, remember the famous thing of "fuck the EU." All these things. She's back, and she said the other day about if the Russians use nuclear weaponry of any kind, it's going to be a horrible question. That was out. She was out of the blue. I said, "What the hell is she doing? She's talking nuclear." And then she sat there. Everybody in the U.S. press, all the shows have done talk nuclear. Secretary of State has done it. Blinken. It scares you. If you think about it, the United States scares me.
So that the military-industrial complex machine fully functional, fully operational behind this whole thing. So is that what's the blame?
Certainly. That's why I showed it straight, because I wanted them to show him. I wanted Mr. Putin to look at this film. You never saw it. It's a seminal film in American history. Those people who care. And it shows you that Putin had an anti-pacifist, thank God, anti-war mentality, which he showed in Vows of Glory as well as Strangelove. And it's such a dire, well done scenario. I wanted Mr. Putin to be aware of the way the United States thinks.
Yeah, the absurdity of escalation, the absurdity of war on a large scale, the absurdity of nuclear war, especially. Can we walk back from the brink of nuclear war?
Can
Yes.
Yes.
What's the path to walk back?
Reason and diplomacy. There's no reason. I mean, talk to the guy. Mr. Biden, why don't you come down and go and talk to Mr. Putin in Moscow? Why don't you just sit across the table from him and try to have a discussion without falling into ideologies and stuff like that?
Can I ask you for advice? You did some of the most difficult interviews ever. Do you have advice that you can give to someone like me or anyone looking to understand something about a human being sitting across from them about what it takes to do a good interview?
You're doing it.
Well, no, but there's levels to this shit. And interviewing somebody like Vladimir Putin, also language barrier. Sit across and try to keep an open mind. Try to also ask challenging questions, but not challenging with an agenda, but seeking to understand and understand deeply. How do you do that?
Seeking the truth. It's very serious. Seeking the truth. Being a questioner. Like you want to know what is really going on. I could not get anywhere with Biden, Bush, or for that matter, Obama. They'd be opaque with me. There's no interview possible with the President of the United States because he's got to stand for all the stuff that they stand for, which is imperialism, which is control of the world. How can you defend that? You can't. No one's going to come out and say that. They're always going to blame the enemy. You're going to blame Iran. You're going to blame China.
So some people, it may not be possible to break through the opaque conditions.
Have you ever seen an interview with the president besides the personable? When he actually discussed American values?
Yeah, well, I mean, not really, but maybe after the president. I could see Obama being able to do such an interview. I can see George W. being able to do such an interview, or are they not able to reflect at all?
I don't know, George W. hasn't shown much confidence into thinking about what he's done. You've seen that. You ever seen my movie W? I think that's one of my best movies because it shows a man who's just out of his depth and has no. He has a conscience at the end of the movie, if you remember correctly, when he talks to his wife. I don't get it. I'm trying to do good in the world. I believe in good and right. And why do people not understand it? That's not a complaint. As if he can't get outside himself to understand the way other people think. Empathy, walking, like I drive, this is what I do. You walk in the footsteps of other people. When I did a movie about Richard Nixon, it wasn't because I liked him. It was because I wanted to. I think I understood about him because of my father, and I think I wanted to walk in his footsteps. That's not to say I sympathize with him, but I didn't. I don't think he helped the American cause at all. But it was empathize as opposed to sympathize. Same thing with Bush. People were shocked when I did the Bush movie. They said, how can you be in any way receptive to this guy? That's wrong. Dramatists don't have political positions. They walk in the shoes up. That's why Bush movie perhaps was surprising to and maybe people didn't care for it. Maybe that's what. But that's you've got to go there. If you did a movie about a villain, you have to go there.
You have to walk in their shoes.
Yes.
So see them, because villains usually see themselves as the hero.
Yes.
So you have to consider what is it like to live in a world where this person is the hero.
Yes.
Is that a burden? Is that hard?
Not for George W. Bush. He's bitching because they didn't understand him. But he had a good vision. He said, democracy. Democracy forgives a lot of sin.
Can I ask you a hard question on that?
Yes, sure.
So, because empathy is so important to a great interview, let's ask the most challenging version of empathy, which is when you're sitting across from a man on the brink of war that leads to tens of millions of deaths, which is Hitler. So if you could interview Hitler in 1939, as the drums of war start to beat, in 1941, when we are ready to full on war, but there's still a lot of pacifists, there's still a lot of people unsure what are the motivations behind what Hitler's doing. How would you do that interview?
Well, it depends when you do it. You do it in 38. I certainly wouldn't. You have to. If you sit down across from him, what is your beef? What have you did? What is your consciousness? Why do you hate Jewish people? Why? What is? All these questions have come up. The sense of grievance as a result of World War I. There's justifications there, etc. But and by the way, Churchill was trying to make a deal with him in 38. That's a fact that people don't know. Churchill himself, but there was still the desire of England to make peace with Germany, and it was seen as a possible. What Churchill really wanted was Hitler to go against Russia. Anything to destroy the Bolsheviks. So he was using Hitler as much as he could to go after Russia. But Hitler was too elusive to pin him down. But if you remember, Hitler was very kind. Kind is not the right word. He did not go after the British Empire when he had France. He could. He had another objective, which was obviously the East. So Hitler's goal, I think, he always had admiration for England. It's interesting story, always.
And the empire.
Yeah, and certainly Churchill, we have no doubts now from history and revisionism that Churchill's interest, main interest, was not Germany, it was the British Empire. And preserve it to India, the road to India, and Middle East. Churchill fought the entire war defense of preserving the British Empire. All his goals, he sent America on a goose chase into Italy. You could argue establishing a sincere second front in Western Europe. Interesting. So I would try to, I think I would approach it the same way. In 1939, it would have been a different story because at that point, he attacked Poland and in 1940, France. So it's another ballgame. But certainly, whatever point you talk to me, I would try to consider. So I'm not judging you. I'm saying to you, tell me what you're thinking. Why are you thinking? What's your thought? That's all an interviewer should do. He shouldn't be expressing his contempt for Hitler, which like an American journalist interviewing who I'm getting brownie points from expressing my contempt. For you, that doesn't wash with me. That's ugly.
Yeah, seek to understand.
Yes.
This is a technical question, but was language a barrier as an interviewer?
To some degree, it's very hard to learn Russian. But they have excellent translators and excellent. They are people who are trained very seriously for months or years. These people are young, very bright. I was very impressed with the Russian.
It's interesting, and I'm impressed as well. But there's a humor that's lost. There's a wit, a dry wit. There's stuff said between the lines. That's not actually have much content, but it's more kind of the things that make communication more frictionless. It's there's a kind of sadness to Russian humor that permeates all things, and that sometimes is lost in translation. The translation is a little bit colder, meaning it just conveys the facts.
Would you call it sardonic humor?
I would say so, yeah. That sounds interesting, but I think you could see that from facial expressions when you're sitting across from the person. You can feel it. Let me ask you, in general, what's the role of love in the human condition? In your life in general. You looked at some of the darkest aspects of human nature. What's the role of this one of the most beautiful aspects of human nature?
I think I don't think I'd be able to carry on. I think that love is the greatest. The ability to love is the greatest virtue you can have. It's the ability to share with another, with your family, with your children, with your wife, with your lover, your partner. It's the ability to extend yourself into the world, and it brings empathy with it. If you love well, I think you expand it to the human race too. It's the strength behind the great novelists, the great artists of our time. I mean, part of the reason I suppose we're scared of science sometimes is because the scientists sometimes don't express that clearly.
You can lose that when you focus on the facts compared to the data on the science of things. You can lose the humanity between the lines.
I'm often struck by when I talk to scientists and I touch your truth that how arrogant they can be about they don't talk to you if you don't understand their role. And they talk to each other and there's an arrogance, a closed circle. Oh, he's not at my level. There's no discussion to be had with this person. He's a human being.
That arrogance is terrifying to me because it's next door neighbor to closed-mindedness, which then can be used by charismatic leaders as it was in Nazi Germany to commit some of the atrocities. The scientists can be used as pawns in a very cruel game. What advice would you give to young people? You've done, first of all, some of the greatest films ever. You've lived a heck of a life. You're fearless and bold enough. You get the question in this way. What advice would you give to young people today, high school, college, about career? How to have a career they can be proud of? How to have a life?
Well, I have 3 children, so obviously I'm not necessarily the best advisor in the world. I do find that the children, I've raised them with a sense of freedom, and they do what they want. In the end, it's their life, their destiny, their character. That's what comes out. So you can try to influence it, but you can try to get your daughter to wake up at a certain hour of the day, but it never works, So I long ago gave up on my children are grown now. But aside from that, I think if I was a teacher in a school and teaching film, I'd say to the students, get an education. You can't just look at film. You can look at because it's not the full education. It's not the spectrum. I don't think you should teach film. I think you need a base in other ways. One of the greatest courses I took at NYU was, and I was a war veteran on the GI Bill, so I was older than the other students. One of the great, I took a class outside the film school in Greek classics because I hadn't had much history, and I wanted to know more about the world of Homer and so forth. And the teacher opened my eyes to so much in that class, and I wrote about it in my memoir. It's called Chasing the Light, about the Professor Leahy and what he did to me. He gave me the concepts clearly of consciousness, which is the Homeric theme of Odysseus, and also lethe, L-A-T-H-E, L-E-T-H-E, which is sleep, and how most of the crew, Odysseus' crew, were experiencing lethe, and how necessary it was to stay awake. So it's not just film, it's just you have to learn the world as much as you can when you're young. And so that, I think, is the basis of the current educational classic one. Is the basis. I think then you go on to learn computer if you want. But that's specialization. If you're a computer geek, is that a life? Does that give you enough satisfaction? Do you get the joy of people?
No, just like filmmaking is a skill. It's what you need to have the broad background to understanding literature,
Yes.
history, absolutely. So one of the things about being human is life is finite. It ends. Do you think about your death? How you feel?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. You have to come to terms with that. And that's a tough one for many people. It's always there. I'm older than you, obviously. And I'm getting closer to it. Could happen any day, actually. When you get to a certain age, you can't assume that you're going to be alive tomorrow. So I try to deal with it.
Are you afraid of it?
Much less so than I was when I was younger. Remember, I wasn't Vietnam, but I thought I dealt with it there, but when I came back, I realized that I wanted to live. So, yes, I've learned over time to get more and more used to it and get ready for it.
What's a good answer to the question of why live? For the realization that you wanted to live. What was the reason for it?
Because it was better than being one of those corpses that I saw in the jungle. I saw how finite death is.
Are there things in your life that you regret?
Oh, sure.
Uh, is there something you wish you could have done differently? Like if you could go back to do one thing differently? Or are there regrets?
Yes, blessings and curious. What do you say?
Offline all the time. No, no.
You'd be curious to know.
He's an engineer too. And engineers really value mistakes.
Engineers value
Mistakes and errors because that's an opportunity to learn. This is what you do with systems: is you test them, and test them, and test them, and errors is just information.
They don't say that is true in its way of filmmaking. There are certain things you learn as you build films, and you make mistakes. It's like putting an engine together. Oh, the film is flawed now, well, you know it. Other people may or may not see it. The car runs, or made money or didn't make money. It can be good and it didn't make money. But the point is that everything is a building. Every film is construction. Same thing as he goes through on Tesla, we go through on each film.
But films are art.
So yeah, the thing is, one film does not lead to a lifetime guarantee of copyright.
Well, yeah, you have the movie game, as you called it.
Yeah.
Is a complicated and cool game.
But it takes enormous amount of work. Enormous amount of work to make a film. People just underestimate that. It's extremely complicated to have something be successful because it has so many elements of luck involved, reception, and so forth.
What do you think? I apologize for the absurd question, but what do you think is the meaning? Why are we here? The why?
I think to realize ourselves, to realize more of what you are, to realize what life is, to appreciate it, to grow, to honor the concept of life, to understand how precious life is. The preciousness of life is the Buddhist, and of course, the immediacy of death all around us. The causes of death are all around us. And our life is like as I say, is like a lantern in a strong breeze existing among the causes of death. So life is so precious. And at the same time, the immediacy of death, and then of course the continuation of life in whatever form it will take.
But in this life, to wake up to the preciousness, to the preciousness.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing. But I didn't have that when I was young. I took it for granted.
Like I said, I'm a huge fan. You're an incredible human being, one of the greatest artists ever. So it's a huge honor for you to sit with me and talk so deeply and honestly about some very difficult topics. Again, your inspiration is an honor that you spend your valuable time with me. Thanks for talking. It's fun being here. Thanks for listening to this conversation with all this stuff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Oliver Stone in the untold history of the United States. To fail is not tragic. To be human is. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
I hate affirmative action. I don't just disagree with it. I don't just think it's against the 14th Amendment. I hate it. The hatred comes from an understanding that it is a band-aid, that it is a substitute for the actual development of the justice of our people. They want to tell African Americans that pat us on the head. We're going to have a separate program for you. We're going to give you a side door that you can come into. That doesn't make us any smarter. It doesn't make us any more creative. And it doesn't make us any more fit for the actual competition that's unfolding before us.
Following this conversation with Larry Howard, professor of economics and social sciences at Brown University. He is one of the great minds and communicators of our time, writing and speaking about race and equality. I highly encourage you to listen to the show on YouTube and Substack, simply called The Blind Show. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, to friends, with love. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech, I think, is the greatest speech in American history. If I may, I'd like to read a few words of it and ask you a question about this dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, and all men will be. I have a dream that one day the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and sons of former slave owners, will be able to sit down together at the table of life. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, the state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 40 million children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. First of all, Dan, I mentioned to you off on that immigrated to America, and this is why I love this country. This is one of the great speeches that represents what this country is about. So, what is this ideal that we should strive for as a nation? That all men are created equal. What does that mean to you, this equality?
Well, if we put this in historical context, King is speaking in 1963 when he gives that speech. It's exactly 100 years after Abraham Lincoln signs the Emancipation Proclamation declaring the enslaved people to be free. They're not yet citizens in 1863, but the end of slavery has become the position of the federal government when Lincoln the issues of emancipation proclamation. So, putting it in context, enslaved people, 4 million or so, African descended enslaved people, how do they become citizens? How do they become in this status of subjugation and domination, and stigma and exclusion? How do they become citizens? It seems to me that that's the heart of it. The equality that King is talking about is an equality of status as members of the nation, as free and equal citizens within the republic. Now, I think it's really important to understand that slavery was not merely a legal order, but it was also a social system that had the symbolism attached to it. They have a big journey to make from their subjugated status as serfs, as landless people, as uneducated, unfit for citizenship, really, in the minds of many. So I think that's what, in 1964, 100 years later, that King is appealing to, this idea that when Thomas Jefferson, in the Declaration of Independence, writes these words, all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator, certain inalienable rights. Thomas Jefferson, a slave owner, didn't have in mind when he wrote those words the people who were slaves. But by the time we get to 1963, King is invoking this idea of all men, of course he means all persons, he means something like men. As men and women are created equal, he wants this idea to be embraced by the country in reference to the descendants of the African slaves. That's his dream, that's his idea. The legacy of slavery would be erased. That the position of African Americans would be equalized within the political community, which is the United States of America. That's my sense of it.
So on a very basic level, the work for the human being, literally the work for the human being. So I mentioned to you offline that I came from the Soviet Union. My grandfather fought World War II, and for Hitler, the work of a Slavic person is in the captures. There's different numbers, but it's in the hundreds in terms of the value of the person to the great Germany, Germany, Spain, conquer a large part of the world. And within that future world, the Third Reich, the worth of a Russian or Slavic person is 100 or 1,000 of a German person, or pure German person. So that has to do with not some kind of policy of politics or all that kind of stuff. It has to do with the basic worth of the human being. And that's what Dr. King is speaking to all people. That's the kind of deep level of what to say. If you somehow weigh the value of the person, you're equal, and that's basic fundamental.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's good. So, I don't know that he had in mind the position of Slavic people in Central Europe in the middle of the 20th century, the first part of the 20th century. King, I don't know that he had that in mind. He might know that. But certainly that's the idea.
So you don't think he was really thinking about this particular civil rights struggle, and a particular struggle against the backdrop of the history of slavery in America, thinking about African Americans. He wasn't thinking about the basic. He wasn't speaking to the basic person.
So I don't mean to say that the speech in Washington, the dream in 1963 at that time was within the context of the United States. It was within the context of the civil rights movement. It was a movement. political drama that's American that had to do with the fight over equal rights for voting, for housing, for employment, for citizenship of blacks in America. But King was informed, I think, by a much broader Christian ethic, the equality of all persons. I mean, he gets killed in 1968, 5 years after that speech in Washington. He's been developing his worldview and things that he had to say, for example, the war in Southeast Asia that was going on at that time, made appeals to universal principles of equality. He was pacifist to some degree. He was against war. He was a socialist to some degree. You might not have learned that later publicly, but he believed in the peace of society, the poor, the untended, healthcare would be available to people who needed it, and this kind of thing. A humanitarian who saw that the value of a life was not dependent upon the color of the skin, upon the native mother tongue that might be spoken, upon whether male or female. All persons are created equal. This is very much the ethic of Martin Luther King, my understanding. Broadly speaking, what do you learn about human nature? So what does that tell you? Well, I think of two things right off the top of my head. One is about the capacity of people for looking the other way in the face of unethical and morally profoundly problematic practice. So slavery was controversial. It was controversial going all the way back to the founding of the United States of America. The country was finally compromised where half of the country thought that slavery was important, would not have had it countenanced in the Constitution. The other half of the country were steeped in the dependence on the labor of these African captives and their descendants. The economy depended upon it. They owned it as property. That was their wealth. Their wealth was invested to some degree in the value of these human beings. And in order for the United States to come together as a confederation of several colonies, there had to be a compromise made, and it was made, where slavery was allowed to persist, and the people who were against it or who thought it morally problematic were able to countenance the practice in the southern states where slavery flourished. And that went on for 75 years after the founding of the country until the crisis of the late 1850s that led to the Civil War and ultimately to the emancipation. So one thing I think about human nature from the fact of slavery is that the ability of people to live with terrible, morally questionable practices and have that as a part of their institutions. It took a movement, a massive movement of abolitionists struggling against slavery for the better part of the century before that practice could be eradicated. But the other thing about human nature that I see is the ability of people to sustain their humanity under the most awful, oppressive conditions. The enslaved persons, the slaves, and their children, they cattle, they were not sold like horses, cattle, and yet they were not, their humanity was not destroyed by that. And they were able to sustain their dignity to some degree in such a manner that once emancipation finally did arrive, freedmen, literally persons who had been enslaved and set free, agree. We're able to, over the following decades, build a foundation for the development of African Americans within the context of American society that eventually culminated into the middle of the 20th century and has led us into the present day. So, you know, human nature can cover all the evil, but human nature can also survive in the face of terms of evil. That's what I take from it. That survival, that flame can burn the world around us. We play human consciousness, spirit, culture, whatever the hell that is that makes humans flourish, makes humans beautiful, that lives on. As I really said, yeah, I think it's pretty good that it's got to be some poetic way of expressing that. Leave it to the poet. What about the people that live the other way? How many people do you think, just regular people, use that something is or do people through generations convince themselves? Most people, most regular people, convince themselves there's nothing. Alright, yeah. I asked this question because I wondered what you're looking at the other way. Because you have to kind of, you have to ask yourself the question. Assuming we're the same people, like that, and we could be flawed in that same kind of way. We can look at the other way just as others have in history. Yeah, this goes for European context and overseas. Certainly, a lot of people have to be looking the other way. You know, the massive crimes that were committed by that regime were being undertaken. I mean, railroad cars full of human beings being taken off to be slaughtered and to be worked to death, and labor camps and to be gassed. So a lot of people have to know about what's going on. Look the other way, more enthusiastically supported the persecution of the Jews and the Gypsies. So, and I don't know, I was around in the 1840s. My sense of the matter is that, like many practices that are just as people thought, that's just the way it is. I mean, that's the way that they inherited. They were not moralists, they were not revolutionaries. They just were alone. Some people might have been troubled by it, but thought there's nothing that could be done. Some people might have thought that these black Africans, they're not really like us, and they are lucky to be here. If they were in Africa, they'd be worse off still. Some people might have been disturbed with that. They need to see what it is that they could do. They might have thought, oh, this is disgusting. This is not something I want to have anything to do with, but not knowing whether there's any practical way of enforcing it. That's why you need a movement. You need for the people who are troubled with garbage practice to know that there are others like this, people who trouble it. As they gather together collectively, they can assert their influence. There's debates now for the wrongness of slavery. As I said, there are all the factors all over the country. There were abolitionists and there were people who were opposed to compromise that led to the framing documents and institutions that created the United States and opposed the countenance of slavery in that situation. But it took a while before that could come to a head and produce the crisis which ultimately led to the eradication of slavery. I would note that slavery is not unique to the United States, it's not unique to the Western Hemisphere. That slave labor people, the trafficking of human cattle, it's something that one sees on a global basis, that sees it going all the way back to antiquity. So you might ask, how is it that people find to turn their backs and eradicate the practice? That might be that they were really trying to understand because the practice itself is, you know, there's a wonderful book by the sociologist Rabbi Patterson called Slavery and Social Death that was published in 1982, which is a comprehensive history, social analysis of the institution of slavery over 2,500 years, going back to the classical Greek and Roman civilizations, finding slavery in Africa, amongst Africans, finding slavery in the Middle East, finding slavery in the Far East, finding slavery in South Asia, the enslavement of people, the practice of putting someone as a captive in war, but then instead of killing them judicially, making them into your property was very, very widespread. So, I mean, I love the way she's doing sometimes when people talk about how slavery was. I agree without any question that the practice was profoundly morally problematic. But I'd like to make the point that given how wrong it was, think about how impressive was the accomplishment of the eradication of slavery. That was something that there were 600,000 dead in the war between the states, 1861 to 1865, roughly 30 million people. That's a lot of dead people who gave their lives not to eradicate slavery, and for some reason, probably they were just fighting for, they understood or were conscripted into forces, and they fought and they died. But the net effect of their having fought and died was to push along a process that led to the eradication of slavery. That's an amazing achievement. The slaves themselves were largely uneducated, backward in their, of course, what else could they have been? They were kept in captivity, they were prevented from developing their human potential. And yet, after the end of slavery, that population, that 4 million plus African Pacific people, became the foundation for what a century later leads to Martin Luther King standing in the Washington Mall and giving that great speech. And now here we are 150 years down the road, and Barack Obama is president of the United States. Now, this is not the same for slaves. He's recognized that he identified as an African American and was part of the population that consisted largely of people who descended from slaves. And we African Americans are, for all practical purposes, fully equal citizens of this great republic. That has happened within a century and a half. And I don't know that you can find any parallel to that kind of transformation in the status of people, from human cattle to full citizens anywhere in human history. Certainly worth celebrating the achievement of the eradication of slavery, I would say.
And probably started with a few people that inside their mind dared to reach out. You know, it's interesting to think about how the person, how in the state of injustice, the revolution took place. You said people that see something as wrong find it. You know, it's in the ideas, charismatic individuals that not only know that something is wrong, but are able to tell others about it and be convincing, and then to gather the gavel and rise up. It's interesting to make this kind of incredible progress. Slavery to where we are today. To live out the ideal of all men created equal. The power of individual, because I don't know what you think about it, but I had to think that a few small individuals probably would see the power of the individual Sometimes we think that justice is more and to think one person can be the seed of starting to fix the injustice. Sure. One person can. One person can. One thinks, of course, of Frederick Douglass, the massively significant figure who was born in slavery, who stole his freedom, and because he was property, and he decided he was not going to be property anymore, and he took it up to himself to emancipate himself personally, and who became an educated, powerfully articulate, massively influential person in the United States and in England, going around presenting himself as an embodiment of human dignity and commitment to ideals of equality. And, I mean, he's just one person, but there others are just one person. Or two, just one person. So here we are. On this topic of equality in the 21st century. So what does equality mean today? If you start to think about this idea of equality of options, or the injustice of equality, at which point does equality not just looking at our world today, we're looking at inequality. How do we know that some inequality, societal injustice, and some is real? What does equality mean when you look at the world today? Different from Dr. King's speech of the basic humanity. I think that King's speech, I have a dream of what they want for all children to be judged by the color of their skin, by the content of their character, requires equality of outcome. He says his children will be judged by the content of their character. That's a conditional statement. That is, the judgment will depend upon the content of their character, not the color of their skin. But it doesn't follow from that the outcomes, whatever outcomes we consider wealth and economic power, position within the society, representation of various professions, the various measures of social achievement, doesn't follow from judging by the content of character, that color of skin. When we look at the end of the day, the social outcomes, that they will be equal across the different groups. In fact, I think there's a contradiction in the idea that goods would be equal in all of the various developments, that they would be equally successful in business, that they would be proportionately represented in the various professions, that they would have the same educational achievement, the occupational profiles would be the same. If they are, in fact, distinct groups with their own cultural traditions and practices, with their own ideals and aims, various immigrant populations, people coming to the United States of America from all corners of the world, the descendants of the African slaves, the black immigrants here today, who are ourselves various with different origins and so on. The different religious practices and commitments that Jewish or Mormon or Christian, however we parcel up the total population to the various groups, these groups are themselves different from one another. They have different norms within their own cultural practice. How can we expect if, in fact, we recognize that the groups are different from one another? In a world that is fair, they would all come equally represented in reality, and they're not equally represented, and that fact, I'm arguing, is in and of itself insufficient to justify the conclusion that they're not somehow being fairly treated. Fair treatment doesn't imply equal
in which the populations of Russia are themselves different with respect to their culture, their practices, their norms, their traditions, their beliefs, their ideals, and things like that. The fact that those different norms, traditions, beliefs, cultural orientations, and ideas will have consequences in terms of their different social outcomes. So I just think it's a mistake that people make it when we think fairness of treatment implies equality of outcomes. It does not. Is the process by which we're speaking now in the midst of the National Basketball Association's playoffs. I confess to being a Boston Celtics. I mean, I'm just, it's a very good team to be excited about the Celtics. We defeated the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, we defeated Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving and company in a playoff series. We whipped them. And we're on our way to, the Eastern Conference Finals, and we're on our way to the NBA Finals. And, if I were a betting man, I'd put down a few bucks that the Boston Celtics, underrated as we are, have a very good chance to win the NBA Finals. Okay, so that's the NBA. That's the National Basketball Association. And sports games.
Basketball bias prediction, yes.
Yeah, it's something like that. All I'm saying is, when you take a look at who the star players are in National Basketball Association, you get find there's some Eastern Europeans. There's some really good basketball players coming out of Eastern Europe. More power to them. And there are a lot of African Americans. They're not going to be Jews, as far as I know. I know that's a two but I mean, the NBA is not equally representative of all of the different populations in the United States. Now, we can go into the reasons why, but I'm just saying the process by which you can play with the NBA is fair. If you can play, you can get on the court. That all they're looking for is people to play. I think something like that is true in many different areas. I expect if you're a really good technical engineer, it's going to do this. And if you can do it, you're going to advance you, and you will be able to rise to the top of that profession. I expect that the people who are engaged in financial transactions, who are actually making bets in the market, by and large, are the people who are good at that activity. And if you're good at that activity in this world, in this part of the world, you're going to rise to the top. I'm not saying that there are no areas of discrimination. Of course, there are of many different sorts. But I'm saying that to expect that there will be, okay, I mean, let's look at who's actually writing code. Let's look at who's actually trading bonds. Let's look at who's actually starting businesses. It's hard to say that if in a fair world, I would expect that the blacks are 10% of the population, they be 10% of every one of those things. Is to ignore the reality that the differences in culture and practices and norms of the various population groups will lead to differences in their representation of those people who are outstanding performers in one or another activity.
How do you know if the difference in culture is the difference in outcomes? Or it's the existence of barriers, especially barriers early on in discrimination. So, if you think about orthodox, in which ways is orthodox empowering, in which ways is these early development of different groups? We should say that you went to some no-name Northwestern University at first, but then you ended up with Greek University at MIT. So that's your not really middle of it. So speaking of the development, the opportunities, and the quality of opportunities, how do we know we got that?
Yeah, I'm glad you put it like that. we were talking about results, now we're talking about opportunity. I was taking a position that when King says, I have a dream, he envisions a world where his children will not be barred from the good things in life because of the color of his skin. We're talking about opportunity, not about results. But opportunity is not just something that depends upon what the law is, what public policies are. Opportunity also depends upon the social conditions in which people are raised, the social and economic conditions. So the child of a poor family that has no resources, it doesn't have the same opportunity as a child of a wealthy family to realize their full human potential. You ask me, how can we tell whether or not the difference in outcomes is a reflection of unequal opportunity, or it's a reflection of differences in culture and interest and practice? And I don't know that there's a single answer to that question, but I think one wants to look at the data. One wants to try to measure, as a social scientist, I would say, what you want to do is you want to estimate the significance of various factors to determine the outcome. The outcome is how much money does a person make when they work in the labor market, so you get their wages. And you think, well, that depends upon a number of things. It depends upon how educated they are, what kind of skills they have, what kind of work experience they have. So, I mean, those things are all legitimate factors that might determine how much they are making in the labor market. But you also want to perhaps control for those things, see whether or not the fact that they are Black or Latino, the fact that they are male or that they are female, the fact that they do or do not speak English as their native language, this kind of thing. Whether those factors also are implicated in determining how successful they are in the labor market. And if you find that after you have control from the things that are legitimately determining success of going in the labor market, like skills and education and experience, having control for those things, the fact that a person is Black or is a woman or is an immigrant or is Latino background, also affects their own age to that extent. They're not getting the opportunity to live that kind of idea. But I want to focus a little bit more here on what we mean by opportunity, because it's not just whether employers treat the worker on a fair and even basis, irregardless of the worker's racial or ethnic background. That's one opportunity issue. That's at the end of the development process. They're now presenting themselves to the market, trying to find work and being employed at this or that age. That's the end of it. What about the developmental opportunity, the opportunity to acquire skills in the first place? That goes all the way back. That goes all the way back to birth. It even goes back to before birth. The mother carrying the infant in the womb, she has certain nutrition practices. So she might be smoking or drinking alcohol or something like that. I'm not saying she is. I'm not saying she isn't. I'm just saying whether she is and she isn't will affect the development of the fetus, the newborn. Now there's a question of environment. There's a question of the development of their neurological potential of being learned how to breathe. Are they stimulated verbally? How many words have they heard spoken? Are they being nurtured in a home environment so as to maximize the possibility of them achieving their human potential? What about the peer group influences? What about the values and norms of the surrounding human communities in which they're involved? Do they encourage the young person to apply themselves in a systematic way to their studies and to their focus on their position of language command and of their educational potential. So development is not only something that is controlled by the society's practices, it's also something that is influenced by the cultural background of the individual. And those things are not equal. Uh, those things vary across groups in a very significant way. And that too will be a factor determining disparities of outcome. So when I see outcomes that are different, I see wealth foundation that's different. I see education achievement that's different. I see representation in the professional schools, law school, and medical school that's different between the groups. One question is, are the institutions treating people fairly? But another question is, do the background and social and cultural influences equip people in the same way? And we know that the answer to that, not in every instance, do they equip people in the same way. And so it makes the judgment, the moral judgment that we make when we see inequality of outcome complicated. Inequality of outcome is a systemic factor to some degree, but it is also a cultural factor to some degree. I would say, and that's controversial, you know. A lot of people think of themselves as being progressive. They want to put a finger at society whenever they see disparity. But I think that that's a mistake. I think it misunderstands the difficulty of the problem. You think that if you get the right law, if you have the right public policy, if the right politicians are elected to office, suddenly those disparities will go away. And I'm here to tell you that that's a false hope. And moreover, it is probably the wrong goal. But I mean, we could go into that. You were talking about affirmative action, which is something that's not about. And you were talking about me and my education, which is also so that's a little bit different. And I'm happy to talk about those things. Northwestern University, by the way, is a great university. I'm just joking. It's one of the great universities in the world. And I studied mathematics at Northwestern University, which is how I ended up at MIT in the first place. And I got a very good technical training in mathematics when I was at Northwestern. So
You love mathematics and human nature. And so, which is why you ended up you wanted to do economics. That's one of the great economics programs in MIT. So one of the many hats you wear is that of economics, which allows you to think systematically, rigorously about the way the world and the humans work at scale, trying to remove the full mushy mess, like a psychology perspective, economics allows you to do.
yeah, economics is one of the social sciences. I think there's value in psychology and in sociology. There's a lot to know that doesn't come up within the study of economics. You study markets and dynamics of economic development of the trade and so on. But yeah, speaking personally, as I was kind of law, I was fascinated by mathematics. I was good at it, and I ended up at Northwestern and just a lot of courses there in functional analysis, and logic and mathematics, and dynamical systems, and stuff that I ended up enjoying in my graduate studies in economics. But you're right, I was not satisfied simply to be improving terms. I wanted to be addressing issues of social significance. In economics, I discovered, to my delight, was a field study that allowed me to develop rigorous analytical frameworks of modeling and precision of logical deduction and inference. On the one hand, satisfying my mathematical interests, but on the other hand, could address questions of social significance, like why does racial inequality persist? Why are some countries prospering and growing and others Why do the prices of raw materials fluctuate in the way that they do over time? And so on, and ended up falling in love with the application of mathematical analysis to the study of social issues. Particularly
Mathematics, puzzles, about logic, all those kinds of things. It's still there. The raw math is still there, but there's something to speak to. What is the kernel flame of that love?
I find magic. I mean, being able to prove something, and I think there's no largest crime. How does anybody know that? Okay, what's a prime number? So a prime number is a number that has a whole number that has no divisor other than one. There are no divisors of the number that makes 13 or 19 or 37. So there's no largest prime number. There is a number of prime numbers. There's no largest number. That's an idea that you get your mind around with. It doesn't take a whole lot of depth to see the question. There's no largest prime number. I wonder if the prime numbers show up in economics. So they don't show up in economics, but except in cryptography. Understand?
Yes.
The code, it coding stuff,
And that shows up. But in terms of models,
yeah.
that's the prime number is a little, in abstract algebra, it's like they show up in all these places that are just beautiful mathematical puzzles, but don't immediately have an application. And somehow maybe challenge you, and as a result, there's mathematics there. Like Fermat's last theorem, as far as I know, no obvious real-world applications, but it has to challenge the application for drugs. Somehow indirectly address.
The rational numbers are they can be pretty one-to-one relationship with the energy. But that the real numbers is a lot more real numbers. These are orders of infinity. Cancer game, cancer. So theorem, I studied this in Stanford. I complete this theorem and proposition in any logical system that's rich enough to accommodate arithmetic and one of the propositions that you can formulate that are true, but that you cannot prove to be true. So the idea that you could systematically develop a logical framework for mathematical inquiry that could demonstrate the truth or falsity of any proposition is not a feasible goal. This project is not standard and show that there's no hope ever of being able to demonstrate the closure of logical systems that position to accommodate real numbers.
They gave an existential crisis to all mathematicians and scientists and humans, because maybe you can't prove it.
I remember, when I was a junior college, a community college student before I transferred to university, and I took a calculus course. And it was a lot of fun. And it was differentiating algebraic expressions and integrating and using trigonometric substitutions. And there was a lot of simple problems to get to Northwestern. I took a course in differential equations. And again, it was a lot of formulaic, applying a differential equation of this structure, like if it's linear, you could solve things. And then I took a course that showed, where the question was not how to solve any particular functional expression, but it was proving the existence of a solution to a differential equation where it's like x dot equals f of x and t, and f is just some arbitrary function. What do I have to assume about the function in order to know that there exists a solution to the differential equation dx dt equals f of x and t? And it's basically a called the Rothschild condition of the bounding of the slope of the function f as a function of x solution, and then it's an iterative process to show that the sequence of partial solutions so that they converge to something that's a solution. Anyway, again, I'm not going to bore you or continue that I'm a mathematician. I'm not. But what I'm saying is the difference between a specific algebraic formula that you can manipulate and solve on the web, and the abstract question of whether there exists a solution in the general case is like a huge step for me in my study of mathematics. And the techniques that you have to employ to address these larger questions. And so I, when I was an undergraduate, I took the first year PhD sequence in math analysis at Northwestern from a brilliant mathematician named Avner Friedman. And learned about measure theory, and learned about some early functional analysis ideas. And when I saw that those ideas were being applied by advanced study in economics, I was delighted with them intellectual.
So that one of the fascinating challenges of mathematics is to think, which echoes the challenge of economics. What are the properties of an equation that allow you to say something profound and say it simply? So the question of economics is how do you construct a model you can generalize nicely and say something profound and say it simply. This is one of the questions, one of the challenges of economics, this macro versus microeconomics. Yeah, is the world is made up of individuals. There's connection to this discussion of race and discrimination and outcomes and all these things. The world is made up of individuals, but in order to say something general, you have to construct groups. In order to analyze the data, you have to aggregate that data, make an average of a subset of people. So, what are the pros and cons of looking at things like equality of opportunity or equality of outcome based on groups versus based on individuals? And what are the groups, if there's any pros to looking at groups that we should do?
Okay, those are big questions. I mean, in economics, you're right. I mean, micro, you have an economic model in which you make decisions about spending their money. On the consumption side, about how enterprises make decisions about what to produce, how much of it, what inputs to use, what techniques of production. So, individual firms, individual consumers, and then you want to aggregate. So there's a theory of general equilibrium where you think supply and demand in a bunch of markets, you think prices that move to equilibrate, but you recognize that the price in one market affects people's behavior in another, how it's interacting with each other. You realize that the behavior of one individual affects the supplies of available resources for other individuals, so they're knitted together in some kind of systematic way. And you want to try to demonstrate the fact that notwithstanding all these interdependencies, there exists a solution to the system of equations that equates demand and supply across all the different markets. This is the existence of general equilibrium. Then you want to try to say something about the properties of equilibrium if it exists. Is it efficient? What do you mean by efficiency? The idea of so-called Pareto efficient outcomes. These are outcomes that cannot be uniformly improved upon. Everybody can't be made better off by it in terms of outcome. We want to demonstrate the efficiency of competitive equilibrium. That's what I mean by competition. We mean that people take their actions to do the best for themselves that they can. Profits of firms, well-being of consumers, they try to do the best for themselves that they can. But they do so in reference to a set of prices that they believe they cannot control. That's the criterion of competitive market circumstance. So does a competitive equilibrium exist? Do there exist a set of prices which everybody recognizes them as given and responds on behalf of their own interests, this outcome would be supply equaling demand in all the markets where people are interacting with one another. And that requires the use of some concepts of topology, fixed point theorems, and whatnot that are familiar with mathematics, not very deep mathematical results, but important to economics. That's all about general equilibrium. When you ask about groups, by the way, amazing world, something with all economics. That's great. Well, markets, competition, greater efficiency, yes, groups. And prices. And by the way, there are some very beautiful, formalizations of everything that's saying here. If you end up with vector spaces, you end up with sets of bundles of consumption and production, you end up with convexity, you end up with hyperplanes, which are, in this finite dimensional vector space, which are, all of the bundles that have the same value at a certain price, you end up with inner products, and, it's very critical.
Yeah, so you almost begin with just a bunch of humans transacting with each other. People just do that markets are made up of individuals.
Markets are made up of individuals, and in order to carry out this formalization, you have to make assumptions about the individuals. And the end result is true in a formal sense, but may not be true as a representation of reality, because it depends upon assumptions that themselves may not hold. But at least you know what it is that has to be true in order for your formal framework to be relevant, which is already a step in the right direction. Because when your formalization is better than the intuition, the armchair intuition, where we sit back and we don't really know exactly what we're talking about because we haven't pinned it down in a precise way. I'm in favor of the formalization. They think, what is mathematics and the social sciences? After all, we're dealing with people are not automata. I agree with that. But the analysis of the interaction of people, I think, to be rigorous, requires us to be specific about what we're talking about markets, about consumers, about size, about profits, about technology, about preferences. And that's the language of economics. But people's behavior depends upon what they seek in life. It depends upon their goals and their objectives. Those things are at play. They could be pushed this here or that. So, nationalism, fighting and dying for the religion, sacrificing on behalf of some abstract ideal of dealing with, what is the human situation, what's the meaning of life. Economists have to assume that these things are some particular thing before they can really turn the crank of their machine to analyze the outcomes of human interaction. And yet these things, belief in my identity, the things that I'm willing to sacrifice and die for, the purposes of life that I affirm and pass on to my children, are important preconditions for actually carrying out the economic analysis. And they are subject to manipulation and to change over time. And that's not something that economics has a whole lot to say about.
Is there some general things that are really powerful in terms of civilization, religion? Those are groups. Can you group people nicely in helping you understand? So group them into nations based on their citizen rate and geography, right? The geographic location of your birth or your long-term residence, maybe religious group, the religion you believe over time. Is there groups like that? And then race. Is that useful? What are the pros and cons of looking at outcomes based on these kinds of groups? Race.
I think they're pros, I think they're cons. I am myself, I'm number 6 before you right now. A Black American or African American. I identify as. The way they talk about it. I identify as a black person. My skin is brown. My hair is my nose is long. Relative to the way other people's noses look. My lips are thicker. That's a consequence of my ancestral descent from the human population resident in the African continent in millennia past. My race. Here in the United States, we have various quote-unquote races defined crudely in the way that I just tried to define myself. You could say, and I think there's a very powerful argument, that these are superficial differences. Really? Why should it matter that your eye color or your hair color or the shape of the bones in your face or the color, the tone of your skin, the amount of melanin, how it is that you react to ultraviolet radiation in terms of your skin? What is that to be the basis of anything? I mean, that's arbitrary. It's not meaningful. Could there really be meaning in these superficial differences among human beings? Isn't that an archaic or barbaric way of thinking about ourselves? To look at each other's skin color or hair texture and then to decide if that's a black or that's a white or that's a Latin or that's an Asian or that's a whatever. That's something that we should outgrow. A person might say that's a relic of a kind of tribal society, of a kind of pre-modern society where we build real structure on the basis of such superficial difference. A person could say that. On the other hand, I am a Black American. I mean, that's part of my identity. It's part of my heritage. It's part of the stories that I tell myself about who my people are. Why do I need a people? Why do I need a narrative of descent in which I affiliate with a racially defined people? Do I really need that? I mean, I think that's an important question. In fact, this is a confession. I think of myself as Black. I could think of myself as simply Negro. I could not identify specifically as Black. And then I would say, oh, my eyes are brown too, so I'm a brown eye. I mean, I'm going to invent a group based on my eye color. I weigh 290 pounds. I'm going to have a body size group. I'm a plus 200, and that's who I am. I don't do that. I came from Chicago. Yes, I do have a certain sense of affinity with my hometown. I'm a Chicago-born person, but frankly, I haven't lived in Chicago since 1979. That's a long time. I wear my Chicago heritage very, very lightly. I would not go to war with someone from Cleveland or St. Louis and fight to the death with that St. Louis person or that Cleveland person based upon the fact that we come from different cities.
Being not even abandoned in your heart is
Some Chicago that's still in me, I suppose, but it's not very deep. It's not who I am anymore. And I wonder, here I'm trying to pose the question, why is it that being a descendant of African slaves should be who I am? So there's some answers. One answer is people look at me and deal with me differently based upon what they see. I don't have control over that. I'm going to be perceived as a member of a group, whether or not I elect to affiliate myself in that group or not. Therefore, I need to be mindful of the fact that regardless of what my internal orientation is, the world will perceive me in a particular way and will perceive me differently based upon the color of my skin. So a police officer who stops me at 2 o'clock in the morning because my tail light is out and asks me for my automobile registration, and I reach quickly to the glove compartment to get my registration, and the police officer says, "Show me your hands," and I don't quite hear what he says, or I hear what he says, and I'm getting my document out of my glove compartment, but the police officer thinks because I have not responded to his demand to show my hands that I might be reaching for a weapon, and the police officer sees that I'm black and fears the likelihood that I might have a weapon was higher because at that time, a lot of the people who get stopped with weapons in their car happen to be black, male, and he suspected it, and he just tried to say that I'm bleeding out there and I'm dead now. And all of that is a possibility that's very real, and it's based on the color of my skin. And therefore, when he stops me, I keep my hands on the steering wheel. And I don't go to the glove compartment. And I'm fearful of the fact that he might mistake me for a criminal, etc. Or I walk into a high-end store, a clothing store, I see the man dressed in clothes. I'm not, but that's okay. I really have some good clothes at home. But you know what I mean? And the salesman in the clothing store either treats me like old friends, and welcoming, and I do for you, sir, and let me show you this, that, and what are you looking for? Because he thinks I'm going to spend $1,000 there that day, going to 5% commission, whatever it is, and he either does that or he ignores me and looks at me with suspicion. Like I might be trying to shoplift something, I'm only going to spend $50 and not $500 because I'm not worth his time. And I'm aware of the fact that when I go into the clothing store, especially the high-end place, and buy a good suit or buy some really good dress shirts or slacks that fit you well, and so on. I'm aware of the fact that I may not be taken seriously by the salesman based on the fact that he's looking at me and he sees a black person, and therefore, I dress up before I go out to buy clothes to get because I want to present myself as not someone who just walked in on the street, but as one of those black people who is really prepared to spend some money in the store so that I can be treated with respect, and I have to carry the burden, such as it is, of knowing that I need to earn the being taken seriously by overcoming the suppositions that people may have about me based upon the color of my skin. Something like that. Or I ask myself, what am I going to teach my children about who they are and where they come from? What stories am I going to tell them about their ancestors? Who are their ancestors? Every African American has European ancestors. Every black person in the United States of America, I think I can say that almost without exception. We could go to 23andMe and look at the DNA. They have European ancestors. They're not truly African. That's a fact, and that's a consequence of the experience of African descended people because it's a mixed population. My name is Lowry, spelled Loury, but pronounced as Lwery. And I gather, in case they listen to that name, that it's Scottish. So where's my clear identified? Well, I could claim some Scottish descent, but I don't know who those ancestors are. Frankly, I don't know who my enslaved ancestors. I can't trace my family history back very far into the 19th century. But so what's those going to tell you about who we are, about who the ancestors are? I mean, I want to tell my some story, and that story is going to be colored by my race. So even though it is superficial, and in an ideal world, you might think, why do human beings? I read science fiction, so there's this Chinese writer, Cixin Liu. This is his name. I know I pronounce it exactly right. Cixin Liu. Cixin Liu. He has a trilogy, the three-body problem, the dark forest, and death's end. Those are the three books of Cixin Liu's trilogy about how Tri-Solaris, which is another star system within a few light years of the solar system, and Earth get into a conflict. And when the Tri-Solaris come down to dominate Earth, suddenly all of these differences between the Chinese and the North Americans and the Europeans, the Africans and the South Asians become kind of insignificant because after all, Tri-Solaris with their advanced civilization, the star system is dying, have their eyes on the solar system, which has a planet the third rock from the sun, it's pretty habitable. And, the difference between us is sometimes pretty insignificant. So we shouldn't need for an invasion by extraterrestrial beings to have to happen before we would recognize the common humanity that we all share, that is profound and is deep. We all descend back from the same ancestral population, safely walked out of East Africa eons ago and has survived amongst all of the different possible, variations of species and whatnot, of humanoid population of Homo sapiens have flourished, the others have died out. And here we are, and we can just look at the genetic endowments that characterize our biological essence, and we can see that we are quote unquote the same beneath the skin, and yet we end up creating so much weight to these differences. So I can see both sides of the issue. So I can see the argument of racism and irrelevancy, because at the end of the day, deep down, it is. But I can also see the argument that I hold on to racial identity because A, my racial presentation colors how other people deal with me, but B, because everybody needs a story. Everybody needs to count. You're Jewish. I mean, how deep that is, how genetically profound that is. I do know that it's a culturally profound identity for a lot of people, based upon maybe some of the same characteristics that I'm talking about. Hey, they won't let you not be Jewish. You can say you're not Jewish, but when you put family people up, like you said, that it don't have a whole lot to do with what your study is about. And B, you need to tell your children stories.
Well, that's the fascinating thing about this tribalism you spoke about. That the formed tribes, as humans, throughout human history, no tribes have the right to hate towards other tribes. It's because violence and destruction. And yet, tribalism allows you to tell a story. It allows you to draw a culture. There's something about defining yourself within a particular tribe. It allows you to have a tradition. You have an article you wrote called The Case for My Patriotism. So I should also say it's so interesting because for me personally, I feel, identify as, believe I am an American. And yet within the American umbrella, it feels that there's a longing for other tribes, and this is Jewish. What I honestly feel is a lot of this human culture and so on is Russian and Ukrainian, because that's where I come from. That's where my family is from. There's like stereotypical things that are funny, humorous type of thing about Russians. So their emotion, good at chess and math, wrestling, drinking vodka. I mean, it's literally every single stereotype. So there's to celebrate that. There's a tradition there. Within the American umbrella, some of it is humor, some of it is little quirks of culture, but now with the war in Russia and Ukraine, interestingly enough, even that little thing becomes also a source of negative. But anyway, that context aside, what is Black patriotism? And why do you feel,
I'm speaking Black patriotism in a particular context? And what I'm saying basically is very simple. I'm saying we are African Americans, and the emphasis should be on the American. I actually don't even much care for the framing African American, but I'm not going to fight with people about it. It's I don't think it's worth fighting about. That's not me. I just say we're Americans. Or if you want, we're Black Americans. We're certainly not African. That is, the African American population is a population of people come into existence here in North America through the culture of slavery. There are also immigrants from East Africa, immigrants from West Africa, immigrants from Southern Africa, immigrants from the Caribbean, who descend from an ancestral population which is African. The history of the world since 1500s, our history in which people of African descent are scattered because of slavery throughout the Western Hemisphere. And so here we are. But the institution of slavery ended in 1863 in the United States. The struggle that we started out talking about, which gave rise to Martin Luther King giving that speech that we say is the greatest speech in American history. I'm not going to argue with you about that. Happened right here in the United States. We are, what is the United States? The United States is a nation of immigrants. The population of the North American continent is sparsely populated by an indigenous population which was destroyed in conquest by a European population that settled here in North America and appropriated the land and have built a civilization which has been peopled by a large influx of individuals from Europe, Irish, Italian, Greek, Slavic, Jewish, Russian Jews coming in large numbers. So wave after wave after wave of immigration. Asian, Latin American population of people have come to reside here in the United States. And we Black Americans who descend from slaves. We African Americans who descend from slaves. So here we are. This is a great nation. This is a monumentally significant political force, which is the United States of America, founded in 1776, 1787, fought a war of independence from the British, established a republic, which is a confederation of these independent colonies, which has grown into now the 50 states of the United States of America, a continental nation. The richest and most powerful nation on the planet, really with massive influence throughout the world, for good and for ill. That's who we are, I want to say, to Black people. There is no other home for us. It's this fantasy of we being a people of color. Back in the day when I was coming along in the 1960s, there was something called the Republic of Blue Africa movement. And they wanted some states in the South given over to Black people, and we were going to have our own country. And it's a joke. It's a fantasy. It's a mythic, unbalanced, unrealistic, fanciful politics. It's not a serious politics. We're Americans. We're not going anywhere here. The idea that, and I want to say this on a number of different registers. I want to say, first of all, we need to make peace with the fact that that's who we are and that's where we are. So nobody is coming. The World Court is not going to litigate our disputes. The United Nations is not going to set up a desk where people of African descent who reside in this country. We have to work out whatever our concerns are with our fellow Americans right here within the context of American politics. That means compromise. That means looking for a framework for political expression, which is broader than our racial identity, etc. So I want to say that. But I also want to say there's no reason to apologize for this. There's something positive to affirm. I take on this question about slavery in brief. Because in fact, slavery was awful and it was wrong and it was on the backs of the enslaved Africans, and it had consequences that have endured long after the termination of the thing. But I also want to say, look at what has happened in the last 150 years for African Americans. And I want to say, look at the vitality of the institutions here in the United States of America, of the Democratic Republic of the United States of America. again, not perfect, which are malleable, these institutions, to allow for the transformation of the status of African Americans, such as has occurred since the end of slavery. And I want to say there's a lot to celebrate in that. So this is our country. We are full members of the polity. We have burdens and responsibilities as well as privileges that are associated with our membership of this republic. That does not mean that we should not fight for what we believe to be right, although we are not one voice here, we Black Americans. It does not mean that we should not protest things that we think are deserving of protest. But I want to say it does mean that we should not reject the framework that we're operating in because we basically don't have any alternative. And because when viewed in full context, a local profoundly significant achievement in the United States of America and a beacon to the rest of the world. I don't want to go on like some starry-eyed kind of jingoistic celebration of America as the greatest civilization, et cetera, et cetera. But this great nation is our nation, and I think we do best by beginning, we Black Americans do best by beginning, this is the argument in the piece, by beginning from a framework which accepts that fact and then builds.
So Black patriotism is not exactly the same. Rhymes echoes American patriotism. So a Black American is first and foremost American.
Yeah. Black American is first and foremost American, and it's a good thing too.
When we return the question of Dr. King and another powerful impact on religion, Malcolm X, to ask a good question. So first, people often perhaps inaccurately portray that it's represented two different ideals, approaches in the fight for civil rights. So Martin Luther King with a nonviolent approach, the peacemaker, and Malcolm X is the by any means necessary. What do you think about this distinction? And broadly speaking, the Black patriotism in the future of Black Americans in the 21st century, what is the role of anger? What is the role of protest? Even violence encompasses a lot of just aggression. And that's the man we're going to have to make change, force change.
Okay, I think you could figure on something really important in the context of we were just discussing Black patriotism. It's not the only story. And there is another story. Malcolm X is someone you identify. His memory lives on and is powerfully influential. I think you see it in Black Lives Matter. I think you see it in protests and rioting and something that has broken out periodically going all the way back to the 1960s and before, but especially since the 1960s. You saw it in Los Angeles in 1992, the Rodney King civil disturbances that broke out there, and the manifest, the radical, Afrocentric rejection of the American story that he believed in. He believed in a magnificent option, and a lot of people are rolling their eyes, and saying, say, fuck the man, it's honestly not just get your knee off my neck. That's what you can do to me. Don't ask me to believe in your BS about magnificent fellowship and founding fathers who are all slave owners anyway. You just get your knee off my neck. I can relate to that. As I mentioned, I grew up in Chicago, 50s and the 1960s. I remember Malcolm X, literally in real time. I remember when he was murdered in 1965 in the Audubon Ballroom in Harlem and Manhattan. raised in a house where my aunt and uncle were masters of the house, and my mother and my sister and I lived in a small apartment upstairs in the back of this big house that my successfully developed. And my uncle was a small businessman, barber, and a tradesman. He was a hustler, I mean, legally a hustler. He did what he had to do to make money. He was very enterprising. Not especially well educated, but very intelligent and disciplined and resourceful provider for his family, which included myself, my sister, and my mother, and their husband. And we call him Uncle Meanie because he had these moon-shaped eyes that protruded from James was his name. James Ellis Lee. He's my uncle. But I'm saying all that to say this. He admired the nation of Islam. I mean, him and Malcolm X, Martin King and Malcolm X, different on a number of different people. Malcolm X was a Muslim. Martin Luther King Jr. was a Christian minister. He really didn't have any time for these Christian ministers. He thought that was a white man's religion. He, and back in that day, you go into a black church and you'd see a portrait of Jesus, and he'd be a blonde hair, blue-eyed. He didn't even look like a Mediterranean. He didn't look like somebody who came from Palestine. He looked like somebody who came from Northern Europe, something like that. The picture of Jesus, my husband rejected that whole thing. He was damn, but he was going to think his name was white Jesus. But he was not Muslim, but he respected the Muslims. He brought home their newspaper. It's called Muhammad Speaks, which is the Nation of Muslims, which is the black Muslim movement founded in American cities like Detroit and Chicago, going back to the early 20th century and growing into a very significant movement that had a lot of influence. Louis Farrakhan, controversial figure, descends from this movement. It has fractured and as the major part of the legacy of the black Muslims has assimilated itself into Islam proper. Malcolm X made a famous pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came back with a very different vision about what it meant to be a Muslim and understood himself to be a part of the large tradition and religious culture of Islam that has a global reach. And he had a different vision when he came back from that. Some people say that's why he was killed. So I don't know. I certainly find that to be plausible, but he constituted a threat to the sect, which was the black Muslims, and had to be dealt with. We'll never go through the story on that. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, the black Muslims were there, Malcolm X was there, and in my experience, they constituted a counterpoint to the position of king, which depended on a kind of respect for the best of the tradition of American democracy, appealing to the better of our lives. Live up to the full meaning of our creed. These are words that he would use. A magnificent commissary note is what he would think of as the Declaration of Independence and the legacy of Abraham Lincoln. Unfulfilled idea. And the black Muslims were like, fuck that. We're going to take care of that. We're going to build our schools. We're going to build our businesses. We're not waiting for the black man to do it. Get your feet off my neck and get out of my way, and then we take care of our own. And my uncle respected that. He respected the straight back. The stand up straight. The shoulders back. That's a Jordan Peterson. I mean, that was a great quote, Jordan Peterson, but that was his philosophy. Raise your children. Don't be focused upon welfare. If you take a welfare from a white man, you need to get busy. You need to educate yourself. You need to clean up your act, put down the fried chicken, because it's going to kill you. My community loved this book that the Russian Republic has become the honorable Russian Republic, the founder and the leader of the nation of Islam. He had a book. And all it said was, idea of responsibility for self and determination to build. He respected that religion, even if he didn't by the religious side of it. And so, now, and by the way, my mother died in 1983. He left me a bequest. It wasn't money. It was his complete collection of the recorded speeches of Dr. Guinness. And I have these albums. These are 330 LPs. There's 6 of them. And I have a complete collection, especially Michael could assemble of the recorded speeches about it. So why did he do that? He did that because he didn't want you to forget that build your own, stand up straight with your shoulders back, proud, take care of your business, take care of your children, pick up the cash and get busy. So violence, that's not a story. I mean, Malcolm X would say, we gotta defend ourselves. We gotta, that's what do racist or Ku Klux Klan or whatever. We're gonna arm ourselves and we're gonna fight you back. You racist police who are oppressing and persecuting and abusing our people, well, you better be ready because we're gonna fight you back. And that too is the spirit that we have there is a kind of attitude, a kind of posture. It's not radical, it's business, but we respect this idea. Take your life in your own hands when you use it, but we're prepared to defend ourselves.
It's the that blood runs in you too. That's the right. You're right about black injuries. That's the right thing too. It's like your body will like deal with you all right. But also that there is this there is the power of just that manipulating and are oppressing you, and you can't just wait around for things to fix themselves. You have to take action. You have to take things into your own hands. And sometimes that means being angry. Sometimes that means being violent. That's there too.
Yeah, it's there, but is I don't read today because I was 2022. I think that is the answer. I don't think that violent rebellion gets us to the beat of the day. I think we're past that. There aren't like private Ku Klux Klan with people breaking down your door and dragging you away. There are not. We used to over a tree limb where you hang somebody from the tree because they whispered at the white woman and they got too much property in your community and you became they was already Negroes and that was a thing of the past. The situation is no longer the one that requires some kind of violent reaction. And then there is, if you look at the net effect of the so-called rebellions in American cities, they're negative. The George Floyd protests, which became violence and arsonists, which in the aftermath of the civil disturbance of whatnot, summer of 2020, I think set back the program for African Americans. I don't think it advanced it. I think there are things to be concerned about. Students that are working, police that are not respecting citizens and so forth. But I think that those are things that affect white Americans as well. And the way to ultimately correct those things is to make alliance and association with Americans who are concerned with these things. And I think it's properly framed as a racial problem. And I certainly don't think that violent rebellion gets us here. I get the historical salence from that posture, and it made a lot of sense in the early mid 20th century concepts at all in the early 21st century.
Well, thank you for allowing me for a brief moment to try to channel your ingenuity with the this conversation. As we look forward to the 21st century, you mentioned that car was attended by Trump. The words of punishment until then. Let me ask you about what I think is one of the most powerful and controversial words in English language, the N word. So this is a word that I can't say. Only certain people say. My friend Joe Rogan, who has, what would you say, there was mass pushback highlighting the fact that he didn't just say one word, said the full word many times throughout his conversations, referring to in a meta way about the power of words, especially when related to certain communities. What do you think about it? Is it empowering? Is it destructive? What is it? What does it mean for race in America? What does it mean that people like Joe Rogan are essentially there's a can't information? Just as a scholar of human nature, reading,
If this is a phenomenon that gets the N-word, they go to the same words I would. But I think I can also say because I like it. And when I listen to hip hop, I hear the word. You have my job to be. The rest of the village. I heard the word constantly as I was growing up. I'm a boy, a young man. Niggas ain't shit. It was really good. That was sick. That was, and that could be a reflection of some kind of pathology within the African American community of self-hatred. So he could be, or it could just be a colloquial, linguistic way. I mean, obviously, other groups also have various. I don't know how the Irish talk about their Irish brothers, whatever. I don't know how Jews talk about their Jewish brothers. But black people talking about other black people used to look all the time. It's N-I-G-G-A. That is a term of endearment. Pressure and language unity. The law professor at Harvard University is a liquid. But he uses the word in the title of his book. In the history of strange history of a provocative words, somewhere there's a subtitle. But the title of the book is N-I-G-G-E-R. Colon. Then the U.S. I think, of course, the use of the word is a slur, it's insult, which is a part of the history of black people in the United States. The use of the word has a sudden racist segregation. We don't want the niggas up this word. Niggas have no question how that's not in my it can be an insult. It's an insult to people. It's a fighting word. So you say that to somebody, it's an invitation for how to change that.
That said, what is it about this particular word and also the asymmetry that you think is empowering to the black community along the way?
My honest answer to you is I don't know. I don't fully understand. It has become symbolic of the and the policing of the use of the word. I can say that white people can't say it. I can say I'm not a racist. I'm not something black. I'm just speaking the language of colloquial English that is the merits in which that word has been declared. But the prohibition on its use by others and the source is the case. It wasn't as if he was calling anybody an N-word. He was simply pointing out that people had said stuff. The N-word was part of what he said. Now, he did make the statement about the pigs. One of them some things that he said, and he walked into a room with a bunch of black guys standing around. He's like, that's what he is. And he should have he did should have but that was an insult. That was you know, something that you say that people feel offended, they have the right to be offended, and if you just need to offend them, you can apologize. They did apologize. I accept this apology. It was okay with me. It's my fact. In fact, ordering that John ordering that podcast that I do, one show I had a conversation, part of which touched on the third reference comedy. We didn't really do anything wrong. I mean, you can like him, you can hate him or whatever, but the idea that he's a racist is ridiculous. If that's your test of what constitutes a racist, an utterance of the word, then it's kind of silly.
What do you think about rigorous testing of people? Would you agree that racism, the accusation of racism, being the way to attack, to bully, to defy? So what are the pros and cons of that? Because it does reveal the aspect of being racist. And it can hurt people who are not.
I think we have a history here in the United States of blatant racism that goes back a long way and that has present day echoes. So there are racists. I mean, there are people who look and see all those black people, they're patronizing this business. I don't want to patronize this business anymore. Who, if their daughter or their son is dating somebody that is black, they would say, I really wish you would do that. And why are you hanging out with those people? Don't you know who they are? There are people, there are racists. There are black racists. That is, black people who see somebody who's white and who then ends up with a whole lot of stereotypes or whatever, having visceral dislike based on nothing other than the color of the person's skin. Some people say racism is a real thing. It's on the other hand, I think this going around, the accusation of racism. A college professor is teaching a course. He says, in the context of teaching a course, the underrepresentation of blacks in physics program at this university is because they score lower on the test than other groups, and they're not qualified. So some professor gives a lecture, and he says, we don't have more blacks in the physics department at this university because there are not enough qualified blacks. Somebody in the classroom who is a black student objects. He's a racist. That's a power move. It's a move to try to control the conversation. It's not an argument, it's an epithet. You said that a person who has a particular idea that you don't like, maybe that idea is I'm against affirmative action, I think it's unfair. I was just with Dorian Abbott. Dorian Abbott is a scientist at the University of Chicago who published a piece in Newsweek magazine in which he says that he thought affirmative action, racial balancing, was unethical. He was invited to give a lecture at MIT, a very distinguished lecture in his field is planetary science. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not a scientist. But in any case, because he had said that he didn't like affirmative action, he thought affirmative action was racist. That's basically what he said. Why are we looking at people based upon their race? He said we should just do it on their merit. That was his position. Now, people protesting at the university where he was invited, MIT, saying that he's a racist because he has that opinion. He gets disinvited. Charles Murray is a popular social science writer who is famous for his book about IQ, the bell curve. One chapter of which chronicles the racial differences of black and white in performance on mental ability tests and speculates about the extent to which such differences may be connected with the genetic inheritance of these racially distinct populations. Now, he could be wrong Bernie Rothschild calls him a white supremacist because he observes that there are racial differences in measured intellectual ability amongst Americans of different racial descent. Let's stipulate that he is wrong. I mean, I don't want to argue about whether he's right or about whether he's wrong. He's addressing himself to a factual issue. And now the issue becomes, instead of grappling with the factual questions at hand and demonstrating his rightness and wrongness about those questions, the issue becomes his character. He's a racist. That's, in my mind, a lie, like calling him a witch. The use of that word now, I think, has parallels to accusing people of witchcraft because they have views about substantive questions that bear on racial inequality or racial difference that a person finds unacceptable or that a person disagrees with. And you think you can shut somebody up. Crime in the cities of Chicago, St. Louis, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. is out of control. Murder rate is high. Who's committing those crimes? They're mostly black young men who are doing the carjackings and who are doing the shootings. They're killing each other. They're making our city unlivable. Now, that's a hypothetical statement that I would. It might be correct. It might be incorrect. It might be appropriate. It might be inappropriate. It may be true, but something that we would be better off if people didn't focus on. I don't know. Responding to someone making that statement, have you seen what has happened to my city? It used to be that you could go to the Rich Michigan Avenue and you could find one after another high-end shopping session out in Mountain Town. And tourists would come and they go to the theater and they were restaurants and they go out. They don't do it anymore. You know what? Half of those stores are boarded up now. You know why? Because when George Floyd was killed, black people mobbed in the city and they burnt and they rioted and they looted, and it hasn't been the same ever since. And I'm moving to the suburbs. I'll be damned if I'm going to send my children to those schools. Let's say that. It might be right, it might be wrong to say it. All of them are racist is exactly not a rebuttal of what they said. It's a move. It's a move to try to take control of the conversation by accusing someone of having bad character because they said something that made you uncomfortable, which you can't deal with. So you think you can shut them up by calling them a racist. You might as well be calling them a witch. You might as well be calling for their head on the platter because they believe that Satan is God. Because that's the kind of quote argument, close quote, is precisely not the argument that people who invoke that term are using. And here's what I have to say about that. It's a fool's error to try to refute somebody by calling them a witch. Likewise, it's a fool's error to try to rebut the contrary forces of American politics that are a reaction often to real things that are going on the ground in black communities in the cities across this country by calling people racist. You may shut them up, but you won't change their minds. And you know what? At the end of the day, they're going to go to the ballot box and they're going to pick up their store and they're going to move it to the other side of town or to another town altogether. They're going to keep their children away from places where they think the influences are harmful against children. They may not even talk about it in public. You can believe that in private that they're talking about it in public. You would better find a more effective way of dealing with the conflicts in this country that fall along racial fault lines than calling people witches, which is what this, anti-racist, you're a racist because you think that the Alabama black birth rate is black Americans is 7 babies out of 10 are husband. Their families are falling apart. No one says that in public because they become racist. And as a matter of fact, the families are falling apart. You didn't change that in the least by telling people to shut up about it. Daniel Patrick Moynihan was called a racist in the 1960s. The late senator, the New York senator, who was a federal employee and an intellectual writing reports and writes a report about the Negro family. He called it in those years. If I use the word Negro, now they're going to call me a racist. Like, I can't even use the word Negro. which is a historically legitimate reference to the descendants of the enslaved people, which we were, as Black Americans, proud to use until yesterday. So all of this linguistic police is a sign of weakness. It's false Black power. People will see you the ground. Okay, you don't want me to use that word, I'm going to use that word. Okay, you don't want me to talk about that in public? All right, I won't talk about it in public. I don't want to be called a racist, okay, so I won't express my opinion. You haven't changed anybody's mind. So,
you've also mentioned that for that, you haven't changed anybody's mind, but also for things like in the universities and institutions, there's diversity, inclusion, and equity kind of meetings and education and so on. I believe I read somewhere. Like I mentioned to you, I'm a big fan of the Rothschild, which is to it. It's amazing. There's also just interviews with you. I believe you mentioned somewhere that even those kinds of meetings, people might sit through and nod along, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's making progress. That they may actually be bottling frustration. It's the fear that that's going to result in a pendulum sort of push back from society, forced appreciation, like forced intimacy.
I talk about this often. That's the Glitch Show. You can find the Glitch Show on my YouTube channel and also on Substack.
Yeah, you have to read Substack. You're trying to do Q&A, kind of stuff on Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people should definitely follow.
Check this out. But yeah, I mean, one concern is that the policing, the superficial policing is some kind of political correctness. The insistence that you only use certain words, that you only talk in a certain way, is a phony kind of power because it doesn't actually persuade people about the issues that are at hand. Instead, it forces them underground and then talk about these issues. And that's problematic. Much better that we have overt and explicit and honest disagreement to the extent that there are disagreements about things that are going on, than that we have a superficial kind of, conversation that is purged of any real fighting, uh, uh, discomforting confrontation with the realities of the situation at hand. And for Black Americans, I think one big part of the reality of the situation at hand is violent crime. Violent crime. A police officer is afraid when he stops a car because it's an 18-year-old driving the vehicle. He's got dreadlocks. He's a Black person. The car doesn't have the right license plate. He's afraid to deal with that person. And one of the reasons he's afraid to deal with them is because a few who look like him are behaving violently. Their violence is usually perpetrated against others who look like themselves, but not always. And that reality doesn't get changed by, telling a newspaper writer who writes about it that they are a racist or enforcing within a newsroom. You can't cover that story in that way because to do so would be racist. I think it's a monumental mistake to enforce a closure on public discussion based upon a calculation that if you allow people, Twitter allows this kind of post, if the Washington Post runs this kind of story, etc., you end up with a superficial politeness, but a subterranean seething resentment that only makes matters worse.
If I can get your comment, maybe you have ideas, because it does seem that this kind of attack works. Being called a racist, being called not sexist, but somebody who like we're going through a Johnny Depp defamation trial. The reason it's a defamation trial is because all it took is a single accusation of Johnny Depp being somebody who sexually accept the accusation itself, and they won't believe it. So it's effective. So how do you fight that if it's so again effective? You can just call somebody racist. It works. It's hard to wash out. It's you're you're not proven in the court of law or anything like that. But you get those articles, you get that label, and then the review of someone is assumed that this is this. So how do you have any ideas how to fight that?
Yeah, I think, frankly.
Just how
Listen, Roseanne Barr, who made this statement about Harrington, she made some kind of hate-like reference to whatever. The show got canceled, and she's a racist.
So first of all, pointing it out, I suppose, is really this the hypocrisy of it.
It used to be words. I guess you're right. It used to be to call someone a communist. But we go back to the late 40s and early 50s, Red Scare, McCarthyism, and whatnot. Might have belonged to a club that was pro-Soviet Union in the 1930s when they were in college. They might have voted for the socialist candidate Henry Wallace in the presidential election of 1948. They might belong to the Communist Party. They might think Karl Marx was right about a whole lot of stuff about capitalism and whatnot. And they got called a communist or a Marxist, and it could have ruined their career, could have ruined their lives. And a lot of people shut up about it, and it went on for a long time. And in a way it still is going on. When you call somebody a Marxist, if you can make that stick, they're certainly not going to get elected president of the United States. But I don't know about this. I think, I once read this book by a German political scientist called Elizabeth Neumann. That was the writer's name, Elizabeth Neumann. The book is called The Spiral of Silence. And the argument was there could be some views, some issues in society that get defined in such a way that it's inappropriate to hold these views. And as a result, people who don't want to be shamed, don't want to be ostracized, don't express those views. And when they don't express them, anybody will hold the because they don't hear it said by others, but they're the only one who want to view. And so they don't want to be the only one out there saying something. So they keep it to themselves. So now, this view, this attitude in society could be held by a large number of people. But because of the fear that if they were to express it, they'd be ostracized. No one says it. And since no one is saying it, the others who hold the view don't know that they're not alone, that they are not alone as a hold the view. And hence they keep silent. That could be an equilibrium. It could be a relatively stable situation in which the emperor has no clothes. Everybody can see that this dude is naked. Okay? But everybody thinks that, I don't want to be the only one to say it. And so we all kind of collaborate in this charade of keeping the view of ourselves. Then along comes an event that somebody decides to define the consensus and to speak out. It could be a little kid in the story about this right after it closes. Doesn't realize that he's not supposed to say that they're appreciated. The thing about the kid in the story who says the real is naked, it's not that he's saying it. It's not even that other people hear it. It's that everybody knows that everybody else heard him say it. The kid who speaks out says the emperor has no clothes. Creates a circumstance in which it's common knowledge of the emperor has no clothes. Common knowledge is not just mean knowledge. It does not even mean widespread knowledge. It means comprehensive knowledge of other person's knowledge. So the spiral of silence is an equilibrium that is susceptible to being undermined by a process of cumulative process, a snowballing process of revelation that you're not the only one who thinks this way.
It's fascinating to think that there's an ocean of common knowledge that we're waiting for the little kid to wake us up to different little parts of it.
That's correct. And the little kid, by the way, could be somebody like Donald Trump, only more effective than Donald Trump. Somebody who is smarter than Donald Trump. Somebody who is shrewder than Donald Trump. Somebody who figures out that when Colin Kaepernick takes a knee at a football game and says, I'm not going to stand for this pledge of allegiance, that a vast number of people are very unhappy about that. Somebody who understands that when a Black Lives Matter activist stands up in his office and says, burn this bitch down about a city in the United States of America, that a lot of people are upset about it. A lot of them. A person, a shrewd politician, a shrewd manager of public image could build on and create a circumstance in which more and more people will feel safe to express that view. And the more we express it, the safer those who have yet to express it but withhold it will feel in expressing it. And to the extent that the view is very widespread but is kept under wraps, an explosion could happen. We could look up tomorrow and have a very different country than we have today because the conspiracy of silence, the spiral of silence, ends up getting unraveled by somebody who steps out away from the consensus, dares to take the swings and errors of exposing themselves as a naysayer, but taps into a sentiment that's very widespread. And I fear that with respect to many racial issues, this is the situation that we actually confront. But it can unravel in a very ugly way.
But it could also unravel a beautiful way. So, and there is this spiral of silence. I think speaking of children, charismatic children, there's a guy named Elon Musk who might be a candidate for such an unraveling. You mentioned person that speaks up to be Donald Trump, but in his current situation that we're in this week, Elon has purchased Twitter, and is pushing for in all kinds of ways that increase free speech on Twitter. And speaking about some of the issues that we've been speaking about here with you, but maybe in broader strokes, and just the fact that you have to. It's okay to point out that the emperor wears no clothes, to do so from all sides in a way that everybody's a little bit pissed off, but not too much. What do you think about this whole effort of free speech with these public platforms? You on in particular, Twitter, you're an avid Twitter user, but just public platforms for the discourse, for us as civilization to figure stuff out.
Yeah, well, the people on the left are very upset about the possibility that Elon Musk and Twitter will be more open to provocative public speech that has therefore been banned or suppressed. And I think they might be right to be concerned that could happen. I didn't know enough about the technology and about the market to really, social media, it's just like it's a complicated system of interaction between people, who the users are. So, I do know that story about Hunter Biden's laptop was real news and could have affected the outcome of the election, and it was suppressed, and then Twitter had a role in suppressing it. I do know that the question of where the COVID-19 virus originated and the role that lab leak account could have played in the processing of that event was real news, and that it was suppressed by people who were trying to control misinformation, disinformation, Russian disinformation campaigns. So Twitter has users. I'm one of them, and it has a lot of users. It's not as big as Facebook, I gather. It's not. But it's important. The ability to construct counter platforms, people moving around and whatnot. a kind of network dynamic that maybe I should understand better than I do here as a scientist, but
I don't think anyone understands what these people include inside Twitter, which is fascinating. It's a monster because it's just the bandwidth. It's just, and you don't know who's the bot and who's the human. That's a fascinating thing. And viral nature of negativity. Just that, all of those dynamics, of course, you are probably the right person to understand it from a social science perspective, from an economics perspective, but nobody really understands. And it's fascinating within that domain, how do you allow free speech, not allow for free speech, to encourage free speech, defend free speech, and at the same time, manage millions of unfiltered conversations from just becoming insanely hit. So, from a Twitter perspective, we want people to be happy, to grow, to actually have difficult, critical conversations. And then the problem with humans is they think they know things, and they think they can relate to their things as misinformation, as counterproductive for healthy conversations, in quotes. And the problem is we're learning humans are not. Okay. First of all, power corrupts. There's something delicious about having the power to label somebody with misinformation. You do that once for something that might be obvious things. And then you start getting greedy. You start getting excited. It feels good. It feels good to label something as misinformation or disinformation that you start doing. And over time, especially for the culture that is company that means a certain political direction, means in all the groups that we talk about, means a certain things. Let's start to label as misinformation to the and that power is corrupt. They have to construct mechanisms that are somehow preventing you from allowing that power to get too delicious. At least that's my perspective.
well, I'll just tell you personally, I'm excited about the prospect. I'm glad to see Musk making the move that he's making, and we'll see what happens on Twitter.
Looking forward for the what did he say? Let's make Twitter more fun. I'm looking forward to the fun. You talked about URL.
Brown,
And you mentioned that university is going to be in trouble because of Jordan, everywhere else, the barbarians that are at the gates. Or the barbarians at the gate of the university. So first of all, what is to you beautiful about the idea of the university in America? And what is
well, the university is so dedicated to the pursuit of truth and to the education, nurturing of young people as they enter into the pursuit of truth, to doing research, to teaching them in an environment of free inquiry and civil discourse. So with free inquiry means you go wherever the evidence and your imagination may lead you. Civil discourse means that you exchange arguments with people and you don't agree with them on behalf of trying to get to the bottom of things. I think the university is a magnificent institution. It is a relatively modern institution for the last 500 years. So there are universities that are older than that, but the great research universities of the world, not only here in the United States, are places where human ingenuity is nurtured, where new knowledge is created, and where young people are equipped to answer questions that are open questions about our existence in the world that we live in. You can trace to the university much, if not most, of the advances in technology and resourcefulness, our understanding of the origins of the species, of the nature of the universe, cosmology, science, pursuit of humanistic understanding, the nurturing of traditions. That's the barbarians at the gates. The people who trying to shut down open inquiry at the university on behalf of their particular view of the are a threat to what the university stands for, and they should be resisted. So, if I'm inquiring about the nature of human intelligence, and I want to study differences between human populations and their acquisition of or their expression of cognitive ability, that's fair game. It's an open question. If I want to know something about the nature of gender affiliation and identity and gender dysphoria and whatnot, that's fair game to study at the university. You can't shut that down. You should be able to by saying, I have a particular position here. I'm a member of a particular identity group. Suppose I want to study the history of colonialism. And there's a narrative on the progressive side, which is colonialism is about Europeans dominating and stealing or whatever. And I have to say, well, there's another aspect to the story about colonialism too, which is that it's a mechanism to the diffusion of the Western human civilization to populations that were significantly lagging behind with respect to that. It brought literacy to the southern hemisphere populations that were dominated in the process of the colonization. It's complicated. I'm not taking that position, by the way. I'm just saying somebody at a university should be able to take it up and pursue it and engage in argument with people about it. I'm talking about race and ethnicity, but this extends to a wide range of things. Suppose we're talking about climate. And one person says the earth is in danger because of carbon, global warming, et cetera, et cetera. And another person says, really, look at where we stand in the 21st century. We're vastly richer than our ancestors just 250 years ago. We have much more knowledge about that. 250 years from now, human ingenuity will have devised in ways that we cannot even begin to anticipate all manner of technological means for managing the problem. There's no reason that we should shut down industrial civilization today because we fear the consequences of it. And in fact, we are vastly richer than our ancestors. And those who come 2 centuries after us will be vastly more effective and dealing with the problems we are now. I'm not actually making that argument. I'm just saying the tendency to try to say, no, that person is a climate denier that can't see that area of inquiry is against the spirit of the university. I think the barbarians and the days have to do with the people who think they know what the right side of history is and try to make the university stand on the right side of history. My position is you don't know what the right side of history is. And the purpose of a university is to equip you to be able to think about what is the right side of history, what is the solution to dilemmas that confront us as human beings living on this planet, the beings that we are, in the condition that we are. So the identitarians, the ones who want to make the university kowtow to their particular understandings about their own identity. We now have at Brown University and various other places, we don't do Columbus Day anymore. We do Indigenous Peoples Day. When that day comes up in October, we don't talk about Columbus. They're taking down statues of Columbus all across the country. So I'm not arguing anything here other than that the latter-day position, my class, Black, Indigenous, other people of color, the latter-day position that the university has to reflect a particular sensibility about these identity questions. I think it's a threat to the integrity of the enterprise.
I don't think you're overstating it. I tend to be just from my knowledge and my team, but perhaps it applies broadly. I think the beauty of the university, broadly speaking, is the faculty and the speakers. And the problem arises from the overreach of the overthrowing administration that gives, again, thinks that it knows enough to make rules, conclusions based on a set of beliefs, and then based on that, empowers a certain small selection of students to be the sort of voices of activism of a particular idea. And not, I think activism is beautiful, but not just activism, but anybody that disagrees is shut down. And that I think the blame lies with the administration. I think the solution is in lessening, just like the solution with too big of a government, too big of a bureaucracy. Because there needs to be redistribution of power to what makes universities beautiful, which is the old students and the young students. Old students being professors. So the scholars, the curious minds, the people that are in this book to explore the world, to be curious on a salary that's probably way too low. That's the whole point. And then the administration just gets in the way, and is the source of this kind. I would say that in your beautiful phrasing, I would say the administration is the barbarians of the people. So the solution is small bureaucracy. I feel on this point, get this conversation during such that with Jordan Peterson about cognitive equality. He was kind of wrestling with cognitive equality. This particular topic of just IQ differences between the groups. Why is this so dangerous? Why this particular topic?
It's like you call people inferior. It's like you say they're genetically inferior. It's like you're rationalizing the disparity of outcomes by reference to the intrinsic inferiority of black people. If you say cognitive ability matters, there's such a lot of times if you say cognitive ability exists, people really are different in terms of their intellectual function. And if you say cognitive ability differences are substantial between racially defined populations, the sum of that, there is cognitive ability that matters, and the difference by race is the conclusion that outcome differences by race are in part due to natural differences between the populations. People find that to be completely offensive and unacceptable. So that's what I think is going on.
He's still in a case that we should be careful. So this has to do with research that the Nazis used in propaganda. Right? You can use white supremacists could use conclusions, cherry pick conclusions of studies to push their agenda. You can steal man with conclusion.
Yeah, I could do it at three levels. One is, what do we mean by cognitive ability? So there's many different kinds of intelligence a person might say. How good are IQ tests at measuring other kinds of human capacities that are pertinent to success in life, like temperament, like emotional intelligence. So intelligence is not a one-dimensional thing measured by G, or cognitive psychologists talk about G, the general intelligence factor, which is a statistical construction. It's a factor analytic resolution of the correlation across individuals in their performance on a battery of different kind of tests, and they use that to define a general factor of intelligence, and a person could say that is a very narrow view of what human mental capacities actually are, and that it's much better to think about multi-dimensional measures of human mental function rather than a single cognitive ability measure, so-called IQ, which is a narrow construction that doesn't capture all of the subtle nuance of human difference in function. Functioning is not just the ability to recite backwards the sequence of numbers and say 8, 7, 9, 5, 3, 2. You say 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. It's not just that. Intelligence is a complex management of many different dimensions of human performance, including things like being able to stay task and not give up. Things like being able to discipline and control your impulses so as to remain focused. That could be one direction. I can start by questioning the very foundation of the argument for racial differences and cognitive ability by saying that your measure of cognitive ability is flawed. I could go to a higher level. I could say what we're really interested in is social outcomes. And the question of what factors influence social outcomes extends well beyond mental ability to many other things. So here's an example. Visual acuity. How well do you see? You're not wearing glasses. I am. Visual acuity varies between human beings. Some people see better than other people. Visual acuity can be measured. You can put you in the chart and can you identify and read that bottom line is correct or not. So we can measure visual acuity and it varies between human beings. Visual acuity is partly genetic. I think that's undoubtedly true. We inherit genes that influence whether or not we are nearsighted, farsighted, or astigmatic. So visual acuity differs between people and can be measured and is under genetic control. On the other hand, corrective lenses allow for us to level the playing field between people who are differently endowed in terms of visual acuity. Likewise, social outcomes are really interested in employment, earnings, whether or not they're law-abiding, how they conduct themselves and their families and so forth amongst individuals. Yes, social outcomes are influenced by so-called cognitive ability, but they're influenced by many other things as well. If there are interventions that can be undertaken in society that level the playing field between people who have different natural endowments of cognitive ability, the fact that people or groups differ in cognitive ability becomes less significant. Just like it's less significant when people differ with respect to how well they see, the collective lenses allow for the leveling of that playing field. There are, in fact, interventions, educational interventions, early childhood interventions that have been shown to level the playing field to create better life outcomes for people, even if they happen to be endowed with low intelligence. So a second level of arguing against this whole program of research on human differences in intelligence is to observe that yes, human beings and perhaps racially defined groups may differ on average in intellectual endowment, but there well may be social interventions that level the playing field, whether it's in education or other kinds of programmatic interventions, especially for the poor. A final level of argument is the one that you alluded to, which is that if you talk like this, you're going to encourage a kind of politics which is very ugly, and it's best to frame the discussion in ways that don't put emphasis on racially defined natural differences between populations. That's an argument that I am myself personally conflicted about. On the one hand, I think, those people are just stupid. It is racist. Right? On the other hand, I think the calculation, we shouldn't do this kind of research using at the National Science Foundation. Research team submits a proposal. The proposal proposes to undertake a study. The study would explore the extent to which people and racial groups differ with respect to their intellectual performance and how that's influenced by their genetic and environmental interactions. And I decided not to fund the study based on the political calculation that the subject is too sensitive, and if you explore that subject, you might get the wrong answer. And if you get the wrong answer, white supremacists will be encouraged. Well, that is presuming before the research is done, that I know the outcome of the research, and that I can calculate what the political consequence of the research outcome is going to be. That's assuming the thing before you even know what the thing actually is. It's a kind of initiative. It presumes that you, as the master of the universe, can tell people what it is that people are considering untrue, what it is that they're capable of knowing, and what it is that they're not capable of knowing. It would be like someone saying to Einstein, I don't know about that special opportunity theory. It could really lead to the development of technologies and a lot of nuclear carry out that project because the results of acquiring that knowledge may be more than you can deal with. If someone says to someone doing biomedical research who is interested in exploring the nature of the human genome, just don't carry out that experiment, that cloning undertaking, whatever, because the consequences could be deleterious. Well, the consequences could be deleterious. The consequences could also be the cure case. The consequences could also be being able to generate electric power without producing carbon equivalent. So who are you to tell me, you being the person in the political position of control the research, what the consequence of doing the research is? I think I don't want to see that kind of power to politicians over the course of human inquiry. So, yes, I would want there to be regulations governing the use of potentially dangerous pathogens in a lab in Wuhan or anyplace else. I would not want to simply leave that to laissez-faire. On the other hand, I think that the tendency to try to shut down inquiry on behalf of supposed adverse political consequences is the road to ignorance and impoverishment at the end of the day for you denying ourselves the potential benefits of that kind of thing. I think we need to take our chances with inquiry rather than to try to control it. I feel that way about the exploration of human intelligence as much as anything else. So you'd ask me to steel man the case against research on IQ facility that Charles Murray is famous for popularizing. Then I said, hey, your measure of intelligence is single dimensional and it ought to be multi-dimensional. I said, B, the consequences of people's differing in intelligence depends not only on the natural endowments of the people, but also on the environment and the potential for intervening in that environment through one or another kind of instrument, as the metaphorical example of the use of corrective lenses to level the playing field between people with different visual acuity indicates. But finally, I've said, yes, research on racial differences in IQ can foster political beliefs that we would regard to be obnoxious. On the other hand, we could presume that what we don't know yet and might find out from the research is going to be harmful, is to assume a kind of presumption of knowing what the outcome of unknown processes might be, which we ought to be very slow to embrace. Because if we had done so in the past, we wouldn't have nuclear power. There's a lot of things that we wouldn't. I mean, what were people saying about Darwin and exploration of the evolution of the species? They were afraid that it was going to, in effect, disprove the religious based accounts of, just what they said about Copernicus and et cetera, et cetera. So,
that was a masterful area of Western geographic research. Copernicus, Darwin, biological research, genetics, even COVID, and I think the Rabbi, that was just fun. Let me ask you a question. So recently said, so maybe that's a day-to-day thing. Maybe you could push back. But, so you have somebody like your friend, John McWhorter, who you could say is on your left. Yeah, left. You have somebody like Thomas Soul, who is to the right of you. And yet there's a lot of overlap between the three of you. So to what degree does politics affect your view on race in America? And maybe to what degree does your view on race affect politics? Yeah. And that's the people who don't has shifted. You're feeling federal as anything defensible the way it should be.
Let's begin with the fact that I was trained as an economist in a tradition of what many people would call neoliberalism. I was trained at MIT, which was not a right-wing place by any means, but it was a place where you're learning about markets and about the benefits of capitalism as a way of organizing society, the virtues of free enterprise, the fact that the pursuit of profit is not necessarily a bad thing, but it well might be the road to prosperity and to economic growth. The idea that private property and individuals seeking to acquire and succeeding in acquiring wealth did create inequality, but it also created opportunities, and it also expanded our knowledge and our control over the physical environment which we're living in etc. So we were not Marxists. And we did read Marx. I mean, for those of us who are intellectually curious, you know, Marx was a figure in the history of the West. And I think Marx should be read in capital, 3 volumes, etc. Alienation of labor, the implications of modernization of the advent of industrial capitalism, etc. That kind of dynamic deserves to be studied and to come at it in a critical way, informed by the intellectual inheritance of Marxism. I think that's a part of a full education in social philosophy and economic analysis that open-minded person would encompass. But at the end of the day, I think that the free marketeers got the better of it. I think the story of the 20th century, as far as economic development is concerned, reflects that. I think that the experiments where centralized control over economic decisions was the order of the day failed. I think that the fact of the 21st century rise of China as a force has a lot to do with the spread of, in effect, capitalist-oriented motive in economic exchange, freeing up prices, markets, properties, and so forth. Although obviously it's a complicated political economic system, I'm talking about China. But I think that the story of the 20th century and the hope for the 21st century is that prosperity is enhanced through the free exchange of goods and the pursuit and acquisition of property by people in a more or less capitalist-oriented system. That's the view that I hold. I guess that makes me concerned. I don't know. I want to say that's not to the exclusion of a social safety net. I'm not saying that all people in an ideal social system would be left to their own devices, regardless of whether or not they had saved for their retirement. I'm not saying that the idea of extending decent access to healthcare to all people, regardless of whether or not they can afford it, decent access to education to people, regardless of whether or not they can afford it, is standing in the way of prosperity. I don't believe that. I think the mixed economies that we see in Northern Europe and in North America are a balancing of the virtues of free enterprise, property, and the pursuit of wealth on the one hand, against the needs to have a decent society in which people who fall between the cracks nevertheless are bolstered through a sense of social solidarity that is accommodated by our common membership within a single nation state, which is why I think nationalism is important. It's why I think borders are important, because without a coherent polity who can see themselves as in a common situation and agree through their politics to support each other to some extent, you can't sustain a safety net. You cannot have a social safety net for a growth population. You can only have a social safety net for a bounded population who have a sense of common membership in an ongoing political enterprise, which they pay their dues through their taxes in order to sustain it. There's a balancing that has to go. So that's the first thing that I would say about my politics. I'm a neoliberal economist. I believe in markets. I believe in prices. I believe in profit. Corporations are not an incarnation of evil. Corporations are a legal nexus through which production gets organized, in which you solicit the cooperation of workers, of people who provide capital, of people who provide raw materials and input, of customers, and so on. And that functionality allows for the production of goods and their distribution and the earning of income and its distribution, which at the end of the day is the foundation of our prosperity. Corporations are people too. Rick Romney got in trouble for saying that in 2012. But corporations are mythical and legal fiction. The corporation is not a person as such, but the nexus of contracts and relationships amongst the stakeholders who intersect in the context of the corporation is the way in which we organize the massively complex set of activities that are necessary in order to produce economic benefits, in order to feed people, in order to have everybody with a cell phone in their pocket, in order to be able to travel from one side of the continent to another on a device that is almost absolutely certainly going to safely take off and land, and in order to be able to build cities and etc.
But the markets, the ideal of the market collide with the ideal of all men and created equal. The identity struggle that we've been talking about of what it means to sort of empower humans that make up this good country. Do they collide, or where do they collide?
Well, markets about producing equality and all men being equal is a statement about the intrinsic worth of people, not about the situation that come about when people interact with each other through markets, because people are actually different, and because there are factors that are beyond anybody's control, called luck, the chance that you and I would invest. It looked a priori like you're investing in my investment where you could be likely to succeed, but as a matter of fact, it's post facto, your investment succeeds, my investment doesn't succeed. I don't have wealth and you have wealth. That is an inevitable consequence of an environment in which both of us are free to make our investment choices, and where the consequences of investment depend in part upon random circumstances of which no one has control. But you asked me about my politics, and I was just trying to lay down a foundation by saying I began as an economist in the tradition of liberalism, Adam Smith and so forth, John Maynard Keynes for that matter, and so forth, Milton Friedman and so forth, that Paul Sanders and Bob Sowell, James Coben, so forth, Thomas Sowell, yes, that appreciates property, the virtues of free enterprise, the set of institutions that allow for security of contract, the rule of law. There's reason. So that's one thing. Say that. Another thing to say about my politics, and you might have moved around, is that I began outside of Chicago, black kid. I was a liberal Democrat. I encountered the economics curriculum at the MIT, and I became trained in economics in the tradition that I just described. And I encountered also the Reagan Revolution. This is the late 70s and early 80s. These are big debates about economic policy and so on. And I found a lot to admire in the supply siders, the people who saying, let's get the government out of the way. People were worried about national debt, which is a lot more now than it was then. The people were worried that the welfare state could be too big, that the incentives and transfer programs would become productive, that you had a war on poverty, and you didn't have a war on poverty, and poverty won. And there's a lot of evidence that the war on poverty was lost by the people who were trying to, quote unquote, eradicate poverty. That incentives really matter, and that the state, which is driven by politics, is often unresponsive to the dictates of incentives, whereas markets eliminate people who are inefficient and not cognizant of the consequences of incentives because they can't cover their bottom line and they won't persist for very long. If they can't cover their bottom line, they're forced to respond to the realities of differences in costs and benefits and so forth in a way that governments can cover because they have their hand in our pocket. They can cover their losses and they can make accounts balance, notwithstanding their mistakes, because they can take my property by fiat, by the power of the state. The tax collector comes around paying seasons and they can carry on. They need the corrective influence of markets in order to be responsive to the realities of life. I mean, I may not like it that prices are telling me that something that I want to do is infeasible. I may not like it, but what the prices are telling me is that the costs of doing it exceed the benefits to be derived from doing it. And if I persist in doing it notwithstanding that, I'm going to run losses. And those losses will accumulate. And the net effect of that over an entire society is stagnation and ultimate attenuation of the economic benefits that might be available to people. Again, I think if you look at the developing world in the post-colonial period, the second half of the 20th century, that's exactly what you see. Planning doesn't work. Centralized control of resource allocation doesn't work. And so I became more conservative in that respect. But I also, and this has to do with race, lost faith in the posture that became of the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement came in 1963. The civil rights movement starts out as we want equal membership in the polity. But it becomes a systematized cover, I'm going to argue, for deficiencies that are discernible within Black American society, which only we could correct. It's a very controversial statement. I make it with trepidation. I don't take any pleasure in saying it, but here's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about the family. So the family is a matter internal to the community about how men and women relate to each other and engage in social reproduction, childbearing, the standing up of households, the context within which children develop, maturing, and so forth. So the African American family is in trouble. I think I can demonstrate that by reference to high rates of marital dissolution, by high rates of birth to out of wedlock system. You can't even say that the African American family is in trouble. Violence. Homicide is an order of magnitude more prevalent amongst African Americans than it is in society. This is behavior. It's behavior of our people, I speak of Black people. Of course, we're not the only people in society who violence is an issue. It's an order of magnitude more prevalent in our communities. We're talking about schooling and school failure. So we have affirmative action as a cover. It's a band-aid on differences in the development of intellectual performance, which is only partly a consequence of the natural intelligence of people, and largely a consequence of how people spend their time, what they value, how they discipline themselves, what they do with their opportunities, how parents raise their children, what parents value, and things of this kind. The Asian students who are scoring off the charts on these exams are doing it not because they're intrinsically more intelligent than other people, but because they work harder, because their parents are more insistent on focusing on their intellectual performance, because they're disciplined, because of the way that they devote their time and their resources to equipping their children to function in the 21st century. This is what I believe. I think it's demonstrably the case. And it is a factor in racial disparity. The way that the civil rights movement has evolved under the wing of the Democratic Party into an organized apology for the failures of African Americans to seize the opportunities that exist for us now in the 21st century, but did not exist in the first half of the 20th century. The way in which the civil rights movement has become an avoidance mechanism for us not taking we African Americans responsible. This dilemma, I mean, not everybody's going to agree with it, is part of what makes me a conservative. I am tired of the belly. I'm tired of white supremacy. It is in my mind a joke. I admit the fact that that kind of rhetoric is so seductively attractive to African Americans and so widely adopted by others. And as I am fond of saying, at the end of the day,
like to count tax where the future is happening. That is about mastery over the achievements of human civilization, such as they manifest themselves in the 21st century. There's no substitute for actually acquiring mastery over the material. There's no substitute for that. To be patronized, to have the standards for what they're going to give it a test. They want to tell African Americans that pat us on the head. We're going to have a separate program for you. We're going to give you a side door that you can come into. That doesn't make us any smarter. It doesn't make us any more creative. And it doesn't make us any more fit for the actual competition that's unfolding for us. You want to be 10% of the population is carried along for the next 100 years. You want to be a ward of the state in the late 21st century. You go ahead. Because the Chinese are coming. You're not going to hold them back. The world's being remade every decade by new ways of saying and new ways of doing it. If you don't get on board with the dynamic advancement of the civilization in which we are embedded, you're going to end up being dependent on other people to look kindly upon you. In this story that you got, this young ape, this excuse, my ancestors were slaves, it's only going to work for so long. So that makes me, I suppose, a kind of conservative. I hate affirmative action. I don't just disagree with it. I don't just think it's against the 14th Amendment. I hate it. The hatred comes from an understanding that it is a band-aid, that it is a substitute for the actual development of capacity for our people to compete. I'd much rather be in the position of having them try to keep me out because I'm so damn good, like they're doing with the Asians, that having them have to beg the Supreme Court to allow for a special dispensation on my behalf because they need diversity and inclusion and belonging. It's not just diversity. It's not just diversity and inclusion. It's diversity and inclusion and belonging. I'm whining because I feel like I don't belong. That's a position of weakness. It's pathetic. And it's only political correctness that these people who can see this, believe me, a lot of people can see it. And saying so out loud.
So you want the Black American community to represent strength.
Correct. And I want us to deal with what it is that we have to deal with in order to be able to project strength in an increasingly competitive world.
Let me ask you, I know you said you're just like, let me ask you about something that you went to buy with, not unknown in so President Biden, when he was running for president, gave a campaign promise that to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court, saying, quote, the person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. President, secretary. And that person would be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court. Do you wish he only said the first sentence and not the second?
Yes, I wish that he only said the first sentence, even if his intention was to do what he said he was going to do in the second sentence. In other words, I wish that he had simply said, I have the opportunity to nominate someone to the Supreme Court. It's going to be a superbly qualified person who can carry out that position. And he might have kept to himself his intention to name an African American woman to that position, and then named an African American woman to that position. I'm sure that Ketanji Brown Jackson. I don't doubt that she's simply qualified. She has a distinguished career. She served as a judge on DC Circuit Court of Appeals. She's a graduate of Harvard Law School. She has a background. You do not have to be a world-class constitutional legal scholar to get onto the United States Supreme Court. A lot of members of the United States Supreme Court have had different kinds of legal careers before they were elevated to that position. Earl Warren of the famed Warren Court of the 1950s and 60s was a politician as well as a legal jurist. Many kind of people in the U.S. Supreme Court. I have no doubt that Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is I wish that Biden had not done what he did. He could have just appointed a black woman. By saying that he was limiting his considerations for black women, and what are black women as a percentage of all potential appointees to the Supreme Court? 3%? 4%? I don't know. We can look the number up. By saying that, he puts an asterisk on the appointment. But it's worse than that. Because she will live down the asterisk if a person is appointed to do that. She will have the opportunity to show up to the performance exactly what kind of jury she is. Just as Justice Clarence Thomas has shown through his performance that he was qualified and more than qualified to be in this. What I disliked was the pandering. He was seeking votes from black people by pandering to us, and he's treating us like children. Why should I care what color the person is who's on the United States Supreme Court? What I should care about is what kind of opinions they're going to write. Do I suppose that being a black woman means that you're going to write different kind of opinions from as well? Perhaps. That kind of identity politics at the highest level of American legal establishment is something that rubs me very much the wrong way. What I should care about is the nature and the future of the law. I'm actually struck by this because the court is conservative. It has 6 conservative members on it, and it has 3 liberal members on it. And if I were, I'm not, a liberal Democrat, the highest concern that I would have about an appointment to the Supreme Court is this a person who is going to be effective in advocating my liberal views within the highest council of American law? Now, the fact that that person is a woman or is a black person is way down the list of the things that I would think are important to the kinds of opinions that they're going to write. So, I mean, I think Joe Biden, this is just a piece of a larger political strategy to cobble together a coalition that will be successful at the polls and sustaining Democrats. Jim Crow 2.0, this whole characterization of the conflict in the states about election security and voter rights is another part of that strategy. He is pandering to black voters. He is trying to frighten us, thinking that if the Republicans win, our rights will be taken away. And I think it's an infantilization of African politics. I think black people are not to be as concerned about the color of the skin of a person who is serving in government as they are about the content of their character and the focus of their political and ideological orientation, which for me would be centered or even centered right. But that's me.
And that it should not have significant. Nevertheless, since you can overcome the asterisks, but to be as deeply disrespectful that anyone would get an extra asterisk stuff to overcome.
He didn't have to say it. All he had to do was do it. If he wanted to put a black woman on the court, he could just go ahead and done it. The reason he said it is because he wanted black people to vote for him by saying it. And I'm saying that's what it's not easy.
It's not political statement exercise in the that was kind of disgusting. Let me ask you about Thomas Sowell. You mentioned him. He's a colleague, an influence. What, in the space of ideas, so what broadly, what impact does he have on your ideas, and how do you think he shaped the landscape of ideas and culture?
I think Thomas Sowell is in his 80s.
Still got it. Still going at it.
He's still going at it. Let's continue to come on. I think he's a great man. I think Thomas Sowell, regardless of his race, he's black, is one of the 100 most significant economists in the 20th century. He has chosen as his subject, a substantial part of his job, his subject to investigate the deep causes and consequences of racial disparity of the economy. He's written fundamental books about that. Many of them. He's a social philosopher. He is an economic historian. He is a combatant in the conflict of ideas around how to think about society and this beyond racial differences. Although race has been a big part of what he's written about. He's been critical of affirmative action. And he didn't just stand back and hide his finger. He got busy looking at the consequences of affirmative action in societies all around the world. He's written books about that. He's been critical of the narrative about civil rights and racial equality. He believes in small government. He doesn't think that efforts to redistribute income have proved to be the solution to the problem of racial disparity. Tom has not been honored by the committee that hands out Nobel recognition in economic science, and probably won't be because it's controversial. And I reckon that committee would be loath to encourage the blowback that they would be sure to receive if they were to take a controversial and politically focused, expressive black conservative and honor in that way. So I think another reason is that Tom, as a methodological model, is not especially quantitative. He pays attention to data, but he doesn't do statistical analysis. He doesn't do modeling. So from a methodological point of view, he's not a cutting edge, kind of mathematically sophisticated, kind of quantitatively, statistically oriented. But he does descriptive stuff. He writes in a style that is much more like a social historian than it is like a mathematically trained analytical economist. On the other hand, he is an economist in the Chicago School with Milton Friedman, George Stickler, probably amongst his teachers, who takes price theory, which is the analysis of the interplay of market forces, mindful of incentives, and so on, to implement the basic insights from economic science. There is no free lunch. There's always going to be a cost to anything that you do, and so people respond to incentives. The demand curve slows downward. Competition tends to work best when people are free to enter and not. So I mean, but Tom is also a social historian and philosopher in the tradition of a free proposal. One of Tom's books I deeply admire, Knowledge and Decisions, is an extension of the Hayekian arguments about the limits of central planning. So I think Tom is African American, born as I understand it in Louisiana, raised in New York City, graduate of Harvard College, a military veteran, a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago, a black conservative social scientist of very high standard. I think he's a great leader.
And one of the great intellectuals in and you're saying his institution deserves another place.
Yeah, I think it's, Hayek was Gunnar Myrdal, the Swedish economist who wrote about economic development, wrote a famous two-volume work, An American Dilemma, about the status of black. Yeah, I think Tom could be, could be that company in various.
Again, economy, it doesn't have to be
Psychologists and economists, Eleanor Oscar, the political scientist who was honored in a joint prize in her and Oliver Williamson 50 years ago. So he could be put in that company really quite easily.
Let me ask you, you mentioned Obama in this the very beginning that we were talking about. How did it feel that seems like forever ago, in 2008, Barack Obama became president? At that time, perhaps you identified as a so political politics aside, just in general, how did it feel that the 150 years for this country has been?
Yeah, I didn't identify in 2008 as a conservative to the same extent that I do today. I was kind of in transition yet again. I was excited by the Obama candidacy. At first, I was skeptical because I thought he's not black. The man's father is a Kenyan, and the man's mother is a white American, and he identifies as black. I find it interesting that the first black president of the United States, if you could have put inverted commas, and the first black vice president of the United States, neither of them descend from American slaves. Kamala Harris's father is of African ancestry in part. He's a Jamaican immigrant, and his mother is an Indian immigrant. She was Harris and raised up largely in Canada, but born in the United States. Barack Obama was, as I've said, of mixed ancestry, and neither of his parents are the descendants of American descendants of African slaves. But blackness is flexible. It's something that you can put on or you can take off to a certain degree for some people. So be it. I was excited. Our time is here. Hope and change. We are the ones we've been waiting for. These are slogans for 2001. I can't believe I got that.
Interesting. Let me push back here. You talked about this. I mean, to me, Jew is a Jew. Skin color. Skin color. I mean, Barack Obama was black. When it matters, when you're talking to a white supremacist, when you're talking to the enslaved, he's black. Just like you said, Hitler comes around. Jew is a Jew. It doesn't matter how you identify. So in that sense, don't you think that Barack Obama is black and tall, which doesn't mean he calls war, I'm okay. About to be
Oh, sure. And look, I said it a little bit tongue in cheek, but I think Obama has been very careful about manufacturing a kind of public persona that is intended to position him in the most effective way.
You mean like every politician?
Yeah, like every politician. Sure. And that the racial identity piece is an aspect of that. I mean, anything I say here would only be speculation because I have no facts about the personal history of Obama. And I accept Barack Hussein Obama as Hillary Clinton was, so I take him at his word about whatever she was talking about. Was he a Christian? I think is what the question was. It was right wing attack on Obama for having been raised for some years in the Philippines and Indonesia. His stepfather, but she took him at his word, and I took him at his word about his racial identity. No,
So you were captivated by the power of his words. You regret to the degree.
well, I mean, I think in retrospect, that whole campaign, it's like pie in the sky, kind of fairy tale. We are the ones we've been waiting for. I can't quote exactly that speech that he gave in Grant Park in Chicago when he was announced as the winner of the election. But today is the day that the rise of the ocean stopped. Those who doubted that we could do it, that tonight is your answer, this is going to be a new day and it's going to be a new regime. It wasn't a new day, it wasn't a new regime. It was American politics more or less as usual. Barack Obama turns out not to be the Messiah. Maybe it should be no surprise to him. Race relations got set back during Obama's term. My beef with Obama is that you look at the black. So you're black people. But you got on that, now we have a black nation. A black president. You can do thought that nobody else could do. You were black president. You could tell the people burning down the city to get their butts back in their houses and to stop it. You could tell the race hustlers, shocked into the ground. I don't think that's our time come for those who support my campaign. Your time is over. For those who want to carry on an advocacy rooted in racial grievance. The election of my son to this highest office proves that the institutions of the state are legitimate and open to all comers. I think Barack Obama, when the SHIT hit the fan, if I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. I think he was what he said. He's president of the United States. The color of his skin and the color of Trayvon's skin, the correlation between those two things, I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. He says, when he said it, we only meant to sympathize with the parents. But in fact, when he said it from the highest office of the land, and they said his attorney general to enforce this narrative, he doubled down on a racial narrative that I think is actually false. I think the story that systemic racism in America is reflected in policing that terrorizes black people because of the color of their skin is demonstrably false. I think that the central threat to black lives is violent crime perpetrated largely by black people against other black people. I think there is such a thing as police brutality, and I think there are reasons to have regulations for police, but I think it is a second order issue in terms of the quality of life of African Americans. I think Obama could have told the people who, after Freddie Gray died in police custody in a van in Baltimore, and undertook to burn that city down, to get their asses off the street and go back to their homes and stop it. I think he could have said in the aftermath of Michael Brown being shot dead by Darren Wilson in Ferguson, Missouri, and there was a grand jury deliberation that elected not to indict Officer Wilson. The people took the streets in that city and stood on top of vehicles and so forth and so on. He could have told them, we don't mob around courthouses in this country. We respect the rule of law. Get your butts off the streets and back into your promise. He didn't do that. So
To push back a little bit,
yeah, that's right.
and I think you're asking Barack Obama, first black president of the United States, to do the thing that I think should be done by the second black president of the United States. I think his very example, because of the color of his skin, was the most powerful thing. And actually doing some of these hard Thomas Sowell type of Graham Murray type of strong words about race, it may be too much to ask, given the nature of his personality. He is a politician.
He's a politician and get elected and get reelected.
Yeah.
It was in his second term, that's what I'm talking about. And so he wasn't president for the election. But Obama was 46 or 47 when he was inaugurated. So for 8 years. So he's in his mid-50s. He's got another half century, about 40 years of life. His post-presidency, I think, was what was permanently on his mind. Not getting elected to anything, but being enshrined as the persona that he is now embodying, which depends upon a racial narrative that I and Thomas Sowell and others object to, I think was very much in the forefront of his mind when he made decisions as the chief executive officer of the country that we've all now have to live with.
Yeah. But the fact that he opened the door in a way that hasn't been done in the history of this United States, that I don't see there being even a significant discussion when an African American black man or black woman runs for president, maybe a black man, I would say, and he still has a woman president. I just see that grew up open the possibility that with unfit discussion. And that example by itself, I mean, to me, the role of the president isn't just policy, it's to inspire, it's to do the uh, it's to do the Dr. King, which is our dream. And Barack Obama is an example of somebody who knows how to speak. You got you. Believe.
Obama is a smooth operator without any question. He's a master of his craft. He did the impossible. He beat Hillary Clinton in that primary fight, and he beat Johnny Kerry in that general election. And hats off to him. And moreover, he remains I'm trying to figure if we're culture. Let me just mention Clarence Thomas also. Clarence Thomas has a story that is vivid and inspiring. Just like Obama's story, he overcome obstacles. Just like Obama did. I mean, extreme poverty and suffering. So Clarence Thomas has served longer than any other member of the United States Supreme Court. He is one of 9 justices, and it's 3 equal branches of government. So Clarence Thomas, by my arithmetic, personifies 1/27 of the American state. He is an iconic figure. His example should be an inspiration to Americans of all races, but especially of Black American races. He happens to be conservative. He's very conservative. So fucking he too deserves to be in the anthem. He is not. By the custodians of American education, Clarence Thomas' name is not on that list. Black Thomas name would be removed. I'm not equating them. They're different people. The officers are very different. But the same logic that you just used to extol the significance of Barack Obama's ascendancy could and should be applied to Clarence Thomas, in my opinion.
Yes, but the office, but also there's a resume of accomplishment, but then there is oratory and charisma, and a number of protocols. So there's the ability to captivate a large number of people, and that's a skill. That's a skill that correlates, but it's not directly connected to with how impressive it is.
So I agree. And moreover, the judicial function, the judge doesn't go up against speeches of that sort because it's exactly antithetical to what he's doing. He's a custodian of the law, and that's not a popular figure in American law. It doesn't stand for election, and it's a good thing too. So I take that point. Yeah, I want to say something else. The next black president, I say first black president, should have been one to do that. The second one should. Is more likely than not. I don't have a particular person in mind. I'm just saying.
I agree. That's why it's going to be super fun. Let me ask you to put on your wise sage hat. So if you're talking to somebody who's in high school, in college, what advice would you give them about their career, about life in general, how to live your life?
Well, I'd say the world is your oyster. Your first order is your man and victim. I don't care what color you are, if you're male, female, your gay, straight, whatever. The world is your oyster. You are so privileged to be in the United States of America, a free country, a rich country. Everything is possible for you. Believe me, you can do anything. Secondly, I would say mastery over the medium in which we're independent is the key to the future. So get educated, focus, work hard, invest in your future by acquiring the skills that you need to be able to navigate the 21st century. I would say the Chinese are coming, and I don't mean anything against China. I just mean to say the world's a small place, and it's getting smaller. You can't keep living and you can't keep moving. But I'd say your identity, your coloration, your orientation, your category is not the most important thing about you. So the temptation to limit yourself, I think this speaks to my kids to say, voice. Uh, he has a passage in Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, in which he says, do you know what Ireland is? Ireland is an old sow that eats her ferret. This is Joyce. He says, Stephen Dennis is the character that he has to remind of his he says, uh, your ethnic inheritance is talking about Irish nationals are like nets holding together. That your challenge is to learn how to turn those nets into wings, thereby to fly. Flying into the open skies of modern society. Don't be your grandfather, don't be your father. Don't wear your things so heavily that it keeps you from being open to everything that's new in the world. Wear it light. Yes, everybody comes from somewhere, but it doesn't have to be where you end up. So you're not your father, you're not your grandfather. You are this wonderfully blessed human being in the middle of going into the middle of the 21st century, and don't miss it. Don't live wickedly. Don't live small. Live big.
Live big and where your history.
Everybody's got a mother tongue. Everybody's got a story. Everybody has a people. But the world is a small place.
I love that. One of the greatest writers of the 20th century is the Farmer. Rothschild the loves of humor within that is not lost.
You just mentioned the great Ralph Ellison, the African-American writer, Invisible Man is his masterpiece. Embodied this spirit. Okay, we Black Americans, we do come from somewhere. That coming from somewhere from slavery in America. That's our ancestral heritage. But that's not what we are. Skin and bone, these are superficial things. The spirit, if I were a more religious person, I would get the whole disposition about that. But it's the spirit, it's that light that's inside. That's who we are. And our challenge is to live in the fullness of it, as opposed to this group thing. We don't look like, we don't look right. We're just fitting within this template that we inherit. That is a travesty.
You've lived an incredible life, productive one, just representing some powerful ideas, some powerful ideals. But life comes to an end. You think about
it is a really interesting aspect that you pose me with that question. Because I'm coming from a funeral. Today is Sunday. On the preceding Tuesday, days ago, I was at the funeral of Eugene Wesley Smith, who was my brother. He was my sister's husband. But my sister, Leonette, passed away in August of 2021. Her husband has died at the age of 68 in April of 2022, and I was at his funeral. He died suddenly of a heart attack that came completely out of the blue. He seemed to be in perfect health. He was a magnificent human being. I could go into the details, but take my word for it. He was a businessman, a steel trader, metals trader. He was buying stuff. He worked mostly from his home office. He had clients, counterparties, people he did business with all over the world. He had 3 sons, one of whom is in his early 30s, 2 of whom are in his late 30s. These are my sister's children. She's deceased now. He's deceased. The older 2 sons are severely developmentally disabled. They're in their late 30s. They're not independently viable. They don't function like they have to be cared for. That responsibility is now falling to the family. but mainly to the surviving son. Who lives with his wife and his two young children. And as assumed the responsibility, they carried at home my sister and her husband, Wesley, Eugene Wesley Smith, cared for their disabled sons at home. They didn't really see the institution as they had come from programs of the state and social workers, so they mainly took on the burden of caring for them. Anyway, I go on it with here, and I don't know how much of this you choose to make use of, and it doesn't matter really. I'm just trying to respond to your question. I was asked to offer some remarks after a few minutes, and I offered, and I spoke well of this great man. He was a great man. He had a straight back. He was a stand-up guy. He could be counted. His word was his bond. He had broad shoulders. He carried a lot of people with him. Business associates, family members, and so forth and so forth. He had a huge heart. He was a giving, kind person. He had a great mind. He was an intellectual, even though as a businessman, much of his day was taken up with the minutiae of contracts and the details of the water being delivered and not being delivered, of the quality of the product, of the financing, and so forth.
So it's still a powerful mind.
Yeah, he's a powerful mind, and he studied and read books. He succeeded in music and art. Uh, he was a spiritual seeker. Had been ordained as a child minister in Houston, while he remained a master of the Christian canon. He also explored Eastern religion and other spiritual paths, and kind of stood above any particular traditions and believed in God, but thought that God manifested himself in many ways to human beings, and that there was much to learn from other religious traditions as well. This is Wesley. We call him Wesley by his middle name, Eugene Wesley Smith. Wesley, please. 68. That's 5 years younger than I am right now. Dropped dead without anyone I could too. So
I can feel more thoughts. That speech and things like that.
that's what I say, what I say, and things for me to prepare. And I decided, I rehearsed in my mind this, this straight back at Rothschild. He had a big heart. He had a great mind. He had a patience spirit. And whatnot. And I use that as a template for me. But my main thought was, my God, life is precious and life is fleeting. And death is a part of life. My death is a part of my life. And I thought, well, I take better care of myself than I do, et cetera, et cetera. But I also thought a lot of this is not in my hands at all. I thought once you have his affairs in order, my brother did not have all of his affairs in order. In the sense that there was a lot of things going to probate. There was no will. There was, this kind of I don't want that to happen to my surviving family members. I want to have my affairs such that should, heaven forbid, I fall over one day and don't get up again. People don't have to scramble about how to take care of things from that forward. As a human, I'm afraid now. I read this wonderful book called The Swerve. It's about Lucretius. It's about the nature of things, which is this great classical work from the Roman period by this guy Lucretius. And I'm trying to think of the name of the author, but you can look it up. The Swerve. It's the book. It won like a national book award, the Pulitzer Prize. And it's the history of the recovery of this book by one of these Italian Renaissance Italian people who would go into the monasteries in Central Europe and look through the scrolls, and they discover these classical works from antiquity which had been lost through the Dark Ages, and they publish and read these works. And Lucretius' great work on the nature of things was one of these books, Poggio Broccolini. I hope we get the Italian text name, but it's all to be looked at.
Poggio Broccolini.
Yeah.
15th century. 15th century, and the name of the author is Stephen Greenberg.
Yeah, Stephen Greenberg, a magnificent book and a terrific story. Anyway, one of Lucretius's points, he was an atheist, which he didn't believe in mysticism, and he argued it's irrational to be afraid of death. Why should I fear death? Death is coming upon us. The point of being afraid, I mean, I've wasted my time fearing something that I have no ultimate control over. It's irrational to be afraid of death.
Yeah, because you can't predict when it happens. You only know that it happens. So why be afraid? How's that?
And therefore live every day fully, live every day purposefully, you know, and so on. But these are all just words. You know, I don't want to die. I want to live forever. I'm not going to live forever. I don't want to suffer. I see people suffer. I saw my late wife, Linda Datcher, Dr. Linda Datcher, now a professor of economics at Tufts University. When I met in graduate school at MIT, black woman from Baltimore. We married, we raised 2 sons together. She died at the age of 59 from metastatic breast cancer. And I watched her suffer and I watched her die, and it took me a while. And we cared for her at home right up until the very end. She died in our bed with our sons on the inside of her, and the doctor put her up by the door, the porch door in the bedroom. She expired. And I watched her suffer, and I watched her die. And I don't want to suffer. Who does? I don't want to die. I am likely to suffer before I die. I am likely to see my death coming and to lament it. There's a book by Richard John Newhouse, the theologian, called As I Lay Dying. As I Lay Dying, Richard John Newhouse. He had stomach cancer, and he thought he was dying. He wrote this book as he lay down. And then he recovered. He went into remission, and he had another couple of years. He thought he was dying, and he had a couple of years. And I can remember meeting him at a bookstore in suburban Boston when he was on a tour. He's a friend of mine, a theologian and technical intellectual. He founded the Institute on Religion and Public Life in New York City. It still exists. Richard John Newhouse. And he was contemplating his own death from the point of view of a Christian minister. He was first a Lutheran pastor, and then he converted to Catholicism as he would return to the church. He taught the Renaissance, the Reformation, which was always just going on church, etc. Get into theology stuff here. But I'm saying all that to say, I read that book aloud to my wife, Linda. She lay down in that bed. And it was filled with hope. I mean, it first acknowledged the dread. I'm dying. I don't want to die. I'm a Christian minister. Christ was raised from the dead. I'm supposed to live an everlasting life. This is me, and I'm dying. This is the end of me. How are you going to do anything other than dread the end of me? So let's acknowledge that I don't want to die. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that up front. But that is not the end of my death. It's not the end of life. I have lived well and fully. I will go and do my best right up until the end. I will accept what is inevitable, and I will hold out this belief. He's a Christian minister, so he holds out this belief, and he knows that the belief is not rational. It's not a reasoned, deductive, scientific conclusion. It's spiritual in the most fundamental way. It is something that people move into, and they have hope, and he had hope. I don't know if I have that hope. I used to be, but I'm no longer a Christian, and I'm no longer a theist. Really, I'm a Lucretius there. I mean, there's no magic that's going on here. There's no unseen hand behind the scene that's arranging things. What I believe is that when I look at the natural world, I see the evolution of the species, and I see the organic development of the planet. I mean, the Earth is going to not exist in a finite number of years, I think with a very high probability it's gonna die, it's gonna, implode, it's gonna go supernova, whatever it's gonna happen, and it's not gonna be anything else.
What's the meaning of life?
It's the meaning of life.
So, what's the why? Is this something economists and social scientists and mathematicians and other put down?
You know, I think we try to live very meaningfully within our time. We bond, we reproduce, we try to pass on, and we accept our limitations and our mortality. We try to contribute, and that's through our children, and through our work. And we're in this together, we're not in this alone. We are connected to other people. I give a lot of gratitude as a teacher. I'm a teacher. My students are going to with me. They're going to have students. I'm a writer. My writing is going to with me. I don't want to be self-important pretentious here. I doubt that I'm going to be the James Joyce of the 21st century. They may not be reading my stuff in 100 years, and people simply be reading Ulysses in 100 years. But I try to have an impact on the world that I'm part of, and try to leave a legacy that's dignified. In addition to all the words of truth seeking and whatnot.
About love.
Love.
What does love bring?
That's the word there. Without love, you got. You don't have. We don't have family, and we certainly missed out if love is not such a part of our existence. So stop asking me questions.
Thank you for doing what you really do, for being fearless and bold. The Rothschild, the writing, the work, being you, and thank you for giving me the huge honor of spending an extremely valuable time.
This is awesome. It's been my pleasure. And it has been 4 hours. Wear me out, man.
I love it. Thanks for listening to this conversation. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'm going to leave you with some words of Dr. Confucius. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then walk. Whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. You can't have a permanent war without fiat. And I also think there's a case to be made that you can't really have fiat without war. The following conversation is safety news. One of the central, the most impactful economists, philosophers, and educators in the world of Bitcoin. He's an Austrian economist, an anarchist, and the author of the Bitcoin Standard, a new book, The Fiat Standard. Safety does not mince words in his criticism of economists and humans in general whom he disagrees. For example, Paul Krugman, who is a neo-Keynesian economist and the previous guest in this podcast. Safety's opinions are strong and often controversial. I do push back in this conversation, playing devil's advocate or trying to steal man on each side. As always, I do so for the service of exploring the rich space of ideas that safety has about human nature and human civilization. I trust the intelligence of you, the listener, to come to your own conclusions. That is the burden of being a free thinking human. It is on each of us individually to dive into this chaos of ideas, and from that chaos, discover long-lasting, universal wisdom to live by. This is the Let's Read podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, finance, safety. Let's start with a big question. What is money? And what is the role of money in the history of human civilization? Money is a medium of exchange. The thing that defines money is that it is a good that you don't buy for its own sake, because you want to consume it itself, or because you want to employ it in the production of other goods, which is what capital goods are. So we have consumption goods, we have capital goods. Money is distinct from those two because it is a good that is acquired purely to be exchanged later on for other goods. So it's not something that you acquire for its own sake, you acquire it so that you can then later on exchange it. And that's a market good. That's a market good like all other goods. It's, you acquire food because you eat it, you acquire a car to move you around, you acquire money so that you can exchange it for other goods. And that's something that many people have a hard time grasping, the concept of money as a market good. But it is a market good, just like all others. And the importance of it is that it allows us to trade. It allows us to develop the division of labor, which would not be possible at any kind of sophisticated level without money. So if we live in a small society of 10 people, then think about all the things that we can make, all the things that we can produce. If we're only 10 people isolated from the world, there's only very few things that we can make, and therefore we can exchange those things directly with one another. But as we get in contact with other societies that have more people, then the opportunities for specialization increase. There's 10 people, the only thing that you can make is the very basics you need for your survival. But if you're part of an economy of 10 million people, there's much more room for specialization. You can make a car, you can make a house that's very sophisticated, and that relies on the division of labor. That relies on you specializing in doing one tiny thing, which is not everyone's hobby. You trade that thing for all the things you consume. So as the economy becomes more sophisticated and involves more people, and frankly we're all part of an economy of almost 8 billion people, each one of us produces one tiny thing, and they exchange that for all the things that they want. So because we specialize, we become more productive in doing the thing that we're good at. So there's people out there who are engineers who are designing windshields. It's a very specialized thing. They sell windshield design to Mercedes-Benz, and then from that, that windshield design is added on to millions of cars around the world, and from that they're able to get enough money to meet all their needs. So the division of labor is enhanced enormously with money. Because without money, it's very difficult to be able to exchange a large number of goods. It's very difficult to have a sophisticated economy with a large degree of specialization because it's very difficult to find people who want the thing that you have and have the thing that you want. We call this the coincidence of wants. And that's really the problem that money solves. So you can make apples and I make oranges. I'd like to have some of your apples, but you don't want to have oranges. We have a problem with so much supply. So what do? If you want bananas, I need to find somebody who has bananas, give them my oranges, take their bananas, give you their bananas, and I take that. In that case, bananas are a medium exchange. So it's natural that a medium exchange will evolve and will emerge in an economy as an economy becomes more sophisticated. As we move beyond 10 people and 10 goods, it's inevitable that we're going to come to a situation where we have the problem of coincidence of wants. And the way to solve that is to use a medium exchange. It can be anything. It can be a banana, it can be food stuff, it can be any kind of good. As long as I acquire the good with the purpose of it, passing it on to you, not for the purpose of me consuming it or using it, then that's a medium exchange.
So when you look at the entire human society, the billions of people, think of them as a bunch of individuals running around. I love the term coincidence of wants. So each one of them is like a stochastic system. They have desires, like random collection of desires. Somehow rooted in evolutionary history, but mostly random in terms of preference of banana or apple. And we also have the capacity for competence and excellence in particular kind of labor, like the specialization, be able to be like incredible at a particular set of tasks. So there's a bunch of ants running around with consciousness and intelligence. They have desires and they have capabilities. And there's a coincidence of
well, the wants they have, the capabilities they have, in order to create a system that kind of changes these things. So when you imagine, like, what is a good, what is market? When you imagine the market as like a hierarchical system, what do you imagine? What is a market? A market is just a name for the naturally emergent phenomenon of people voluntarily exchanging things. It's at any scale. Yeah. It could be a market of two people on an island on their own. It could be 8 billion people across the planet. Naturally emergent. Yes, this is the thing. I think that is very hard for many people who don't have a good understanding of economics to grasp. That capitalism and markets are not something that you need a central planner or a government officer to make happen. Capitalism is just what happens when people are left to their own devices. It's just our cognitive capacity allows us to develop tools that we can use for production. And that's what we do. That's what humans have been doing since they started, making spears to hunt. That's the first capital problem. So we're constantly accumulating capital. We're constantly trading with one another. We find an opportunity. You've got a lot of oranges. I've got a lot of apples. Then I'll take some of yours. You take some of mine. We're both better off. This is just a naturally emergent thing. And money is what makes it enormously powerful. Money is what allows it to scale. Money is what allows it to go beyond small societies into just something that is global. Because with money, again, as I was saying earlier, all you need to do is specialize in doing one thing and do best. Then you exchange that for money, and you don't have to worry about whether the other people involved in this want what you have or have what you want. You just sell it for money to whoever wants it, and you buy whatever you want for whoever has it. And that's an enormous reduction in the monthly burden of how a market economy functions. So the first thing that I would say about money is that it allows for the division of labor and it allows for the market system to grow. And the second thing is that money is a mechanism for storing value into the future. So again, as humans, we develop the capacity to think for the future. We make spears so that we can hunt, and then we see that it works, and then we take it out of the hand and we hunt it with it, and we keep it for the next day's hunt. And then we start making it better. We make a better fishing rod, we make a fishing net, we make a fishing boat. And that's our ability to think of the future. And as we start building durable goods, we start thinking more and more of the future. We start becoming more and more future oriented. And that's really the process of civilization, the process of denying our needs now in order to think for the future. So instead of spending all of our day on the beach enjoying ourselves, we take time off from leisure on the beach and spend some time making a spear, making a fishing rod, so that our productivity in hunting and fishing tomorrow is going to be higher. And so that ability to think for the future is enhanced by our ability to provide for the future, and we do that with durable goods. But then money ends up being the best mechanism for providing for the future, because the future is uncertain. So you can save your apples and oranges, you can save the spears, you can save the animal that you hunted. But these things, first they rot, they're not very good at holding on to their value over time. Even if they were, even if have objects that are durable. The problem with them is that you don't know if you need them tomorrow or next month, next year. You're not sure if you're going to be needing them. And you might end up not needing them, and you might end up not finding anybody who needs them, or finding somebody who needs them but doesn't value them much and won't give you much in exchange. Money allows you the optionality of saving the most liquid good, the most saleable good. So it's something that you can sell tomorrow with the least uncertainty. It has the most liquidity, the most ability to be sold without a loss in its value. So money is our most advanced technology and our best technology for building value in the future. And so I think history, really, I argue this in all my books, is that in history we see, we can stick of it as a process of our money gets harder, and so our money gets better at holding on to its value in the future. By harder, it means harder to produce. We find things that are hard to produce that are better at holding on to their value, so they hold on to their value better for the future. And that allows us to plot and plan for the future. That makes the future less uncertain, and that makes us more future-oriented. In other words, it lowers our time preference. And the harder the money is, the better it is at allowing us to think of the future. So people should know that you've written the book Bitcoin Standard in 2018, I believe, and then a new book called Fiat Standard. Bitcoin Standard is considered kind of the Bible in the cryptocurrency space, in the Bitcoin space. So just a very rigorous, systematic explanation of why Bitcoin, what is it, why should it be, why is it good. So you're describing in that book and in your new book different implementations of the technology of money. In your new book you talk about fiat money, which is another way to do money. So obviously there's a lot of different ways to do money, and maybe we haven't discovered the best way to do money yet. Our conversation today is how to do money better. Maybe we'll go back to bananas. That should right. Very good reason. While we can disagree, we can agree to disagree on this. I'm open-minded to the bananas. The one of the biggest sources of joy to me when I first came to this country is eating bananas, and so maybe money, happiness, perishable happiness will eventually become the best meaning of the switch. I don't know. Open-minded. Anyway, so you mentioned hard money and soft money. There's different ways to do money. What is hard money? What is soft money? And the Bitcoin standard I present the argument that money is always whatever is the hardest thing to make. And historically, I think we see many examples of that. So, for instance, in prison, people use cigarettes as money because nobody can make cigarettes in prison. In societies, we have the example of Yap Island, for instance. It's an island that doesn't have any limestone, but there's a nearby island that has a lot of limestone. And it's very expensive, obviously, with primitive technology to move limestone from Palau to Yap. So on Yap, limestone is for money. Seashells, rare seashells that are not easy to find, end up serving as money in places where they're rare. Glass beads were money in West Africa where there was no glass making technology because they were imported from abroad and they were very hard to make. And I think there's a conscious effort that some people might recognize the hardness and the scarcity and choose this as money. But I think what's more important is just a natural evolutionary process whereby people choose all kinds of random things as money, maybe even. But then the people who end up making these bad choices don't end up with any wealth left, whereas the people who store their wealth in the things that are hard to make end up end up maintaining their wealth and maybe even increasing it over time. And of course, this culminated in the 19th century, the end of the 19th century, by basically the entire planet being on a gold standard. And what is a gold standard? The gold standard is basically when money is gold, or at least government currencies backed by gold. But the reason gold became money and not copper, not nickel, not bananas is that gold is the hardest metal in the world. It is the hardest metal to increase supply. And the reason for that is basically chemistry. So now gold is indestructible. You can't destroy gold in any meaningful sense. It's been accumulating stockpiles for thousands of years. The gold that was worn by Nefertiti back in ancient Egypt is today probably in somebody's necklace, somebody's gold. It's still there. So for thousands of years, humans have been digging for gold. They dig it out of the ground, they refine it, then they put it in jewelry or a coin, and then it just stays there. It gets melted down into new other forms. Jewelry gets turned into coins, or coins get turned into dollars. But it's just stockpiles that are accumulating. On the other hand, every year we get better at our technology of looking for gold. There's more people all over the world. The population increases, the technology improves. So we keep finding more and more gold, and we keep making the stockpiles big. However, because we're constantly adding to a stockpile that is not being devalued, that's it's not being consumed, because there's no way of consuming gold. You can't eat it, you can't burn it, it doesn't rust. Because that we're constantly adding to a constantly growing stockpile. So if you look at the numbers, you see over the last 400 years we've got particularly reliable data on gold production worldwide. We see that pretty much gold stockpiles increase around 1.5% to 2% every year. So yes, we're making more every year, but they're making more, so you're adding to the stockpile, so every year you're adding about 1.5%. Compare that to the second hardest metal historically is silver, and that increased historically around maybe 5% per year or so. Now it's probably increasing something closer to 30% because it's not getting used extensively in industrial uses. So when you use it in industry, when you put silver in the laptop, camera, machine, effectively you are consuming the stockpile because it's not used as much. It's taken out of the stockpile. So over the last 150 years, since 1817 in particular, and I'll discuss this in detail in Bitcoin standard, what happened in 1817 was Germany won the Prussian War, and Germany was the silver standard. But the value of silver was declining, so Germany did something very smart, which is they took their indemnity from France in silver and gold, and used that big chunk of gold to switch to gold on gold. And since then, silver has been collapsing in value next to gold. So back then, the price of an ounce of gold was around 15 ounces of silver. Today it's closer to 100. It's just been declining for the last 150 years. And so because of that, because of the fact that it's lost its monetary role as people shifted toward gold, the value of silver went down. And so it became economical to use it in more and more industrial applications. So the stockpile declined. And then as a result, that weakens its monetary properties more and more. So that's why at the end of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 19th century, gold and silver were aligned. By the end, it was basically only gold. And the countries that were still on the silver standard, China and India in particular, suffered enormously because their money was devaluing very quickly next to gold. And so Europeans who would come to China or India were able to buy things at practically a big discount.
So I hope it's okay if I ask very simple, very basic questions. There's few people in this world that are as good as you are at answering very basic, almost ridiculously basic questions. Because I think exploring questions like what is money is a really great way to think from first principles, to really think deeply about this world. So I really appreciate you doing that. When you say standard, what is it? When you say silver standard, gold standard, again, with the basic question. The term really, I think, was based out of gold. The first time this came out was the gold standard because, so I said that gold was money in the 19th century, but it wasn't just that everybody was using gold coins and trading gold coins because that's got a problem of divisibility. So a lot of things are worth less than one gold coin. So how do you buy that thing? And the answer was that you created monetary instruments that were backed by gold. And so currencies, national currencies that formed under the gold standard, were specific units of gold. And that's how gold standard functioned. Money was gold, but you had pieces of paper that were redeemable in gold. So you could go to the central bank and give them the piece of paper, the $100 bill or $10 bill, and they'll give you gold in exchange. They'll give you a specific quantity of gold in exchange. Effectively, the paper was just a receipt for gold. So the paper exactly represented the amount of gold. Exactly. That was the plan. That was what it's supposed to do. But arguably, we never had a pure gold standard because the nature of gold means that the people who are in charge of the gold, they have an enormous amount of power because the gold is concentrated with them. And as long as not everybody shows up at the same time asking for their gold, then you can make more receipts than you have gold. And
there's always shady stuff going on, but at least that's the stated goal. That the receipt should exactly represent the amount of gold there. And also, when you say standard, it means that government sort of publicly stated that this is the approved main way of making transactions that are monetary. So this is the money. This is the official money that you should be using if you live in this country. Yes, although I would say it's more like the other way around. It's not that the government's established gold as money. It's more like it's more like gold gave the governments the credibility for their currency. So governments were not the ones that made gold money. Gold's been money before states were invented. States, if you have a government and you'd like to have some legitimacy and you'd like to be able to deal with other governments on an equal footing, you have to go by the gold standard. You have to have a currency that was redeemable in gold so that you could trade with the rest of the world so that people could governments were choosing gold, it's more like they were having to adapt their currencies to gold in order to give their currencies credibility.
So there's a dance there, though, because if they had to, then why did they switch away from it? So there is a dance where the governments, the people pressure to, first of all, the basic characteristics of the hard money pressures the governments and the people in terms of what should be used. Then the people, based on their communities, the network effects, and the way the narratives they tell each other, all that kind of stuff, they pressure the governments to take on money. And the governments, they like how they control all those kind of things. They pressure the people to tell different kind of narratives. There's a dance going on in this evolution of what technology to use for a long-term system. Because the reason I don't know if governments had to is they clearly didn't have to because they eventually moved away from it. But there was pressure probably.
Yeah, but I mean, even after they moved away from it, the central banks are still today, they still hold a lot of gold reserves. In fact, if you look at 1914, when the world really went off the gold standard, the amount of gold reserves held by central banks was a tiny fraction of what it was. As time went on and central banks accumulated more and more gold, what ended up happening is they prevented their citizens from using the gold, but they continued to use it. So gold continued to be money up until 1971 because effectively the world was on a dollar standard and the dollars were backed by gold. But then after 1971, even then, central banks continued to accumulate gold because why would you as a central bank want to accumulate pieces of paper effectively or credit liabilities of another central bank that can produce them infinitely? And it's a lesson that's becoming more and more obvious to governments today. As we're seeing U.S. sanctions taking, say, Russian reserves or Afghanistan reserves. And this is why see China and Russia have accumulated a lot of gold over the last 10, 20 years.
Just to return to the question, definitions. So what is hard money versus soft money?
Yes, so hard, I mean, it's a relative thing, but the hardness refers to the difficulty of producing more units of money supply. So an easy money would be a money that is relatively easy to make. So you can increase the supply by 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% or something like that. So pretty much all commodities, all market commodities other than gold and silver, they are easy money and they're not suitable as a monetary medium because they're being consumed. So if you look at, in the business that I mentioned this metric called the stock to flow ratio, which is the ratio of the annual production flow to the stockpile, the existing stockpile. If you look at all the other methods, they're easy money because they're being consumed. So think about how much stockpile of copper there are in the world today. So copper companies obviously have some stockpile of copper. Major copper consumers will have stockpiles of copper, but the vast majority of copper is essentially on a conveyor belt of production from the mine straight to the consumer good that's being used. So the existing stockpiles are roughly in the range of 1 year's production. If you take all the companies, I don't have exact statistics, it's very difficult to get these, but it's roughly in the same range. Like if copper production were to stop completely today, we'll have about a year's production stored in various places. So that makes copper terrible money because if you start using copper as money, and this is why a lot of people say well, money is a collective illusion, money is a social construct. If we all agree that something is money, that something is money, it's completely clueless. It's usually Marxists who believe this, so it's the understanding of economics. It's completely clueless because even if everybody in society decided we wanted to make copper as money, even if we all decided to collectively take part in this hallucination or illusion, it would not make copper money. It would just make everybody who decides to take part in this hallucination poor. That's it. It would make copper miners rich. It would make all of the people who chose copper as money poor, and copper would not be money. It can't work because what happens is because of the fact that the stockpiles are so small, if you buy, even if you get the 1,000 richest people in the world, all the world's billionaires, they get together, they all dump all of the money that they have, all the stocks, all the bonds, all the gold, all the Bitcoin, everything they dump it, and they buy copper with it. What's going to happen? The price of copper is going to go up. a lot. But what's going to stop copper miners from flooding the market with even more copper than what the Canadians bought? Nothing. They've done all of that extra copper production. The price of copper is going to go up, so there will be a lot more copper mining than all the other metals. A lot of nickel companies and gold miners are going to switch to focusing on copper, and then dump an enormous amount of copper on the market. The value of copper is going to crash, and the people who chose copper as money is going to end up with large warehouses of very cheap rusting. So that's a brilliant description, and that kind of pushes towards gold, where the stock to flow ratio, I guess you would say, is 1.5 to 2% that you mentioned earlier. Well, that would be like the inverse of the stock. That's the supply growth rate, so the stock is the inverse, it's around 65. But let me push back on some of the like human psychology. Let me push back on the collective hallucination and the illusion. So that's for copper. What about the paper of money? That's not, you can't smoke it, you can't eat it. It's supposed to represent, it's supposed to just be the meaning of the in that sense, what role does collective hallucination play in the effectiveness of life? Exactly zero. Because all the paper footage, first of all, there's never been an instance, and again, this is flies in the face of a lot of people think about money. There's never been an instance where a government came out and said, all right, we're printing out these pieces of paper, use them as money. This one is worth 10 apples, or use it for buying things. And here's a piece of paper. This has never happened. They've always taken fiat money, paper money, all these things were always born out of fraud. Initially, it was receipts for gold, and then they told you, well, you don't need the gold anyway, you have to use this, and then if you don't use it, we throw you in jail. And then, so first of all, it doesn't, you can't enforce this thing, so it's never really just happened, and it's never been hallucinated into existence. People can hallucinate this kind of nonsense in writing textbooks and books and in academia, but in the real world, people don't hallucinate money. People are very careful about what they put their money in. For people listening, we're going to have fun with this conversation, because you're into Marxist, fraud, hallucination. Just because we use these words doesn't mean it's true, but they're fun. So you have a strong certainty about the way you talk, which I think is fun. But allow me to myself to push back, to be devil's advocate, and I'll actually ask you sometimes to play devil's advocate possibly, because you're smarter than me and all this stuff. So if you want the smartest devil's advocate possible, and I'm certainly not that. But anyway, but nevertheless, we are currently on the fiat standard. So money does have value, paper money, and the reason it has value is because we believe it has value. To what degree, if you put the hallucination word aside, the belief that something is worth value is actually value is the thing that helps money work. Because you say it's fraud, and the belief is almost valueless. But how much value can we quantify the value of the belief, the collective belief? I should say, all economics is subjective. I consider myself an Austrian school economist, and the starting point of all Austrian economics is that all value is subjective. So, obviously, value only exists because humans choose to make a valuation. However, the economic reality of the way that money works means that it's just a technology like all others. So, for me, when people say, well, if we hallucinate that this thing can be money, then it'll be money. If we can hallucinate bananas to be money, then it'll be money. For me, it's like saying, well, if we hallucinate the bananas to be spaceships, there'll be spaceships. I mean, we can call them spaceships if you want, but a banana's not going to get you to the moon. But nevertheless, that's true. So you're drawing a big distinction between physical reality and the space of belief. But it seems like so much power of human civilization, so much destruction, so much creativity, creation happens in our minds. So everything does happen in the mind. You're not going to get to the moon, but you might still have a significant impact on human civilization if a lot of people believe a thing. True, but economic reality exists in a way in which your beliefs are rewarded when they match up with economic reality, and they're punished when they don't. So if you ride a banana, jump off a cliff thinking you're going to get to the moon, that solves the problem of people thinking the bananas are spaceships by killing people who think that bananas are spaceships. And I think to go back to your question in terms of paper money, so yes, even though ignoring the originateness of the creation of fiat money and ignoring everything that happened before 1971 around, here we are. People are using, well, it's not really paper money. You should say that fiat money is predominantly credit. So like it's also digital currency. So more than 90% of dollars are digital, less than 10% of dollars are physical. So it is a digital currency, and all over the world, all these governments are using digital currencies effectively with some physical manifestations in paper. But yet, even within these currencies, it's still the same analysis. And I discussed this in chapter 4 of the Bitcoin standard. You look at government monies, you see that the currencies that have held on to their value, the ones that have the biggest value, the ones that play the biggest role in the global trade, the ones that are used as currency reserves all over the world, are the ones that have the lowest supply growth. The ones that grow whose central banks are the least inflationary. And on the other hand, the ones that whose supply is more inflationary, similar to copper, end up failing. Lebanon, Venezuela, Zimbabwe. These are currencies whose supply increases very quickly, and therefore their values collapse. Whereas the dollar, the Swiss franc, the euro, the British pound, the Japanese yen, they increase at a much lower rate in general than these terrible currencies, and that's why all over the world you see people looking to get more dollars and more of these harder currencies than the easier ones. So I think this analysis of the hardness of the money and the ease of money is pretty well supported in here. So, like you said, you're at least in part from Paul to yourself an Austrian economist. So you're perhaps a career person who asks about the basics. What is Austrian economics? What is Keynesian economics? How do you compare the two? Which people know? So interesting. What are interesting defining characteristics do you know about these two? Yeah. So Austrian economics, the reason I say Austrian economics is economics. We call it Austrian economics because economics has been hijacked by a bunch of frauds, really. People were, well, it's much worse than fraud. Like people who are just essentially propagandists for inflation. Right. So it's like your opinion, man. Yeah, I love that also. Yeah, that's true. Well, I also talked to Paul Cleveland on this podcast, so he's the other speaks enough that he's one of the people that is perhaps most harshly criticized by folks in the Austrian economics perspective, and that's what's really fascinating attention. Yeah, he's done a great job as an actor and plays an economist on TV and the internet. So anyway, I'll tell you what you really think. No, so the basics of what is Austrian economics, what perspective is he taking on? Yes. So I mean, Austrian economics really is the continuation of a tradition that it goes back to the ancient Greeks of studying economics. Historically, it's really just economics that has evolved over time, and the establishment of the Austrian school per se came in 1870, 150 years ago, when Karl Menger, the father of the school, wrote a book called Principles of Economics, and essentially invented marginal analysis, which is a big deal in economics. Marginal analysis is the idea that in economics, individuals carry out decisions at the margin. That it's when you make a choice, you're not making a difference. You're making a choice between what should I spend my money on. You're not making a choice whether it is this thing that object A or B, which one is more valuable for me in general, which one is more valuable for me for the rest of my life. You're choosing about the next unit right now at this point, at this stage. And if you analyze economic decision making at the margin, it makes a lot more sense, and you can understand why people decide to make the decisions that they do. Whereas if you don't apply marginal analysis, things don't make sense. The key thing that marginal analysis helps us solve is what is called the water diamond paradox. So you will die of dying. We all need water, and yet water is very cheap. Whereas diamonds are extremely superfluous, is it that as human beings we pay like $1 a liter for water, whereas we pay thousands of dollars for a few grams of diamonds? Why is this the case? Do we value water less than diamonds? The answer is no. But at the margin, where we are right now, you live in a place where water is very abundant. Cities are only built in places where water is abundant, and you're only making a choice about the next unit of water. And so water is extremely abundant, and you're choosing whether to spend the next unit of money on water. The valuation that you give to water, given that you have a lot of water at home, and that you live in a place that has abundant water, is pretty low to the margin low. But it's very high for water. So if I asked you, how much would you spend for water in general? You know, how much would you pay for water for all of your life? It would be a lot higher than diamonds. If I told you you can only have water or diamonds for the rest of your life, you choose water, obviously. But nobody ever has to make that choice. You only make the choice at the margin. So at the margin, where we are, modern civilization, we have an abundance of water, we have civilization, and diamonds are very rare and scarce. And people are only buying, you buy your first diamond when you kind of get married, and you give it to your wife. And that's going to be the first few grams of diamond that she's ever going to find.
Giving my wife water.
Smart move. You should definitely give her big things instead of that. I tell my wife, I occasionally remind her how many Bitcoin you could have had if I bought her Bitcoin with the price of the diamond.
What's the downside of the diamonds for analysis of like gold?
It's a great question. Arguably, diamonds are a scam. Because they became popular as a thing in marriage after gold was banned, after gold ownership was banned in the US in the 1930s and in many places around the world. So before that, you'd give gold. And the reason you'd give gold in dowry in your wedding is because, it wasn't just it's pretty and shiny, it's because it's money. So, you die, your wife can take the gold and live off of it. It's a demonstration that you're giving them something valuable. And that's because nobody can make one more gold. It has the highest valuation. But then they banned gold ownership, or they allowed people to only own very tiny quantities of gold. And that's when the diamond industry stepped in and marketed diamonds as the thing people need to give. But the problem with it is, of course, that the diamonds aren't like gold. They're not very hard to make more of. And the reason we have scarcity in diamonds is really artificial. There's effectively a monopoly of diamond producers. They restrict the supply, and it's a pretty dirty business. And the way that they do it is, all the talk about blood diamonds is a way for them to ensure their monopoly. So if you're part of the monopoly of diamond producers, then it doesn't matter how many people get killed producing your diamonds. If you're out of the monopoly, then human rights organizations descend on you. It's called for shutting you down for selling blood diamonds. And they're also restricting the production of artificial diamonds. This is the other thing. You can make artificial diamonds, you can't make artificial gold. So they restrict the production of artificial diamonds, and they try and insist that you shouldn't take artificial diamonds, but they're indistinguishable from real diamonds. So it's an artificial scarcity, and I think there's going to come a point at some point that this monopoly is going to break, and a lot of people are going to be left with essentially highly devalued jewelry.
I'm going to keep this segment of the podcast, and I'm getting married Sunday, and instead we give it water and Bitcoin.
Yes, water and Bitcoin. That's all we need.
So marginal analysis.
Yes.
See, in the margin is the thing that allows you to most accurately capture human nature, the actual day-to-day decisions that we humans make.
Yeah, because that's really revolutionized, we can say. And that was Banger's work. And then he had a student, Adrian von Hayek, who developed capital theory, and then he had a student, Ludwig von Mises, who is arguably the most important economist ever. He developed theory of money, and he wrote a book in 1912 called The Theory of Money and Credit. And then in the 40s, he wrote Human Action, which is a big treatise on economics. So I think this is the correct tradition of economics. Before World War One, this was just mainland economics. And After what happened in World War I, and I discussed this in detail in fiat standard, is that the Bank of England essentially went off gold and tried to pass off their credit as being as good as gold and would finance the war. And incidentally, here, this is part of the history that is not discussed often. This is presented as an innovation. Later on, they needed essentially propaganda school that would just what they did. And later on, it's presented as, oh, we realized that gold was not good, and now look, we built this thing that is better than gold. Where now the government can just print money whenever it wants, and now gold money is not an issue anymore, which is extremely chaotic because the whole point of money is that it's not easy to make. If it's easy to make, it's not money, and it's destroying the entire function of money. You've seen that happen extensively in the 20th century after countries went up to gold. So essentially, Keynesian economics is just inflation of emotions. It's just propaganda to justify inflation. And it's profoundly nonsensical. It's built on the idea that if you just make more money, you can stimulate economic production. And of course, this is very self-serving to the central banks and to the banks and to the governments who promote this nonsense. And this is also very pervasive. If you happen to study at a university for the last century, you were taught Keynesian garbage economics. You were taught that if there's a problem in the economy, the way to fix it is that the government prints money without lowers the interest rate, and then that leads to more economic production, which is completely nonsensical.
So, so here again, this is a strong one. Push back, just goes devil's advocate to hopefully one day arrive at truth. So, just because it's in the interest of the central banks and the government, the interest and the models of Keynesian economics and the government are aligned doesn't mean they're wrong. So let's give them a chance. So the conventional wisdom, perhaps economic wisdom, is that inflation is good in moderation, as it encourages spending. But too much is bad because it completely devalues, destroys people's savings. So look, inflation is good to stimulate spending. And I mean, I suppose this is one of the things that's supported by Keynesian economics.
Was basically the whole point of Keynesian to try to find an endless array of explanations to explain why inflation is good.
Well, the chicken and the egg. That's the cynical thing.
Yeah.
This is a propaganda machine to sell the government narrative. The less cynical thing is a bunch of economists will tell you
Who figured out this thing and it happens to be good for banks and governments just because it's good for them for the people.
and it justifies the existence of governments. Your basic, I don't think this assumption, but foundational principle of your thought is that a lot of government is not a good thing. Your first instinct, government bad. Like I mentioned earlier, when you balance, it probably beats you on the intensity and how quickly he says government bad. So there, there's potential argument for government good. Some government is good, maybe a lot of government is good. Maybe you need a lot of centralized management for resource allocation if you want, because the humans specialize, we're too busy. So there's an argument for that. It exists. You probably disagree with it, possible argument on that. But anyways, why is that idea?
Yeah. I'm going to focus for this on the money idea, the idea that a little bit of inflation is good. The idea here, I mean, the criticism is that without inflation, people wouldn't spend, and then the economy would come to a grinding halt. And that's nonsensical because people spend not because they want to keep this magical monster called the economy going. People spend because they need to consume, because it's how we live, it's how we survive. We need to eat, you need shelter, you need clothes to keep you warm. And as technology advances, the capabilities of the things that we can do with our time increases, and so we want to buy more things. So people buy things because people want to consume. There's a limitless desire to consume. That there's no shortage of reasons for people to consume. Whether it's food or Ferraris or private
jets. People just always want to fly, which I
So I'm trying to do is like, what about the fear of the uncertainty in the future where they might want to buy things, but they're really afraid because it seems like there's a lot of a pandemic going on and whatever. Yes, that's good. So the fear of uncertainty is
but
you have too much fear.
Because here's the thing. What I was saying is, I was making the point that we don't need to be motivated to consume. We have the insatiable desire to consume. Everybody would like to have more on all kinds of things. Everybody would like to have a bigger house. Not everybody, some people have a big enough house, but everybody would like a house. Everybody would like a car, jets, all kinds of things, electronics, machines. So we don't need a desire to consume. But of course, the limit to how much we consume is opportunity cost. Why don't you buy a Ferrari? Well, because it's really expensive, and it would mean that maybe you do have a Ferrari. But I mean, most people don't buy a Ferrari because it's too expensive. They can't afford it. They have to work too hard to get it. And if they do get it, it might mean that they can't afford their housing. So we have to economize. That's a good thing. And we have to also think of the future. And so humans consume. We don't need motivation to consume. We have to deal with the economic reality of things that limit us from consuming more. So what Keynesians present is that when there is a problem in the economy, like there was after World War I, the problem is always caused by the inflation. And what the Keynesian hucksters do is that they look at the inflation, at the consequences of inflation, and blame it on people not spending enough. When people are doing the rational thing, so money is, so there was inflation that caused an unsustainable boom, it caused a recession, and now a lot of people lost their jobs. They don't have enough money to go out and spend frivolously. So they say for the future. The future is uncertain. That's a good thing. And that's how you fix things. You begin the recovery by, you lost some wealth, so you spend less. If your business goes bust, if you lose your job, it's natural, it's smart to stop spending money on the frivolous things you used to spend. And you save it for the future, and you invest in something else. You get a new job. And then once you recover, you start spending more. This is very sane, very good. It's the way to recover. But essentially, the Keynesians have used this as a justification for moving inflation. Because inflation is an addiction, and once the government gets down the path of spending money to solve its problems, then every problem looks like it can be solved by more inflation. And so this is where Keynesian economics comes from. And of course, Keynesian economics is based on the work of Keynes, which came in the 1930s. And this is the key point. It's portrayed in the textbook as if it's just this scientific breakthrough. Somebody in the 1950s, this genius, came about real actual quality. We don't actually need good money. We don't need all money. We can actually just print all the money. And in reality, of course, it was just the very thin, flimsy, idiotic justification for what governments were already doing for 20 years. They'd already gone to the standard food. And they'd gone through 20 years in which they were lying to the population, telling the population was still up with the standard of that are problems caused by various kinds of things. But then we're going back and forth. 20 years later, after they went off the standard, they come up with this justification for why. So actually, the gold standard was bad. And this is the really pernicious thing about it. The problems that were caused by us going off the gold standard were caused by the gold standard. And we're going to fix them by going off the gold standard even more.
Just because government is lying, is shady, who does this kind of thing, doesn't mean it's not happen as well. So just I wanted to separate the two things you said. It could very well be very well. And it could indeed be hucksters. All of these such colorful language. I love you deeply for this is
Yeah, but I mean, it's like somebody like me who doesn't use this kind of language when discussing Austrians. It's just that when actors actually use it, it's presented as if it is legitimate because he's part of the major shows.
so the case they make and the criticism Keynesians make of Austrian economics in the case of Keynesian economics is based on empirical evidence. So Austrian economists eye in the sky, is that like cartoon nature works. And it's just all theory. And just like you said, Kensington and so it is a science, data-driven science. And so, where's the data? I'm not asking. So, one way of saying it is, how do you know if you get rid of inflation? How do you know if you get rid of central banks who push us that direction? We will have a better world, a better functioning economy, better functioning markets, better functioning societies. This is just another inaccurate way in which they present the economics. They present it as if it's just theory of the data doesn't matter, but that's not the case. What the Austrians say is that without guiding theory, data is mute. Data is dumb. Data can't say anything. So, theory first. You have to have a lot of wisdom to provide context for interpretation of exactly. And it's not just not with the self-awareness they have that they think that they're just being led by the data when they're being led by Keynes' economic theories. They use the data to justify those theories and to stick by them. And in fact, they are the ones whose theories cannot be reached because it's just government mandated religion. So according to Keynes' nonsense, so the way that they justify the inflation is this. Just using this to give an example of what you're talking about in terms of theory. The way they justify the inflation is to tie it back to the original points. They justify it, all right, we need to put it down, and then the level of spending in the economy is what determines the state of the economy. And I've taught macroeconomics for the University of Harvard for a while, so I know Keynesian nonsense better than most Keynesians know nonsense in Harvard. I guarantee you. So the way they see it is the level of spending in the economy is what determines the state of the economy. There's a level of output and there's a level of spending. So there's like the factories on one side that are churning out goods, and those goods have a certain quantity and value, market value. It's completely nonsensical, of course, because how can the value of the goods produced be different from the value of the spending? But let's put that aside for a second. So the amount of spending that happens in the economy determines the state of the economy. If the value of the production, which they call Y, is higher than the aggregate expenditure, so this is the production and the aggregate expenditure is lower, then we don't have enough spending to buy all the goods. And then that causes a recession. The factories start laying off workers. And then the laid off workers start spending less. And that leads to higher expenditure dropping even further. And so it's a vicious cycle where the economy gets into recession. And the better way out is for Keynes' banks, their buddies, government buddies, a lot of money to give to themselves. And that that's why it's different. So to print more money to increase the expenditure to match the level of output. Sounds pretty good to me, also. But even though you say that's so, yes, I just feel like the way, and I love you very much, but just people who are listening, I think I love the way you talk, and it's great. You keep doing it, but just for context, I don't know if anything that involves human nature deserves this level of certainty. Not at least my position is that we don't know how we're doing on basically anything. And perhaps, like it's a lot, like certainty can get us in trouble. Is my way. I don't know much about economics. I don't even know financial systems, monetary systems. But I just see us get in trouble with psychology, certainty of ideologies in general. You mentioned Marxism and so on, that came from the Soviet Union. There's a lot of people that are very certain throughout the history of the 20th century that communism is the utopia that humanity should strive for. So I'm nervous about certain. You asked me for mine. Yes. Sorry. So it's that little bit of caveat. So we go back to the idea. Then on the other hand, you have the level of spending. The situation is the level of spending is higher than the amount of aggregate output. In that situation, you have too much spending, so therefore, the spending. So according to the Keynesian rule, and this is really important because this is a way that I get to your point about empirical data to show you why. They're not correct. Yeah, they're not correct about what they say about empirical data. So then, what this means is that
there's a level of output, there's a level of aggregate expenditure. The aggregate expenditure can either be higher or lower than the output or equal to it. If it's higher, we get inflation. If it's lower, we get recession. Okay? So, is there any universe in this model? Is there any potential universe in which you can have both inflation and a recession? According to the Keynesian model, you can't, right? Because aggregate expenditure cannot be both higher and lower than output. So therefore, if you were truly being a very good person, if you were looking at evidence and trying to be trying to analyze data, you look at this and say, one example, you just take one example of high inflation and high unemployment to refute this entire model, right? And of course, the world is full of these high inflation and high unemployment. And that's what happened in 19, and of course, they ignored it when it happens in poor countries because poor countries don't really allow it. But then in the 1970s, that happened in the US and in most economies, in most advanced industrial economies. So historically, before that, you had all these Keynesian central bankers talking about this model and saying, well, expenses do low now, and that's why we have money, so we need to print more money. And they print more money, inflation goes up, but also unemployment goes up. Because this model is broken. That's not how the world works. That's not the level of aggregate spending in the economy is not that lever with which you can control inflation and unemployment. So what would the scientists do? What would the non-Huxley do in this case? Admit the theory is wrong and find another way to reformulate it. Have the Keynesians done that? No. Still the same garbage in the textbook that's being taught until today.
So is it possible to have a non-Keynesian model with one that still supports moderate inflation?
I mean, since this has happened, yeah, this is what basically most economists are. Essentially, anybody at the University of Finance like that means this is really which is one of
talk about that.
Yeah.
What the effect of fiat money on our life is doing about in your book. Fiat standard, one of them is education. I'm sure we disagree there too. I'm not smart enough to disagree, but I'll disagree anyway.
See, it's a whole bunch of other models, but basically, it's such an example of motivating reasoning. Like anybody who's got a familiarity with the scientific method, who's got an engineering background, who comes into economics, immediately has a bottleneck in mind. And I remember when I used to teach macroeconomics, I used to teach introductory macroeconomics, and it's a course that would be taken by econ majors as well as engineers. A lot of engineers would take this in class. And every time I'd explain it, I would just teach them the basic stuff. And every time I explain it, there's always that smart engineering kid who just looks at me and says, "Sir, this doesn't make any sense because this isn't that." I'm always like, "You get it. Exactly. You're correct." Because if you have any kind of shred of scientific thinking, you see that this is all motivated reasoning. The answer is government needs to get money. And here's a whole bunch of models brought up by people for why the government printing money is good. And the reason they're coming up with this conclusion is that you only get funded if you come up with this conclusion. You come up with the conclusion that we need to shut down the central bank. You don't get funded by the central bank. You don't get published with journals. You don't get a job at the prestigious universities. You don't get quoted by fiat publications like the New York Times and CNN. They don't invite you on as an expert.
But it's a fundamental flaw in a lot of institutions we have today. As you draw from history. Let me zoom out for just a second to the big question: what is economics in general? What's the goal? That there's a bunch of models. Right? Is any economist basically trying to throw a bunch of models about human behavior on the table and try to generalize it to the global scale, to both dance to micro and macro somehow in order to determine public policy, explain the past, predict the future, prescribe policies that can control the future, those kinds of things. It's the big, basic, ridiculous question of what is economics?
Economics is a study, the way Austin is defined it, is the study of how humans make choices under the condition of scarcity. We begin with the starting point of economics is the fact that scarcity exists. And why does scarcity exist? Well, because it's easier to want things than it is to make them. It's much easier to want a Ferrari than it is to make one. And so, because it's, we have wants, we have limited means to meet those wants, we need to So how people make those decisions under the condition of scarcity is what economists study. So to go back to your point on empiricism in Austrian school, so it isn't that the Austrians don't believe in data. That on the contrary, it's that theory has to inform data. And in fact, if you think about it, as the example of the stagflation in the 1970s shows, if you have stagflation, that just completely refutes the Keynesian model. The Austrian way of thinking, which is think from first principles, understand how the world actually works, think about how humans act, and understand that economics is really all about human action. So it's not about aggregates of goods. This is really the key distinction in terms of methodology. For the Keynesians, it's physics and they look at the market economy, they look at the individuals in the market economy, and they think that they can understand the market economy by looking at aggregates. This is really the key point of what I think makes a certain branch of economics and pseudoscientific is the introduction of aggregates. When you introduce those aggregates, how much production takes place, how many people are unemployed, the percentage of the inflation rate, and then you think that you can establish scientific relationship between those aggregates. It's purely physical, in physics. For instance, or in chemistry, you put, let's say, a container that contains a gas, and you have the ideal gas law, PP equals to P, calculate the pressure, calculate the volume, and then the temperature. If you have the pressure and volume, you can calculate the temperature if you have the and constants. So there's a clear relationship that is demonstrated in the laboratory that you can do it right now. You can measure it and we can see it and it continues to hold. And all it takes is one scientist to show that this relationship does not hold, to do an experiment that shows this does not hold, and it stops being a law of chemistry. And it's great. Whereas in economics, what they've done is they've copied the superficial shape of laws without any of the scientific rigor that was used. There's no experiment. You can't experiment on economies. We don't have the ability to establish laws. And all the laws that we establish are just models that get people published, get them on the media and say, my model says we need to print more money. But it's never subject to actual scientific scrutiny. If it were, they would all be rejected in 15 minutes because the world is full of examples that can't contradict them.
It's impossible to do scientific scrutiny with human nature when you can't, when there's a nearly infinite number of variables and you can't control them. It's impossible. So what's the best thing you can possibly do? You do thought experiments. But the problem with thought experiments, Freud thinks everybody wants to have sex with him. So what's the problem with Freud? I don't know. Maybe he's right. But obviously, the joke is not fun. But the Freud was in the case. Well, no. I think there's power in the arts. When just said Einstein, sliding general relativity, special relativity, that's a thought experiment. It originates in a thought experiment. It's true. And the nice thing about physics, you can't actually have experimental validation. The downside of economics is you really can't have experimental, definitive experimental scientific rigor of validation in the theory. So all experiments is about using more intuition. It's the power of reasoning together about human nature. And that's why economics cannot make the claims that physics can make. So with physics, you can predict that if you get this gas at this pressure, at this volume, temperature will be that much. And you can make that prediction and test it many times, and you'll always get the precisely correct answer. With economics, we can't make quantitative predictions. On Twitter, even today, it's very simplified statements are making. We don't make quantitatively certain statements. That's the thing. In economics, we don't make quantitative predictions. We cannot do that because we don't have experiments. But we can understand how the world actually works with humility. This is really the key difference. That the Keynesians think they just want to copy the methods of physics, and then that's just, I'm going to give them the certainty of the results. Which is like me saying, I'm just going to put a red blanket on my back and jump from the fourth floor because I'm Superman. Well, it's not the red blanket that's going to make you Superman. There's a lot more to it. So humility manifests itself in economics as the belief in the free market. Meaning I can't do centralized control. And this thing, we're going to minimize the friction of the free exchange of goods. So, Austrian economics is priority in yes, you could arrive at facts. The more practical knowledge, most scientific minded people are not that they like it originally. But so I initially had this idea that what is lacking in economics is mathematicization. We need to have better math models. We need to get all those tools from engineering to find into economics and we'll be able to plan the world economy and make it work better. And then you start actually trying to solve problems, trying to actually calculate them, and you realize that nobody can have that ability because the difference ultimately comes down to the fact we can't have experiments. The reason we can't have experiments is that you can experiment on particles and gas. You can't experiment on human beings or the entire economy. And because particles of a gas are just dumb matter, and so you kick matter in a certain way. You calculate exactly how much is going to flow. Human beings are much more complex. They have a will. This is really this is that you need to understand that you are a human being and other people are also human beings just like you, and that every person wakes up every morning and they have a million things in their mind, a million things they care about, a million things they want to do, and you will never be able to make decisions for somebody else, let alone for millions of other people. So this is one path by which you arrive at the conclusion that free markets are better because you realize that other people that think anything essentially glass markets can't actually do that. And that there's really nothing scientific about them except essentially the rituals they do, the scientific process. And the other path I think that makes you arrive at the Austrian perspective, or the libertarian perspective, I should say, is simply the notion of individuals as having their own inalienable right to decide for themselves. If you, the only way that you can give yourself the idea that you get to be planned is ultimately you think you're better. You think your choice, your judgment overrides mine. And I don't think that's a defensible position. I don't believe you want to force anybody ever. I will never want to force anybody to do anything they don't want. The Keynesian perspective, the central planning perspective, is unlike physics, which is let's force a bunch of particles to sit in a lab so that we can study them. In economics, you're forcing people to do something. So let's stop these people from doing this job because it's fun. Let's get them to do that job. Let's force them to pay this price. Let's tax them this much. Let's prevent them from using gold as money. Force them to use our credit as money. So it has to rely on coercion. There's no central planning without coercion. And coercion is a crime in my opinion. There's no way that it is justifiable. For politics and the ethical your view is perhaps broadly speaking, the libertarian view is coercion is unethical. Freedom is essential. What are the pros and cons of government intervention in the economy? So can you still want to provide pros? You just can't provide an argument against it. Is there any arguments to be made for government intervention for the role of government in society? Speaking from a political and from an economic perspective, what's the positive role that you can imagine? I can repeat many other cases, but I don't find any of them compelling for the reason that I mentioned, which is that ultimately they all rely on putting a gun to somebody's head and using it as force. So that's, for me, it's something that we just, whatever the ends are, if the means are violence and the threat of violence, then the ends aren't justified. Everything that's good, the government will use as an excuse for justifying it. So, what do you like? You like whether they have apply well. Government needs to ensure that motherhood works well, and we need the government central planning of the birth. We need regulations on birth, for instance. We need regulations on how people give birth. We need to ban people from giving birth in traditional ways that have been tried for thousands of years. We need to force people to do things in the modern scientific way. So what about things like that all of us use for infrastructure, for example, or education, or the economy too, right? Can you make a case for the role of some large-scale centralized systems, whether it's government or not, that do this kind of management. I guess perhaps you could say there's the economy of scale. Some things just exist at a very large scale, and therefore you would want political accountability of people who manage it. This is kind of the argument that's given for infrastructure monopolies, for roads, or for electricity. That let's say we live in a country, we need one power plant, bigger power plant, better off we should all be. And there's a natural monopoly in the power plant business, so we're going to have one power plant. Because this is only one power plant, then we can't just let anybody own it because then they're going to make it too expensive. So we need to have the government own it. So
And you don't find that case compelling?
not at all. I used to believe in it. I was pretty much a Keynesian when I first started my graduate study at Columbia. And no, I don't find that compelling at all because I think all these examples that I mentioned of natural monopolies or economies of scale that can only fit at the scale of government, it's always government bans people from opening power plants, and then there's only one power plant, and they need to be in charge of it. But in reality, no, power plants exist at all kinds of manners and scales of operation. And yes, of course, there are benefits to centralization in power plants in particular because there's efficiency in generation. One big power plant is more efficient than 10 equivalent smaller power plants. But there's also inefficiencies in centralization because the more centralized and the bigger the plant is, the further away a lot of the population is going to be, so you're going to be losing a lot of electricity and transmission.
And you believe the free market is best managing that dance, that balance with centralization?
Exactly. And if we do end up in a situation where there's one power plant in the area, then if the market ends up centralizing all of this into one power plant, I don't see that as a problem. There are places, there's a small town with only one barber shop. Is that a catastrophe? No, because they don't need two barbershops. Now, if that barbershop starts to take advantage of people and start to charge higher price, well, then that's just an opportunity for others to step in and put them in their place. And that's the same thing with power plants, it's the same thing with everything. Ultimately, I think the key thing is this. From the central planning perspective, they'll present you the problem as it is, and they'll tell you, well, this is bad. So to fix, and what we can do is better. So let's stop what's bad and do what is better. Two problems here. Usually, the reason that the thing is bad in the first place is because it is a government monopoly, is because of government intervention. But the second thing is that this notion that we can just pass a law and fix what's wrong and make it better is, it ignores the fundamental underlying reality, which is that what you're doing is you're offering only one way for this problem to be solved, to make all other solutions practically illegal. You're taking taxpayer money, you're putting guns to people's heads to take their money, to use it to build, say, this one solution for the power plant, but you're preventing the free market process from providing us with other alternatives.
Well, so you first, from that perspective, but there's, in theory, there's a feedback accountability mechanism for the solution that you propose and enforce by, as you're saying, basically come to people's heads. You're accountable for the for that choice, the quality of that solution by being voted out. If the solution is actually bad, which is the different selection mechanism, and I think I personally believe it is a selection mechanism that has worked in the past. It just often does not work nearly as well as a free market. And the question is, are there domains in which the free market gets itself into trouble? So the theoretical view is that that's the point of the free market, is it doesn't, if there's trouble, that's a signal, and it will respond to that signal, and it will respond appropriately to try to maximize happiness. The question is there a local optimum that free market gets stuck in union governments to represent the broad scale of the people who get
well here? I think the fundamental problem here is the idea that there is a feedback mechanism when there is coercion in one party. When one party can employ coercion, the other one cannot. So in other words, I'm going to put a gun to your head, I'm going to take your money, and I'm going to use it to buy more guns for you to put against your head. But Well, love requires a push and pull, a little bit of tension and a spice in the relationship. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
A little gun to the head. That's good luck to anybody who's going to be dating you. Putting it down to people that is comfortable to a relationship. All jokes, but yes, I mean, people don't often think of it as gun to the head, as government and the military as gun to the head. But that is sort of a libertarian perspective because ultimately, when turns all the way down, the bottom is guns. Yeah. So, and what if you don't want to pay, if you don't want to, all right, I don't want to be part of it. I want to get my own generator. I don't want to do it. I don't want to pay for it. You go to jail. You can't not pay for it. That's really the asymmetry which the market doesn't have, which is why, in my opinion, it's not as if I'm being stubborn and stuck on the idea that I want a market and that the government can't work. It's presented as if we're choosing between two different machines. Should we use an Apple or a PC? And I'm just constantly choosing one of them and saying the other one can't work. It's not equivalent. It's not two machines. We're comparing between a machine and a gun to the head. And we're comparing between a situation in which anyone is free to provide the service or the good, and anybody anywhere is free to buy from them or reject to buy from them. So anyone can build a bound. Anyone can succeed in it. Anybody can fail in it. Anybody can build it in a way that I can choose to take part in or not take part in. I can build my own. So we have a situation in which 10 million people, let's say, they each can freely choose to provide the good or to buy the good. That cannot be considered an alternative on an equal footing to a situation where one person or one entity gets to decide for everybody, and those who disagree go to jail. So the problem is that the alternative to governments is other large successful entities that have humans in them. Human nature is such that there's corruption, manipulation, and so on. I think free market depends on the honest communication of information as widely as possible so people can make good, rational decisions. But my fear is that the proposal is that in general there's manipulation, and it's government whether it's communists. They're going to manipulate, they're going to try to do propaganda, they're going to try to manipulate you, deceive you, shut down competition by playing games, human games of different kinds. And sometimes even really well. It's not like everybody thinks they're doing good and they're actually doing evil. So how do we prevent the worst of human nature coming out in a free market as well? By not giving the worst of human nature a monopoly on violence in the institution of government. That little inkling of coercion, that little bit of asymmetry creates a gigantic ripple effect of asymmetry in your view. Yes, and it ends up just being the place where corporations, individuals, free market, they can't coerce without the resort to government. So you think about all the examples of corrupt corporations doing bad things. It's always because they have certain privileges from governments. Because as it exists, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, all these giant corporations, they can't do anything without government. They can't take any of my money, and they can't force me to buy their stuff. And so it doesn't matter to me. So if Coca-Cola is corrupted, that's a problem for Coca-Cola customers. That's a problem for Coca-Cola shareholders. It's a problem for anybody who deals with Coca-Cola. But as somebody who doesn't drink their stuff, who isn't a shareholder, I have absolutely no interest in what happens. They could all go bust tomorrow, and I don't care. I don't buy their product, and and I'm not a shareholder. So in this situation where you choose to voluntarily associate with people, and you only give your money to people you want to voluntarily, so you have to buy their product or invest in their production. In that situation, the only way that a company can get my money is if they build a product that I value, or if they convince me that they are going to use it in a way that's profitable. And then I may be wrong. I may invest in a company that fails, or I may invest in a company that turns out to be fraudulent. But that's my fault, and it's my fault that I gave them my money and it turned out to be scoundrels. But it's a totally different problem when we make it mandatory. It's violence. It's a crime to put a gun to my head and force me to subsidize companies and force me to come at certain conclusions. Do you find find an interesting distinction in Richard Michael between anarchism and libertarianism. So this particular use of violence, this like last resort, this policing force that libertarianism is okay with, and anarchism is not okay with. So basically, nation states that keep you safe from the worst of war.
Yeah, I think to be more accurate, the distinction between anarchism and minarchism. I think libertarianism is kind of a vague term that can encompass both.
Means a lot of things.
Yeah, but
On the Karl Marx to Michael Malice spectrum, where do you
no, for like,
you're fine.
yeah, for anarchists. I mean, I don't find any justification for the use of force, and I think recently, perhaps maybe I'm getting old, maybe I'm getting senile, maybe I'm getting wise, who knows? But I'm beginning to become more sympathetic to monarchy. So I'm champion of monarchy,
Which is that?
kings.
Oh, monarchy.
Yeah. And I think,
Can you, are you joking or not?
no, I'm not joking. And I think, I mean, I think, morally and intellectually, I'm an anarchist. But what the reality is, we find ourselves in a world in which a lot of people are not. And the question is, what is the thing that's going to provide you with more freedom? And I think I'm recently coming around to the idea that monarchy might be the best way to provide people with the most amount of freedom, because to have a free society, you need a majority, perhaps, or a plurality of people to have a very strong understanding of libertarian ideas, to have a low time preference, to have a preference for the future. So you need a majority of the population to not decide to go and do something insane in order to continue to have a free society. When a respiratory illness comes along, unfortunately, the last couple of years showed that the vast majority of people are going to freak out and lose their mind and support whatever their stupid TV tells them to support. And there's always a current thing, and the media is always telling you that we need this current thing as an excuse for more and more government power and more government coercion.
What's the role of kings and queens in that case? On the monarchy?
This is
What's the role of
I think there might be a case that, so as I was saying, you need a majority of the population to get together and decide. No, whatever is the case, the answer is voluntary. No matter how bad the disease is, it doesn't justify forcing people to stay home. You want to stay home, stay home. You want to wear a mask, take a vaccine, do whatever you want, but you can't force others to do that. So you need a majority of the people to strongly believe in this principle in order to get it in a democracy. Whereas in a monarchy, you just need the king to get it. And I think the reason kings are more likely to get it is that kings have a long time preference, where they think about things for many generations, whereas in a democratic system, your president is likely only going to be there for 4 years or 8 years or 10 years or 5 years or whatever it is. So the only way that, all humans are self-interested. So the only way that your president and democracy can provide for themselves is to maximize the amount of exploitation that they can do of the population during their brief stint. And then when he's out, you get a new one, and then that one wants to start all over again. So every 4 years, you get a new one. With monarchy, you sign up for a multi-generational subscription to the same family. And when they have the security of knowing that his great grandson is going to be taking money from your great grandson, suddenly his interest in yours alone, because they both want your great grandson to be prosperous and have enough money for his great grandson to take. So
It's a monarchy with a tiny government. So
yeah,
it's anything required to really provide for a free market. So for maximizing individual freedom and the freedom of the economy.
yeah. And if I were king, I'm like it's ever happened. But I think if you look historically, the dynasties that have succeeded have lasted for a long time. The key thing that they managed to do is to basically be libertarian. The key to being a good king is to just leave people alone, let them do whatever they want. Don't rob them too much, or rob them as little as possible, or maybe even don't rob them. And if as a king use your power only to punish people who aggress against others. Don't use your power to enrich yourself and enrich your friends. And that's really, like, if you look at smart kings, this is what they do, this is what they teach their children. The cycle of kingdom is that, the first king understands this, builds the empire, and the first couple of generations they get this, and the society is free, the economy is free, and because of that, there's peace and prosperity. But then over time, the next generation of kids become a lot more high time preference. They have worked hard. They don't understand the meaning of hard work, so they become more likely to engage in destructive behavior. So raise taxes, pass laws that require people to do things even when they're not hurting anybody, and that ends up basically destroying people.
Of course, power corrupts.
Yes.
You have to kind of create human institutions that prevent you as a king or any kind of leader from extent. So going back on the original promises and the purposes of your position,
Yeah.
and then distracting, using tools of technology and communication to distract the populace while you expand the power.
Exactly.
All right. You wrote Diaz then. I think we danced around it quite a bit. I don't know if we actually defined it. So what is fiat money? What is the history of how it came to be?
The fascinating history of the person's monetary system is something that really only got uncovered in 2017. This is extremely interesting. In 1914, Britain joined World War One, and if you remember your history books, it's famous that this was called the August Bank Holiday. It was just going to be a few weeks where the British troops were going to go and kick European ass and come back triumphant, and most European countries believed that. But then the war kept on dragging on. And of course, to finance the war, the government, this is what they used to do under the old standard governments, would issue bonds. So you'd issue the bonds, people would buy the bonds, the money would be used to finance the military, and then the government would pay off the bond over the next 5 or 10 or 20 years. So for World War One, the British government, the British Treasury issued bonds for financing the war. And this only came to light in 2017. Only a third of the bonds were actually subscribed. So British people, and this is perhaps the greatest thing they've ever done, they decided fighting a war in Europe is just not my ideal way of investing my capital. It's a stupid thing. Why should I go and fight because the Austrians and the Germans and the Soviets are at each other's throats? I'd rather invest in something else. So they only bought a third of the bond issue. And then what? And then the astonishing thing that happened, which really set the tone for the next century of war and murder, Keynesianism and theft and inflation, was that the Bank of England went and got two of the high-ranking officials in the Bank of England to buy the other remaining outstanding two-thirds of the bonds under their own name with a line of credit from the Bank of England, so it wasn't their own money. But they took money essentially from the Bank of England and bought two-thirds of the bonds that financed the war. And that was how England was able to keep going into it. So that's essentially what they did, is what we today know as quantitative easing. Back then, they printed money from the Bank of England, printed credit, gave it to those two employees. They bought the bonds. The government could fight the war. Sounds like it's a nice idea. And Keynes, of course, being a huckster himself, he himself said he wrote a letter to the Bank of England that was quoted recently, and he said, "I congratulate you on this masterly manipulation." Quoted in the book, masterly manipulation is what he called it. That they basically managed to buy bonds using the money of the government. And of course, he never had an idea of how economics works, because he never could ask the question of, okay, and then what? I said, just printed money to buy two-thirds of these government bonds. What's going to happen next? What could go wrong? Not a question Keynesians ask themselves, because their jobs depend on not thinking about what's going to go wrong.
So a quick question about war. Somebody who did not stop reading, thinking about the wars of the 20th century, and thinking that most of those wars were unjust, unethical, and destructive. How would you find that? So
Ideally, no. No, I mean, of course, there are sometimes, you want to fight for self-defense. Yeah, you finance it, taxation, or bonds.
the people really need to run to war, not just with their voices, their thoughts, their tweets, but their actual financial
Put
investment.
up the bullets and the cost of the bullets and the bodies.
So their life and their financial well-being.
Mhm. That's how it was under the gold standard. Because under the gold standard, the government couldn't print gold. And so they had a budget, they had a certain amount of gold. And that wasn't just, they couldn't infinitely increase it. They couldn't tax their population at will. And it's very difficult to take money from people. You go knock on doors and search everybody's phone, see where they're hiding their gold. It's very complicated. On the other hand, when you gave them paper money, which is what the case was in 1914, you could take their wealth just by printing the money. And that's what changed everything when it comes to war. That's why the 20th century was the century of total war. Because under the gold standard, governments fought until they ran out of their own gold. Under the fiat standard, with paper money and credit money, governments fought until they ran out of liquid wealth in the hands of all their citizens.
So let's find flaws in this thinking. If there's any. Okay. There's a lot of pacifist type of thinking in the World War II. Hitler was expanding. Hitler framed himself as a victim of the past, history. He never attacked anybody. Everyone's always threatening to attack him. That's kind of the narrative. He keeps expanding. He keeps sweet talking with his charisma, all the countries around him, into sort of embracing pacifism, stay out of the war until the war is really a doorstep. So France, just very suboptimal military strategy from the perspective of many European nations in response to Hitler. They were basically hoodwinked by his words. So then there's Churchill, Winston Churchill, who stepped up and says, perhaps irrationally, some kind of economics perspective, saying we're not going to back down. We're going to fight Germany. And perhaps that step alone is one of the biggest reasons that Hitler failed in his expansion. That decision to fight back, what's the right way to do that? If you're Winston Churchill, what's the right way to do that? If you're to fight back evil when violence is required. Now, you could argue that no war is just, but there is such a thing as a just war index, and a lot of people argue if there is a just war in the 20th century, it's World War II. So, how would you fund, if you were Britain, the war? Would you require Winston Churchill to convince the populace? Like, don't fight until they're fully convinced that this is the right thing to do. You can't just make a decision for them. You have to convince them fully so that they give their life and they give their money to support the war. Is that the right way to do it?
I think so. I think when you have a true threat, a true evil, and a true force that people really do think is genuine, you don't need to convince them. I mean, when it's real, people will want to fight. People will want to pay to fight. And I mean, I think, though, on this particular example, I think the best way to fight Hitler is to have not fought World War One, and not take out the Kaiser of Germany. If Britain and the US had not gotten involved in World War One, which really is the senseless war about nothing, or what was in it, and what was the goal from anybody fighting that war? If you look at it, after World War One, there were very minor adjustments in the borders of the countries that would participate. So Germany lost some land, Austria lost some land, but really it wasn't all that massive. And it wasn't like Britain who wanted to take over Germany and move their people into Germany and kick the Germans out. So there was no real value from that war. And that's why the British people didn't want to take it. And that's why, if they hadn't done this enormous criminal manipulation of printing money to buy the bonds, Britain wouldn't have gone into the war. Germany would still be a kingdom, and Hitler wouldn't rise. And there'd be small changes in the borders of various European countries, I struggle to see how it could have been worse. I mean, I struggle to see who benefited from 4 years of carnage in Europe. And then this came at the height of civilization. And before that, the people of Europe had they had the golden era, the gold standard. They were trading with one another, they traveled, and technology was advancing, and they did not expect this war to last this long. And my favorite story from World War I is the Christmas truce football game, which I mentioned in my book. British and German soldiers, at the height of the conflict, they stopped on Christmas Day and they played a football game against each other. I mean, this is not a real war where it's a war for survival. Britain didn't want to end Germany. Germany didn't want to end Britain. It was just kings who were emboldened by the fact that they had a printing press playing with the lives of the people. And, take that away, take away the printing press, take away their print money. I think we could have a much, much, much better 20th century.
Yeah, the counterfactual history. Neil Ferguson is a historian who gets quite a bit of trouble. Basically, he's a Brit, suggesting that if Britain stayed out of World War One, there would be no Hitler, there would be no World War Two.
Yep, I agree with that.
But
buddy. Yeah, so how fiat money? Yeah, let's get back to that. So they financed the war with that money. So what could go wrong? We left off. Well, what could go wrong if it just printed an enormous amount of credit and use it to buy bonds? What goes wrong is that the value of the currency is going to go down. Or, in other words, prices of things are going to go up. So during the war, prices keep going up, and this, of course, is going to sound very familiar to victims of the 20th century. The government tells you it's because of the war, it's not our fault, it's because of the Germans, it's because of the foreigners, it's because of Putin, it's because of this, it's because of that. This has always been the case. There's always, war is a very good cover for inflation, which is caused by monetary phenomena. So then the war ends, and inflation prices have more than doubled over the past 4 years, over the 4 years of World War One. Prices have more than doubled, and then the British economy is in bad trouble, obviously. Lost a lot of the labor force for 4 years that was out there fighting. Now those workers come back. You've got prices are up, and so people are demanding the government control prices. The government is trying to fix the problem of inflation by doing price controls, which is what they always do, which is catastrophic because it makes things worse. When you implement price controls, when you say, all right, well, bread can't be sold for more than X price. Well, that's just preventing bread producers from producing a lot of bread, and that's just making the problem worse. If you let the price rise, the extra price, first of all, makes people economize, so people want to buy what they need, and it provides the money for the bread producers to acquire the capital and the resources they need to produce more bread, which then brings